After the last student departed from the laboratory, Lu Fei, who had been drowsily seated in the corner, abruptly rose to his feet with remarkable agility, akin to a ferocious beast awakening from slumber. In just 1 hour, the previously chaotic laboratory had transformed into a paragon of order. Every instrument and piece of equipment shone brilliantly, reflecting the unique luster of various metals, while the windows sparkled with clarity, and even the floor was immaculate. This laboratory was situated within the esteemed institution of higher learning on Zhaoyang Star, the Zhaoyang Mecha University. However, despite its luxurious nature related to mechas, there were scarcely any complete mechas present, as this laboratory primarily focused on the study of optical pathways and optical brains. Lu Fei was not a student of Zhaoyang Mecha University, he was merely a lowly janitor, tasked with tidying and cleaning the laboratory each morning and evening. Occasionally, he would assist professors with manual labor, such as transporting cumbersome machinery. This institution was the pinnacle of education in the Zhaoyang domain, and the students granted access were either affluent or privileged. Although Lu Fei had worked in this laboratory for 2 years, he remained largely unnoticed, a veritable ghost to the students and professors, who took for granted the transformation of a disheveled laboratory into a pristine one by the following day. Lu Fei had long since mastered this role. He could effortlessly discern the rightful place of every tool with his eyes closed. In his capable hands, any instrument could be located and returned to its designated spot without hesitation. Over the course of 2 years, he had never made an error, even when dealing with the intricate components of optical pathways, which he knew like the back of his hand. An hour and 10 minutes later, Lu Fei had completed the thorough organization and sanitation of the expansive laboratory. He raised his hand to glance at an ancient wristwatch today. He had finished 7 seconds earlier than yesterday. He felt a swell of satisfaction at this accomplishment, for after 2 years of optimization, completing his tasks even a second ahead of schedule was commendable. And today he had achieved a full 7-second advance, a source of pride for him. In 50 minutes, the laboratory doors would automatically close, as Lu Fei's cleaning privileges were strictly limited to 2 hours, a regulation enforced by the school's central computer with unwavering precision. Once the laboratory was sealed, its defense systems would activate, ensuring that even the slightest disturbance, such as a fly, would trigger an alarm, prompting fully armed guards to arrive within a minute to apprehend the intruder. Of course, the closing time could be adjusted. After checking his watch, Lu Fei hesitated not, inputting his access code to shut the thick steel gate of the laboratory before slipping into the adjacent Mecha modification lab like a wisp of wind. Within the Mecha modification laboratory, amidst towering mechas, a robust and earnest young man was laboring sweatily, clumsily grasping a cleaning device, his face smeared with dark grease, presenting a decidedly disheveled appearance. "Fei Gu," the lad exclaimed upon spotting Lu Fei, visibly relieved and wearing a look of delight. Take a break, I'll handle this," Lu Fei replied, stepping forward to take the cleaning device from the boy. Yes, thank you, Fei Gu," the young man nodded repeatedly, his face adorned with a silly grin as he watched Lu Fei's agile movements, which resembled a rhythmic dance. Lu Fei's hands appeared to possess an enchanting magic, effortlessly locating a suitable position for each tool. The basic cleaning was swiftly completed, and he began to organize various implements: armor plates, sensors, drive shafts, engines. Watching Lu Fei seamlessly return the cumbersome and complex tools to their rightful places filled the young man's eyes with admiration and envy. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Fei was not merely tidying up each time a mecha component passed through his hands. His gaze was imbued with fervent concentration, as if the parts themselves were alive. This is the handle of the Starlight Mecha, weighing 730 grams. This is the auxiliary engine of the Warrior 11 Mecha, weighing 5,600 grams. What engine is this? Lu Fei examined a miniature auxiliary engine in his hand, one he had never encountered before. The engine was remarkably small, flat in shape, barely a fifth the size of an adult's fist, and weighed less than 300 grams. Had it not been in the engine compartment, Lu Fei would scarcely have believed it to be a genuine miniature auxiliary engine. In his recollection, humanity had yet to develop such a diminutive mecha auxiliary engine, especially considering that compared to the colossal mechas weighing dozens of tons, the power provided by such a tiny engine would be exceedingly limited. Suppressing the urge to scrutinize it further, he carefully placed the engine back in its designated spot, mentally noting its identification number. Time was no longer on his side for an in-depth examination. Only 10 minutes remained before the Mecha lab would close. 5 minutes later, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, Lu Fei glanced at his watch and sighed inwardly. Today, he had finished 11 seconds later than yesterday. Clearly, he had yet to achieve the ethereal state of being unaffected by external influences. His previous fluid motions had been interrupted by the appearance of the miniature engine, causing a delay. "Thank you, Feigu. It'll definitely repay you in the next life," the strong young man said with a sycophantic smile. "I've said it for 2 years. Can we get something more tangible?" Lu Fei replied nonchalantly. Then next month when I get paid, he'll treat you to a big meal." The young man blushed, replying awkwardly, "All right, but I hope it's not just another nutrient solution." Lu Fei remarked, his tone suggesting little expectation. It want. The young man chuckled nervously, throwing an arm around Lu Fei's shoulders as they left the laboratory, chatting and laughing amidst the closing alert of the facility. By this time, dusk had settled, and the entire campus had grown quiet, imbued with an emptiness. The two traversed half of the campus and entered a lush grove. This was a shortcut Lu Fei had discovered on occasion, featuring a wall that bordered the impoverished area where he resided. Utilizing this path allowed him to save 33 minutes. The two climbed a tree with practiced ease, leaping onto the wall before sliding down from a branch on the other side into the adjacent impoverished district. Once on the ground, the strong young man waved goodbye to Lu Fei with an excited expression and dashed eagerly into the dense slums. His joy palpable. Observing the boy's disappearing figure, a flicker of warmth graced Lu Fei's typically indifferent expression. Chapter 2. The slum. The strong youth was his only friend in the slums, namely Meng, of similar age to him, had lost his family at a tender age and grew up amidst the impoverished surroundings. Their interests diverged significantly. While Li Meng was deeply passionate about ancient martial arts, his greatest aspiration was to earn enough money to practice these arts. Within the slums, there existed a martial arts academy known as Jinyuan Universe Martial School. Renowned for its formidable name, it was said that during the tumultuous era of interstellar immigration, this academy had once basked in splendid glory, which later waned due to various reasons. Although Jinyuan Universe Martial School had fallen into decline and relocated to the slums, offering exceedingly low tuition fees for the orphan Li Meng, even this nominal fee represented an astronomical sum. According to Li Meng's calculations, he would require at least 2 more years to accumulate enough funds for 3 years' worth of tuition and living expenses. After all, enrolling in the martial school would necessitate relinquishing his cleaning job at Zhaoyang University, meaning he needed not only the tuition but also 3 years' worth of living expenses. Li Meng's daily life was quite simple. After completing his schoolwork, he would rush to Jinyuan Universe Martial School, standing at the edge of the meager training ground, hoping to glean some legendary martial techniques. He often spoke with great enthusiasm about the Qinghuan Dano and the Zhuyang Divine Skill, the legendary martial arts from ancient tales, sharing his dreams of wandering the world as a chivalrous hero once he mastered these skills. Faced with Li Meng's fervor, Lu Fei could only manage a wry smile. He yearned to explain that such divine skills were mere figments of imagination, concocted by human writers from ancient Earth during their idle musings. However, Li Meng was deeply enchanted, firmly believing in the existence of these skills. And Lu Fei's well-meaning advice was met with harsh words, compelling him to relent. As he watched Li Meng's spirited figure disappear into the labyrinthine alleys of the slums, Lu Fei quickened his pace toward his own dwelling. Like Li Meng, Lu Fei harbored his own dreams. His aspiration was to gain admission to Zhaoyang Mecha University, with a particular fascination for mechas. Working as a janitor in the Lightway and Lightbrain laboratory was the most distressing aspect of Lu Fei's life. Apart from the Lightway and Lightbrain, he was intrigued by nearly all courses related to mechas, yet he found himself assigned to the laboratory, with 2 years remaining until Li Meng could enter his desired martial school. Lu Fei faced a much longer journey. The tuition for Zhaoyang Mecha University was, for him, equivalent to an astronomical sum, and for someone of Lu Fei's humble status, gaining entry to the highest institution in the Zhaoyang Star region was nearly impossible. Fortunately, Lu Fei need not fret, for according to the university's regulations, if he worked at Zhaoyang Mecha University for 3 years, he would earn the right to enroll. This rule, personally instituted by the university's second president, was designed to reward impoverished children who contributed to the institution, driven by humanitarianism and the desire to grant underprivileged children an opportunity to access the highest educational institution within the Zhaoyang system. Or perhaps to bolster the university's reputation, Zhaoyang Mecha University annually offered employment to young individuals from the slums, providing them a pathway to education. In reality, many children from the slums had entered Zhaoyang Mecha University through this means, albeit the proportion was exceedingly small. Even with significant tuition reductions, the overall expenses remained daunting for slum children, most of whom viewed the 3-year employment merely as a means of survival. According to the university's data, in the past 20 years, only 5 children from the slums had enrolled, and of those, 1 was aided by a teacher's sponsorship. Ultimately, only 1 of the 5 managed to complete a 4-year degree, while the others dropped out for various reasons. Those who entered the highest institution in the Zhaoyang system typically hailed from illustrious backgrounds, possessing advantages in both material and spiritual realms that were unattainable for the average person. One could imagine the profound agony of a child from the slums enduring 4 years among such privileged elites. Lu Fei was indifferent to the discrimination from students. What mattered to him was gaining entry to the university and accessing a wealth of knowledge about mechas. With just 1 year remaining, Lu Fei would qualify for admission, yet his savings amounted to less than half the tuition. However, he remained untroubled. For 2 months prior, he had discovered a lucrative avenue for income. After a brisk run, Lu Fei returned to his abode, which was less of a dwelling and more akin to a mecha. It was an abandoned ancient mecha, standing at a standard 12 meters and weighing 70 tons. Appearing particularly cumbersome, production had ceased half a century ago, and in the slums, numerous homes had been fashioned from such mechas, becoming a unique sight in the area. Over a century ago, the Zhaoyang system had faced a large-scale alien invasion. With Zhaoyang Mecha University serving as one of the primary battlegrounds. It was said that the conflict between humanity and the extraterrestrial invaders lasted 15 years, resulting in a staggering death toll of 20 billion, marking it as the most catastrophic war since humanity ventured into space. This war led to the complete collapse of the existing political system and ushered in the terrifying era of cosmic warlords. As well as the age of mechas, in the aftermath of the war, countless damaged mechas were left abandoned. Due to the chaotic situation at the time, these neglected mechas were quickly appropriated by the homeless in the slums. By the time the authorities sought to reclaim them, it was already too late. The fundamental reason was that these abandoned mechas had lost all economic value. The cost of retrieval, including transportation and compensating the impoverished, far exceeded that of procuring an entirely new battle mecha in the slums. Possessing an abandoned mecha as a residence was indeed a luxurious affair. Lu Fei, an orphan, had been taken in by a scavenging old man during his childhood. A few months ago, the old man passed away, leaving Lu Fei with this considerable inheritance. The ancient heavy combat mecha was riddled with scars, bite marks, and scratches, presenting a striking sight. Yet it largely retained its structural integrity. Like a nimble monkey, Lu Fei climbed the rusted mecha and entered the engine room. The engine had long been dismantled, leaving the space clean and tidy. Lu Fei transformed the engine room into a cozy restroom, an endeavor that consumed a significant portion of his savings. The restroom facilities were eco-friendly, capable of generating electricity from waste, and could also recycle moisture from the air. This restroom not only provided Lu Fei with basic living essentials, but also allowed him to indulge in a luxurious hot shower every 3 days. Chapter 3. The Iron Head. Climbing from the engine room into the cockpit, Lu Fei found the cockpit stripped bare, save for 2 narrow bunks, one for himself and the other for the old man. The old man's bunk was devoid of bedding, replaced by an array of wooden carvings and various colorful pieces of wood. After entering the cockpit, Lu Fei consumed a modest meal of nutritional liquid and compressed food, then activated the cockpit's lights, instantly illuminating the small space. Under the bright light, he grasped a carving knife and commenced his work for the day. This opportunity had come to Lu Fei by chance, creating handcrafted items for a small shop with a rich history. The so-called handicrafts involved sculpting pieces of wood into various artistic forms, a craft long forgotten in today's thriving mechanical civilization. As he took up the carving knife, the cold indifference on Lu Fei's face vanished, replaced by an expression of intense focus. His eyes sparkled with determination as the sharp, delicate knife danced gracefully in his hand. Skillfully carving lines that seemed to breathe life into the wood, time slipped by, and the piece of wood, slightly larger than a fist, gradually took shape, revealing an eagle poised for flight. Though still in its nascent form, it exuded an undeniable spirit. Satisfied with the emerging figure and glancing at the ancient watch on his wrist, Lu Fei set down the wood sculpture. although he could swiftly complete a carving. This did not imply he could work ceaselessly. In truth, his daily workload was relatively fixed, constrained by the shop's sales volume. Nonetheless, Lu Fei remained content, for each of his crafted pieces fetched a handsome price. And his commission was quite generous, at the current rate. A year's work would suffice to cover 4 years of tuition and living expenses with ease. Today was the deadline for delivery. Lu Fei's gaze fell upon a wooden sculpture of a tiger resting on a rocky outcrop, a depiction of the majestic creature exuding an air of dominance. Though the sculpture was small, it radiated the essence of the king of beasts. In reality, Lu Fei had never seen a real tiger. Relying solely on the data provided by the craft shop for his carving, it was said that this fierce creature once roamed the distant home planet of Earth. Known for its ferocity and as the ruler of the animal kingdom, a ruthless carnivore. Alas, Lu Fei could only rely on his sculptural creations to imagine what a real tiger might truly resemble. For as long as he could remember, Lu Fei harbored a dream. To return to Earth, the cradle of human civilization, and behold its wonders. However, he understood that realizing this aspiration within a short span was an impossibility. Beyond his financial constraints, the primary obstacle lay in the martial law that enveloped the entire solar system, with Earth itself prohibiting any spacecraft from approaching. After meticulously wrapping the wooden tiger carving in velvet cloth and securing it in a cardboard box, he carefully stowed it in his backpack. Lu Fei then descended from his mech and made his way toward the commercial district of Zhaoyang Star. Lu Fei was untroubled by the prospect of someone intruding upon his mech. On any given planet, the protection of private property was taken quite seriously. Should anyone enter a room without the owner's consent, the law stipulated that the owner could shoot them on sight. Of course, such niceties were absent in the slums, where the law was but a jest. In that forsaken area, violent crime was an everyday occurrence, and in the realm of the impoverished, might alone dictated justice. Lu Fei did not rely on the law, but rather on strength. His adoptive father, known by the fearsome moniker Iron Head, was not particularly strong of limb, yet he possessed a heart as unyielding as steel. At least half of the trash bins at the Zhaoyang Mech University bore the mark of Iron Head, and anyone daring enough to rummage through them risked a brutal assault. Despite his frail appearance, Iron Head was merciless in a fight, and even the small gangs of the slums refrained from provoking him. When Lu Fei was 5, a local thug knocked out one of his front teeth, and Iron Head waited 3 days and nights outside the thug's haunts, ultimately using a hammer to shatter the thug's entire set of teeth. Half a year ago, upon Iron Head's death, the scavengers of the slums celebrated for 3 consecutive days, and the trash bins of Zhaoyang Mech University were emptied in mere minutes, a testament to Iron Head's fearsome reputation. Lu Fei did not inherit Iron Head's scavenging trade, not out of reluctance, but because Iron Head forbade it. He believed Lu Fei was destined for greater things and would not allow him to engage in such menial labor. Throughout Lu Fei's childhood, Iron Head prohibited him from scavenging, even forbidding him from following along at a distance. Though Lu Fei did not take up Iron Head's mantle, he nonetheless inherited his ferocity. Iron Head instilled in Lu Fei the belief that one must show no mercy towards enemies. If one must act, they should strike until their opponent submits. The residents of the slums recognized the duo of Iron Head and Lu Fei as a fearsome father-son pair. In truth, Lu Fei had only accomplished one significant act in the slums. At the age of 5, he used a hammer to obliterate a thug's teeth, undoubtedly with Iron Head's assistance. After that incident, no one dared to harass him again. Another noteworthy aspect of Lu Fei's life was his admission to Zhaoyang Mech University, which he owed entirely to Iron Head. It was said that to secure Lu Fei a position at the university, Iron Head relentlessly pursued the university's president for 5 long years, enduring countless beatings along the way. One must understand that a university president was not akin to a thug from the slums. They were always surrounded by a cadre of bodyguards. Perhaps it was due to Iron Head's unwavering determination or the president's own weariness of the persistent old man. But in the end, Lu Fei was admitted to the school, and he even managed to bring Li Ming along. Iron Head, much like a fiercely protective hen, shielded Lu Fei, yet he was not the benevolent figure one might assume. In truth, his expectations for Lu Fei were exceedingly high, and his demands were stringent. Iron Head may have lacked formal education, yet he possessed his own unique pedagogical methods. His approach was straightforward. He would have Lu Fei memorize books salvaged from the trash, all within a set time frame. Lu Fei would forever remember the time he failed to complete an assigned recitation, resulting in a punishment of standing atop the mech for an entire day and night without food or water. As Lu Fei cast a glance back at the towering mech, it felt as though a pair of icy eyes were observing him from the cockpit. He sighed. Iron Head had been gone for nearly half a year. Yet he perpetually felt his presence, urging him to remain vigilant and diligent. Chapter 4. Cheng's wood carvings. The night had fully descended, enveloping the slums in darkness, with sporadic lights illuminating the chaotic architecture, rendering the scene particularly dazzling. Contrary to expectations, the slums thrived with activity after nightfall. The evenings were far livelier, with some impoverished workers returning home while furtive groups began to emerge. Small clusters of thugs congregated in the shadows. The air thick with the scent of contraband in the dim corners. Women adorned with thick layers of cheap cosmetics beckoned to potential clients, the pungent stench of inferior perfume making one feel nauseous. Navigating through the throng, Lu Fei encountered no harassment in the slums. He was an anomaly, for Iron Head forbade him from mingling with the locals. Li Ming's proximity to Lu Fei was a privilege granted by their shared history of the tooth incident. Anyone else daring to approach Lu Fei would invoke Iron Head's wrath. Though Lu Fei, Iron Head remained an enigmatic figure, unlike the short-sighted denizens of the slums and the scavengers. Though illiterate, Iron Head was well-versed in a myriad of knowledge unknown to the impoverished. He possessed an acute understanding of human psychology and, most importantly, knew how to navigate the treacherous landscape of the slums to protect both himself and Lu Fei. The strength that lay within Iron Head's frail form always intrigued Lu Fei. In his recollections, Iron Head had never lost a fight. While most encounters ended in mutual harm, his opponents invariably sustained greater injuries, which was a significant reason for the fear he instilled in the slum's inhabitants. Regrettably, until Iron Head's passing, Lu Fei never fully grasped the essence of the man. Due to Iron Head's influence, Lu Fei exuded an air of mystery among the residents of the slums. Most people avoided approaching him. Fearing the wrath of the madman known as Iron Head in an environment devoid of friends, Lu Fei developed a habit of speaking little, and those who dared to draw near were met with an aura of icy indifference. The slums sprawled over vast expanses, measuring several 100,000 square meters. From a bird's-eye view, Zhaoyang Mech University and the slums were separated by little more than a wall. However, the actual distance from the university's entrance to the slums exceeded a kilometer. It was said that the first generation of slum dwellers were the mech warriors who had protected Zhaoyang Mech University. After the battle against alien creatures, many wounded soldiers remained, forming the initial population of the slums. As interstellar development progressed, the influx of impoverished individuals led to the slum's current scale. Perhaps influenced by the first generation's legacy, most residents of the slums relied on Zhaoyang Mech University for their livelihood. Much like Iron Head scavenging within its walls, of course, that was merely one means of survival. Numerous others existed, such as supplying students with contraband, offering clandestine services, or colluding with campus thugs for extortion and petty theft. In addition to these nefarious means of subsistence, some relatively legitimate enterprises thrived. 500 meters from the university's gates, a large hole in the wall opened onto a street in the slums. It was rumored that half of the female students at Zhaoyang Mech University lost their virginity here, leading students to colloquially refer to this thoroughfare as Debauchery Street. Stretching approximately 200 meters, Debauchery Street was lined with tea houses, restaurants, and small inns, with hidden brothels lurking in the shadows. The university had attempted to seal off this entrance over 100 times, yet each closure lasted no longer than 2 days before being violently breached. Eventually, after a prolonged struggle, the university acquiesced to the existence of this passage, recognizing its significant impact on the livelihoods of countless individuals. In the spirit of humanitarianism and social harmony, maintaining this entrance proved essential. By night, Debauchery Street dazzled with its bright lights and vibrant atmosphere, offering students affordable yet quality services. Countless students traversed its length, and the small inns thrived, with young men and women cautiously glancing around as they entered and exited, their faces flushed with a mixture of shyness and excitement. Lu Fei did not linger as he passed through Debauchery Street, which formed a near 90-degree angle, although referred to as a street. It was actually the intersection of 2 roads, interspersed with countless narrow alleys. For those unfamiliar with the layout, the first foray felt akin to entering a labyrinth. Debauchery Street had 2 ends, one leading to the university's wall and the other to the main road. Its prosperity primarily stemmed from the fact that traversing Debauchery Street was significantly shorter than approaching through the university gates, a factor that had fostered its distorted affluence over time. Upon crossing Debauchery Street and emerging from the narrow alley, Lu Fei found himself on a main thoroughfare, which ran parallel to the grand entrance of Zhaoyang Mech University, located less than 2 kilometers away. In the opposite direction, approximately 3 kilometers down the road, lay a renowned pedestrian street. Although this street measured less than a kilometer in length, it was the most famous walking street in the Zhaoyang system, where one could find nearly every luxury item available in the Human Alliance, rendering the phrase "every inch a treasure" truly applicable. Although it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, the pedestrian street remained bustling with activity. The entrance parking lot of the pedestrian street. Hovering vehicles and shuttles flitted in and out like flies, their rear ends displaying a striking flicker of orange-red flames amidst the green. After walking less than 200 meters into the pedestrian street, Lu Fei easily located his destination among the myriad of shops. Within the street, there stood an exceedingly small shop, no more than 30 square meters in area. This shop lacked the dazzling holographic signs common to many. Instead, it featured a quaint wooden sign, intricately carved with the 4 characters of handcrafted with sculpture. The characters, carved in a natural and unpretentious manner, exuded a subtle beauty, primarily rectangular in shape, their overall composition appearing dispersed yet unified. A steady breath flowing throughout. Each time Lu Fei visited this quaint establishment, he found himself captivated by these 4 unsigned characters, as if they held the vibrant essence of life within them. Do not underestimate this modest shop. It boasts a history spanning several centuries, tracing back to the era of the home planet, enduring interstellar migrations and the rise of mechanical civilizations. A store with such profound cultural heritage is akin to a symbol of luxury, making it unimaginable for ordinary individuals to shop here. Even a single handcrafted item could equate to a year's worth of living expenses for the average person. Xiao Fei Gu, you've arrived. A graceful young woman emerged to greet him. She appeared to be of similar age to Lu Fei, clad in a pristine white gown, exuding poise and elegance, her fair complexion tinged with a hint of shy crimson. Radiating an aura of serene tranquility. Lu Fei nodded slightly, his gaze not lingering on the young woman's bashful face, but rather advancing straight into the shop. Chapter 5. Cheng's wood carving. At the front of the shop were several wooden display racks, upon which a few wooden sculptures were haphazardly placed. The rear of the shop was a small workbench where an elderly man, with a snow-white beard and a tall, slender frame, was engrossed in his craft. He appeared to be around 80 years old, meticulously sculpting a half-meter-tall figure of a general clad in ancient armor, wielding a large blade, his eyes fierce and his stature imposing. Lu Fei recognized this figure as Guangong, a formidable historical figure from Earth, revered for his unmatched bravery and worshipped as the god of war. Not wishing to disturb the elderly artisan, Lu Fei stood before the display racks, admiring the wooden carvings. Though his primary concern was whether his own creations had sold, to his relief, only 3 of his pieces remained, indicating a recent surge in business. Lu Fei felt a wave of joy. Good sales meant more opportunities for him to work. Please enjoy some tea. The gentle voice of the young woman interrupted Lu Fei's thoughts, a delightful fragrance wafting through the air, whether it was the aroma of the tea or the young woman's own scent. It was difficult for Lu Fei to discern, and he never contemplated the matter. Thank you. Lu Fei accepted the teacup and gulped it down, casually handing the smooth, gleaming porcelain cup back to the young woman. For Lu Fei, tea served merely to quench his thirst. He had no sense of waste, thus he remained oblivious to the subtle disappointment that flickered across the young woman's face. Unbeknownst to him, the tea had been crafted from leaves she treasured, which her grandfather often coveted but hesitated to indulge in. His gaze returned to the wooden sculptures as he scrutinized the techniques employed in their carving. Time slipped away, and Lu Fei became utterly engrossed in the seamless artistry of the carving techniques, losing all track of time, even unaware of the presence of another customer who had appeared beside him. How much for this piece? The customer's voice jolted Lu Fei back to reality. Almost instinctively, he distanced himself from the stranger, unaccustomed to such close proximity with unfamiliar individuals. Mr. Wang, this is a half-length wooden sculpture of General Han Qing, crafted from the rare and exquisite Yao Kai rosewood from Amora Star. Due to its dense and substantial quality, It commands a rather lofty price of 80,000 zwar coins. The young woman's voice was soft and soothing, instilling a sense of comfort. Lu Fei discreetly assessed the customer beside him, as the half-length sculpture of General Han Qing was indeed his creation. Given its high price and the unfamiliarity of the Zwar star system with the General's historical significance, the piece had languished here for over 2 months without a single inquiry. The customer, a man over 40 with a robust physique and an impressive demeanor, was dressed with care. His every gesture exuded an innate elegance, imparting an aura of authority without anger. Indeed, the Amour Star Yaokai rosewood coupled with exceptional craftsmanship justifies such a steep price. But why isn't there a signature from Master Chung? The customer appeared knowledgeable, closely scrutinizing the sculpture. In the realm of handcrafted wood carving, it was customary for masters to engrave their names upon their works. For a shop with centuries of history like this one, each sale was meticulously documented. "Long time no see, Mr. Wang. How have you been?" At that moment, the elderly artisan approached Lu Fei, nodding at him with a smile before addressing the customer. I've been doing just fine. But Master Chung, you seem as spry as ever. Your carving techniques are sharp and flowing, increasingly seamless. It's remarkable to see you advancing in your artistry at such an age. Truly commendable." The customer, referred to as Mr. Wang, wore a broad smile, evidently an acquaintance of the elderly artisan. How embarrassing, how embarrassing. This half-length sculpture of General Han Qing is not my work." The elderly man chuckled, his demeanor calm. "Could it be a piece by Master Rodin?" "No, that cannot be. If it were, there would be a signature." Mr. Wang expressed both surprise and confusion. Mr. Wang, you jest. This shop would hardly attract the attention of Master Rodin. His works are beyond our humble establishment. The true creator of this piece may be far away, yet he is right before our eyes." The elderly artisan laughed heartily. "Far away yet right before our eyes?" Mr. Wang's gaze first fell upon the young woman, then shifted suspiciously to Lu Fei. "It's him?" The elderly man seemed to have no intention of keeping him in suspense. "Him?" Mr. Wang exclaimed incredulously. "So young? I too find it hard to believe. Yet there is no denying the truth," the elderly man lamented. "Indeed, congratulations, Master Chung. Truly a case of a master producing an exceptional apprentice, surpassing the original." Mr. Wang regarded Lu Fei with deep admiration. "No, he is not my apprentice." The elderly man shook his head with a rueful smile. "Not an apprentice?" Mr. Wang was increasingly astonished. "It's a long story, but for Mr. Wang, I'll offer a 30% discount on this half-length sculpture of General Han Qing." "Thank you, Master Chung." The elderly artisan seemed reluctant to discuss Lu Fei further, and Mr. Wang did not press the matter. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Mr. Wang settled the bill and departed, taking the half-length sculpture of General Han Qing with him, carefully wrapped and stored in his spatial button. Lu Fei absorbed the conversation between the elderly artisan and Mr. Wang but did not dwell on it. Although he recognized his extraordinary talent in wood carving, he had never intended to pursue it as his lifelong ambition. His true dream lay in piloting mechas, charging into battle against alien foes. Compared to the delicacy of wood, Lu Fei had an affinity for the cold, unyielding nature of metal. Whenever his hands made contact with the icy surface, he felt a stirring in his soul, a joy and exhilaration beyond description. Understanding that Lu Fei was a man of few words, the elderly artisan inspected Lu Fei's work, transferred a commission into Lu Fei's account, and returned to his craft. Lu Fei, taking a piece of black wood, walked out, both seeming to share an unspoken understanding that rendered excessive words unnecessary. As Lu Fei exited, the young woman stood holding a cup of steaming tea, watching Lu Fei's retreating figure, her mouth opening as if to speak. Yet ultimately, no words emerged. Once Lu Fei merged into the throng of people, the elderly artisan abruptly halted his work, gazing vacantly in the direction of Lu Fei's vanishing silhouette, enveloping the small shop in a heavy silence. "Chun Chun, he doesn't tea drink. Let your grandfather have it. Don tea, let it go to waste." The elderly man sighed deeply. "Grandfather." The young woman immediately lowered her head, a blush spreading across her shy face, creeping down to her ears and neck, as if the delicate, jade-like complexion of her skin ignited with a flame. "Chin Chun, Lu Fei wouldn't be fond of a delicate girl like you." The elderly man turned to her, gently stroking her hair with affection. "Why?" The young woman suddenly lifted her enchanting face, her clear, bright eyes searching the elderly man's face as if seeking an answer. Chapter 6. Entering the laboratory, Lu Fei's carving technique was grand and flowing. Effortlessly displaying a natural ease, from his craftsmanship alone, one could discern that his ideal woman would likely be a valiant heroine, not a serene and virtuous housewife. The elderly man paused momentarily before sighing again. I have always pursued that majestic carving style, yet alas, I am but a person of simple contentment, lacking grand aspirations, confined to this small space. This is also why I have been unable to surpass Master Rodin. A pity? Indeed, if only Lu Fei were not so disinterested, this shop would have a promising future. Sigh. The shop fell into a hushed silence, the elderly man appearing forlorn, while the young woman's expression fluctuated. As if deep in contemplation, Lu Fei was naturally unaware of the events transpiring in the small shop. Ever since the demise of Lao Tai Tu, there were few occurrences in this world capable of stirring his emotions. Save for the realm of mechas, his initial encounter with mechas can be traced back to when he was merely 5 years old, having discovered a comic about mechas from Lao Tai Tu. From that moment forth, he became profoundly captivated. Since the dawn of his memories at 5, he devoted the majority of his time to mechas, in a bid to gain a tangible understanding of them. At the age of 11, he even undertook the monumental task of remapping an ancient mecha he resided in, employing a rudimentary light ruler. The endeavor of an 11-year-old child meticulously remapping a relic of a mecha with the most primitive of tools is nothing short of an immense and intricate undertaking. It is worth noting that light ruler mapping is no holographic automatic scanning. It demands complete manual effort, and even measuring the position of a screw can be an exceedingly complex task. When Lu Fei finally returned home, it was already past 10 o'clock, with merely 20 minutes remaining before bedtime. Due to Lao Tai Tu's stringent discipline, Lu Fei's daily routine was remarkably consistent, unwavering for a decade. After tidying his room and performing a few stretches to relax his nerves, Lu Fei retired to bed. The night passed in silence. At 5 in the morning, Lu Fei rose from his slumber, and in under 5 minutes, he completed his morning ablutions. 10 minutes later, he appeared outside a shanty located 500 meters away. Piles of discarded materials loomed outside the shanty, exuding a pungent odor that nearly engulfed it entirely. The entrance was a metal door. Lu Fei pulled rather than pushed, and upon hearing the metallic scraping sound from within, he gave it a shove, causing the door to swing open. The interior was a pitifully small shanty. Although the door was sturdy and robust, upon entry, one was met with only a bed, leaving little room to stand. In stark contrast to the squalor of this place, Lu Fei's mecha resembled a lavish palace. "I am awake," Lu Fei called out, seemingly aware that his shout would bear no fruit. Before his voice had fully dissipated, he waved his arm, causing a multifunctional metal water tank hanging on the wall to fall into his grasp. Pressing the switch, icy water cascaded over Li Ming's head. Li Ming howled, jolting upright, his face a mask of dismay as he lamented, "Woo-woo, Fei Gu, can't you find a different way to wake me? Water is precious. This is the most efficient method." "There is no alternative," Lu Fei replied coolly. "You have 5 more minutes." 5 minutes. Li Ming, as if pricked by a needle, sprang from the bed, clutching a wash bag and a small water tank, and dashed out in a flurry. 5 minutes later, a freshly groomed Li Ming returned. "Fei Gu, remember not to waste water next time. The water resources on Zalixing are quite valuable. As cultured and refined Zalixing residents, we must lead by example, cherishing every drop of water." Amid his incessant chatter, the two young men retrieved several vials of nutrient solution from their pockets and hastily consumed a bit before making their way towards a shortcut by the wall. Climbing a tree trunk and vaulting over the fence, seamlessly entering the school. Along the way, they encountered no fewer than 5 fully armed security guards, all of whom recognized them. They had grown accustomed to the duo's early arrivals and merely greeted them before moving along, as they were both members of the lower social strata and would not deliberately cause trouble for them. After passing their biometric check-in at the optical brain, they obtained the day's work information and clean uniforms from the school's main control optical brain. According to the school's stringent security protocol, uniforms were distributed and collected daily for cleaning and disinfection. In addition to entering a password for permission, one had to undergo a series of rigorous security measures involving checks of pupils and fingerprints. It was said that the security level at Zhealiji Mecha University rivaled that of the Zalix government building. In essence, the uniform served as a pass, for each piece contained the information of the day, and the hidden holographic scanning systems scattered throughout the premises could always ascertain the identity of the wearer. Due to their work requirements, Li Ming and Lu Fei had permissions to enter the laboratory ahead of time. Upon entering, Li Ming immediately activated the laboratory's main control optical brain and began engaging in an interstellar warfare simulation game, a highly popular pastime among students, allowing them to learn modern interstellar warfare tactics while enjoying themselves. Of course, many students merely indulged in entertainment, rather than deriving strategic insights from the game. In contrast to Li Ming's immersion in gaming, Lu Fei directed his attention to a miniature auxiliary engine. Commencing a thorough examination of its data, this state of affairs persisted until 8 o'clock in the morning, 1 hour before classes commenced. Both Li Ming and Lu Fei simultaneously ceased their gaming and research activities, hurrying to the school's storage warehouse to collect the necessary equipment and fragile components for the laboratory. As per the list provided by the main control optical brain, Lu Fei had to ensure that Li Ming organized the Mecha laboratory's tools first. A commitment the two had made, as Li Ming's clumsy demeanor would have led to expulsion from the school without Lu Fei's assistance. Lu Fei aided Li Ming not only because he was his sole friend, but primarily because assisting Li Ming allowed Lu Fei the opportunity to study the mecha components that piqued his interest. After helping Li Ming complete his tasks, Lu Fei rushed to the optical brain laboratory to finish his own work. With only 10 minutes remaining before class began, Lu Fei surveyed the orderly optical brain laboratory with satisfaction, stretched his limbs, and settled into his designated corner, a small metal chair. Next to the chair stood a large trash bin, and beside it was a wall-mounted multifunctional metal cabinet, primarily used for storing cleaning tools. Seated in the chair, Lu Fei began to replenish his energy reserves. In typical circumstances, no one would pay mind to a figure in a cleaning uniform curled up in a chair. Lu Fei's current lifestyle had persisted for 2 years, and according to his life plan, he would require at least another year before he could handle the expensive instruments and equipment as openly as other students. Chapter 7. The adventure plan. Contemplating the year remaining until he could officially attend school, Lu Fei couldn't help but glance at the students frolicking and laughing, perpetually puzzled as to why they did not cherish the opportunity to learn. For Lu Fei, time always felt insufficient. In his worldview, terms like prodigal son, dandy, aristocrat, and second-generation wealthy were non-existent. He inherently believed every student should value each precious second to absorb vast knowledge as he did. Lu Fei merely dozed, never truly falling into a deep sleep amidst such a complex environment, a lesson imparted by Lao Tai Tu, who had taught him to maintain a vigilant and alert mind regardless of circumstances. Life is singular. To protect oneself is to cherish existence. Lu Fei wholeheartedly endorsed Lao Tai Tu's wisdom, though he could never quite comprehend why Lao Tai Tu, despite understanding these truths, indulged in smoking and drinking. The cigarette box bore a clear warning that smoking is detrimental to health, and Lao Tai Tu often remarked that alcohol is a poison that harms the intestines, while lust is a blade that cuts to the bone. In his final moments, Lao Tai Tu's pulmonary pathological hologram had transformed into a dark mass, rendering the intricate patterns and veins of his lungs indistinguishable. The doctor had asserted that survival hinged upon a lung transplant, a prospect that, given Lao Tai Tu's financial means, was an unrealistic fantasy. Moreover, Lao Tai Tu appeared to harbor no attachment to life whatsoever. During Lu Fei's brief restroom visit, he had removed the life-sustaining tubes, leaving no final words behind, his expression serene and content. Reflecting on Lao Tai Tu, Lu Fei sighed softly. Half a year had passed since Lao Tai Tu's death, yet he frequently recalled his visage and laughter, often feeling as though Lao Tai Tu had not truly departed, but rather lurked in some shadowy corner, clandestinely observing him. Lu Fei, come here, a gentle voice interrupted Lu Fei's reverie. Here, Lu Fei immediately rose to his feet. It was Professor Yun, an expert in optical brains and one of the supervising professors of the laboratory, responsible for guiding students in their research while developing optical brain technology. I require the Hurricane 3 model optical brain chip. Understood, Lu Fei nodded and promptly made his way to the chip repository. Observing Lu Fei's somewhat dazed figure, a tender smile graced Professor Yun's face. He held a fondness for this seemingly dull yet remarkably astute child. As no one knew the laboratory better than him, among the countless students he had encountered over decades of teaching, this child exhibited the highest work efficiency. In truth, Professor Yun was never short on assistants. Yet he preferred to delegate tasks to Lu Fei, as in his memory, Lu Fei functioned like a meticulous optical brain, consistently error-free. At times, Professor Yun marveled at Lu Fei's innate talent, finding it hard to fathom how someone with no interest in optical brains could remember the names and functions of every single component. Occasionally, he lamented Lu Fei's disinterest in optical brain technology, for otherwise, he would gladly sponsor this child from the impoverished district. Soon, Lu Fei swiftly retrieved the optical brain chip of the Hurricane 3 mech and handed it to Professor Yun. Before quietly returning to his position in the vast laboratory, clad in a cleaning uniform, he resembled an invisible figure, unnoticed by anyone around him. To the students, Lu Fei was merely a lowly janitor, and they instinctively maintained their distance from him. Wu Yuan, do you have any plans for the summer vacation? A beautiful girl, distractedly adjusting the instrument's data beside a mech model, inquired softly of a tall and handsome boy nearby. My plan is to go skiing on Cologne Star. I've heard the snowfall there is particularly heavy this year, making it perfect for skiing, Wu Yuan replied, stealing a glance at the focused Professor Yun while gently recording data. Biffed, skiing? How utterly kitsch, the girl scoffed. Pouting in disdain, "Do you have a better plan?" Wu Yuan's eyes brightened as he paused his holographic recording. Indeed, we could embark on an adventure to Earth, the mother planet of the solar system. She whispered mysteriously, casting a furtive glance at Professor Yun. Huh, dream on. You think we can explore the mother planet? Even if Earth were not under martial law, we wouldn't have a spaceship to reach it. It's exceedingly distant, requiring at least 20 spatial jumps to arrive. Please don't tell me you plan to travel to the solar system in your family's mini spacecraft. The Mini is definitely unsuitable for long-distance spatial jumps. The girl blushed slightly, saying, "Doesn't young Master Chow have a spaceship? You're his good friend, and if we can persuade him, we could make it happen." Forget it. There's nothing spectacular on Earth. I've watched countless holographic documentaries. It's just oceans and mountains. Besides, I've heard that wild beasts and ancient viruses roam freely there, which is exceedingly dangerous, Wu Yuan mused, his expression one of disinterest. What danger? We could take Mecha along. If we encounter any peril, we can just stay aboard the spaceship and observe without landing, she urged. Let us go. As long as you agree, I promise to bring Susu along. The mention of Susu? Wu Yuan's fair face lit up with enthusiasm. As long as young Master Chow agrees, I will definitely persuade Susu to join. Young Master Chow should be no problem, but Earth is currently under martial law, and no spacecraft can approach. We wouldn't be able to enter the solar system's spatial window. It would be futile. I certainly don't wish to be blasted to ashes by laser cannons. We might as well choose another destination, like Tutu, Star to see the dinosaurs. It is said that the dinosaurs there are evolving. Living in the Stone Age, I wonder what it would look like to see them wielding stone axes in pursuit of prey. Heh. No worries. My brother serves in the Lynx space fleet, overseeing spacecraft and spatial monitoring in the solar system. A simple greeting to him will suffice, the girl asserted confidently. Aren't you worried your brother might end up in a military court? Wu Yuan chuckled. My uncle is the captain of the Lynx space fleet. The entire solar system is under their surveillance. Who would dare bring my brother to military court? She boasted proudly. All right, after class, I'll have a word with young Master Chow. Yes, I will go convince Susu right now, the girl exclaimed joyfully, hurriedly removing the sensors from the mech arms experiment and carelessly tossing them onto the workbench before rushing off. Much obliged, Wu Yuan smirked wickedly. He had long harbored an infatuation for the first beauty of Zhuo'er Mecha University, Su Zijing, but had never found the opportunity to approach her. This time, he was determined to seize the chance. Amidst the vast and lonely cosmos, stories, no, accidents, were bound to unfold. Chapter 8. The First Beauty at Noon. After the optical brain laboratory class concluded, students departed in small groups. Lu Fei's previously dull expression transformed into one of sharp intensity, his body moving with the agility of a raccoon as he navigated the spacious laboratory, quickly bringing order to the once chaotic environment. This laboratory was not designated for any particular class. In reality, apart from students majoring in optical brain technology, students from other disciplines only had the opportunity to conduct experiments here once a week. Sometimes, due to scheduling, several classes would crowd into the lab. But fortunately, the space was ample enough to avoid congestion. The lab schedule consisted of 2 sessions daily, divided into morning and afternoon. Lu Fei's daily duties, aside from cleaning, included arranging teaching tools and experimental equipment based on the list provided by the school's main optical brain. Once he completed the tidying up of the optical brain laboratory, Lu Fei promptly rushed to the adjacent mech laboratory. The mech lab was dim and foreboding, with dozens of mechs standing beneath the harsh lights, their metallic exteriors exuding a chilling aura that instilled a profound sense of oppression. Li Ming was busy operating an electric loader, fully engrossed in his work. Compared to the optical brain lab, the tasks in the mech lab were undoubtedly far more arduous, as even a single component of a mech could weigh hundreds of kilograms, sometimes even tons. Larger items could be transported using tools, while smaller parts and tools had to be moved manually. For this reason, the robust Li Ming was assigned to the mech lab, while the seemingly frilier Lu Fei was allocated to the relatively easier optical brain lab. After glancing at the supply list provided by the main optical brain, Lu Fei quickly joined Li Ming in his work. After a flurry of activity, both of them were nearly exhausted, collapsing onto the foot of a mech. Gasping for breath, "Damn it, this job is really unbearable. Ugh." Li Ming suddenly kicked the mech, only to wince in pain, his face contorted. "Be grateful." Lu Fei stood up. "Let us go eat." "Yes, let us eat." The mention of food instantly invigorated Li Ming, saliva nearly dripping from the corner of his mouth. The school provided Li Ming and Lu Fei with a free lunch, a luxury for anyone from the impoverished district. Most residents of the slums primarily subsisted on nutrient solutions, and scientists had claimed that while nutrient solutions could supply sufficient nourishment, a lack of regular food over an extended period could be detrimental to one's health, easily leading to various ailments. Li Ming did not particularly enjoy this job. He entered school solely to save money for tuition to a martial arts academy and for this sumptuous lunch. The lunch was a buffet, allowing them to dine alongside the other students. Li Ming had an astonishing appetite, and for him, lunchtime was the happiest moment of his day. In just a matter of minutes, Li Ming's tray was piled high with food, and amid myriad disdainful glances, he and Lu Fei seated themselves in a corner. Instantly, students around them rose as if they had seen a plague, moving to different tables. Of course, the disdainful stares posed no problem for Lu Fei and Li Ming. Lu Fei had a moderate appetite. Unlike Li Ming's ravenous consumption, he ate meticulously, ensuring that not a single grain of food was wasted. The Iron Chef had once told him that food equates to life, and cherishing food is akin to cherishing one's own life. Although Lu Fei sometimes disagreed with the Iron Chef's assertions, whenever he deemed something right, he would adhere to it strictly. Suddenly, the bustling cafeteria fell silent, the sharp click of high heels resonating piercingly. Hundreds of eyes turned toward the entrance, where a tall, fair-skinned girl walked in. The moment she entered, the cafeteria seemed to brighten. The girl was breathtakingly beautiful, her stunning presence nearly suffocating. Cascading waves of hair framed her face, which blushed with a hint of rose, while strands brushed against her forehead, failing to conceal her expressive, captivating eyes. Perhaps accustomed to such attention, she gracefully served herself food. Observers could see the hint of a mysterious, proud smile gracing her slightly fuller, alluring lips beneath her delicate nose. The sound of her heels halted just behind Lu Fei and Li Ming, who inhaled the delicate fragrance wafting toward them, entrancing their senses. Neither turned around. They both knew who she was. This girl was a sophomore named Su Zijing, affectionately called Su Su by her friends. Majoring in optical brain technology, she had been voted the most beautiful student at Zhuor University for 2 consecutive years, holding the title of the campus flower without contest. "How fragrant," Li Ming greedily inhaled, a lustful expression crossing his face. "Are you full?" Lu Fei remarked coolly. "Of course." Li Ming understood Lu Fei's subtle cue and felt somewhat embarrassed. "Good to hear. If you don't wish to be killed by the weight of their stares, you should leave," Lu Fei stated, rising and striding toward the exit. Throughout, he did not cast a single glance at Su Su. In his eyes, she paled in comparison to Cheng's exquisite wooden carvings, and he wouldn't even spare a proper look at Cheng, let alone Su Su. The Iron Chef's teachings had instilled in Lu Fei a disregard for the existence of women. The Iron Chef had once said that the more beautiful a woman, the more likely she would bring calamity. Throughout history, many beautiful women had been the source of national ruin, like Dao Chan, Yang Guifei, and the likes of Shi Shi and Chen Yuan, who were all harbingers of disaster. There exists yet another reason that renders Lu Fei impervious to the allure of beautiful women. The experiences and observations within the school corroborate the validity of the doctrine of the iron-headed philosophy. At Zhaoluo Mecha University, each year witnesses violent incidents erupting over romantic rivalries. Among these tumultuous events, Susu, often heralded as the university's premier beauty, is perpetually surrounded by an atmosphere fraught with danger. It is not uncommon for individuals to be left bloodied in their fervent quest for her affection. Lu Fei is convinced that, should they remain in that vicinity, it would not be long, certainly no more than 5 minutes, before someone would come seeking to bully them. A pastime all too familiar to the students. Lu Fei harbors no fear of trouble, nor does he instigate it. However, he would never engage in a senseless brawl over a woman. Thus, whenever Susu graces the dining hall with her presence, Lu Fei opts for a strategic retreat. Moreover, Lu Fei's low profile at school is also significantly influenced by his identity. If he were to become embroiled in a fight during his working hours, his enrollment would be jeopardized, a cost too exorbitant for him to bear. Consequently, in most situations, Lu Fei chooses to extricate himself from any potential vortex of conflict. Upon witnessing Lu Fei stride decisively out, Li Ming, unwilling to concede, rose and followed in his wake, casting a glance back at Susu, his tongue darting out to moisten his lips. Fortunately, this act went unnoticed by others. Otherwise, how scandalous it would be for a mere janitor to dare to sully the image of the student's dream girl. Such an affront could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 9. Defilement. It was destined to be an eventful day, as those within the cafeteria remained oblivious, while those entering were not so fortunate. What are you leering at? A towering student interposed himself before Li Ming. This student's physique matched Li Ming's, robust and imposing, with thick, raven-black brows and clad in a black tank top, his muscular arms exuding an aura of intimidation. Nothing, Li Ming stammered, feeling a twinge of guilt. Are you, perchance, harboring vile thoughts towards our esteemed beauty? The brawny student huffed, causing Lu Fei, who had been walking ahead, to halt in his tracks, a chill running through him. The student's words were artfully crafted, rendering Li Ming an adversary in the eyes of all present. What a world we live in, where even a janitor dares to defile our first beauty, came the mocking chorus. Indeed, it seems our Zhaoluo Mecha University is losing its charm. The malicious glee of onlookers ignited the flames of conflict, drawing out a dozen or so troublemakers who swiftly gathered around Li Ming, saturating the buffet with the scent of impending confrontation. I did not, Li Ming weakly protested, instinctively retreating a step. Having grown up in a poverty-stricken area, he lacked exposure to such spectacles and was quickly overwhelmed by the crowd, unaware that his faltering demeanor only exacerbated the situation. Humanity possesses an innate tendency to prey upon the weak. When a dog is down, the masses will seize the opportunity to pummel it, whereas if the dog fights back, many will hesitate, fearing retaliation. You didn't, the muscular student, sensing support, wore a triumphant expression. I did not. Li Ming frantically searched for Lu Fei amidst the throng, finally spotting him squeezing through. A wave of relief washed over him. The mere presence of Lu Fei instilled an inexplicable sense of security. To accuse without cause is to wield a weapon of deceit. Lu Fei stepped forward, his tone cool and collected. Strangely, the previously raucous cafeteria fell silent. Hundreds of eyes fixated on Lu Fei. Look everyone, justice has arrived. Justice has arrived. The brawny student erupted into laughter, shattering the stillness. Instantly, the cafeteria was filled with raucous mirth, as though witnessing a grand farce. Lu Fei raised his arm slightly, and silence enveloped the room once more, all eyes awaiting his words. You bully a janitor merely to showcase your bravado before women, yet fear you cannot handle it alone, thus dragging others into your folly. You are but a pitiful creature, a coward who preys on the weak. As Lu Fei's words echoed, several individuals took a step back. The potency of his statement was undeniable. Anyone who chose to stand with the brawny student at this juncture would surely earn the label of a cowardly bully. The tide of sentiment shifted dramatically. Within seconds, the crowd retreated, severing ties with the muscular student. I did not. The student's face flushed crimson, momentarily at a loss for words in light of Lu Fei's scathing remarks. If you truly believe he has defiled our first beauty, then you may challenge him. Lu Fei unveiled his trump card in the Zhaoluo star system. Due to prior engagements with extraterrestrial adversaries, a culture of martial valor had emerged. Thus, While the institution forbade clandestine brawls, students could formally request challenges to settle grievances, an honorable contest witnessed by thousands, where victory was celebrated and defeat acknowledged with grace. Yes, if you are displeased, challenge me. At this moment, Li Ming regained confidence, grinning maliciously at the muscular student. I guarantee I will leave you searching for your teeth. Why should I challenge him? The muscular student seethed with indignation, unwilling to fall into such a trap. After all, defeating a mere janitor would yield no honor, while a loss would be a lifelong disgrace. I hold you in utter contempt. With newfound bravado, Li Ming taunted the beleaguered student. The latter, now red with fury, glared at Li Ming, while the surrounding students who had once mocked him now bore expressions of amusement, further fueling the student's ire. Let us depart, Lu Fei remarked coolly, casting a glance at the student before taking Li Ming by the arm and leading him toward the exit. Very well, I challenge you. Lu Fei froze momentarily, taken aback that his mere indifference had ignited such fury in the student, provoking him to abandon reason. I accept your challenge. Hurry to the administration office and fill out the application form. Poor child, he laughed mockingly, as he and Li Ming strode away as the disdainful gazes of onlookers bore down upon him. The muscular student trembled with rage. This was a case of failing to catch the chicken and losing the rice. For not only had he failed to win Susu's favor, but he had also made a fool of himself in front of others. After all, challenging a janitor was hardly a matter of pride. While the chatter and speculation continued, Susu, the focal point of the incident, remained elegantly engrossed in her meal, her attention unwavering and impervious to the chaos surrounding her. The duality of circumstances often eludes perception. Susu's composure belied the turmoil within, as she remained acutely aware of the unfolding events, though she had not anticipated that the outcome would see two janitors triumph. As she turned her gaze toward the duo, all she discerned were their orange-hued silhouettes. Upon exiting the cafeteria, Lu Fei and Li Ming returned to the Mecha laboratory. Li Ming immediately immersed himself in the adrenaline-fueled realm of interstellar warfare, commanding legions with ease, swiftly forgetting his earlier troubles. In truth, he had not dwelled on the events that transpired. So long as there was no mob confrontation, Li Ming was fearless in facing any challenge, though the prospect of a brawl was hardly daunting, provided Lu Fei was by his side. However, lost in the virtual cosmos, Li Ming was soon pulled back into reality by Lu Fei's interjection. Chapter 10. Research Conundrums. Why have we yet to locate the microengine designated 1317? Lu Fei inquired urgently. The core of a mecha lies within its brain, while the engine serves as its heart. Lu Fei was acutely aware of the critical role an advanced engine plays in a mecha's functionality. Human capacity is finite, and the wealth of knowledge contained within any discipline is vast beyond comprehension. Many dedicated researchers devote their lives to mastering but a single field. Given this reality, most researchers opt to specialize, and the development of engines has spanned millennia, rendering the creation of a classic engine a task fraught with difficulty, as even the slightest modification is a formidable challenge. Having spent considerable time in the Mecha laboratory, Lu Fei possessed a modicum of understanding regarding engines. The microengine numbered 1317, in both form and size, defied his preconceived notions of auxiliary engines. The size of an engine is directly proportional to its power output, and miniaturization has always represented a pinnacle of scientific achievement. Throughout the annals of human mechanical civilization, each instance of engine downsizing signifies a monumental leap in technological advancement. The moment Lu Fei laid his eyes upon the miniature auxiliary engine, he was struck by the realization that this engine would usher in an unprecedented upheaval for the mechas. It is well understood that achieving a revolutionary breakthrough in the main engine of a mecha is an arduous task, leading many to focus their attention on the miniature auxiliary engine. Tio put it simply, the significance of the auxiliary engine is profound. When combatants engage in battle using the same model of main engine mechas, if one side's auxiliary engine can suddenly enhance a particular component's speed by 20% or even more, it becomes evident who will emerge victorious, much like wielding a cheat in a game. What left Lu Fei feeling utterly exasperated was the disappearance of the engine he had been so anxiously concerned about. He could not even locate it within the main control computer. Lu Fei felt a surge of frustration, as since discovering the miniature auxiliary engine, he had hardly any time to delve into it thoroughly. The schedule in the laboratory was strictly regulated, allowing only a window of free time during lunch. when both Lu Fei and Li Ming had the privilege to enter and exit the lab freely. 1317. How would I know? Wasn't it you who placed it there? Li Ming responded, his gaze fixed intently on the holographic screen, his fingers dancing across the control panel. Go on. Lu Fei gestured dismissively, feeling a twinge of despondency. He sensed that there would be no fruitful outcome from his inquiry, as someone like Li Ming, who held no affection for mechas, would certainly not concern himself with a diminutive auxiliary engine. Li Ming preferred warships, viewing mechas with disdain, as he found the prospect of commanding a fleet in the vastness of space far more exhilarating. His aspirations far exceeded Lu Fei's. He dreamt of one day leading a cosmic fleet, traversing the stars with unparalleled prowess. This particular noon was a tormenting one, further solidifying Lu Fei's resolve to gain admission to the Zayal Mecha University. The reasoning was simple. As a student of Zayal Mecha, he would possess the authority to utilize the holographic scanning system. If he could retain the holographic scanning data, he could take his time to study it. Although Lu Fei could move freely between the optical brain laboratory and the Mecha lab, he was actually unable to access the advanced equipment, as all high-end devices required specific permissions controlled by the school's main optical brain. And Lu Fei's rank was still far from sufficient. As Lu Fei wallowed in regret for not using the optical ruler to capture the fundamental data of the miniature auxiliary engine. The very engine that had consumed his thoughts lay quietly upon the desk in the principal's office, shimmering with an eerie metallic gleam. Within the spacious principal's office sat a soldier clad in military attire, accompanied by several teachers in uniforms, including Professor Yun from the Optical Brain Laboratory. The atmosphere was tense, with solemn expressions pervading the room, especially the soldier, whose cold demeanor exuded an air of military gravitas. Your Excellency, if the Marshal were to discover that our esteemed Zayal System's most renowned institution is such a dismal failure, I wonder if he would still continue to invest heavily here each year. The soldier spoke. General, the principal wiped the sweat from his brow, hesitating as he stammered, I believe such a conclusion is premature. The soldier scoffed, stating, Engine has been left in the laboratory for a full 36 hours. And aside from a janitor who tidied up, it has failed to attract any attention from the students. Are these truly your top students? But, the soldier's imposing presence radiated a weighty pressure, causing the principal to feel as though his shirt was soaked through. And his breath became labored. There are no buts. The 7-star regions may appear to coexist peacefully, but in reality, they are fraught with turbulence. Beyond the covert rivalries among interstellar warlords, various underground forces are also stirring. The Zayal star occupies a complex position, standing at the forefront of alien combat. Although the aliens have been suppressed to their home planet, we must allocate a substantial military presence to guard against their resurgence. It may seem that Zayal star is the most formidable military entity among the 7-star regions, yet in truth, it is the most vulnerable in this world. There is no room for excessive buts and excuses. Over a century ago, had it not been for soldiers who sacrificed their flesh and blood to establish a series of defenses, Zayal Mecha University would have long since been reduced to ashes. Should the Zayal system fall, it is likely that not a single egg would remain unbroken beneath the collapsed nest. General, there is one matter I have never quite understood. Why not obliterate the alien home planet? Eradicating the threat to Zayal once and for all? The principal asked weakly, his face a myriad of colors, red, white, and then a shade of blue. Destroy the alien home planet? The soldier looked at the principal as if he were a fool. If we had not known each other for years, I would genuinely doubt whether you are the head of Zayal Mecha University. Coughing awkwardly, the principal felt the sting of the soldier's sarcasm flush his face red. He bowed his head, hands fervently twisting, as if striving to suppress his emotions. Principal, while space may be vast and boundless, the planets truly habitable for humanity are exceedingly rare. Since humanity's technological civilization transcended spatial constraints, we have engaged in interstellar migration for nearly a millennium, traversing an era of universal exploration. Currently, there are fewer than 1,000 planets suitable for human habitation, many of which have been transformed through immense investment. The number of planets directly habitable by humans is scant. According to the data, the alien home planet rivals Earth, the cradle of human civilization, in its potential for habitation without any modifications, making it exceedingly precious and worthy of human attention. Moreover, I trust you are aware that during the era of interstellar migration, Zayal was inhabited by a fierce, intelligent species akin to humans, posing the greatest extraterrestrial threat. It took over 2 centuries for the first generation of settlers to completely eradicate those formidable original inhabitants. Had we followed your reasoning, Zayal would have been shattered into fragments hundreds of years ago, and thus, Zayal Mecha University would not exist today. Chapter 11. Scientific Challenges 2. Indeed, obliterating the alien home planet would undoubtedly free the Zayal system from future worries. However, humanity would lose a planet suitable for habitation. The principal, naturally, was unafraid of leaving a stain on history, but as decision-makers of the Zayal system, we must exercise caution. The principal opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from voicing a rebuttal. He was not ignorant of the general's reasoning. However, the alien threat had plagued the Zayal system for nearly 2 centuries, and humanity had been unable to completely eradicate the aliens. From a cost-benefit perspective, destroying the alien home planet was indeed the optimal choice, for with humanity's current technological prowess, obliterating a planet is far simpler than exterminating a horde of aliens. In truth, many shared the principal's sentiments. The alien home planet hung like a guillotine over the Zayal system. As long as the aliens remained, the people of the Zayal system could not enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Yet, such thoughts could only remain unvoiced. Any individual who dared to publicly advocate for the destruction of the alien home planet would instantly become a pariah among humanity, particularly those who had yet to experience the aliens' torment firsthand. I have other matters to attend to. In any case, I am giving you a year to conquer the scientific challenge of stabilizing the miniature auxiliary engine. Whether it be funding or equipment, you may contact me at any time. The Marshal will personally oversee the progress of your research. As for your proposal to establish a research team among the students, that suggestion has been dismissed. The students of Zayal Mecha are nothing but trash. Hemph! With a sharp huff, the soldier slammed the door behind him, causing the air within the principal's office to tremble. An extended silence enveloped the office, leaving both the principal and the gathered teachers wearing expressions of dejection. Undoubtedly, the soldier's final remark had wounded the pride of everyone present, as the students here were their students. To dismiss the students was to dismiss their efforts. Principal, from the holographic footage, Lu Fei appears to have a keen interest in the miniature auxiliary engine. Should we? Professor Yun broke the silence. Lu Fei? The principal faltered, as if recalling the name. The janitor responsible for maintaining the optical brain laboratory? He thought, absolutely not. I refuse to let others witness Zayal Mecha University's disgrace. Tens of thousands of students unable to produce a handful of talents, resorting to relying on a janitor. Moreover, what does a janitor know? I have seen the holographic footage. He merely conducted a cursory inspection and showed no particular interest. Enough of this. Let us sift through the faculty and establish a research group to tackle this challenge, ensuring utmost confidentiality. Understood, Principal. As twilight descended, the sunlight transformed into a warm orange hue, and a gentle rain swept through the sky, resembling countless falling ribbons illuminated by the sun. Standing by the laboratory window, Lu Fei gazed at the sky, recalling past experiences. Precious rain would grace the land in 3 days' time. He knew it was water captured from a comet. The Zayal star was an exceedingly arid planet, necessitating substantial investments each year to procure water resources from outer space. For reasons unknown, most of the teachers in the optical brain laboratory were absent today, and the students appeared particularly listless. With an hour and a half remaining until class was dismissed, the laboratory had become eerily empty. It seemed today would allow him to complete his work ahead of schedule. In the midst of contemplation, Lu Fei had already commenced his work. Initially, he maneuvered an intelligent cleaning vehicle to rid the glass of dust. The vehicle's nanofilter vacuum glided swiftly above the glass, with the cleaning nanoparticles vibrating rapidly in the center, rendering the surface immaculate and flawless in its clarity. Upon completing the vacuuming task, he proceeded to sweep the floor, employing a mechanical device resembling an octopus. This machinery boasted numerous resilient mechanical arms, capable of adjusting their angles with ease. The tips of these arms were powerful oil stain collectors, adept at effortlessly tackling any dirt encountered. There was someone, in a corner of the laboratory. A curly-haired beauty named Su Zijing was engrossed in testing the optical sensors on a mecha model. Data streamed down the holographic display, indicating an ongoing testing process. She was the renowned first beauty of Zhuer Mecha University. Observing her cascading hair that fell to her waist and her graceful silhouette, Lu Fei hesitated for a moment before steering the cleaning vehicle to another area. He wished to avoid any form of interaction with this woman, as the incident that had befallen Li Ming earlier served once more to validate the adage that women are a source of trouble. 15 minutes later, Lu Fei found himself standing behind Su Zijing. Having completed all other tasks in the laboratory except for the area she was working in, he lingered for less than a minute before approaching her. He did not wish to squander time in this place. His true interest lay in the Mecha laboratory. With time on his hands, he felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of delving into some intriguing Mecha research. Apologies. Lu Fei stood a meter behind Su Zijing. Excuse me, may I interrupt? Seemingly lost in her work, Su Zijing showed no reaction, prompting Lu Fei to step closer and raise his voice. What are you doing? Su Zijing suddenly awoke, startled to find Lu Fei nearly at her back. She jumped up from her chair, instinctively glancing around, and noticed that the vast laboratory was now empty save for her and the cleaning worker. Her face betraying a hint of panic. I'm not doing anything, merely reminding you that class is over. Lu Fei stepped back, maintaining a distance from her. He felt an odd sensation emanating from the peculiar fragrance she exuded. And what of that? Su Zijing, relieved at his retreat, inquired. You may leave now, that's so, but there is still over an hour until class officially ends, she remarked, frowning at the time displayed on her holographic device. They have all departed, Lu Fei replied expressionlessly. Do you want me to leave? Su Zijing asked, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Yes, Lu Fei nodded. Cough, cough. Taken aback by Lu Fei's direct response, Su Zijing quickly coughed to mask her surprise. However, I still have tests to complete. My apologies. She composed herself, her smile fading to an air of aloofness as she resumed her seat. Lu Fei opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. It will be ready soon. Observing Lu Fei's dazed expression, Su Zijing felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Unbeknownst to her, she was accustomed to being surrounded by admirers, rarely encountering someone like Lu Fei who treated her with indifference. Witnessing his discomfort brought her a sense of delight, a phenomenon well explained by psychology. Chapter 12. The embroidery needle. Before long, Su Zijing had forgotten Lu Fei's presence, fully engrossed once more in her testing. Time passed slowly, and Lu Fei remained as still as a statue behind her. Excuse me, I must interrupt. After 20 minutes had elapsed without any apparent progress from Su Zijing, Lu Fei could no longer contain himself. For him, this was a significant waste of time. He had been taught that wasting time was akin to seeking one's demise. Lu Fei held a strong sense of time management, ensuring that everything was meticulously arranged. Never allowing a moment to be squandered. Though not disturb me, Su Zijing abruptly interjected, her mood evidently sour. This was her 23rd attempt at testing the optical path, yet she could not ascertain the source of the malfunction. Optical circuit resistance primarily hinges upon the contact resistance between the circuit breaker's dynamic and static contacts. The existence of contact resistance increases the loss in the conductor during operation, elevating the temperature at the contact point, which directly influences the current carrying capacity during normal operation and, to some extent, affects the short-circuit current interruption capability. Consequently, the resistance test values for each conductive circuit of the circuit breaker represent crucial data for installation, maintenance, and quality inspection. Su Zijing stared at Lu Fei, disbelief etched across her face. I wouldn't mind assisting you with your testing, Lu Fei offered, seeking her approval. However, he had already unceremoniously pulled Su Zijing and her chair aside, his hands dancing rhythmically across the main control panel of the holographic device. The indicator lights on the apparatus flickered incessantly, and data cascaded down the holographic screen with fervor. 2 minutes later, a copy of the optical path data report was ejected from the machine. All done, you may leave. Su Zijing remained seated, awestruck. Had it not been for the physical report in her hands, she would scarcely believe what had just occurred. A task that had consumed her an entire afternoon had been resolved by this cleaning worker in a mere 2 minutes. Instinctively, she pinched her finger, feeling the pain confirm her reality. After all, she was a top student. As she observed Lu Fei diligently operating the cleaning equipment, an inexplicable sense of defeat washed over her, severely bruising her self-esteem. You may leave. Just as Su Zijing was lost in her feelings of inadequacy, Lu Fei had completed the cleaning task. She vacantly exited the laboratory, effectively dismissed by Lu Fei. Upon her departure, he promptly shut the laboratory's steel gate, heading straight for the adjacent Mecha laboratory, leaving Su Zijing standing alone in the chilly metallic corridor, dazed. What Su Zijing thought was of no concern to Lu Fei. His focus was solely on the mechas in the laboratory. In his eyes, Su Zijing, the first beauty of Zhuer Mecha University, paled in comparison to the allure of the composite armor plates. Similar to the holographic laboratory, the larger Mecha laboratory was now desolate, save for Li Ming, who was busy operating some unloading equipment. Fei Gu, you arrived just in time. Handle it yourself. I have matters to attend to. Okay. Though Li Ming was displeased, he had no choice but to acquiesce, as he now had ample time to spare. Lu Fei made a beeline for a striking blue mecha that had recently arrived. He had longed to examine it, and today he finally seized the opportunity. The mecha stood 11 meters tall, slightly shorter than the standard 12-meter models typically used by humans. Its exposed barrel hinted that it was not a civilian model, but rather a long-range combat mecha. However, it appeared rather delicate, lacking the menacing and robust appearance characteristic of Zhuer star system combat mechas, evoking an overall sense of lightness. Clearly, this was not a mainstream mecha from the Zhuer star system. Although the technological civilizations of the 7 major star systems all originated from Mother Earth, the era of interstellar migration and the current fragmentation into military factions had given rise to a vibrant array of mechanical cultures. As one of humanity's favored humanoid weapons, mechas naturally exhibited diverse characteristics, influenced by the distinct environments and aesthetics of each star system. Among the 7 star systems, the Zhuer star system, being in proximity to the alien star, showcased a particularly fierce style in its combat mechas. Compared to those from the other 6 star systems, Zhuer mechas were generally larger in both weight and size. Lu Fei's familiarity with mechas was limited to those from the Zhuer star system, as his financial circumstances had made it difficult to access mechas from other star systems. Additionally, the laboratories at Zhuer Mecha University rarely featured mechas from other systems, leading to a narrow understanding of mecha technology. This seemingly ethereal blue mecha bore numerous scars. A clean cut marred its right mechanical arm, severing the lower section and exposing the intricate optical pathways within. A gaping wound marred the cockpit, allowing a glimpse of the main control panel inside. Undoubtedly, this was a mecha that had endured fierce battles. Remembering the cautionary tale of the miniature auxiliary engine, Lu Fei hesitated not at all, seizing a light gauge and recorder as he ascended to the cockpit of the mecha. Data from any mecha could be obtained from its main control holographic device. The challenge lay in the fact that access permissions were set for these devices, meaning not just anyone could retrieve the core data. However, much of the data was indeed accessible on the holographic interface. What a lavish cockpit! Upon entering, Lu Fei was immediately struck with astonishment, compared to the rudimentary style employed in the Zhuer star system. This cockpit could only be described as extravagant. The spacious and comfortable genuine leather driver's seat, complemented by a large holographic screen and a multifunctional holographic scanning system, along with an all-encompassing hydraulic protection system, a manual automatic transmission, and an array of amenities including a refrigerator, an oven, and a life support system. It is nothing short of a mobile sanctuary, rather than merely a combat mech. Moreover, when compared to the rudimentary mech manufacturing techniques of the Zhaoyang Galaxy, the craftsmanship of this mech is undeniably superior. At a mere glance, even Lu Fei, who humbly considers himself an amateur, could discern that this combat mech's manufacturing quality is far ahead of its Zhaoyang counterparts. Of course, its combat capabilities remain to be evaluated. Aesthetically pleasing design and practicality are two disparate matters. Judging by Lu Fei's discerning eye, this mech should excel in agility. However, it exhibits a significant shortcoming in defense compared to the mainstream mechs of the Zhaoyang Galaxy. Its armor is evidently designed to be exceedingly thin, rendering it vulnerable to potentially fatal blows upon impact. Due to its weight, it boasts impressive short-range explosive power, yet its limited capacity to carry sufficient energy reserves severely hampers its long-range capabilities, placing it at a disadvantage in contemporary space battles, which often span hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Chapter 13. The Needle of Embroidery, 111-2. In fact, the severed mechanical arm and the gruesome injuries visible within the cockpit have substantiated Lu Fei's conjecture. The likelihood of a critical breach in such a vital area as the cockpit is exceedingly low in the mechs of the Zhaoyang Galaxy, as every model is constructed with unwavering attention to the armor protecting the cockpit. Despite the cockpit suffering violent damage, with bloodstains marring the driver's seat, its internal structure remains largely intact, and the optical brain is operable. Lu Fei, with little time to spare, promptly copied the data from the optical brain using his recorder. Regrettably, the core data was encrypted, limiting him to basic information. Nevertheless, he found this satisfactory, as it spared him the trouble of laboriously measuring the mech's height and weight, thanks to the preliminary data provided by the optical brain. Lu Fei could intuitively grasp the mech's fundamental structure and performance. Before long, Lu Fei confirmed that this was a mech originating from the Panga galaxy, bearing a rather peculiar and intricate name. The Needle of Embroidery, 111. This mech is notably advanced, and the data indicates that its scanning system is at least a decade, if not more, ahead of that of the Zhaoyang Galaxy in the vast expanse of interstellar warfare. Whether in starships or combat mechs, possessing an advanced scanning system equates to gaining the initiative in battle. The engine power of the Needle of Embroidery, 111, is formidable, with a maximum speed nearly 20% faster than the mainstream mechs of the Zhaoyang Galaxy. This is a remarkable figure, considering that the development of any mech's main engine has undergone centuries of evolution, with minimal disparities among the 7 major galaxies. Achieving even a 1-second increase in speed is a notable accomplishment. Certainly, the exceptional speed of the Needle of Embroidery, 111, is largely attributable to its powerful engine, but it comes at the cost of armor protection, a sacrifice Lu Fei deems unwise. Another aspect of the Needle of Embroidery, 111, that astonished Lu Fei was the multitude of sensors distributed across its frame. For reference, an eagle-eye reconnaissance drone typically features merely 6 sensors. The extensive array of sensors on this mech indicates significant advancements in sensor technology within the Panga galaxy, if we adhere to the principle that more sensors on reconnaissance vessels equate to higher value. It is clear that this mech possesses extraordinary worth. As time elapsed, Lu Fei became engrossed in examining the function and material of each component of the mech. Having a deep understanding of wood carving art, Lu Fei recognized that, regardless of whether it pertains to wood carving or mech construction, the value hinges on the quality of the materials used, given equivalent craftsmanship. Over the past several months immersed in wood carving, he has acutely felt the significance of materials. A sculpture crafted from exquisite rosewood can possess a value exponentially greater than that made from ordinary materials, in comparison to the requirements for wood carving. The standards for materials in combat mechs are even more stringent. A mech utilizing high-quality alloy armor plates is assuredly more likely to survive on the battlefield than one made with standard metal armor, a fact beyond dispute. Due to insufficient authority, Lu Fei was unable to employ a mobile advanced metal analyzer. Thus, he resorted to scraping metal powder from the mech's components with an alloy blade, subsequently analyzing it with a metal analyzer. The data revealed that the materials of the Needle of Embroidery, 111, are rather mediocre. Aside from a few critical components utilizing rare metals, nothing particularly remarkable stands out. If this mech were representative of the mainstream models from the Panlong Galaxy, it would imply that the Panlong Galaxy has lagged behind the Zhaoyang Galaxy in metal research and applications by at least 2 decades. Lu Fei, someone is coming, came the urgent call from Li Meng beneath the mech. Lu Fei hesitated not a moment, swiftly descending from the cockpit with agility, remembering to power down the optical brain before leaving. Just then, as Lu Fei's feet touched the ground, a group of stern-faced men in suits strode in, completely oblivious to Lu Fei, who was clad in a janitorial uniform. They immediately employed equipment to haul away the Needle of Embroidery, 111, with swift efficiency, their movements precise and devoid of hesitation. Indicative of their rigorous training, in no time, the group of men vanished with the mech, leaving Lu Fei staring blankly at the now vacant space where the mech had been. What's wrong? Li Meng approached him with a questioning look. It's nothing. Let us go, Lu Fei sighed, relieved that he had foresight enough to copy the basic data of the Needle of Embroidery, 111, with his recorder. Just as Lu Fei and Li Meng finished tidying up in preparation for departure, within the main control room of Zhaoyang Mech University, a cadre of scientists was replaying the holographic footage of Lu Fei's examination of the Needle of Embroidery, 111, in the mech laboratory. The holographic footage provided a comprehensive view, clearly capturing every move Lu Fei made as he entered the lab. Perhaps due to the angle of the footage, Lu Fei appeared rather furtive, ceaselessly climbing up and down the mech. Seemingly engrossed in his task, is he analyzing the metal composition? Inquired a distinguished scientist, his features refined and his hair graying. If a student were to enter the main control room at that moment, they would be taken aback, for this venerable scientist was none other than the paragon of mech science within the Zhaoyang Galaxy and the realm of mechs, If he claimed second place, none would dare assert first. He stood as the sole master-level scientist in the field of mech technology in the Zhaoyang galaxy, and among the 7 major star regions, only 11 individuals are recognized as masters in mech studies, a testament to the prestige of such an accolade. In truth, anyone esteemed as a master in any field must possess remarkable achievements and contributions, universally acknowledged and respected. Achieving mastery in the field of mechs entails accomplishments that are beyond the comprehension of the average person. As this domain encompasses an extensive array of industries, the study of metallurgy and optical technology alone can consume a lifetime of research, let alone the profound expertise required in mechanical manufacturing. Within the militaristic families of the 7 major star regions, possessing a master-level scientist is a crucial indicator of strength, particularly regarding space exploration and weapon development. Their worth is beyond monetary measure. Even within the realm of the arts, reaching master status guarantees fervent admiration from the public across any star region, with authorities extending the highest level of reception. Should one attain the revered position of a sculptor like Rodin, they would undoubtedly receive personal attention from royalty and military leaders alike, dining with Rodin being tantamount to elevating one's artistic stature, an endeavor pursued with enthusiasm by any authority figure, for no one wishes to be labeled a parvenu. Chapter 14. The Thief of Zhaoyang Mech University. The elderly gentleman bore an unremarkable name. Wang Yifu.it. Could be said that the influence of Wang Yifu is palpable in every mech across the Zhaoyang star region. Wang Yifu has seldom appeared in the public eye. The only holographic image of him circulating in the Interstellar network was from 50 years ago during a joint mech exhibition held by the 7 major star regions. Many who had never seen Wang Yifu's hologram would envision him as a rugged, imposing scientist, given the fierce and wild appearance of any combat mech associated with him. Had they encountered Wang Yifu in his current, refined demeanor, they would certainly be taken aback. Indeed, he is analyzing the metal composition, old Wang, said a middle-aged instructor, his expression one of deep respect. What is the reason? Old Wang queried, a look of confusion crossing his face. Currently, we cannot speculate. Why not review the holographic footage from the cockpit of the Needle of Embroidery, 111? Old Wang inquired, cough. Due to insufficient time. Insufficient time? Old Wang frowned. Old Wang, the Needle of Embroidery, 111 is far too precious. Without the General's orders, we dare not, stammered a young scientist. Forget it. Do you have any objections? Old Wang sighed softly, fully aware of the military's authority in the eyes of these ordinary people. Old Wang, we have carefully selected the most outstanding students from Zhaoluo Mecha University to assist you in overcoming this technical challenge. Here is the list. The young scientist handed Old Wang a pristine list. Su Zijing, Wu Yuan, Wang Yizhou, by the way. What is the name of that cleaner? Old Wang inquired, casting a quick glance at the list. Lu Fei. Why is his name absent? Old Wang's gaze fell once more upon the list, a hint of dissatisfaction creeping into his tone as he failed to find Lu Fei's name. Well, Old Wang, he is merely a cleaner from the slums, with no formal education. Then how do you explain his repeated climbing of the Mecha? Old Wang interjected. The Xiuhuazhen, Model 111 Mecha has been left at your esteemed school for 36 hours, and he is the only one who has shown any interest in it. Old Wang snorted disdainfully. Ahem, Old Wang, the primary reason no students are interested in the Xiuhuazhen, Model 111 Mecha is due to the brief time available, compounded by its dilapidated appearance, which fails to attract the students' interest. That is also a reason. Old Wang remarked with a knowing smile. The young scientist wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that his explanation fell short. Let us not pursue this matter further. Remember, we do not need students who merely memorize facts. Well, you may explain why that cleaner repeatedly climbed the Mecha. Old Wang, our analysis suggests that this cleaner was attempting to scrape off the metal from the Mecha using an alloy blade, subsequently analyzing its composition with a metal analyzer. Why would he want to analyze the metal composition? Based on past experience, Lu Fei's analysis of the metal composition likely indicates an intention to steal the valuable metals from the Mecha. As he has a history of theft, stealing valuable metals, a criminal record, Old Wang was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. Indeed, all of this is verifiable. Over the past 2 years, holographic recordings detail that Lu Fei has stolen from the Optical Brain Laboratory and the Mecha Laboratory a total of 93 times. The hypothesis that he uses the metal analyzer to facilitate theft is not without merit, I see. Well, that's unfortunate. Old Wang lamented, initially hoping to discover an unrefined gem, only to find a mere thief intent on stealing precious metals. Old Wang, regarding this list, let us proceed with this list. There are no alternatives now. I'm getting old, indeed. Old Wang mused, examining the list in his hand with a bittersweet smile. The group of scientists surrounding Old Wang collectively exhaled in relief. Their expressions visibly lightened. Each one understood that while the pretense was to tackle a scientific challenge, Old Wang's visit was, in reality, a military commission to cultivate a new generation of successors. It was widely acknowledged that entering Old Wang's tutelage would guarantee a promising future. Undoubtedly, the bright prospects for the students also meant a rise in prestige for Jialuo Mecha University, momentarily alleviating fears of being supplanted by Asia Mecha University.as, the second-tier university in the Jialuo galaxy. Asia Mecha University had always posed a latent threat to Jialuo Mecha University. Historically, Asia Mecha University held a superior position, having existed long before humanity entered the Interstellar era, boasting formidable faculty. However, due to catastrophic assaults from extraterrestrial beings during the war, Asia Mecha University had fallen from the ranks of a first-rate institution to a second-rate one. Nonetheless, in recent decades, Asia University had experienced rapid growth, directly threatening Jialuo Mecha University's standing in the Jialuo star domain. Old Wang's selection of disciples signified that for the foreseeable decades, Asia Mecha University would be unable to disrupt Jialuo Mecha University's dominance in the Jialuo galaxy, as Old Wang's choices could directly influence military decisions. This was beyond dispute. All right, everyone, adhering to the traditions of Jialuo Mecha University, I will personally visit to provide guidance. Though the timing remains uncertain, I hope you will be understanding. Old Wang, you may come whenever it is convenient for you. Thank you, Old Wang. Very well, let us proceed. Please inform those on this list that while I may not be able to teach daily, I will offer guidance through the Interstellar Network. Thank you, Old Wang. I will notify them. Farewell, everyone. Safe travels, Old Wang. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Old Wang departed, flanked by heavily armed guards exuding a formidable presence. Just as Old Wang stepped through the door, another steel gate in the control room swung open, and the principal entered with a grim expression, instantly casting a somber atmosphere over the space. Why has Lu Fei not been expelled despite his 93 instances of theft from the laboratory? Clearly, the principal had been monitoring the conversation in the control room via the surveillance system. Well, it doesn't quite warrant expulsion. The middle-aged teacher wiped the sweat from his brow once more. 93 times and it doesn't warrant expulsion? The principal snorted, clearly unimpressed by the teacher's explanation. The situation is somewhat complex. Here is the list of stolen items over the past 2 years and the timestamps for each theft, along with the holographic recordings. The middle-aged teacher appeared at a loss for words and decided to activate the control hologram. The holographic screen displayed the sequence of Lu Fei's first theft, the visuals crystal clear, revealing a youthful Lu Fei. Chapter 15. Management of the Mecha University Stop. Within less than 3 minutes, the principal could no longer contain his outrage, as the recordings from 2 years ago began to play rapidly. Although it was a mere 3 minutes, it felt like an eternity. The holographic footage revealed not a hint of Lu Fei's furtive theft. Instead, it depicted him brazenly exiting the laboratory with stolen items, encountering security personnel with an air of nonchalance, far from the demeanor of a petty thief. Retrieve the list of stolen items, the principal commanded curtly. Yes, a lengthy inventory promptly appeared on the holographic screen, densely packed and alarming. 1 Standard Type 3 screw, 1 optical brain circuit, 1 sensor tail support. Excellent, excellent. Even a piece of high-quality alloy steel number 117. Remarkably, there's also an electric transmission control rod. Just this alone could imprison him for a lifetime. Ha! Oh, Lu Fei, my dear adopted son, I've given you ample face. Don't blame me for being ruthless this time. Ha ha! The crowd exchanged bewildered glances as the principal, who had initially appeared furious, suddenly burst into hearty laughter, seemingly delighted. Principal! The middle-aged teacher called out cautiously. Oh! The principal snapped back to reality from his fit of laughter. No worries, no worries. Call the police and arrange for several people to prevent Lu Fei from escaping. Principal! The middle-aged teacher stammered, his expression betraying his discomfort. Is there a problem? The principal frowned, inquiring further. Well, actually, Lu Fei is not a thief. Why is that? Because all those items are documented as waste by the control hologram. Lu Fei merely took away items that were destined for the trash, as a cleaner. He has that right. Ah, I see. The principal's face fell, disappointment etched upon it as he asked, "Then why did you label him a thief in front of old Wang?" Principal, Su Zijing is a designated individual from the military. Wu Yuan's father donated 50 million Jiaoluo coins for high-precision optical control lathes to the school, and Wang Yidan is your. Enough, I understand. Are there no surplus slots available? All slots have been predetermined. No one can be offended. There are truly no extra slots. The middle-aged man cast a glance around the room, lowering his voice. Well, it has come to this. There is no turning back. I, who once held lofty ideals and was clear-minded, find myself as the principal embroiled in this power struggle, neglecting research. Alas, it seems there is truth in that saying. Those who engage in research should not take on management roles, since becoming this ridiculous principal. I have become mired in political machinations, forsaking my scientific pursuits. It appears this sentiment holds merit. Old Wang is quite disappointed. In truth, how many outstanding students have entered the laboratory during these 36 hours? I believe everyone is well aware. The principal sighed heavily. The group immediately lowered their heads, clearly aware that they were both participants and beneficiaries of the situation. Yet, as engineers and scientists dedicated to the advancement of humanity's intellect, they still harbored a sense of shame deep within. The principal's words elicited expressions of remorse from the gathered crowd that, of course, while shame was felt, actions would still be taken. For this matter extended beyond Old Wang's succession training. It entailed numerous power struggles and was crucial to the future development of Jiaoluo Mecha University. Under-the-table dealings were inevitable. In truth, Jiaoluo Mecha University's status as a premier institution in the Jiaoluo Star domain was bolstered by military backing. Otherwise, it would have been surpassed by Asia Mecha University decades ago. Let us disperse, the principal sighed once more. After all, they had committed a grave misdeed, and the atmosphere among the crowd was noticeably somber as they bowed their heads and departed. However, we are already significantly ahead of the Asian Mecha University with the backing of the government. In terms of research and student development, we must not lag behind, for this is the very foundation of our institution. Although we have already provided a list to Elder Wang, the initiative remains in our hands. We can organize a group to assist Elder Wang, allowing a select number of outstanding students to benefit from the master's teachings, which would serve as a form of recompense and ease our conscience somewhat. Understood, Principal. A middle-aged man responded, his spirits lifted, and the expressions of others brightened with excitement. In truth, every individual present felt the weight of considerable pressure. In recent decades, the Asian Mecha University has undergone bold personnel reforms, boasting faculty and student recruitment capabilities that now rival those of Zhaoyang Mecha University. The educational ethos and the spirit of scientific inquiry have flourished, with the students' academic environment subtly edging past that of Zhaoyang Mecha University. Conversely, Zhaoyang Mecha University suffers from bureaucratic bloat and a severe case of elitism, leading to a dwindling number of hardworking students. The overall academic atmosphere has become quite dismal, and Zhaoyang Mecha University's students have become synonymous with decline, losing their allure to exceptional students. This decline has severely constrained the institution's development, and if this situation persists, Zhaoyang Mecha University's advantages will vanish in the coming decades. Aside from retaining a slight edge in faculty strength, Zhaoyang Mecha University has been rapidly caught up by the Asian Mecha University in many fields, particularly in the Inter-Student Mecha Challenge, where Zhaoyang has placed second for 3 consecutive years. The annual Zhaoyang Galaxy Mecha Challenge will occur at the end of the summer break, and should Zhaoyang Mecha University face defeat again at the hands of the Asian Mecha University, it would be utterly indefensible. Moreover, there exists an even greater pressure than that from the Asian Mecha University, which has instilled a sense of crisis within the school's management. This year, Zhaoyang Mecha University has slipped from 8th to 11th place in the rankings of the 7-star regions, falling out of the top 10. This decline is primarily attributable to the military's increasingly stringent stance towards Zhaoyang Mecha University, in this era of warlord factions vying for control over the starry expanse. The rankings of educational institutions reflect the power struggles among these warlords. As each school is backed by a force of influence, a higher ranking signifies not only superior technological capabilities, but also greater overall strength behind the institution. Thus, every star region spares no effort in supporting its higher education establishments. Amidst internal competition and external pressures, the management of Zhaoyang Mecha University does not enjoy the seemingly carefree and illustrious facade perceived by outsiders. Many senior officials have developed anxiety disorders due to the immense stress. The management, including the principal, is striving for reform. However, the ingrained bureaucratic tendencies and the complex web of interpersonal relationships hinder any genuine change. Just like this initiative to cultivate a successor for Elder Wang, the moment the news leaked, calls poured in from the education, finance, and government departments, alongside the intimidating military, confirming that the list had already been finalized before any public announcement. This is an unalterable reality, for offending any of these departments is not an option. Chapter 16. Mecha couple in this precarious climate, however, reform is indeed progressing, albeit at a barely perceptible pace. The act of privately organizing a group of top students to approach Elder Wang is but a small attempt to alter the status quo. Cultivating exceptional talents for society is the very essence of a school's mission. Lu Fei was unaware that he had brought home a piece of refuse that could have led him into serious trouble. By this time, he had already returned home early. Unlike his usual habit of carving wooden sculptures to complete the form of a majestic eagle, Lu Fei instead transferred data from the recorder into his makeshift light brain. Had the principal seen this machine, he would have immediately recognized that the vast majority of its components were from the stolen inventory list. After inputting the recorder's data, Lu Fei began to examine the information copied from the Xiuhua Needle, 111 Mecha. During his time in the Mecha laboratory, he had devoted most of his hours to analyzing mecha and metal, neglecting the information stored within the light brain, believing he could study it at his leisure once home. The basic information and data of the Xiuhua Needle, 111 materialized on the small holographic screen, but the cramped quarters of the modified mecha cockpit provided little space for a clear projection. Due to permission restrictions, the recorder contained little of intrigue. Most of the data Lu Fei had already gleaned during his analysis of metal composition, leaving him rather disinterested. Battle records? Lu Fei's heart raced as he flipped through the directory. Discovering that the recorder contained holographic battle footage captured by the Xiuhua Needle, 111, his heart tightened with excitement as he realized the significance of this discovery. Having lived within mechas since childhood, Lu Fei had never truly engaged in mecha combat, and even viewing clips had only ever been in the form of edited performances. From the battered exterior of the Xiuhua Needle, 111, Lu Fei could ascertain it had endured fierce battles. The mecha had activated its holographic recording function during combat. Praying fervently, Lu Fei activated the holographic footage, noting that the recording had been active for over a month, indicating that the mecha's owner had not cleared its data in quite some time. Lu Fei exhibited great patience, opting not to fast forward but to review the footage in chronological order. Perhaps due to the mecha's dynamic state during recording, the captured data was somewhat unclear, and the imagery appeared hazy. Moreover, much of the footage was set against the backdrop of the vast expanse of space, where a mecha resembling the Xiuhua Needle, 111 frequently appeared. This mecha appeared more feminine, with a delicate and elegant design, featuring a blue and white color scheme that was strikingly unique. For the majority of the time, the two mechas practiced shooting amidst the cosmic vastness, occasionally engaging in close combat. However, most of the footage showcased their playful antics among the asteroids, illustrating an ideal blend of learning and leisure. Such incredible speed. As Lu Fei watched the blue and white mecha soaring through space at astonishing velocity, he was not only amazed by its speed but also its remarkable agility. In the treacherous asteroid field, the blue and white mecha moved with an ease that suggested mastery over its environment. Even Lu Fei, who was entirely oblivious to matters of romance, could discern that the pilot of the blue and white mecha was likely in a relationship with the pilot of the Xiuhua Needle, 111. Much of the holographic footage captured their playful sparring, and the affection between them was palpable on the screen. Occasionally, a massive black interstellar battleship appeared, presumably the mothership of the Xiuhua Needle, 111. However, due to the angle and the dynamic nature of the footage, the recorded images were rendered vague, obscuring the battleship's identification and insignia, leaving its origin undetermined. Yet, given that the Xiuhua Needle hailed from the Pangu Star region, Lu Fei conjectured that the battleship likely belonged to the same domain. Lu Fei lost track of time, completely absorbed in the breathtaking maneuvers displayed on the screen. Though he had never piloted a mecha, he understood that one of the greatest challenges in mecha piloting lay in executing swift maneuvers. as even a modicum of understanding of physics reveals that rapid changes in direction can induce a state of mental blankness and physical strain on the body. Without proper training, piloting a mecha is akin to a seasick individual attempting to navigate a ship. The pilot of the Xiaohua Needle, 111, appeared to excel in interstellar sniping. Amidst the dense asteroid field, the two engaged in a perilous game of sniping, the danger of which far exceeded external assumptions. In the event of an external attack on the asteroid field, a chain reaction could ensue, resulting in chaotic asteroid collisions capable of obliterating any entity in their path, even forcing interstellar battleships to steer clear. The two mechas weave through the asteroid field, exchanging shots with dazzling beams of light. Through the visual perspective of the Xiaohua Needle, 111, Lu Fei felt an immersive sense of presence in the unfolding drama. The shooting skills and timing of the two individuals instilled a sense of dread in Lu Fei, who was unfamiliar with interstellar sniping. Amidst the chaotic turbulence of overlapping meteors, even the slightest miscalculation could result in catastrophe. Yet, it was precisely within this perilous environment that the duo nonchalantly obliterated one meteor after another, seemingly reveling in the thrill of the hunt. Suddenly, the holographic image shook violently, as if a tremendous explosion had occurred near the flower needle. In the silent expanse of space, where sound cannot propagate, Lu Fei could only deduce the surrounding conditions from the holographic display. What had caused the explosion? Lu Fei pondered, noting that the blue and white mech had not fired a shot. It was, in fact, evading behind a colossal meteor, its movements graceful and devoid of any signs of having engaged in combat. Simultaneously, several blinding beams of light pierced through the void, akin to swords striking the massive meteor that the blue and white mech was fleeing towards. Weaving an immense web of light in Lu Fei's stunned gaze, the meteor erupted, sending a shower of debris soaring in all directions. In that moment, the previously tranquil space descended into chaos, as the disturbed meteor stream clashed violently, creating a chain reaction that made the cosmos resemble an apocalyptic scene. Chapter 17. The Fierce Battle. 1. In truth, sound does not travel in the vacuum of space. The holographic images captured from it were devoid of audio. However, the violent impacts generated a vortex that made Lu Fei feel as though he was experiencing a tremendous sonic boom. The flower needle, 111, had not fired, and even if it had, it would never target such a massive meteor. When the mechs began their playful engagement, they targeted only the smaller fragments that, when destroyed, would not contribute to the meteor stream. Clearly, the blue and white mech was under attack from an unidentified armed force. As the blue and white mech found itself in dire straits, the pilot of the flower needle, 111, seemed to lose composure, frantically maneuvering amidst the oncoming meteor stream in a desperate attempt to close in on the blue and white mech. The holographic image wobbled violently, indicating that, amidst the chaos, the mech's optical brain was struggling to analyze the situation, resulting in a disordered array of black and white lines. Lu Fei activated the optical brain filter, causing the holographic image to only restore a vague outline. Yet, within the frame, he could discern numerous black combat mechs, an impressive assembly, numbering in the dozens, forming a tightening encirclement as they aimed to capture the blue and white mech. Gazing at the menacing black mechs, Lu Fei's pupils constricted sharply, akin to pinholes. They were the Predator long-range combat mechs from the Zor system. Lu Fei was all too familiar with this model, as it was the most frequently encountered mech in the school's simulated interstellar games, favored for its exceptional extraterrestrial flight capabilities among space combat enthusiasts. The pilot of the flower needle, 111, regained composure, and the holographic image stabilized. A blinding beam of light shot forth, igniting a fierce orange explosion as one of the predators was struck. The flower needle, 111, commenced its signature sniping, utilizing the cover of the meteors to deftly evade incoming lasers. The surrounding meteor stream indicated that a formidable barrage was being unleashed upon it. Under the nimble, evasive maneuvers of the flower needle, 111, beams of light erupted in the night sky, each representing the specter of death, either striking the engine compartment or directly hitting the cockpit. A hit to the engine would result in an immediate, dazzling conflagration, while a shot to the cockpit would leave behind a floating wreckage in the vastness of space, a harrowing sight amidst the meteors. A chill ran down Lu Fei's spine. The shooting accuracy of the flower needle, 111, was terrifying, boasting a hit rate exceeding 80%. This meant that out of every 10 shots fired, at least 8 found their mark. Achieving such precision in the complex environment of space was enough to astonish any interstellar sniper. In just over 20 minutes, the Flower Needle 111 had downed 9 predators, and the casualties were still mounting. What an extraordinary marksman! What a fearsome Flower Needle 111! Lu Fei was well acquainted with the mech rankings of the Zor system. While the Predator was not the pinnacle of their technology, it ranked among the top 10 in combat prowess. If anyone claimed a single mech could eliminate 9 predators, Lu Fei would not believe it, even under duress. The holographic scanning capability of the Flower Needle 111 was indeed formidable. Watching the flames flickering in the cosmos, Lu Fei felt a pang of sorrow for the predators, which, faced with the speed and scanning superiority of the Flower Needle 111, were akin to fish on a chopping block, helplessly awaiting their fate. Suddenly, Lu Fei sensed that the Flower Needle 111's speed had seemingly diminished, its firing frequency significantly lowered, and its evasive maneuvers less pronounced. The mech's flight posture appeared to shift into an energy-saving mode. It was evident that the encirclement was tightening, and its rate of fire was decreasing. Lu Fei realized that as long as it continued firing, the predators could not possibly close in. What was the problem? Energy depletion? In a flash, Lu Fei identified the issue. The high-frequency firing and intense evasive actions had drained the Flower Needle 111's energy reserves alarmingly, coupled with the energy expended during its playful skirmish with the blue and white mech. Its power was now critically low. In truth, Lu Fei had suspected energy insufficiency the moment he first laid eyes on the Flower Needle 111. Suddenly, the previously silent holographic image emitted a rapid alarm, signaling that energy levels had reached a critical threshold. By standard protocol, the mech could no longer utilize energy weapons and had to conserve energy to avoid becoming stranded in the vastness of space. Without support from a mothership, exhausting energy reserves in the boundless cosmos equated to certain death. Within the holographic display, a sleek, all-black combat mech appeared, igniting Lu Fei's curiosity. This mech was not a predator. However, its fierce and untamed design clearly indicated it belonged to the Zor system. This was a combat mech Lu Fei had never encountered before. Its design was simple yet fluid, with large armor plates that lent it an air of divine majesty. Exuding a heroic presence that commanded respect, to Lu Fei's astonishment, this unknown mech was armed with an ultra-frequency magnetic blade and a light blade. While light blades were commonplace close combat weapons, akin to soldiers carrying daggers, ultra-frequency magnetic blades were considerably rare, particularly in space. The power of a magnetic blade directly correlated with its oscillation frequency. The ultra-frequency variant possessed staggering destructive potential, capable of disintegrating the metal armor of any mech in an instant. This weapon was favored by ground combat mechs, but in space, it was less popular due to its close-range combat nature, which proved ineffective against mechs equipped with advanced scanning systems, as they would be obliterated from tens of kilometers away. Who would engage in close-quarters combat in the vastness of space? The pilot of the Flower Needle 111 seemed to sense impending danger, hastily increasing the firing rate in a desperate gamble, clearly attempting to eliminate the oddly ominous black mech before it could close the distance. Just as Lu Fei was taken aback, the previously astonishing accuracy of the Flower Needle 111 faltered. Amidst the barrage of fire, the black unknown mech darted through the meteor stream like a phantom, executing erratic, evasive maneuvers with no discernible pattern, creating a dizzying display of trajectories on the holographic image. Chapter 18. The Fierce Battle. 2. Lu Fei believed that under these circumstances, even the most skilled sniper would struggle to acquire a target. The reality was that even the formidable pilot of the Flower Needle 111 was unable to aim accurately. It drew closer. Closer. Lu Fei's heart raced as the black mech propelled meteors towards the Flower Needle 111, using them as cover to advance. The imposing form of the black mech, combined with its ghostly evasive maneuvers, evoked an exceedingly uncanny sensation in Lu Fei, akin to a burly, robust man wielding a delicate needle for embroidery, strikingly incongruous. The formidable black mech seemed to possess an uncanny foresight regarding the Flower Needle 111's sniping attempts, skillfully avoiding the lethal beams with remarkable precision, leaving Lu Fei both exhilarated and terrified by the elegance of its movements. If the evasive actions of the flower needle, 111 amidst the meteor field were merely impressive, then the Black Mech's breathtaking maneuvers could only be described as magnificent. It was evident that the Black Mech's engine speed was at a disadvantage. Yet it surpassed the rapidly moving flower needle, 111, showcasing the pilot's mastery of driving skills to a remarkable degree. Suddenly, the holographic image quivered violently, accompanied by a cacophony of crashing sounds, as if a tremendous tearing noise reverberated amidst the chaotic clamor. Almost instantaneously, Lu Fei thought of the embroidery needle, 111, its severed right arm, which was presumably the mechanical limb that wielded the interstellar sniper rifle. With the right mechanical arm cut off, the embroidery needle, 111, now bereft of its sniper rifle, had become a mere pawn in the hands of its adversaries. It was evident that a lethal blow from the cockpit was imminent. One could easily envision that sharp light blade piercing through the cockpit of the embroidery needle, 111, as effortlessly as a knife through tofu. For its cockpit was alarmingly fragile, so delicate that even an ordinary light blade could penetrate it. This was the terrifying consequence of trading weight for speed. Indeed, just as Lu Fei pondered over the holographic image, a piercing sound resonated amidst the tumultuous chaos. The battle had concluded. The light blade must have damaged a portion of the light path, leaving the cockpit in a state of vacuum, and the holographic recording had come to an absolute standstill. One could imagine that the sharp light blade, upon penetrating the cockpit, had instantly claimed the life of the operator of the embroidery needle, 111. Sharing the same visual perspective as the operator, Lu Fei had experienced the entire combat sequence in an immersive manner. Especially the heart-stopping clash between the last two mechas, which had imparted an unprecedented psychological strain upon him, rendering him in a stupor for several minutes before he could regain his composure. This marked Lu Fei's first encounter with interstellar mecha combat from a first-person perspective, an experience that would profoundly impact him. The awe-inspiring marksmanship of the embroidery needle allowed Lu Fei to closely perceive the intimidation and immense destructive power of an interstellar sniper, while the ghostly, skillfully evasive Black Mecha revealed to him that there existed a brutal form of combat between mechas beyond mere exchanges of fire. The exquisite evasive maneuvers entranced Lu Fei, leaving him utterly captivated. The battle concluded with the embroidery needle, 111, being captured and its operator deceased, while the fate of the blue and white mecha remained unknown. However, Lu Fei surmised that the embroidery needle, 111, amidst the chaotic meteor storm, could have easily escaped given the operator's stunning sniping skills and speed. Yet, not only did he fail to flee, but he also ventured deeper into the encirclement to take out enemies, evidently providing cover for the escape of the blue and white mecha. Did the blue and white mecha manage to escape? No one could answer Lu Fei's question, yet he was certain that the blue and white mecha had sustained severe injuries, as the sudden explosion of a meteor had ensnared it within a vortex, making it impossible to remain unscathed. The emergence of the embroidery needle, 111, did not disrupt Lu Fei's daily routine. He continued to rise early for work, assisting Li Ming with tasks, and during his free time, he would seize opportunities to engage with equipment and instruments that piqued his interest. The embroidery needle mecha had transformed Lu Fei. At the very least, his time spent on wood carving had significantly diminished. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Fei began to take an interest in information regarding advanced mechas. Unfortunately, the Zhaoyang Mecha University was merely a research institution. Although it boasted some cutting-edge instruments, its primary focus was on mastering foundational knowledge of mechas rather than developing and manufacturing them. The prospect of encountering an advanced mecha like the embroidery needle, 111, was virtually impossible. Lu Fei remained perplexed as to why such high-end mechas, like the embroidery needle, 111, would appear in a mecha laboratory, alongside those miniature auxiliary engines. His understanding of mechas was rather disorganized, as he had never received systematic education and had solely relied on self-exploration and study. Up until now, Lu Fei had only been exposed to two subjects related to mechas: light brain light paths and mecha laboratories. In reality, these two laboratories were merely a fraction of the dozens available. For instance, there were 5 laboratories dedicated to light paths and light brains. Lu Fei's workplace was only one of them, primarily focused on testing the interactions between light brain light paths and sensors. Meanwhile, Li Ming's mecha laboratory concentrated on the mechanical aspects of mechas. Under such constraints, it was challenging for Lu Fei to establish a comprehensive knowledge system regarding mechas in his mind. which was also the primary reason he aspired to attend Zhaoyang Mecha University. Only by becoming a student could he freely access all the laboratories, particularly the mecha piloting training room and the combat training facilities, which greatly intrigued him. In truth, Lu Fei was more interested in piloting mechas than in researching them. Spending extended hours in the lab left no opportunity for him to pilot a mecha, let alone engage in mecha shooting and combat training. AS, a prestigious institution housing over 30,000 students. Zhaoyang Mecha University possessed a formidable faculty, and its curriculum was meticulously detailed, encompassing all disciplines related to mechas. Mechas typically consist of actuators, drive systems, detection devices, control systems, and intricate machinery. Compared to civilian mechas, military mechas are even more complex, featuring sophisticated weapon systems. To touch upon just a fraction of these complexities is sufficient to grasp the vast array of disciplines involved in a single mecha. The actuator is the mecha's main body, usually employing a spatial open-chain linkage mechanism, with its movable pairs commonly referred to as high-tech joints of the mecha. The number of joints typically corresponds to the mecha's degrees of freedom. Depending on the configuration of the joints and the form of motion coordinates, mecha actuators can be categorized into Cartesian, cylindrical, polar, and joint coordinate types. For anthropomorphism considerations, the various components of the mecha's body are often referred to as the base, waist, arms, wrists, hands, and locomotion section, Chapter 19. Enraptured, of course, most students can ignore over 99% of this information. However, the fundamental configuration data directly related to piloting mechas, such as the cockpit, engine, and light brain energy combs, are essential for students to master. Simply put, the Mecha University is akin to a driving school on the mother planet, Earth, with the distinction that while Earth's driving schools focus solely on basic driving skills and safety regulations, Mecha University students must also grasp the fundamental principles of mechas and learn to troubleshoot simple malfunctions. After all, a car traversing the ground can be abandoned or repaired at a garage if it breaks down. Whereas in the vast expanse of interstellar space, a malfunctioning mecha leaves only a dead end if one attempts to abandon it. As students at Zhaoyang Mecha University, aside from a select few professionals, most students are required to learn piloting skills. In this cosmic era, the inability to pilot a mecha is simply unimaginable. Lu Fei's theoretical knowledge of mechas surpassed that of most students. However, he lacked the practical experience that many other students possessed. At the tender age of 5, Lu Fei had already encountered knowledge about mechas through various magazines and publications. As he grew older, under the compulsion of his circumstances, he delved into a plethora of literature on mechas. Nevertheless, amidst the vast ocean of knowledge, Lu Fei's understanding remained fragmented due to the constraints of his impoverished upbringing, leading to a mere theoretical grasp without practical application. His exposure was exceedingly narrow. Apart from the mechas of the Zhaoyang star region, he had scarcely ventured into the mechas of the other 6 major star regions. The embroidery needle, 111, could be said to be Lu Fei's first genuine encounter with external mechas. The black closed combat mecha had also opened his eyes to new possibilities. Most importantly, Lu Fei recognized that there existed many mechas in this world that he was unaware of. At the very least, the entirely black closed combat mecha was something he had never heard of before, and its operational techniques left a lasting impression on him. The holographic images of the embroidery needle, 111, and the black closed combat mecha illuminated a profound truth for Lu Fei. An exceptional pilot is more valuable in combat than an advanced mecha. For the first time, interstellar sniping and close combat had entered Lu Fei's field of vision. Today, Lu Fei completed all his work early and, for the first time, did not linger at school, as he had more significant matters to attend to. During this period, Lu Fei had become wholly absorbed in the combat holographic imagery, replaying it repeatedly, each viewing evoking different sensations and insights. The remarkable marksmanship of the embroidery needle and the mysterious evasive maneuvers of the black closed combat mecha rendered him utterly enraptured. Under such circumstances, Lu Fei had not delivered his wooden carving to Cheng's wood sculpture for an entire week. The eagle and flight carving was complete and needed to be delivered today. After wrapping up the wooden sculpture, he ventured out, traversing Fallen Street and heading straight to the pedestrian street. Under the night sky, the pedestrian street was ablaze with lights, thrumming with the vibrant energy of a bustling crowd. As Lu Fei strode confidently to the entrance of Cheng's wood sculpture, he was taken aback. The ancient wooden door, adorned with an air of antiquity, was firmly shut, and through the transparent glass, He could see that the shop was devoid of any patrons. What had transpired? In Lu Fei's memory, Cheng's wood sculpture had never closed its doors, come rain or shine. What could have happened? Lu Fei, you've arrived, a voice called out from behind him. Lu Fei turned around to find Xiao Zhao, an employee from the neighboring clothing store. Xiao Zhao often enjoyed sitting in the wood sculpture shop when she had free time, chatting with Chun Chun, and had become familiar with Lu Fei. Chun Chun asked me to tell you that the wood sculpture shop cannot open for the time being. Xiao Zhao's expression bore a hint of sorrow. What happened? Lu Fei sensed the sorrow reflected in Xiao Zhao's gaze. Old Chang, his health is deteriorating. Which hospital is he in? The internal medicine ward on the 43rd floor, room 27 of the Mecha University-affiliated hospital. The Mecha-affiliated hospital is adjacent to Mecha University. However, adjacent is a term that requires quotation marks, for the university itself sprawls over nearly 10,000 acres, and the hospital occupies a similarly vast expanse. Although separated by a mere wall, the entrance to each facility is a considerable distance apart. The survival of Mecha University during the fierce battles against the alien forces can be attributed to the presence of the affiliated hospital, as the combat within the Star Capital region was intensely brutal, with staggering casualties. Consequently, hospitals tasked with healing the wounded became prime targets for protection. It is said that during the defense of the school, the military deployed its most elite mecha units to garrison the university, while the impoverished neighborhoods adjacent to it transformed into battlegrounds. Lu Fei was not particularly adept in matters of human emotions, yet Old Chang was akin to a mentor to him, prompting Lu Fei to decide to pay a visit. Gently pushing open the door to room 27, he entered a private hospital room with a pleasant environment, where tranquility reigned. Old Chang lay on the bed with his eyes closed, a serene expression adorning his face as he received intravenous treatment. Various instruments and lines were connected to him, their blinking red and green indicators adding an undercurrent of tension to the otherwise peaceful room. Chun Chun leaned against the edge of the bed, her face drawn and pallid, lacking the rosy hue of vitality. Upon seeing Lu Fei enter, she rose, grasped his arm, and quietly led him outside. What is wrong with grandfather? Lu Fei inquired softly as the door closed behind them. Grandpa, Chun Chen's body suddenly convulsed, and tears streamed silently down her cheeks as her hands anxiously twisted the hem of her clothing. Lu Fei refrained from pressing further. It was evident that old Cheng's condition was grave. Otherwise, Chen Chen would not be so utterly heartbroken. The expansive corridor felt particularly desolate and quiet. Observing Chen Chen's tears, Lu Fei felt at a loss for words, unable to offer comfort, and thus remained silent. Quietly watching the frail girl. Thank you for coming to see my grandfather. Chen Chun soon regained her composure and spoke softly. Why grandfather wishes to speak with you. All right, we shall wait for him here. The two sat down on a bench in the corridor, enveloped in a profound silence. Lu Fei, having witnessed the suffering and death associated with the burn victim, understood Chen Chen's emotions, yet for someone as taciturn as he, offering solace was no simple task, so he opted for silence. Chen Chen, also not one for many words, sat quietly alongside him, the corridor so silent that one could hear a pin drop. However, she seemed to harbor something she wished to express. Hesitating several times before finally speaking, the Cheng family's woodcarving business will cease operations. Why? Lu Fei was taken aback, as his tuition relied on that small woodcarving shop. Grandpa. Chun Chen's tears once again became uncontrollable. I understand, Lu Fei replied, his heart heavy, both for the sake of his tuition and for old Cheng. The woodcarving shop had a history spanning over 300 years, having endured numerous closures due to relocation and conflict. Yet it had managed to survive. Now, however, Chun Chen's voice was filled with unending despondency. You could take over me? Chun Chen chuckled bitterly. If I were to take over, it would be better to close the doors. I would only bring shame to the Cheng woodcarving name. Lu Fei opened his mouth to speak but fell silent, aware that Chen Chen's talent in woodcarving was woefully inadequate, making her management of the shop unrealistic. Beep! A faint alarm sounded from the device in Chen Chen's hand. It was a call bell. Why grandfather has awakened. Pushing open the hospital room door, he found old Cheng alert, his previously listless eyes now sparkling with life upon seeing Lu Fei. Xiao Fei, you've come, sit. Him. Lu Fei nodded and took a seat on the metal stool that Chun Chun had brought over, facing old Cheng. Show me your work. Old Cheng glanced at the paper-wrapped box in Lu Fei's hands. All right. Lu Fei opened the box, placing the wood carving into old Cheng's hands. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Fei, you are the most talented wood carving artist I have encountered in years. I believe that if you pursue this path, surpassing Rodan will merely be a matter of time. Old Cheng praised, his withered hands gently caressing the wood carving of an eagle in flight. This piece, though seemingly asymmetrical, appeared to be a spontaneous creation. Yet, within the fluidity of the craftsmanship lay a fundamental adherence to form, striving for elegance and dignity. The balance of spontaneity and grandeur conveyed the eagle's desire to soar while showcasing the majesty of the avian king, achieving a realm of artistry that transcended mere technique. Seeing the hopeful gaze of old Cheng, Lu Fei remained silent. Had he not witnessed the fierce battle involving the embroidered needle, 111, and that black combat mecha, he might have considered wood carving as a means of livelihood. However, that possibility had now vanished. Mechas had become Lu Fei's dream, and entering Zhuor Mecha University was his singular ambition. Alas, observing Lu Fei's unwavering resolve, old Cheng sighed deeply. A man seasoned by life's trials, he understood human emotions well and recognized Lu Fei's steadfast determination, knowing he would not be swayed by external temptations, and thus refrained from pressing the issue further. A prolonged silence enveloped the room. Lu Fei longed to utter a few comforting words, yet found himself at a loss, unable to conjure suitable phrases to console this esteemed figure in the carving community. Xiao Fei, do you know why I have always paid you a modest wage? Old Cheng finally broke the silence, speaking slowly. It has been quite generous. Lu Fei shook his head, not believing his compensation was disproportionate to his efforts. On the contrary, he felt old Cheng's remuneration far exceeded his expectations. No, it is not high. In fact, it is exceedingly low. The price of each of your works could cover your tuition for 4 years. To prevent you from developing a sense of entitlement or a superiority complex, I have only ever paid you 1/10 of what you rightfully deserve. Now, with the Cheng family woodcarving shop closing its doors, this centuries-old legacy will fall into ruin under my stewardship. Old Cheng's expression darkened, fatigue evident as he paused, seemingly lost in memories. Over the years, I have managed to save a little. Shortly, Chen Chun will give you your due wages. No need. Lu Fei resolutely declined, shaking his head. Please, let me finish, Xiao Fei. While your talent in woodcarving is extraordinary, I know your heart does not lie in this field. I do not expect you to carry on the Cheng family business. Heh, this is hardly a business. Although Cheng woodcarving has a history of several hundred years and a modest reputation, it has never produced a master artisan. This endeavor is better left abandoned. Cough, 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 Grandpa. Please rest for a moment. Chun Chan hurried to the bedside, gently patting old Cheng's back. The elderly man coughed violently, blood staining his lips. It's nothing. Nothing. Heh heh. If I do not speak now, I may never have the chance again. It's all right, just sit. Old Cheng waved his hand, gesturing for Chun Chun to take her seat. Reluctantly, she complied, sitting at the edge of the bed. Lu Fei, my days are numbered. Aside from Chen Chun, there is nothing I cannot let go of. Chen Chun lost both her parents at a young age, deprived of parental love. Though she appears delicate, her spirit is resolute and strong. I find it difficult to be at ease. The elderly man gazed affectionately at Chen Chen. His eyes filled with tenderness. Grandpa. Chen Chun grasped his hand, tears welling in her eyes as she clutched his frail palm tightly. Xiao Fei, I hope you can help me look after Chen Chen. Protect her. Old Cheng's gaze bore into Lu Fei, while Chen Chun, who had been heartbroken, suddenly lowered her head, her cheeks ablaze with embarrassment, as if a rosy cloud enveloped her face, spreading down to her alabaster neck. She had never anticipated her grandfather would speak so directly, and especially in her presence. Lu Fei hesitated, contemplating. I need to focus on my studies. Heh, I know you wish to study. I am not asking you to marry Chun Chun. Grandpa. Chen Chun playfully shook her grandfather's arm, her eyes avoiding Lu Fei's gaze, wishing for a hole to hide in. Heh, no need to shake. I still have much to say. Cough, cough, cough. The elderly man smiled kindly, withdrawing his hand to gently pat Chen Chen's head, his affection evident. Lu Fei, can you promise me one thing? Old Cheng suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Go ahead. Lu Fei's intention was clear. If it were within his means, he would comply. Watch over Chen Chen, protect her. Of course, Lu Fei exhaled in relief. for he had feared old Chang would insist he marry Chen Shun or take over the wood-carving shop. As for protecting Chen Shun, that was a far simpler promise to make, one Lu Fei could easily fulfill. Ginger is indeed spicier when aged. A seemingly simple promise immediately ensnared Lu Fei, for someone as cunning and astute as old Chang undoubtedly recognized that Lu Fei, a man of unwavering principles, would not easily commit to anything. However, once he agreed, he would undoubtedly follow through. Had the iron-headed man not perished, Lu Fei would not have fallen for the trap in comparison to the shrewd old Cheng. Lu Fei appeared rather inexperienced. A glimmer of cunning flickered in old Cheng's eyes, as Lu Fei remained oblivious to the weight of the responsibility that this promise entailed. This commitment would render Lu Fei's grand journey through the martial world even more vibrant and multifaceted. Well, I've said my piece that I'm tired. You should head home and rest. Old Chang seemed genuinely fatigued, gently closing his eyes and waving his hand toward Lu Fei. Chapter 21. The promise, too, all right, I will see you off. No need. Lu Fei strode purposefully toward the door, and Chen Shun followed closely behind without further comment. Lu Fei, having spent months getting to know her, understood her character to some extent. She was a reticent and strong-willed girl, possessing remarkable determination. Each time Lu Fei visited the wood-carving shop, Chen Shun would pour him a cup of fragrant tea. Initially indifferent to tea, Lu Fei would ignore it entirely. However, Chen Shun would silently stand beside him, cradling the cup. Eventually, Lu Fei succumbed. At the very least, drinking tea meant he would not always have a woman standing by his side, an adjustment he found quite unsettling. Ultimately, he chose to indulge in the tea. And so, upon entering Cheng's wood-carving shop, Lu Fei would eagerly consume a cup of fragrant tea. Hand me your card, and I'll transfer you the money, Chen Shun softly murmured from behind as they exited the room. No need. Just give it to me. No, Lu Fei shook his head, his expression resolute. Then, what about your tuition? Chen Shun hesitated before asking. I'll figure it out myself. Lu Fei continued striding forward. Wait a moment. Chen Shun lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Lu Fei turned back, observing Chen Shen's face, which resembled the glow of the evening sky. He found himself perplexed by women's physiognomy. Why were their cheeks always flushed? It seemed he should take the time to read up on the differences between male and female anatomy. Earlier. You don't need to take Grandpa's promise seriously. Why not? I don't need you to protect me. I can take care of myself. Chen Shun fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, feeling the need to clarify her stance to this oblivious man. Oh, that's good then. I'm leaving now. Oh. Watching Lu Fei's silhouette vanish into the swiftly descending elevator, Chen Shun suddenly felt a pang of regret. Why had she been so foolish? Why had she declined his protection? What is it? Old Cheng opened his eyes, regarding the dejected Chen Shun who had just entered, asking with affection. Nothing. Chen Shun sat down, shaking her head. You said you don't need him to protect you? Old Cheng chuckled. Grandpa, how did you know? Chen Shun looked up in surprise. Heh, I've watched you grow up. How could I not know what you're thinking? Old Cheng gazed at her with a loving expression. Grandpa. Chen Shun leaned into Old Cheng's embrace, burying her face in his chest as she quietly sobbed. Did he say that's good? Old Cheng inquired. Why, yes. Do you regret saying you don't need him to protect you? Yes. Her voice was barely a whisper, akin to the buzzing of a mosquito. Fear not. A man like Lu Fei does not make promises lightly. Once he does, he will keep them. However, you must remember not to rely on him for protection too readily. You have seen his prowess with the blade. He exudes a formidable aura. Should any danger arise, he may resort to lethal force. Therefore, you must safeguard yourself and refrain from provoking him unnecessarily. Do you understand? Will Lu Fei kill for me? Chen Shun raised her head, disbelief etched upon her features. Why wouldn't he? Old Cheng inquired with a smile. No. Is it because he doesn't like you? Old Cheng teased gently. Grandpa. Chen Shun playfully covered Old Cheng's mouth, her expression one of defiance. Lu Fei is currently singularly focused on pursuing his dreams and thus may overlook romantic matters. How can you be certain that he does not harbor feelings for you? Although I cannot ascertain whether he likes you, I can affirm that he does not dislike you. Why not? Based on Lu Fei's character, if he disliked someone, he would certainly refuse to drink tea poured by them. He is not one to indulge in concessions. He prefers plain water. After all, he favors plain water? Grandpa, why didn't you tell me sooner? Chen Chen exclaimed in astonishment. A Allowing him plain water is your concession to him, while him drinking tea is his concession to you. So tell me, would you prefer that he concedes to you or that you concede to him? But, Chun Chin's face betrayed her unease. She had never considered that Lu Fei might not enjoy tea. But what? Old Chung chuckled. Just because I enjoy tea does not mean Lu Fei shares that affinity. Let him drink tea. He has no objections, and it is not as though he finishes every cup. Is it? Alas, it is a waste of good tea, which is not easily come by, Grandpa. Chun Chin's cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment. Chun, remember that feelings between men and women can be cultivated. Your grandparents were married just 3 days after their first meeting and spent a lifetime in bliss. Before your grandmother passed, she vowed, in the next life, I shall marry you. Heh. Your parents did not experience a free romance either. They initially found each other disagreeable. Your mother even resorted to threats of self-harm to avoid marrying your father. Yet, after their marriage, their bond blossomed, and they became inseparable. In the face of adversity, they stood by one another. Though they did not live together, they met their end together. Among her belongings was a letter from your mother to your father, stating, Darling, marrying you is my fortune. I love you. Grandpa, what should I do? Chin Chan asked gently. You need not force anything. Simply follow your heart. Do not fear or retreat. Have courage and determination. In the competition with other women, you stand at the forefront of the starting line. After all, he promised me he would protect you. Thank you, Grandpa. Silly child. Of course I wish you well. Do not grieve when I am gone. I have reached 87 years, which is a fortunate lifespan. There is no need for sorrow. There is little left to cling to in Ching's wood carving. Oh dear. What is it, Grandpa? I almost forgot something important. What is it? In 2 years, a charity event will take place on the planet Phenidas. Among other activities, there will be a charity sale, and the organizers have invited me. I hope Lu Fei can present my works there. I can go in your stead. He is far more suited for the task than you. Have Lu Fei come by tomorrow. All right, Grandpa. You should also rest early. Yes, I hope to see the sun rise tomorrow. A hint of regret crossed old Cheng's face as he thought of the charity sale 2 years hence. As Lu Fei emerged from the hospital, night had already deepened. He strolled leisurely down the street, observing the crowds as flying skateboards zipped past, gliding effortlessly along the ground. The flying skateboard was a luxurious adult toy, equipped with a miniature anti-gravity system that required minimal energy to soar through the atmosphere. Compared to hover cars, flying skateboards offered greater entertainment value, making them immensely popular. Chapter 22. The modifiers above the flying skateboards lay the cockpit of hover cars, their sleek, aerodynamic bodies shimmering with a distinctive metallic luster even amidst the lofty heights. Higher still were the spaces of mechas, where various civilian mechas raced through the vast night sky, occasionally revealing a flash of orange-red light from their engine exhausts, creating a dazzling spectacle in human-inhabited planets. There exists stringent aerial regulation. Violating these collectively established rules can result in severe legal repercussions, from warnings and fines to license revocation, and in extreme cases, criminal charges leading to imprisonment. After all, whether it be flying skateboards, hover cars, or mechas, their operation in densely populated urban areas poses a considerable risk of destruction. Each city is guarded by a fully armed aerial police force, equipped not only with fortress-like hover vehicles but also standard-issue mechas. They are authorized to apprehend those who violate aerial regulations, and in the event of a threat to public safety, can immediately request authorization to engage in combat. Flying skateboards are permitted to operate within a height of no more than 1.5 meters above the ground, while hover cars have no minimum altitude restrictions, flying similarly low, but can ascend to heights of up to 200 meters. The regulations for mechas are far stricter, requiring them to operate above 200 meters. In urban areas, the constraints are even more rigorous. They must not fly lower than any high-rise buildings. If combat mechas traverse over a city, they must seek permission from the Aerial Control Center. Indeed, the management of mechas resembles the governance of the ancient terrestrial city of Earth, where construction trucks roamed the streets. It is said that these archaic vehicles were regarded as notorious road predators. Whenever Lu Fei strolled through the streets at night, his gaze would sharpen, intently focused on the mechas soaring above, for within that cold metal lay the essence of his aspirations. However, today, Lu Fei paid no heed to the mechas that once captivated his dreams. He walked with his head lowered, seemingly burdened by heavy thoughts. Yes, Lu Fei was troubled. Today, His heart was laden with concerns. The cessation of operations at Cheng's wood carving meant the shattering of his mecha dreams. At the very least, it had disrupted his plans. Without Cheng's wood carving, it would have been impossible for him to save enough for 4 years' tuition within a year. Now, the meager salary from his work as a cleaner barely scratched the surface of his financial troubles. What should he do? What should he do? What should he do? Since leaving the hospital, Lu Fei had been relentlessly questioning himself. The pressing concern was to find a solution. Countless ideas were dismissed by Lu Fei, ultimately leading him back to the root, Cheng's wood carving. Besides carving, he possessed no particular skill. Although he had some talent in mechas, he lacked the necessary certifications to pursue a career in that field. Undoubtedly, wood carving had become Lu Fei's sole option. However, this notion lingered only briefly in his mind before being cast aside, for in the entirety of Zhaoyang Star, Cheng's wood carving was the only handcrafted wood carving establishment. In truth, with the rapid advancement of technology, handcrafted items had become increasingly rare. Advanced light-controlled carving machines could readily meet market demands. Establishments like Cheng's, akin to luxury goods, were exceedingly rare. In the holographic promotions of Zhaoyang Star, Cheng's wood carving had become a symbol of the planet's cultural heritage, exemplifying the scarcity of such shops. Unbeknownst to Lu Fei, he had wandered into the depths of Decay Street. Though it was late at night, Decay Street remained vibrant, with shops lining the sides vying for customers. Affluent students lingered amidst the hustle and bustle, while at the same time, some ruffians from the impoverished districts began to emerge, drunkenly frolicking in groups. Adding a lively atmosphere to Decay Street, danger. A palpable sense of peril washed over him, and instinctively, Lu Fei executed a sudden evasive maneuver. Those skilled in piloting mechas would recognize that his agile turn mirrored a highly advanced and professional maneuver within mecha piloting. In a fleeting moment, Lu Fei flawlessly showcased the ethereal evasion maneuver of the black mecha, the embroidered needle, 111, through the fluidity of his human form. Alas, no one recognized this dazzling display. Whoosh, 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 a gust of wind rushed past him, narrowly averting danger. Lu Fei broke into a cold sweat, his muscles taut as a poised leopard, brimming with tension. Ha 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 ha! A triumphant laugh echoed through the night sky. When Lu Fei turned, the group of individuals on flying hoverboards had already surged hundreds of meters away, their speed astonishing. Modifiers, observing the departing ruffians, Lu Fei's pupils constricted sharply, akin to pinholes. Modifiers, a mysterious cadre thrived in the impoverished districts. They lacked stable income and fixed occupations, yet they congregated in shadowy corners like unseen vermin, living lives rich in experience. Their livelihood stemmed from modifying discarded hoverboards, and occasionally, they would repair outdated appliances for the residents of the slums. What is modification? In truth, it is an ancient profession with a storied history. Even in the distant past of Earth, modifications of automobiles, aircraft, and various machines were commonplace. In the present day, the scope of modification has merely expanded due to technological advancements, encompassing the alteration of hoverboards, levitating vehicles, and conventional weaponry. Modifiers possess the uncanny ability to transform the obsolete into the extraordinary, endowing modified machines and weapons with enhanced speed and might. Within the modification industry, mecha modification garners the most attention. Shrouded in an air of mystery, much like the hackers of ancient Earth, many are aware of its existence, yet few truly comprehend it. Of course, the pinnacle of modification is not mecha alteration, but rather the modification of interstellar battleships. This profession, like others, has its hierarchy, ranging from novice to master modifier. However, the existence of master modifiers is more myth than reality. Legends abound regarding these figures, yet those who encounter them are nearly negligible. In the realm of modification, fewer than 3 can be deemed masters across the 7 stellar regions. Lu Fei had heard from the Ironhead that over 20 years ago, the 7 stellar regions nearly erupted into war over a single master modifier, deploying their finest talents, only for the master to mysteriously vanish, thus quelling the conflict. Chapter 23. A lifeline. Undoubtedly, the individuals Lu Fei had just witnessed were modifiers, albeit a rather low-tier group, at least in his estimation. Had he been among them, he could have made those hoverboards soar faster and lower. The technique of modifying hoverboards not only involves increasing speed but also maintaining proximity to the ground. The closer one can fly to the surface, the more advanced the hoverboard's configuration, necessitating higher piloting skills. It is said that the zenith of hoverboard modification is achieving a mere 5 centimeters of clearance from the ground, a legendary feat. For even if hoverboards reach such modified data, no one could control them. After all, flying at 5 centimeters above the ground at high speeds is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Stop. A somewhat disheveled young man with blonde hair executed a stunning backflip, abruptly halting his rapidly flying hoverboard. This was a dangerous stunt, violating the hoverboard's operational regulations. If caught, penalties would ensue, though this was of little consequence in the impoverished districts. "What are you doing, John?" The group of modifiers came to a halt. "Did you see that person's arc step?" John looked at the others, uncertain if he had indeed witnessed the intricate maneuver. He had only glimpsed someone piloting a mecha performing an arc step once, and doubted the likelihood of such a complex mecha maneuver being replicated by human limbs, as the human body cannot replicate certain mechanical actions. "What arc step?" Several individuals blinked in confusion, exchanging glances, curious about his assertion. "Never mind, let's go. I must have been mistaken." The young man named John paused, sighed, and as a hobbyist modifier from the impoverished district, he was limited to modifying simple discarded hoverboards, far removed from the high-end technological products. In truth, had he not gained some insight by working at an underground modification factory, he would be no better than the others. Shaking his head, John piloted his hoverboard toward the outskirts where an exhilarating hoverboard modification competition was underway. If he could win a prize, oh, how delightful. Yet, a look of dejection crossed John's face. Despite participating in over 30 high-speed hoverboard races, he had never won even a single Zhaoyang coin in prize money, leaving him quite frustrated. The arc step? If only he understood the transformation of the arc step maneuver, even if he didn't secure first place, surely a second or third would be within reach. As John and the group of modifiers faded into the vast night, Lu Fei began striding purposefully toward his home. However, intentionally or not, his gait took on a distinct quality. Those who observed him would sense an unusual energy, as if his legs could exert force from any angle. The close encounter with the modifiers had instilled in Lu Fei a sense of impending danger. His body, still in a defensive posture, had not yet returned to its natural state, rendering him akin to a mecha poised for combat. "I must return to school." Suddenly, a vaguely familiar voice rang out, prompting Lu Fei to instinctively glance up. In the distance, at the entrance of a dilapidated inn, stood 2 figures, one of whom he recognized, Su Zijing. Observing her curvaceous silhouette, a look of distaste crossed Lu Fei's face, as in his mind, all female students mingling in the impoverished streets were of ill repute. This disdain had seeped into his very soul. Undoubtedly influenced by Ironhead, who had ingrained in him that virtuous women would never be found in Decay Street, repeatedly cautioning him against befriending any women in that vicinity. Ironhead may be dead, yet his words still held sway over Lu Fei. "Let go of me, let go of me. I want to return to school." Just as Lu Fei prepared to depart, it seemed that the young man had grasped Su Zijing's arm, causing her voice to rise in indignation at the inn's entrance. Slap! A sharp slap echoed through the air, causing Lu Fei's heart to inexplicably skip a beat. His brows furrowed as his gaze once again fell upon Su Zijing. "Damn it, this is the decadent street. Do you understand? How dare you pretend to be a saint here? Get inside." A voice roared, yet the bustling decadent street seemed utterly unfazed, with people strolling by as if indifferent to the commotion. Such incidents occurred daily, and the onlookers had transitioned from mere curiosity to a state of numbness. The young man had articulated, this was indeed decadent street. What good woman would find herself here? Ironically, the chaotic and filthy environment of Decadent Street attracted some students precisely because it disregarded the occurrence of any events. Here, even a public assault would hardly draw a crowd. It had become a cultural norm, a way of life, as commonplace as eating or dressing. "You hit me, you actually hit me," Su Zijing murmured, staring blankly at the man before her, whose face was twisted with malice. She could never have imagined that this gentle and polished man, who had treated her like a precious star, would strike her, and in the glaring eyes of the public at that. Her dignity was ruthlessly trampled upon, leaving her momentarily stunned, her mind blank, akin to a malfunctioning device. Slap! Another crisp sound rang out, jolting Su Zijing from her stupor, and she finally felt the fiery sting on her cheek, her once proud demeanor now revealing sheer panic. "Get inside," Don't stand here making a fool of yourself. I am done with your act, pretending to be a lady. Let me tell you, no woman who walks out of Decadent Street is a virgin. The well-dressed young man observed Su Zijing's helpless expression. A smirk of triumph spreading across his face. The once revered goddess among the students was now reduced to his prey. No female student who ventured into Decadent Street could escape his grasp. He was well accustomed to such pursuits. In his experience, many women, like Su Zijing, would initially resist fiercely, only to end up weeping and pleading after a few slaps, and once relations were established, they became impossible to shake off. Nothing brought greater joy than conquering the school's most beautiful woman, and the mere thought of it filled the young man with a sense of inexplicable delight as he seized Su Zijing by her hair and dragged her toward a small hotel. "Let go of me! Let go! Help!" Su Zijing erupted in a frenzy, kicking and hitting. But alas, a frail woman stood no chance against a robust man. As Su Zijing was being pulled toward the hotel, her desperate cries echoed through Decadent Street, yet not a single soul showed the slightest inclination to play the hero. "Stop!" A cold voice rang out. "Lu Fei, save me! Save me!" The moment Lu Fei appeared before Su Zijing, she screamed in desperation, as if he were a lifeline. Chapter 24. The Transaction 1. 1,000 Zor coins, and I will save you. Lu Fei was taken aback to discover that Su Zijing knew his name. Momentarily stunned before gradually approaching the young man. Suddenly, the entirety of Decadent Street seemed to fall silent, dozens of astonished eyes fixated on Lu Fei. Not only were the onlookers dumbfounded, but both the young man and Su Zijing were equally bewildered. "Do you agree?" A flicker of impatience crossed Lu Fei's eyes. Were it not for the money, he would not wish to waste even a second here. "I agree, 1,000. As Lu Fei appeared to turn to leave, panic washed over Su Zijing, who desperately nodded in agreement despite her hair being clutched. To her, Lu Fei was a lifeline, and whether he could truly save her was secondary. She simply could not let go. "Let her go." Lu Fei's indifferent gaze bore down on the well-dressed young man. Why call him strong? Though the young man was of similar height to Lu Fei, his build was significantly more imposing, particularly his broad chest, indicating a man of considerable strength. "Ha ha ha, do you know who I am?" The young man, standing on the steps of the small hotel, looked down at Lu Fei with a swagger. Just as others perceived their appearances, the burly young man dismissed the seemingly frail Lu Fei, viewing him with contempt akin to his lofty position. He had no knowledge of Lu Fei's identity as a janitor at the school. He simply had never taken notice of him before. Compared to the young man's refined attire, Lu Fei's clothing, though clean, was evidently of inferior quality, signifying his status as a member of the lower class. "You have 3 seconds to get lost, one." The robust young man, gripping Su Zijing's hair, glared menacingly at Lu Fei. If not for the beautiful woman beside him, he would have relished teaching this ignorant fool a lesson. Suddenly, Lu Fei moved. Having observed the strong young man coldly, he sprang into action like a drawn bow, launching himself forward like an arrow released from its string. The speed was astonishing, catching not only the strong young man off guard but also the crowd, who failed to react. Those familiar with Lu Fei's background would recognize this as the fighting style of Ironhead, yet the onlookers did not know him, for Lu Fei was an independent entity within the impoverished district. While most residents were aware that Ironhead had an adopted son, very few were acquainted with Lu Fei. Ironhead, though short in stature, possessed immense strength, often resorting to ruthless tactics in fights, striking first and hitting his opponents with unparalleled ferocity. Start, charge, lift your foot, kick out. Every movement flowed seamlessly, executed with fluid precision. Lu Fei not only inherited Ironhead's aggressive combat style but also his merciless approach to battle. The robust young man remained in a state of unpreparedness, and Lu Fei's swift kick struck him squarely beneath the belt. A hush fell over Decadent Street, as if the world held its breath, the sound of an egg cracking resonating in the silence, sending chills down spines, and some instinctively checked their own groins. Time seemed to freeze as the strong young man stared blankly at Lu Fei, disbelief etched across his face. 1 second. 2 seconds. A heart-wrenching scream shattered the stillness of Decadent Street, the excruciating pain radiating from his groin overwhelming him, causing the strong young man to collapse to the ground, hands shielding his wounded area, twisting in agony. As Su Zijing's grip was released, she instinctively sought refuge behind Lu Fei. Like a startled bird, "Pay up!" Lu Fei did not even glance at the writhing young man on the ground, but turned to the visibly frightened Su Zijing. 1,000 Zor coins. Lu Fei's voice was devoid of any emotion. For him, this was merely a transaction, a fair exchange. In his eyes, Su Zijing's worth was 1,000 Zor coins, significantly higher than the 200 Zor coins typical for a night on Decadent Street. Of course, this price took into account Su Zijing's modest beauty and the necessity of employing force, thus presenting a certain level of danger. Had Su Zijing known that Lu Fei's quote was influenced by the rates on Decadent Street, she would likely be infuriated. However, she remained oblivious. "Money? I have money. I'll pay," Su Zijing stammered, hastily producing a golden smart card to hand to Lu Fei. This was an advanced smart card capable of converting body heat into energy, featuring a touchscreen and a micro-interface for information transfer. "Here," Lu Fei frowned as he extended his own card towards Su Zijing. "Oh, Su Zijing quickly took Lu Fei's card to initiate the transfer. I'll give you 10,000 Zor coins. Just give her to me." The strong young man's pain had finally eased a bit, and he raised his head, sweat beading on his pale face, appearing utterly disheveled. Lu Fei's kick had effectively rendered him incapable of further resistance, and the teachings instilled by Ironhead had taken root deep within Lu Fei's soul. 10,000. Lu Fei's brow twitched. The total expenses for a year at school amounted to only 40,000 Zor coins, rendering this an immense temptation for him. "I'll offer you 20,000. Right now." Su Zijing's face turned pale. 50,000. "I'll put in 50,000. Isn't it just about the money?" The strong young man gritted his teeth, visibly agitated. "No. I offer 55,000. 100,000. 100,000. I'm going all in. If I don't bed you, I won't carry the Zhao surname." The strong young man's face twisted in rage, resembling a wild beast out of control. 100,000. "Can I owe it to you first?" Su Zijing's body suddenly stiffened. The maximum amount she could spend on her card in a day was merely 100,000. "No need. I have already accepted your money." Lu Fei's heart surged with a violent rhythm as he suppressed the allure of the 100,000, exhaling a long breath. He believed that had Lao Taitu been present, he would have never permitted such an act. Lao Taitu had once proclaimed, "In the world of martial arts, there are rules to abide by." Chapter 25. The Transaction 2. What is the world of martial arts? Lu Fei possessed no understanding of the world that Lao Taitu spoke of. The most frequent phrase uttered by Lao Taitu was that where there are people, there exists a world of martial arts. Unfortunately, Lu Fei remained only partially enlightened. Yet, his subconscious warned him that had he accepted the 100,000, Lao Taitu, if alive, would surely oppose him. He could only lament the absence of the robust young man who had not offered him the money. 100,000, Lu Fei silently mourned, feeling as though his heart had been pierced by a dagger. Had he possessed that 100,000 Zhaolib, along with his savings, he could enroll in the prestigious Zhaoli Mecha University come September. Shaking his head, Lu Fei strode purposefully forward, nearing the end of the fallen street. After traversing a narrow alley, he would arrive at his Mecha dwelling. "Whoever takes him down, I'll offer 20,000 Zhaolib." As Su Zijing prepared to leave, Lu Fei also turned, and the young man lying on the ground suddenly sprang to his feet, screaming hysterically. A palpable aura of danger permeated the air. Lu Fei abruptly pivoted, his cold, indifferent eyes igniting with a flicker of ferocity. 20,000 Zhaolib. What does 20,000 Zhaolib signify? To the affluent, it is not a significant sum, but to the residents of the impoverished district, it represents the possibility of transforming their lives. With a modicum of intellect, one might even escape the murky depths of their squalid surroundings. The allure of 20,000 Zhaolib was overwhelming, and the multitude of onlookers' eyes glinted hungrily. Forming a natural encirclement, their faces contorted with avarice. Under a generous reward, brave men will undoubtedly arise. This is an eternal truth. The situation took a swift turn, and an intense sense of peril enveloped the air. Su Zijing's frail form trembled slightly, her once radiant face now marred by despair. Lu Fei stood resolute, as immovable as a towering mountain, his gaze sharpened with ferocity, his mind racing with calculations. What would Lao Taitu have done if he were alive? The answer crystallized in an instant, and in a dazzling display of agility, Lu Fei's body executed a breathtaking maneuver, leaving behind countless afterimages. eye in the contrast of movement and stillness. It evoked a sensation of blood rushing back. Lu Fei did not flee, nor did he launch an assault on the crowd. Instead, he charged like a cannonball towards the robust young man. The two bodies collided with a resounding thud, and the strong young man was hurled backward. With a loud crash, he found himself sprawled at the entrance of a decrepit inn, the oxidized, rusted metal doors severely deformed from the impact. Lu Fei did not pause. His feet moved swiftly, merging into a blur as he pursued. The moment the strong young man crashed into the metal door and fell to the ground, Lu Fei's iron grip seized his throat, pinning him against the door. A punch. A powerful blow struck the young man's abdomen. And as Lu Fei loosened his grip, the strong young man's body collapsed to the ground, limp and gasping for breath. The tragedy was far from over. A pair of somewhat worn combat boots pressed against the young man's throat. These boots belonged to Lao Taitu, which Lu Fei had always coveted. Regrettably, Lao Taitu had claimed they held sentimental value and cherished them like a treasure, swearing that he would never allow Lu Fei to wear them unless he were dead. Now, with Lao Taitu's demise, Lu Fei could finally don them. Lu Fei felt no guilt. After all, those were Lao Taitu's own words. Anyone who dares approach, I shall crush them. Lu Fei's voice cut through the air like a chilling winter breeze. The crowd was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend why Lu Fei would use a student as leverage against them. They were unfamiliar with the young man. His demise bore no consequence for them. However, some quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Should this young man perish, no one would benefit, and they could very well invite their own demise. After all, judging by the young man's attire and arrogant demeanor, his background was certainly formidable. Should he die, retribution could very likely befall them. At times, the wealthy are the most unreasonable, for they wield immense wealth and connections, and their vengeance is notoriously fearsome. It is said that over 20 years ago, a student from Zhaoli Mecha University was murdered by a gang from the impoverished district, prompting a bloody massacre of the gang by the student's family. Almost all the top 10 assassins from the 7 major star domains converged on the scene. Within a week, the gang vanished without a trace, never to be seen again. In the impoverished district, whether ordinary residents, ruffians, or gang members, all adhered to an unspoken rule, to avoid disturbing the students of the school. The prosperity of Fallen Street was largely due to the assurance of safety for students. If Fallen Street were to become a perilous place, who would dare to venture there for commerce? In truth, students from Zhaoli Mecha University had never contemplated facing danger in Fallen Street, nor had the faculty. Compared to the criminals of the impoverished district, the cost of targeting students was exceedingly high. Hence, the locals, whether consciously or unconsciously, maintained the safety of the students, though this did not extend to the illicit dealings between students and local thugs. Should this student die, and if his background were extensive, the aftermath could summon a frenzied and bloody retribution. As some began to retreat, it dawned on the slower thinkers among the crowd, causing them to shudder. Involving oneself in conflicts with students was best avoided. Few from Zhaoli Mecha University were easily bullied, and certainly, the residents of the impoverished district were not the ones to do so. In Fallen Street, the residents generally refrained from entangling themselves in the students' affairs. Lu Fei cast a cold glance at the surrounding crowd before turning and striding forth, his movements slow yet resolute. The throng parted like a tide, allowing Lu Fei and Su Zijing to pass unimpeded. Finally, having traversed Fallen Street and entered the alley leading to the mecha dwelling, Lu Fei exhaled deeply, his taut muscles relaxing. He halted and turned to face Su Zijing, who had been following closely. Our transaction has concluded. Lu Fei regarded her with a blank expression. Could you escort me to the school? Su Zijing abruptly turned, startled by Lu Fei's sudden query, stepping back to maintain her distance as she cautiously asked. Certainly, 5,000 Zhaolib. Chapter 26, 201 Nights Lodging Fee. 5,000 Zhaolib? Are you extorting me? Su Zijing struggled to suppress her indignation. Her impression of Lu Fei had plummeted to an all-time low. In her eyes, he was a petty opportunist, reveling in another's misfortune and valuing money above all else. Although 5,000 Zhaolib was not an exorbitant amount, as a mere student with a lifelong habit of frugality, she felt it was unjust to pay such a price after narrowly escaping danger. Lu Fei snorted dismissively and strode toward the mecha dwelling. As the night enveloped them, the towering mecha gradually came into view. 5,000 it is, just 5,000. Don't go. Seeing Lu Fei departing, Su Zijing couldn't help but glance back at the darkened street, fear overtaking her as she hurried to catch up with him. However, to her dismay, Lu Fei seemed oblivious to her presence, compelling her to follow closely. She was too terrified to return to the school, knowing she would have to pass through Fallen Street, the very place where she had just been humiliated. Before long, the two arrived beneath the imposing Mecha, and Lu Fei, without hesitation, began to ascend, disappearing into the dark entrance of the engine compartment. Watching him nimbly scale the 12-meter-tall heavy-duty Mecha, Su Zijing surveyed her shadowy surroundings. Biting her lip in determination, it was clear there was no elevator. She would have to climb. She had no choice without a doubt. Staying close to Lu Fei was the safest option, though he appeared somewhat aloof. Even somewhat ruthless, at least he was not lecherous, or so her instincts told her. Finally, after much effort, Su Zijing reached the engine compartment, which was devoid of any occupants. A beam of incandescent light pierced through a small opening above, prompting her to climb further. Upon entering the cockpit, she was taken aback to find Lu Fei meticulously binding a piece of high-quality alloy to his hand with a strip of white fabric. The metal gleamed with a cold sheen under the light, and inexplicably, Su Zijing's heart raced as she noticed the sharp edge of the alloy resembling a ruler. What are you planning to do? Su Zijing felt her throat grow dry, overwhelmed by the intense aura of lethal intent emanating from the janitor, leaving her breathless. I'm taking you back. 5,000 Jiaolib. Payment now. Lu Fei finally completed his task and slowly stood up, extending his left hand to pass his card to Su Zijing. You intend to kill? A shiver of fear permeated the air as Su Zijing took a step back, refusing to accept the card Lu Fei offered. Uncertain, Lu Fei shook his head. It was merely a precaution. Hurry up. Lu Fei's impatience was palpable. Can I stay here? Are you sure? Lu Fei was taken aback. I don't want you to kill. Su Zijing licked her lips, eyeing the premium alloy weapon strapped to Lu Fei's arm. The murderous aura emanating from its sharp blade sent chills down her spine. She was convinced this cleaner would kill for money, for his eyes sparkled whenever the topic of money arose. Unpredictable. Can I stay here and leave tomorrow morning? Yes, 200 Jira coins. 200 Jira coins. I'll get it to you right away. Su Zijing was suddenly elated, nodding repeatedly. She was somewhat perplexed as to why the price had plummeted from 5,000 to 200. The disparity was stark. However, for Su Zijing, the lesser amount was preferable. Yet, had she been aware that Lu Fei was referencing the price of a night with Lu Ying at 200, she would likely have preferred to spend 5,000 Jira coins instead. Lu Fei was well acquainted with the going rate for Lu Ying in the slums, as the Ironhead frequently brought home dubious women for the night. Each time Ironhead did so, Lu Fei was relegated to the cold engine room to sleep, an experience that left a lasting impression on him. Observing Su Zijing as she transferred the funds, a hint of regret flickered across Lu Fei's face. 5,000 Jira coins had evaporated. 5,000 Jira coins. He felt as though he had gone mad with poverty. Is there a place to wash? At that moment, Su Zijing noticed she was covered in dust, her hair disheveled. Just earlier, she had been yanked by her hair and dragged across the ground. With her obsessive cleanliness, she could not tolerate her disheveled state. Her foremost desire was to wash away her humiliation. Yes, 50 Jira coins. Lu Fei, who was slowly untying the cloth from his hands, replied. 50 Jira coins. Here? Su Zijing snatched the card from Lu Fei's grasp. Well, transfer 100. Lu Fei stated. Why? Su Zijing was nearly driven to madness by this unreasonable cleaner, momentarily forgetting that he was someone who would kill for money, and audibly questioned him. 100 Jira coins grants you access to all the facilities here, such as the restroom. Lu Fei remained unfazed by Su Zijing's anger, speaking slowly and deliberately. Ironhead had informed Lu Fei that anger resolved nothing and only diminished one's ability to handle matters. Thus, he had learned to restrain his emotions long before turning 15. Where is the restroom? In the engine room. Su Zijing ceased her inquiries, gritting her teeth as she transferred the funds to Lu Fei, climbing down to the engine room in a huff. Upon reaching the bottom, she realized she had forgotten to ask about the power switch. The engine room was shrouded in darkness, and Su Zijing had to rely on the faint light spilling from the cockpit to locate the power switch. With a loud thud, Su Zijing stumbled and fell to the ground. Trash, miser, greedy. As she groped in the darkness to stand, Su Zijing felt she was on the brink of insanity, cursing the man above with fervor. She could only imagine how filthy this repurposed engine room restroom would be. Finally, the lights flickered on, and after adjusting to the brightness, Su Zijing was taken aback. The engine room was not as squalid as she had imagined, but rather astonishingly clean. One could not overstate its pristine condition. Is this a man's restroom? Su Zijing proceeded cautiously, sensing that she was, in fact, the dirtiest being in the entire engine room. After a few minutes of inspection, Su Zijing finally familiarized herself with the layout of the engine room. It was a highly functional small space. The entryway to the engine room was merely an opening for maintenance, with the armor plate removed. Seeing the dark gaping hole, Su Zijing hurriedly covered it with the heavy armor plate and secured it, which provided her with a modicum of security. The original engine area had been converted into a tiny restroom and washing area, connected in a way that made them appear surprisingly spacious. Opposite the engine room, the metallic walls had been transformed into a row of shallow metal cabinets, arranged like school lockers. Overall, from above, the engine room appeared rather empty, as both the cabinets and multifunctional restroom were relatively low, presumably to avoid a claustrophobic atmosphere. However, from below, it appeared quite cramped, with only a narrow passageway in between. What could possibly be inside those cabinets? Chapter 27. I Am Yours, 1. Su Zijing felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the personal belongings of a cleaner, uncertain as to why such thoughts had sprung to her mind. With that thought in mind, she walked toward the row of cabinets as if entranced. Upon reaching the cabinets, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. What could a filthy man's belongings possibly be worth? 100 Jair coins grants you access to all facilities here, such as the restroom. This thought was fleeting, quickly replaced by Lu Fei's words echoing in her mind. I paid 100 Jair coins. I have the right. With a sense of curiosity, Su Zijing opened one of the cabinets, only to be met with immediate disappointment. She had expected to find treasures carefully curated by the cleaner. But instead, there were only neatly folded clothes and impeccably clean shoes. Indeed, this was merely a place for Lu Fei and Ironhead to store their garments and footwear. Spotting the orderly stack of clothing, Su Zijing wasted no time in selecting a pair of jeans and a white shirt. Had it been any other man, she would have found them filthy, but with Lu Fei's garments, she harbored no such reservations. The immaculate state of the room was ample evidence that he took cleanliness even more seriously than she did. Although the clothes were inexpensive, they were well crafted and held a faint, pleasant fragrance in her hands, which put her at ease. That, of course, Su Zijing primarily approached this with a mischievous intent. After all, she had paid for it, so why not use it? 22 minutes later, a drenched and disheveled Su Zijing burst out of the washing area. Her frustration mounting, she felt an overwhelming urge to kill, for she had not finished washing, and the water had run out. Why did you turn off the water? I paid for it. Su Zijing climbed into the cockpit, raising her voice in indignation. Oh, I forgot to mention that water circulation system only provides a maximum of 20 minutes of water each time. You should know that water resources on Jair are quite scarce. Huh? Why are you wearing my clothes? Lu Fei looked up, surprised to see Su Zijing clad in his attire. The oversized jeans and loose shirt rendered her appearance utterly comical. I paid for it. You said I could use any of the facilities here. Su Zijing retorted defiantly, rolling up the sleeves of her shirt to reveal a smooth, fair arm. Lu Fei's mouth fell open in astonishment. He found himself at a loss for words, for he had indeed made that assertion. I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Su Zijing relished the sight of Lu Fei's flustered expression, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Yes. Lu Fei's response was prompt as he turned to hand her a box from the shelf behind him. How do I eat this? Su Zijing frowned at the neatly arranged nutritional liquids and compressed food within the box. Whatever. Lu Fei remained focused on carving the unfinished wooden sculpture in his hands, the last piece he had yet to complete. Lu Fei was a man who saw things through to the end. Even if Elder Cheng no longer wanted the carving, he would still finish it. Su Zijing wasn't genuinely hungry. She merely wished to provoke the stingy cleaner and elicit a reaction from him. However, the plan backfired. Instead of irritating him, she only succeeded in frustrating herself. Annoyed, she placed the nutritional liquids atop the metallic shelf and, seeing Lu Fei engrossed in his work, felt her irritation intensify. It was only at that moment that Su Zijing noticed the small bedroom that had been fashioned from the cockpit. The original equipment had been completely dismantled, replaced by two opposing metal beds. Between them lay a narrow corridor of less than 2 meters. At one end of the corridor was a foldable metal table, which housed a clearly cobbled-together small light brain. The cleaner sat on one of the beds, hands resting on the table as he carved that dark wooden block, while she occupied the other bed, which was cluttered with some books and little else. The opposite bed, in contrast, was adorned with thick, clean bedding that appeared warm and inviting. The metallic walls of the cockpit, above the beds, were lined with various metal shelves filled with books. Human anatomy, principles and applications of metallurgy, history of mechanical civilization, differences and uses of main and auxiliary engines. Su Zijing flipped through a few books with little interest, discovering the collection was rather haphazard, lacking any coherent system. The subjects ranged from humanities to geography, metallurgy, and physiology, leaving her utterly dazzled. Are these books all yours? Su Zijing found it hard to believe that one person could possess such an extensive range of reading material. However, she was compelled to reconsider. After all, he was merely a janitor, without any need to adorn such a confined space with an abundance of books to project an image of identity and status. Moreover, most of the books contained annotations and notes in the margins, indicating the presence of a thoughtful individual. Lu Fei did not respond to Su Zijing, nor did he look up. His gaze remained fixated on the black ebony in his hands. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Su Zijing raised her voice, but unfortunately, he continued to ignore her. "Are you even listening? Hey!" Lu Fei's disregard irritated Su Zijing, who leaned closer and grasped his hand, insisting, "I dislike being interrupted during my work." Lu Fei coldly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Su Zijing. I've paid for this. You said I could use anything here, and you have an obligation to respond to me." As she spoke, Su Zijing felt a twinge of guilt under Lu Fei's indifferent stare, her voice dwindling to a whisper by the end. "Not including me," Lu Fei stated emphatically. "But I hold the final say." Lu Fei lowered his head, returning to his task. The wooden carving he was working on was quite challenging. It depicted two figures and required not only exceptional craftsmanship but also the ability to convey profound emotions, an area where Lu Fei struggled, as he was not adept at sculpting characters that expressed inner feelings. 100 Jair coins. Su Zijing clutched her damp hair tightly, feeling as if she were losing her mind. Lu Fei shifted slightly, clearly intrigued by the offer of 100 Jair coins. 200 Jair coins. Noticing Lu Fei's interest, a triumphant smile crept onto Su Zijing's face. As long as he desired money, she had a way to negotiate. 300 Jair coins. Lu Fei lifted his head. This was the price he set for himself, of course, based on the rates he observed in Fallen Street. "Deal, 300 Jair coins," Su Zijing exclaimed with delight. At times, the low price Lu Fei offered left her incredulous. She had never understood why escorting her back to school cost 5,000 Jair coins, while staying here overnight was merely 200. What she failed to realize was that Lu Fei had factored in the level of danger, hence the higher price ITS settled. "Tonight, I am at your service, albeit only within this space." "Ugh, what do you mean?" "I am at your service. I merely want you to answer my questions." A flush crept across Su Zijing's face, her neck turning crimson. "The meaning remains the same." Lu Fei regarded Su Zijing's flushed face with a detached curiosity. He could not comprehend why women were so easily embarrassed. Chen Chun was similar, blushing inexplicably after a few words. It seemed worth investigating further. He recalled that Iron Head had once said that women who blush easily are often good women. Was Su Zijing truly a good woman? Lu Fei found Iron Head's perspective somewhat contradictory, given his assertion that good women would never be found in Fallen Street. "Are these books yours?" Did you write the notes as well?" Your handwriting is quite ugly," she remarked. Lu Fei felt a warmth rising in his cheeks, unaware that he too was blushing. For a long time, his handwriting had been the target of Iron Head's ridicule, who had claimed he had never seen a genius with such poor penmanship. Lu Fei had always dismissed Iron Head's comments, but hearing them from Su Zijing made him feel a pang of shame. It seemed necessary to earnestly practice his writing. After all, it was a cultural heritage from his home planet, Earth. "Did you grow up in a slum?" "Yes." "Do you live alone?" "No." "Who else lives with you?" "Your father, your mother, or your wife?" "He is deceased." A shadow of melancholy crossed Lu Fei's face. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry." The room suddenly fell into a heavy silence. By the way, "Do you have a hairdryer?" Su Zijing, noticing Lu Fei's despondence, quickly changed the subject. Yes. Lu Fei bent down and retrieved a wooden box from beneath the metal bed where Su Zijing was seated. Pulling out an oddly shaped hairdryer, he had fashioned it for Iron Head, who disliked haircuts and often struggled with his long hair post-wash. Lu Fei had scavenged some parts from the heaps of electronic waste near the slums to create a hairdryer for him. This cough, Su Zijing took the hairdryer, feeling as if she had been transported back to primitive times. It resembled a chaotic amalgamation of metal components. What frustrated her the most was that this hairdryer lacked a conventional nozzle. Instead, it featured numerous small fans stacked together, appearing rather hazardous. Lu Fei, uninterested in conversation, nodded and returned to his work, picking up a carving knife and immersing himself in his task. Realizing Lu Fei was preoccupied, Su Zijing felt a sense of boredom wash over her and plugged in the hairdryer to dry her hair. As time passed, her hair dried, and upon shutting off the hairdryer, the cockpit fell into a tranquil silence. The sound of the carving knife against wood resonating clearly. The dark ebony in Lu Fei's hands had begun to take shape, forming two figures, a man and a woman, holding hands and seemingly moving forward. As if they were about to step off the metal table, though merely a rough outline, it exuded remarkable vitality. Wow, did you carve this? Su Zijing asked, only to immediately realize the absurdity of her question and hastily fell silent. Lu Fei appeared oblivious, his focus unwavering as he expertly maneuvered the wood with one hand while skillfully wielding the carving knife with the other. The knife's sharp blade gradually peeled away the dark wood, creating a flurry of black shavings that cascaded onto the metal table. Su Zijing became entranced, momentarily forgetting Lu Fei's lack of response as she watched the knife dance upon the wood. Embodying both grace and precision, the rhythm was captivating. With each stroke, it left behind flowing lines that, even to someone unversed in carving, radiated an irresistible beauty. At last, Lu Fei's fluid movements came to a halt, and Su Zijing exhaled a long breath she hadn't realized she was holding. She fixated on the knife. She felt an overwhelming pressure. The intensity of his craft affected her breathing rhythm, sending her heart racing. Is this a gift for your girlfriend? No, you carve beautifully. Su Zijing inexplicably felt her taut nerves begin to relax. Thank you. Could you give it to me? No. Su Zijing felt a flush of heat on her cheeks, regretting her words the moment they left her lips. If you want it, it'll cost you 100,000 jir coins. 100,000. Are you robbing me? Who would care for such a piece of wood? Watching Lu Fei carefully place the wooden sculpture into a paper box, Su Zijing gaped in disbelief, wishing she could bite him in frustration. This janitor was insufferably greedy, always demanding money. At school, she merely had to ask, and she could receive whatever she desired. Whatever. Lu Fei, uninterested in explaining, considered that since she was a student and given that Cheng's wood carving had ceased operations, the 100,000 gyre coins was already a discounted price. After all, black ebony was far rarer than dazzling rosewood, and the artistic value of this wooden sculpture alone justified that price. Humph, I've never seen someone as miserly and avaricious as you. Su Zijing scoffed. It's getting late. We should sleep. Lu Fei disregarded Su Zijing, glancing out the porthole before tidying up the wooden carving and sweeping the shavings from the metal table. He stood tall, stretching his limbs. Hey, I'm the one who paid. I want to chat. Su Zijing's eyes sparkled with mischief as she declared. Lu Fei couldn't help but look up at this unreasonable woman. When his gaze fell upon Su Zijing's face, time and space seemed to stand still. A thunderous jolt struck Lu Fei's heart. This was the first time he had observed a woman so closely. Even in the carving shop, he had never looked at Chin with such intensity. Only now did he truly see Su Zijing's breathtaking beauty, reminiscent of a stunning celestial being. What an exquisite allure it was, a beauty that transcended the mundane. Unparalleled in its elegance, it was a blend of grace, nobility, and a gentle, tender charm. It was a beauty akin to that of a heavenly fairy, untouched by the trivialities of the world. Her flowing hair cascaded chaotically over her soft, supple form, and the white shirt enveloping her delicate frame only enhanced the air of mystique surrounding her. The exposed skin of her neck glimmered under the light, elongated and graceful, while her legs, draped over the bed, revealed flawless feet that stirred the imagination. On the snow-white, delicate visage of Su Zijing, her eyes shone like ink dots, framed by long, alluring eyelashes that concealed a pair of clear, captivating eyes. Beneath her straight and elegant nose lay a petite, cherry-like mouth, its full, rosy lips reminiscent of ripe cherries, tempting enough to evoke a desire for a kiss in anyone who beheld her. Chapter 29. A Shared Bed, Divergent Dreams. 1. A flicker of flame ignited within Lu Fei's pupils, as if his chest were about to explode. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Su Zijing glared nervously at Lu Fei, who seemed entranced, her heart swelling with both pride and delight. She had long grown accustomed to the fact that every man who laid eyes upon her was invariably captivated by her beauty. This insufferable janitor had persistently ignored her, yet now, his dazed expression filled her with a sense of triumph, the thrill of a conqueror. Humph, men are all the same. They all behave the same way when confronted with beauty. At that moment, Su Zijing was entirely immersed in her sense of conquest, oblivious to the peril of being alone in a confined space with a man. However, Lu Fei's subsequent remark nearly made her choke with rage. Not bad, almost on par with Chen Shun. The fire in Lu Fei's eyes extinguished, his gaze clearing as he spoke lightly. Who is Chen Shun? A hint of disdain crossed Su Zijing's face. After all, she was universally recognized as the most beautiful woman at Zhaoluo Mecha University. This title not only afforded her the privileges of a princess, but also instilled a sense of superiority that made her dismissive of other women. Chen Shun is simply Chen Shun. Lu Fei stood up and began to undress. What are you doing? Su Zijing's heart raced violently as she clutched her chest, her expression one of sheer terror directed at Lu Fei. Indifferent to her alarm, Lu Fei continued to shed his clothing, revealing a physique so robust it dazzled Su Zijing, momentarily making her forget her perilous situation. It was hard to believe that someone who appeared so slender could possess such strength. No wonder he excelled in combat. After removing everything but his shorts, Lu Fei climbed into his blanket. Despite it being nearly April, a chill lingered in the air, particularly within the frigid cockpit where temperatures were even lower. Upon seeing Lu Fei settled onto her bed, Su Zijing exhaled in relief, though her heart still raced like a startled deer. She had briefly feared he would make an unwelcome advance. With a sudden crack, the cockpit plunged into darkness. Why did you turn off the lights? With another crack, the lights flickered back on. If you prefer, you may sleep with the lights on. You've paid for it with that. Lu Fei pulled the blanket over himself, as he was unaccustomed to sleeping in the light. Hey, if you disturb my sleep again, I won't hesitate to throw you out. Lu Fei abruptly threw off the covers and sat up, glaring fiercely at Su Zijing. Su Zijing, gazing at Lu Fei's powerful form, found herself at a loss for words. She had witnessed his ferocity firsthand. I'll give you a chance. Speak your mind, now. Where am I supposed to sleep? Su Zijing asked weakly. You're on a bed. But there are no blankets. It was burned. Why would you burn it? It was burned along with its owner. Then, where do I sleep? Well, since you paid for it, you may sleep with me. Lu Fei naturally opened the covers. Su Zijing felt her sanity slipping away, frantically tugging at her hair, completely disregarding the decorum expected of a woman. Why won't you let me sleep on your bed? I am a woman, do you understand? Apologies, but this is my bed. You only have the right to use it. According to historical records, long before the interstellar migration, men and women were already considered equal. Fine, you win. Sleep as you wish, Su Zijing interrupted Lu Fei, fearing that if she listened any longer, she might completely unravel. Are you sure? Absolutely. Su Zijing's tone was resolute. All right, I'm going to sleep. If you dare to wake me, I will throw you out. Lu Fei lay down, pulling the covers over himself, as he needed rest for an early rise the next morning. The cockpit fell silent, the only sound the faintest whisper of a falling pin. Su Zijing gazed vacantly at the dark sky beyond the window, feeling as though she were trapped in a dream. It was a night fraught with difficulty, a night of coldness, and a night that stirred profound anger. Listening to the rhythmic sound of Lu Fei's breathing, Su Zijing became convinced that the insufferable janitor had indeed fallen asleep. His slumber was remarkably deep. 2 hours had passed without him turning even once. Igniting her jealousy, as the night deepened, Su Zijing felt her body begin to tremble. The cockpit, devoid of heating, grew increasingly frigid. What to do? Clearly, sitting on this cold bed would not allow her to endure the night. With that thought, Su Zijing instinctively glanced at Lu Fei's bed, the thick blanket beckoning her with irresistible allure. Was she truly considering sharing a bed with him for the night? No. Su Zijing resolutely dismissed the perilous notion. As time wore on, her eyelids grew heavy, and her mind began to blur, her willpower waning. It was an excruciating torment. She didn't even dare lean against the walls, for this was a mecha cockpit, filled with cold, unyielding metal, and her thin garments offered little protection against the biting cold. Forget it, forget it. Su Zijing gritted her teeth, glaring at the man sleeping soundly. In a daze, Su Zijing abandoned all notions of feminine restraint and dignity. Her only desire now was to find warmth beneath a blanket. She was utterly exhausted. Shivering, she cautiously squeezed onto the narrow bed, her expectations modest. Just a small space would suffice. Anything was better than the accursed cold metal. What are you doing? As soon as Su Zijing inched toward the blanket, Lu Fei sprang up as if propelled by a spring, his face radiating a terrifying aura. The expression on his face suggested that should Su Zijing's response fail to satisfy him, he would not hesitate to throw her out, and the possibility of violence loomed large. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to sleep. Su Zijing hastily moved to the opposite metal bunk, an overwhelming fear suffusing the air. Oh, the murderous intent on Lu Fei's face dissipated, and he lay back down, but this time he shifted a little, creating some space. After a long pause, Su Zijing finally regained her composure. Cursing silently to herself, though she could only curse internally, as she had no desire to be thrown into the slums in the dead of night. This madman would show no mercy, this time. Su Zijing climbed onto the bed with utmost caution, fearful of waking Lu Fei at last. She found herself lying at Lu Fei's feet, feeling a hint of warmth that enveloped her like a coal in the snow, soothing her entire being. Unfortunately, the bed was too narrow, forcing her to press closely against Lu Fei's back to avoid falling off. Fortunately, the janitor seemed to be in a deep sleep, his body completely still, granting Su Zijing a measure of peace. She had already resolved that if Lu Fei attempted to take advantage of her, she would resist fiercely, never allowing him to succeed. In her hand, she clutched a small, sharp pair of scissors. In her drowsiness, Su Zijing tensed her muscles and drifted into slumber. Chapter 30. A Shared Bed, Divergent Dreams. 2. Su Zijing dreamed a vivid dream. She found herself pursued by a group of malevolent figures, running with all her might, yet no matter how desperately she tried, the grotesque faces of her pursuers loomed relentlessly behind her. In the boundless darkness, her feet grew heavier, as though she were wading through quicksand. Fear enveloping her as she plummeted into an abyss. Who dares to abduct a maiden? Behold the staff. Oh, I mean the knife. Suddenly, amidst a burst of radiant light, a tall figure wielding a great sword appeared. His features obscured, with his sword swirling through the air, a wave of killing intent surged forth, and the horde of wicked men was swiftly vanquished, blood flowing like rivers as they fled into the night, leaving no trace behind. Who are you? Su Zijing gazed dreamily at this hero, the very embodiment of her dreams. I am your husband from 500 years hence. 500 years from now, you will forsake this relationship for me. Every effort I have made to return here, and everything I do, is for you. Jingjing, that I miss you. I truly miss you. I miss you so much. Do you believe me? I don't believe you. Su Zijing strained to see the man's face, but it remained obscured, shrouded in mist. You ought to do this. I should also die. Once, a sincere love was laid before me, yet I failed to cherish it. Only upon losing it did I realize my folly. The greatest sorrow in life is to endure such regret. Let your sword descend upon my throat. Do not hesitate. If heaven grants me another chance, I would tell that girl 3 words. I love you. If I must impose a deadline upon this love, I wish it to be 10,000 years. Why would I wish to kill you? Besides, I have no sword. One day, when you realize you have fallen for someone you despise, that is when the relationship becomes most perilous, the man murmured. You despise me? Yes, go ahead and kill me. I would rather die than marry you. By the way, you have no sword, but there is a pair of scissors. My ideal partner is a heroic figure, who will one day come to marry me riding upon clouds of 7 colors. I have guessed the beginning, yet I cannot foresee the ending. Su Zijing, in despair, raised the scissors in her hand. The weather today is splendid. The morning sunlight has already streamed through the porthole, draping it in a layer of warm, colorful haze. Lu Fei had risen after Su Zijing fell asleep. This bed is simply unsuitable for two. Now, Lu Fei gazed at the young woman lying on the bed, her expression shifting from a frown of sorrow to a silly, sunlit smile. He had called out to her several times, but to no avail. He found it perplexing how someone could have such a rich array of expressions while asleep, and even mutter nonsensical words. It seemed he had no choice but to employ the ultimate technique he used on Li Meng. In Lu Fei's lexicon, there were no words for cherishing delicate beauty. Immediately, a cup of water was unceremoniously splashed onto the sleeping beauty's face. Su Zijing felt as if the scissors had pierced her throat. Icy blood gushing forth, even trickling down to her head. Why is the blood cold? Why does it flow to my head? Have I committed suicide? Why would I do that? I have yet to fall in love. I do not wish to die. Su Zijing suddenly opened her eyes to see Lu Fei standing at the edge of the bed. With no time to ponder, she thrust the scissors fiercely towards him. Lu Fei waved his hand, firmly grasping Su Zijing's wrist, the small scissors in her hand glistening ominously under the dawn's light. What are you doing? Su Zijing's voice trembled. Lu Fei's grip felt like an iron clamp, rendering her utterly immobile. What do you intend to do? Lu Fei slowly removed the scissors from her hand, coldly inquiring. Do not wish to. Su Zijing replied weakly. It is time to get up. Su Zijing cautiously sat at the edge of the bed, meticulously checking her clothes, relieved to find them intact, preserving her modesty. I shall give you 10 minutes. 10 minutes for what? Lu Fei's frigid tone made Su Zijing, who had just relaxed, tense up again. Wash up? And also, to change my clothes. Our transaction has concluded. 10 minutes is hardly enough. Su Zijing protested loudly. The timer starts now. Lu Fei glanced at his wristwatch, stating matter-of-factly, hotel checkout is at noon. Su Zijing retorted indignantly. I have the final say. Lu Fei, disinterested, began methodically folding the blankets on the bed. I will offer 100 Zhuor coins for an extension of 20 minutes. Is that acceptable? Su Zijing pleaded. 10 minutes was simply insufficient. Even to comb her hair would take longer. No, Lu Fei declared decisively. There are 9 minutes remaining. 9 minutes. Su Zijing shrieked, swiftly darting down to the engine room, her movements as nimble as a rabbit, leaving Lu Fei momentarily stunned. Quite fast indeed. 10 minutes later, Su Zijing climbed back into the engine room, panting. She had changed into her own clothes, her hair slightly disheveled, appearing somewhat disheveled. Thank you for helping me wash my clothes. A rare expression of gratitude graced Su Zijing's face, as she had not expected her clothes to be so clean, and no need to thank me. The energy expended plus my service fee totals 52 Zhuor coins. You may pay 50 you. I will pay. No need for a discount. 52 Zhuor coins. Observing Lu Fei's expressionless demeanor, Su Zijing was infuriated, her earlier gratitude evaporating, as she gritted her teeth and retrieved her smart card. Thank you. Lu Fei satisfactorily took back his card, stating, if you ever need assistance again, feel free to come to me. My prices are fair. Thanks. Su Zijing let out a cold huff through her nostrils. Well, I'm leaving. Lu Fei strode towards the exit and began to climb down, with Su Zijing closely following. She dared not leave his side, for returning to school meant passing through the deterioration street. Su Zijing had sworn never to return to the slums again in her lifetime. Although dawn had already cast its glow upon the earth, it was still quite early, and the slums appeared desolate. With few figures seen on the streets, the impoverished remained so not only due to various social issues, but primarily due to laziness, whether in the primitive times of their home planet or the technological era post-stellar migration. With diligence, there remains a chance to alter one's impoverished status. The ironclad, who forbade Lu Fei from associating with the impoverished, held this belief, having once stated that a wealthy person's time is money, and it is rare for them to indulge in sloth, whereas in the slums, rising early is indeed a rarity. Seeing the early morning slums so deserted, Su Zijing sighed in relief, yet continued to shadow Lu Fei closely. Chapter 31. One man, two women, one. Suddenly, Lu Fei halted. Su Zijing collided into his back. Hey, how do you walk? Oh. Su Zijing ceased speaking, staring blankly at the alley ahead, where a young girl stood. The girl was tall, clad in a pristine white gown, appearing ethereal and enchanting under the radiant dawn and cool breeze, as if a fairy had descended. Her eyes were dark and large, pure as a spring, enchanting and filled with emotion. Her delicate little nose exuded both beauty and grace, her crimson lips vibrant and charming. Her smooth, elegant neckline stood straight like a beautiful swan, her slender shoulders exuding a shy allure. Beneath the soft, slightly taut fabric of her long gown, a pair of charmingly rounded curves hinted at the beauty of femininity, inviting the imagination to wander. Her snow-white, delicate arms were bare, and her elegant hands, resembling tender green onions, bore 10 long, graceful fingers, and her waist, slender and delicate, presented an exquisitely fragile beauty. Her long, straight legs were partially visible, their graceful curves reminiscent of a fairy standing elegantly. The girl simply stood there, exuding an aura of quiet elegance and extraordinary nobility. Along with an ethereal springtime charm unique to one untouched by worldly affairs, perfect. This was a woman nearly flawless, and before her, Su Zijing felt her own beauty pale in comparison for the first time. Su Zijing gazed at Chen Shun, who also returned the gaze. However, Chen Shun did not notice Su Zijing's stunning beauty, but rather observed Su Zijing's hair. Though an untouched woman, Chen Shun possessed an innate sensitivity and keen observation that women often do. The disheveled hair immediately indicated to her that Su Zijing had just awakened. "Chen Shun, what brings you here?" Lu Fei inquired, puzzled, for he had known Chen Shun for 2 years, and she had never ventured into the slums before. "Grandfather," Chen Shen's expression was one of utter despair, swaying unsteadily. Lu Fei hurried over to support her, at a loss for words to offer comfort. All he could do was to lend support to this woman, who, like him, had lost all family. He understood Chen Shen's feelings, as he had experienced similar sorrow. When the ironclad passed away, Lu Fei felt as if he had lost his entire world, never realizing how significant the ironclad was in his life. "Have you been here long?" Lu Fei sensed Chen Shen's body was cold, trembling lightly. "I could not find your residence." Chen Shun, feeling the warmth emanating from Lu Fei, let a single crystalline tear roll down her cheek. "Is there something you need? Grandfather wishes you to accompany him on his final journey. He has something to leave for you." I will first go to school." Lu Fei nodded. "I wish to go with you." In the desolate slums, a young man accompanied by 2 extraordinarily beautiful young women made his way towards the school. Throughout the journey, neither Chen Shen nor Su Zijing spoke a word, nor did they even glance at one another. While Lu Fei could not be bothered to introduce the two, an unspoken tension lingered in the air, unbeknownst to Lu Fei, who had forgotten about Su Zijing's presence entirely, as Chen Shan required more attention. With 2 women in tow, Lu Fei was compelled to take a detour, entering through the main gate of the Mecha University. They passed the location where Su Zijing had suffered indignity the day before in Deterioration Street. She glanced around, feeling as though countless villains lurked within the empty street, and hastened to Lu Fei's side, pressing closely against him, wishing he would offer her the same support he provided to Chen Chen. Unfortunately, Lu Fei remained oblivious to the beauty beside him, preoccupied with thoughts of handling Cheng Lao's funeral arrangements. Such tasks were familiar to him, as he had personally escorted the ironclad to the crematorium. At this moment, the school remained quiet, with only a few early risers jogging through the wooded paths. In the early morning, when individuals are most prone to drowsiness, the security level at the school reaches its zenith. During this time, not only is there a dense array of holographic scans monitoring every nook and cranny of the campus, but security personnel are also engaged in frequent patrols, amidst the presence of 2 stunningly beautiful women. Lu Fei pondered deeply as he approached the entrance, his gaze lowered. Halt! Within a mere 50 meters of crossing the school gate, the trio found themselves obstructed by 4 security guards. These guards were unfamiliar with Lu Fei, as he seldom traversed the main entrance of the school. Naturally, the guards were not there specifically for Lu Fei. The school's holographic scanning system possesses a remarkably powerful identity verification function. The moment Qinshan stepped through the gate, the main control light brain had already identified her as an unknown individual and relayed this information to the nearest group of security personnel. In truth, Mecha University operates on a semi-open basis, and security typically does not inquire too deeply. However, given that it was morning, the security protocols were more stringent than usual. Is there a problem? Lu Fei halted, furrowing his brow. "Miss Su, is she your friend?" Although Lu Fei had yet to don the attire of a janitor, the main control light brain had already informed the guards of his identity. Consequently, they paid him little mind and instead sought to curry favor with the illustrious Su Zijing. Knowing that opportunities to converse with the first beauty are rare and must be seized. No. Su Zijing replied decisively, her nostrils flaring with a disdainful huff, her demeanor replete with arrogance, as if to convey that Chen Chen was unworthy of being her friend. The guards, perceptive to Su Zijing's displeasure, exchanged glances before their serious gazes settled upon Chen Chen. I am his friend. Chen Chen gently inclined her head in a polite gesture, her voice barely above a whisper. Oh, his friend, you say? Please, go on in. The guards' gazes shifted to Chen Chen, instantly enraptured by her ethereal beauty, their senses dulled. Upon hearing Chen Chen's soft utterance, they were rendered compliant, as they had already fulfilled their duty by verifying that the stranger was indeed a friend of a school staff member. Thank you. Chen Chen repeated her courteous bow. Go ahead. We will inform the other teams to grant you passage. Humph. Su Zijing shot a fierce glare at the guards, and upon witnessing Lu Fei and Chen Chen moving away, she hurriedly trailed behind them, mirroring their steps closely. At this moment, Su Zijing found herself in a state of bemusement, unaware of why she felt compelled to follow Lu Fei. She was now safe. Yet her subconscious seemed to insist that she should remain near him, lest that vixen lead him astray. In Su Zijing's mind, Chen Chen had already been relegated to the status of a temptress. Conversely, Chen Chen regarded Su Zijing with a similar lack of esteem, perceiving her as a significant potential threat. Moreover, Chen Chen was determined to ascertain one particular matter. She clenched her teeth lightly, realizing that there was no time to waste. She needed to confirm it now. Fei Gu, yesterday. Chen Chen's voice was soft, hesitant, as if she struggled to articulate her thoughts. What is it? Was it a bit cold last night? Did you sleep alone and feel chilly? Not cold, I'm used to it, Lu Fei replied, oblivious to the implications behind the inquiry. Oh, I shall bring you a blanket tomorrow. Chen Chen's tone relaxed slightly, no need. Actually, I felt a bit warm. Su Zijing reveled in her triumph. Determined to undermine the vixen. Why? Chen Chen's heart raced. Well, sharing a bed can indeed make things a bit warm. Su Zijing feigned a shy expression. Chen Chen's body trembled, abruptly halting in her tracks, feeling as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Staring wide-eyed at Lu Fei's back, Lu Fei turned to face the two women, perplexed by the conversation regarding sleep. Lu Fei, I intend to sleep at your place again tonight. Su Zijing cast a sultry glance at Lu Fei. Her expression imbued with irresistible charm. That's fine. Lu Fei's response plunged Chen Chen into despair while simultaneously elevating Su Zijing's status. But Lu Fei's next remark offered a glimmer of hope for Chen Chen, sending Su Zijing into a state of shock. 300 yuan per night. Lu Fei was pleased, relishing the prospect of earning money. As he observed Chen Chen's bewildered expression, Su Zijing's face turned green with rage. Fei Gu, why 300 a night? With Su Zijing silent, Chen Chen felt compelled to direct her question to Lu Fei. Is a reason necessary? That is the fee. Lu Fei wished to avoid entangling himself in the matter, but felt obliged to respond. Then, may I sleep? Chen Chen's emotions fluctuated like a roller coaster, her gaze nervously fixed on Lu Fei. Yes, Lu Fei nodded. Then, how much is it? Chen Chen clasped her hands together, the tension rendering her knuckles pale. No charge. Lu Fei's answer was resolute, though, cough, cough. Chen Chen began to cough, tears welling in her eyes, her flawless visage seemingly veiled in a delicate blush. Throughout her coughing fit, Chen Chen's gaze remained fixed on Su Zijing, offering a gentle smile that pierced Su Zijing's heart like a dagger. Lu Fei, you are truly ruthless. Su Zijing's face turned an ashen green with fury as she pointed an accusing finger at Lu Fei. Her delicate hand raised in indignation. After a furious stomp, she bolted away, as remaining in the vicinity would likely provoke her to the point of bloodshed. Little vixen, little vixen, little vixen. Su Zijing lost control, storming away while frantically cursing Chen Chen and Lu Fei, vanishing into a shaded path. It was only after dashing deep into the woods that Su Zijing regained her composure from her fury. Why was she so enraged? Was it truly worth her ire over a mere janitor? She kicked at a tree in frustration, the pain in her feet finally prompting her to cease. Humph! I am the first beauty of Mecha University. What is a lowly janitor to me? If I wished, I could summon a veritable army of admirers from Zhuora University to the pedestrian street with the mere crook of my finger. How dare he even think about sleeping with me? Bah, what a dream! Su Zijing mimicked the gesture of beckoning with her fingers at the trunk of a tree. Su Zijing quickly mended her wounded pride. Soon emerging from the woods with her head held high, upon encountering the initial group of security guards, she immediately raised her chin, letting out a disdainful snort, as if to say they had never seen a beauty before. What was this anger about? Lu Fei gazed in bewilderment as Su Zijing stormed off into the distance. Everything is fine. Let us proceed, Chen Shan softly suggested to him. Chen Shan followed Lu Fei to the light brain laboratory. Standing aside as he tidied up, due to the significance of the task at hand, Lu Fei maximized his potential, and when he completed his work, he had astonishingly finished 21 minutes ahead of schedule. Lu Fei's reference time was a composite figure, as cleaning duties varied in complexity depending on the tools used and the flow of students each day. His method involved compiling the total cleaning time for all courses over a period to derive an overall value. If the actual time exceeded this composite figure, it was considered ahead of schedule. Of course, this early completion also relied on reference values, such as the typical time required for a specific class and the overall composite value, all of which were included in his reference data. Upon finishing his tasks, Lu Fei noticed that Chen Chun was no longer in her original spot. After circling the large laboratory, he finally found her standing mesmerized before a colossal experimental light brain. Her delicate hands gently caressing its main control panel. As Lu Fei approached Chen Xin, the light brain flickered erratically, with chaotic patterns and data cascading down, seemingly analyzing some form of measurement. You activated the light brain? Lu Fei gazed at Chen Xian in astonishment, aware that in the light brain laboratory, the more advanced the equipment, the greater the restrictions on its use. This particular experimental light brain, connected to the school's main control light brain, was typically off-limits to ordinary students. I didn't know. Chen Xian emerged from her reverie, stating, "It was already lit when I arrived. That is impossible." Lu Fei shook his head, unable to accept this revelation. Yet the evidence forced him to acknowledge the truth. The light brain was calculating autonomously, a torrent of data cascading like a river, while holographic light measuring devices moved at an incredible speed, as if gauging something. Suddenly, the data stream on the light brain's holographic screen froze, leaving a series of Arabic numerals eerily suspended, presenting a bizarre spectacle. 36. What does this data signify? Lu Fei stared blankly at the numbers, realizing that in the past 2 years, no mecha had been associated with this figure. I have no idea. Chun Chin's face blushed a deep crimson from neck to ears, her head bowed in embarrassment. Her voice barely audible. Oh, then let us depart. Observing Chun Chin's blushing countenance, Lu Fei sensed something amiss, yet he could not pinpoint what it might be. The very moment Chen Chun was leaving the light brain laboratory, she turned back, her sparkling eyes revealing a hint of reluctance. This gaze manifested daily upon Lu Fei, though the setting had shifted to the Mecha laboratory. Lu Fei had taken 2 days off from school to escort Old Cheng on his final journey. Following Old Cheng's last wishes, his ashes were sent into the vast expanse of space, scattered across the boundless cosmos. Much like a metal head, a set of carving tools was bestowed upon Lu Fei, accompanied by a spatial ring, which, beyond holding the carving tools, could contain a multitude of items. Lu Fei's affection for the spatial ring far exceeded that for the carving tools, for it significantly expanded the usable space in his abode. Chapter 33. To be a cultured rogue 2 days later, Lu Fei returned to school while Chen Shan began managing the assets left behind by Old Cheng, the most significant of which was the Cheng family's woodcarving business. This was due to the numerous woodcarving pieces within, many of which were of sentimental value and needed to be preserved, while the majority were to be processed and sold, as they constituted a considerable fortune. During these 2 days, unbeknownst to Lu Fei, the slum had erupted in chaos, for a bounty of 200,000 Zor coins had been placed on Lu Fei's leg. Lu Fei had become a figure of notoriety in the slum. Nearly everyone was discussing him, although more so about Metal Head, for Lu Fei was the son of Metal Head. Metal Head was dead, in truth, even though Metal Head had not been seen in the slum for 6 months. Most people were oblivious to his demise, perhaps having never paid attention to an elderly scavenger, save for Metal Head's competitors. It was Lu Fei who made the death of Metal Head known across all strata of the slum. Boss, 200,000 Zor coins. In the midst of a dilapidated playground with a long history, A group of thugs huddled in a circle, inside which squatted a one-eyed giant. This burly man, around 30, sported a prominent hooked nose, a sturdy physique, and sparse, dry golden hair that curled into tufts cascading over his shoulders, resembling a furry gorilla. Not happening, the one-eyed giant shook his head, his expression resolute. Why not? Boss, Metalhead is dead. Besides, he was merely an old fool. Even if he were alive, we need not fear him. Another thug coaxed. I said no, and no it is. Anyone who dares to touch him will have to answer to me. One-eyed dragon Desai. The one-eyed giant stood abruptly, snorting coldly. If Metalhead were alive, just uttering that would earn you a broken jaw. The thugs exchanged glances, confused as to why their boss would fear a corpse. You don't understand the terror of Metalhead, but now that he's dead, no matter how formidable he was, death is death. There's nothing to fear. Exactly, boss. Metalhead was powerful, but he's dead. If we take off Lu Fei's leg, we can claim that bounty of 200,000 Zor coins. Heh. A small thug's face was greed-laden, drool almost spilling from his lips. The allure of the bounty was simply overwhelming. You foolish pig. Do you know why Lu Fei has drawn ire? The one-eyed dragon scolded fiercely, squatting down once more. Is it not just to protect a woman? Yes, a woman. But do you comprehend her background? Her identity? Her family? Do you know anything? The one-eyed giant's voice was sharp and commanding. Boss, I don't know. The small thug replied weakly. Precisely, you know nothing. If we incapacitate Lu Fei, what if the forces behind that woman seek retribution? The one-eyed dragon glared disdainfully at the small thug. The thug shivered, his demeanor shifting to one of obsequiousness. Boss is indeed wise, orchestrating plans with foresight. We could never match your brilliance. Yes, boss is unrivaled. Indeed, though the boss is missing an eye, his heart is nonetheless full, or rather, his intellect has expanded. The thugs immediately flattered him, fawning over the one-eyed giant in a haze of adulation. Smart of you to catch on. Humph. We shall merely observe the spectacle, waiting for some foolhardy soul to risk their life for 200,000 Zor coins. Perhaps our opportunity will arise. The one-eyed giant chuckled sinisterly. Yes, let us watch the show. You ignorant pig, when you had the chance to learn, you squandered it. You must grasp vocabulary and illusions. This isn't merely watching a show. It's akin to being a bystander in a fire. Do you understand? Lack of education is truly frightening. The one-eyed giant slapped the thug. Yes, boss is magnificent. What is the pinnacle of being a rogue, do you know? The boss queried. Please enlighten me, boss, to be a cultured rogue. The one-eyed giant stood tall, gazing skyward with a hearty laugh, striding over to a nearby trash bin to discard the tissue he had used to wipe his nose. The thugs gazed up at the giant's imposing figure with admiration. Indeed, a cultured rogue. As the turmoil brewed in the slum, Lu Fei returned from the hospital. The moment he stepped into the slum, an overwhelming sense of unease enveloped him. What had transpired? His muscles tensed as he moved slowly down Fallen Street. Countless eyes fixated upon him. He detested this feeling of being watched, akin to being surrounded by lurking beasts, waiting for the opportune moment to pounce and tear him apart. The temptation of 200,000 Zor coins was immense. In the slum, not everyone possessed the foresight of one-eyed dragon Desai, especially those unruly thugs, who, driven by the allure of the bounty, were oblivious to the perils concealed behind it's one-eyed dragon Desai had stated. Ignorance is indeed terrifying. Little Fish, Anderson, and Malu, 3 illiterate thugs, squatted along Lu Fei's path, their eyes glinting with predatory hunger. In their hands were 3 primitive weapons, their origins traceable back to the era of the mother planet. A brick, a watermelon knife, and a wooden stick. The spindly little fish spat a greenish phlegm onto the ground with fury. How dare he not show up for 2 days? Has he fled? More and more people are aware of it now. We might not earn that 200,000 Zor coins after all, little fish. I sense something amiss, spoke Anderson, the strongest among them, wielding a rusted watermelon knife. Yes, little fish, I share that sentiment. Why are they all staring at us? Malu gulped, glancing around, the piercing gazes making him feel exposed and vulnerable. What seems amiss? Little Fish was the strategist among the trio. Why haven't we seen anyone else lying in wait for Lu Fei? Could it be that Metalhead is not truly dead? Anderson questioned, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Ugh. Metalhead is dead. I asked a few scavengers, and they confirmed he has been dead for over half a year. As for why no one else is armed, perhaps they are well hidden or simply uninterested in 200,000 Zor coins. Little Fish paused, suddenly realizing the gravity of his words, instinctively scanning the surroundings. Indeed, as Anderson had said, the entire fallen street was devoid of anyone wielding weapons, not even a brick. This was quite different from the usual frenzied competition for bounties. Chapter 34. The first ambush, all right? Let us wait 10 more minutes. If he doesn't show, we'll pull out. Little Fish was growing impatient. Despite being the brains of the operation, he truly disliked overthinking. 10 minutes is unnecessary. Why? Little Fish looked at Malu in confusion. He.s. coming. Malu gestured toward the far end of Fallen Street. Ha ha ha. The chance to strike it rich has arrived. Stick to the plan. I'll distract him with the brick, and Malu, you follow closely with the stick. Once he.s. incapacitated, we can proceed. Anderson, aim carefully, left leg or right leg. It matters not. Just take whichever is more convenient. Little Fish's face lit up with excitement as if 200,000 Zor coins were walking toward him. Whispering instructions, oh? Anderson glanced at the rusty watermelon knife in his hand, feeling a twinge of anxiety about whether it could indeed sever a leg. Yet, trusting Little Fish, he knew the knife was unlikely to draw unwanted attention. Little Fish was the smartest of the trio. Less than 10 meters ahead, 3 thugs squatted, their bodies coiled like springs, clearly poised to strike. Simultaneously, Lu Fei noticed a weathered brick in one thug's grasp. From its weathering, it appeared to be quite dense. Numerous cases had shown that a human skull could not withstand a solid brick. The denser the brick, the greater the lethality. Lu Fei halted, having not seen anyone armed since entering Fallen Street. These sneaky thugs were indeed suspicious. Metalhead had once advised him not to underestimate anyone. Every potential threat must be eradicated in its infancy. The soldering iron head is indeed correct. Lu Fei is unaware of the countless heroes throughout human history who have met with misfortune and been overturned by the weight of a mere brick. Although Lu Fei may not comprehend the tragedies that have unfolded beneath the bricks, he is resolute in ensuring that history does not repeat itself, thanks to the teachings of the soldering iron head. The more unassuming the weapon, the more lethal it can be. Why stop? Why stop? Upon Lu Fei halting his advance, Xiao Yu, Anderson, and Malu exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily rendered speechless. Lu Fei was still about 10 meters away from them, making a sneak attack impossible. Damn it, I can't worry about that now. Malu, cover me, go. With the arrow knocked, it must be released. Xiao Yu steeled himself, unleashing a shout as the 3 surged forward, with a wooden stick leading the charge, the brick closely following, and the watermelon knife bringing up the rear. The onlookers couldn't help but laugh at the comical sight of the 3 ruffians, but Lu Fei did not share in their amusement. His expression was grave enough to send chills down one's spine. It's the moment Xiao Yu shouted, and the trio sprang into action. Lu Fei moved with startling swiftness, advancing rather than retreating. His body shooting forward like an arrow released from its bow, he caught the wooden stick that was hurtling downwards and yanked it back, causing Anderson to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. In that fleeting instant, as he fell, he instinctively braced himself with his hands, releasing the stick with a whoosh. The dense, mottled brick flew past his ear, and in a swift sidestep, Lu Fei bypassed Xiao Yu. Neither Malu nor Xiao Yu were his targets. That rusted watermelon knife was the most menacing weapon of all. That moment, Lu Fei had acquired a wooden stick in his hand. As he darted in front of Anderson, he did not hesitate for a fraction of a second. Leaning forward, he swung the stick down with the force of gravity. A sickening crack echoed as bones splintered, followed by the clatter of the watermelon knife hitting the ground. The wooden stick had struck Anderson's arm, shattering the bone completely. The events transpired with such alarming rapidity that the spectators were still caught up in the absurd antics of the 3 ruffians when Malu fell. Having lost his stick and Xiao Yu's ultimate weapon, the brick, had missed its mark. Left defenseless, the wooden stick had already broken Anderson's arm, and the watermelon knife lay abandoned on the ground. Every action unfolded in the blink of an eye. Fluid and unimpeded, yet now the air thickened with tension, as if an invisible net ensnared every onlooker's heart. But the ordeal was far from over. Lu Fei bent down and retrieved the rusted watermelon knife from the ground. a glint of madness and ruthlessness flashing across his face. A palpable aura of menace permeated the air, causing the crowd to instinctively draw back a few steps, distancing themselves from Lu Fei, who at that moment resembled a beast awakened from the abyss, with the blood-stained watermelon knife poised. A shrill scream pierced the previously silent streets as the blade struck down upon Anderson's already broken arm. As the knife fell, Lu Fei swiftly turned and lunged at the still-dazed Xiaoyu, raising the watermelon knife once more to deliver a brutal blow to his head. Blood spattered everywhere. Xiaoyu rolled on the ground, clutching his head, the blade having cleaved from the crown to the base of his ear. Only Ma Lu remained. My God! Ma Lu shouted frantically, clutching his head as he sprinted towards the exit of the fallen street, his legs propelling him like a motor. If he maintained such speed, breaking the human sprinting record would be a trivial feat. Clang. The bloodied watermelon knife and wooden stick were discarded on the ground, their worth as weapons nullified. Lu Fei did not pursue. The soldering iron head had once said, "Do not chase a cornered foe." Under the gaze of dozens, Lu Fei strode away from the scene. The fallen street now enveloped in silence, save for the anguished cries of Xiaoyu and Anderson. Observing Lu Fei's departing figure, every onlooker felt a chill run down their spine. The soldering iron head had been reborn. The heartlessness of the soldering iron head was vividly manifested in this youth. He was the second incarnation of the soldering iron head, a terrifying old man, a ruthless soldering iron head, a figure who harbored grudges without restraint. Of course, not everyone in the slums feared the soldering iron head. Many simply found it too bothersome to quarrel with the scrounging old man. Several dozen meters away from the scene stood a towering mech, 3 meters taller than Lu Fei's standard mech, reaching a height of 15 meters, resembling a magnificent mountain looming over the slums. The cockpit was stripped of all equipment, its wooden decor refined, and the floor covered in a thick camel hair carpet. It was hard to believe such luxury could exist in the slums. Truly, a testament to the soldering iron head's status. A middle-aged man clad in a white robe sat comfortably by the window, positioned perfectly to observe the ambush on Lu Fei. "Boss, why do so many fear the soldering iron head?" A robust man in a black shirt asked, perplexed. "Well, I'm not entirely sure, but I do know that those who offend the soldering iron head end up dead. While he remains alive," the middle-aged man replied nonchalantly. "Just an old scrounger. The boss naturally wouldn't hold a grudge against him," the muscular man remarked. "Heh, do you know about Jiugu? Jiugu has a vendetta against the soldering iron head?" The man's expression shifted dramatically. Jiugu was the emperor of the slums, and all residents, including the white-robed leader, were his subjects. Not exactly a vendetta. Years ago, the soldering iron head knocked out all of Jiuji's son's teeth, every last one. Jiuji's son. The man's back felt as if a chilling breeze were blowing across it, involuntarily recalling Jiuji's calm yet fierce visage. Yes, Jiuji's son. Strictly speaking, it was the soldering iron head's 5-year-old son who did the deed. The soldering iron head merely captured Jiuji's son. 5 years old. They have all grown up now. The one who knocked out Jiuji's son's teeth was that very youth from earlier, wielding a metal hammer. Quite impressive, to have the audacity to knock out someone else's teeth at such a young age. "Do you know why the soldering iron head targeted Jiuji's son?" The boss hinted. "Because Jiuji's son knocked out one of that youth's teeth with a punch." Ah. The man stood dumbfounded, having expected a tale of deep-seated enmity, only to discover it was merely a dispute among children. Wasn't the soldering iron head being unreasonable? The reason isn't what matters. What matters is that the soldering iron head is still alive, having lived until 6 months ago when he fell ill and died. Note, he died of illness. The muscular man fell silent, sensing the terror of the soldering iron head, a figure he had never truly acknowledged. Now that the soldering iron head had passed, no matter how formidable he had been, he was gone. Once a life flickers out, it is as if a lamp has been extinguished. A sly smile crept across the white-robed man's face. "What does the boss mean?" The man's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "I mean to observe from the sidelines. If Jiugu cannot contain himself, we may have our chance. The boss is indeed wise." The muscular man looked at him with newfound respect. And the slums. Currents of intrigue flowed beneath the surface, various factions watching closely, all eyes fixed on Lu Fei, who remained oblivious to his newfound status as the center of attention. Home remained unchanged, untouched by the chaos outside. After taking a shower, dusk had fallen, and Lu Fei retrieved the unfinished wooden carving. Chun Chin's wood carving shop was busy processing goods, and he needed to deliver his work promptly. Fei Gu, Fei Go. Just as Lu Fei focused on his carving, a familiar voice called out, Li Ming. Come in. Lu Fei opened the window and called out. Thank heavens you're alive. Li Ming, familiar with the place, dashed into the cockpit, checking Lu Fei from head to toe, only relaxing once he confirmed Lu Fei was intact. I've been alive all along. Lu Fei replied absent-mindedly, contentedly observing the wooden carving, which was nearing completion. He wondered if Cheng's wood carving shop was still open. Don't you know? Li Ming exclaimed, shocked by Lu Fei's nonchalance. What is it? Lu Fei was somewhat annoyed by Li Ming's dramatic demeanor. Someone has offered 200,000 air coins for your leg. Who? Lu Fei shot up, his deep gaze radiating a chilling intensity. I don't know. I've heard it's a bounty. Lu Fei sat down, picking up the wooden carving, contemplating recent events. Undoubtedly, the bounty was placed by the youth who had bullied Su Zijing. Only he possessed the resources for such a price. In the slums, lives were cheap. No one would pay even 20,000 air coins. Lu Fei, you cannot die, Li Ming urged, sensing Lu Fei's silence. Life and death are determined by fate. Success and failure lie in the heavens. If they wish to kill, then let them. As Lu Fei's words fell, the carving knife in his hand suddenly slipped from his grasp. The blade flashed as it executed the final cut on the wooden sculpture, landing with precision upon a delicate scarf, seemingly caught in mid-air, draped over the two figurines. The force of the blade was breathtaking, akin to a surge of fierce energy, shattering the serene beauty of the carved piece, now exuding an aura of violent intent. The two love-struck figures appeared to be locked in a bloody battle. Hand in hand. Oh, Li Ming may not comprehend the art of carving, yet he felt the overwhelming ferocity and grandeur emanating from it, his heart racing uncontrollably. He could not fathom why such a simple wooden sculpture would invoke such a stifling sensation within him. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Lu Fei stated as he tidied the metal table and carefully packaged the sculpture in a cardboard box. By the way, Lu Fei, I have wonderful news to share with you, Li Ming said with a mischievous grin. I have been exceptionally admitted to the martial arts academy. They are waiving my tuition fees, haha, Li Ming exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Really? Lu Fei was momentarily taken aback, a hint of skepticism creeping into his expression. He had heard whispers of the Genuine Universe Martial Arts Academy, rumored to be struggling financially, making it hard to believe they would accept students without charge. Indeed, I visit the academy daily and have managed to impress the headmaster. He has recognized me as his personal disciple, but I must assist with various chores in exchange for my martial training and living expenses. Oh, that sounds quite reasonable. Yes, Lu Fei. I have resigned from my position at Mecha University. Dio, take care. I will handle matters in the slums. Fear not, for who would dare to harm you? Brother Ming shall flay their skin and pull their tendons. Li Ming declared fiercely. Wasn't there someone who challenged you during our last meal? I was too busy to bother with that foolish bird, Li Ming scoffed. Why should you be in charge of the slums? Lu Fei inquired suddenly. Brother Fei, you are unaware that once I ascended through the Martial Arts Academy, I became a figure of influence. With the Genuine Universe Martial Arts Academy as my backing, I shall surely rise to prominence. Soon, the slums will be my domain, Li Ming exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement and laughter. Let us go. Watching Li Ming, who was brimming with pride, Lu Fei stood frozen for a moment, never having imagined that his soul companion would harbor such grand ambitions to conquer the entire slum district. Well, you carry on. I must assist my master with his foot bath. Lu Fei was momentarily dumbstruck. Ahem. You see, my master is in poor health and requires a hot foot bath daily, along with nail trimming and ear cleaning. As his personal disciple, it is my duty to attend to these tasks, Li Ming explained with a forced chuckle before departing. Lu Fei nodded, watching as Li Ming disappeared from sight. Letting out a deep sigh, he longed to inform Li Ming that, given the current state of the Genuine Universe Martial Arts Academy, being a personal disciple might signify impending closure, suggesting that the academy would never regain its former glory. Chapter 36. A return to the wood-carving shop. Lu Fei's cynical musings led him to believe that the headmaster of the Genuine Martial Arts Academy was merely seeking a disciple to support him in his twilight years. And without a doubt, Li Ming was the ideal candidate. However, Lu Fei had no intention of dissuading Li Ming. He was already deeply engrossed in the allure of the martial world, just as Lu Fei was inexorably drawn to Mecha University. After hearing Li Ming's footsteps fade away, Lu Fei cautiously wrapped the high-quality alloy knife, which resembled a ruler, in a piece of leather and intricately bound it to his calf with a piece of hemp rope. When needed, a gentle tug would unravel the seemingly complex knots in an instant. This was one of the skills he had learned from the rope master. Though the rope master, knots were not merely for tying shoelaces or neckties. Their methods were intricate and profound. Lu Fei had witnessed the rope master's remarkable use of ropes, constructing shelters, tents, and traps in the wilderness. A single rope, in the hands of the rope master, could perform astonishing feats. Lu Fei had seen him capture 23 swift birds and 5 wind-chasing wolves, as well as 3 golden beetles, all within the span of an hour using just a rope. For a period, the rope master had insisted that Lu Fei memorize the complex knot techniques, subjecting him to a rigorous training regimen that left him feeling as though he lived among ropes. The most excruciating part was that to ensure Lu Fei's thorough understanding, the rope master would often bind him in intricate knots, leaving him with no choice but to untie them to access food. Undoubtedly, it was a grueling experience, yet it had honed Lu Fei's mastery of rope usage to an exceptional level. With binding a knife to his hand for combat being merely one of the most basic applications, many fighters overlooked this seemingly antiquated method of protection, yet binding a knife to one's palm could significantly enhance combat effectiveness, particularly in chaotic skirmishes where angles and weapon loss were no longer a concern, allowing for undistracted engagement and devastating power. Once he had organized everything, as he departed from the Mecha, Lu Fei carefully placed a spider's web at the entrance, committing its form to memory. Upon completing these tasks, Lu Fei exhaled deeply, inexplicably recalling the rope master. If the rope master were present, he would not need to worry about his safety. Now, everything rested solely on his own shoulders. Su Zijing had been feeling increasingly anxious in recent days, as members of her family incessantly contacted her, inquiring whether she had encountered any difficulties. This incessant concern was aggravating. Of course, casual inquiries would be inconsequential. But her brother, Su Ziyun, was actually en route to Star. Who is Su Ziyun? The average person would be unaware of his identity, but Su Zijing was acutely aware Su Ziyun was her elder brother, not only the foremost expert among the younger generation of the Su family, but also the second most formidable figure within the entire clan. His presence was impossible to overlook, and his stature within the family was steadily increasing. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he was poised to become the next head of the Su clan, though that was still a distant reality, as their current patriarch, Su Zijing and Su Ziyun's father, was in the prime of his life. The mobilization of the most outstanding youth from the Su family underscored their concern for Su Zijing. Su Zijing did not wish for the situation to escalate nor for a conflict between two prominent families to ensue, which is why she had never mentioned the humiliations she had endured in the Fallen Street. However, one cannot conceal the fire with paper. The Su family, after all, is one of the top 100 clans in the Star region. With a massive intelligence network built over centuries, as the cherished daughter of the patriarch, Su Zijing had suffered such a grave injustice, it was unreasonable for the family to remain oblivious to it. In this era of rapid technological advancement, people's mindsets, particularly within influential families, remained increasingly archaic, especially regarding the chastity of unmarried women. The indignity faced by Su Zijing was not solely her burden. It was a disgrace to the entire family. If Su Zijing were ruined, it would not just tarnish her name but also jeopardize the family's interests, as her esteemed status could have facilitated a marriage alliance with a more powerful family. Many families have risen through such strategic unions. Alliances have become an indispensable force in the ascendance of some clans. In fact, the current head of the Su family, Su Zijing's mother, Su Yushi, hails from a family of considerable influence, ranking within the top 10 in the Star region. If Su Zijing were to be insulted, it would not only be a disgrace to the Su family but also a severe blow to its development, especially as the Su family was currently experiencing a period of vigorous growth. Su Zijing was troubled, unaware of the significance of the situation. She merely wished to keep matters from escalating, as she believed she had not suffered any substantial harm. It seemed that all women share a singular method of venting their frustrations. Shopping now, Su Zijing was indulging in a shopping spree along the pedestrian street, so fervent that it was almost alarming. Her spatial ring was overflowing, and her hands were laden with shopping bags, making her resemble a Christmas tree adorned with presents. Just as she was preparing to return home, her body suddenly froze. Her gaze fixated on a familiar silhouette ahead. Chen Chen. A shiver coursed through Su Zijing as she recognized this woman as the one who had caused her embarrassment. Humph! Without uttering a word, Su Zijing stealthily followed Chen Chen, who today donned an elegant black ensemble that exuded an air of cold sophistication, inciting jealousy in Su Zijing. Eventually, Chen Chen halted at the entrance of the Cheng's woodcarving shop. Standing there for a few moments before using a card to unlock the heavy wooden door, the woodcarving shop. No wonder Lu Fei was adept at woodcarving. It appeared that this pair of illicit lovers had indeed conspired together. Filled with resentment, Su Zijing prepared to leave, yet at that very moment, she caught sight of another familiar figure, Lu Fei. Almost instinctively, Su Zijing shielded her face with her shopping bags as she brushed past him. Watching Lu Fei enter the woodcarving shop, Su Zijing was suddenly struck with clarity. Why was she avoiding him? Why? She had done nothing wrong. So why hide? With a determined stomp, she hoisted her bags, striding boldly into the Cheng's woodcarving shop. Are there any fine treasures to introduce? Su Zijing declared with an air of arrogance upon entering the shop. Lu Fei was in the midst of finalizing the transaction for the figurine sculpture with Chen Chen when they both paused. Momentarily taken aback by Su Zijing's entrance. Miss Su, please take a look for yourself. If anything catches your fancy, I can offer you a discount. Our store is about to close, and soon you won't be able to purchase anything here. Chen Chen's face was clouded with sadness as she spoke softly. Closing down, unable to continue, who would care? Humph. What are these worthless items? 20,000 zor coins, such an exorbitant price. Su Zijing raised her head high, seemingly ignoring Lu Fei, and walked towards a wooden sculpture of 9 dragons. Chapter 37. Heart of the matter, I apologize, Miss Su. It is 200,000 zor coins. 200,000 zor coins? Are you robbing me? Su Zijing's eyes widened as she stared incredulously at the series of zeros on the price tag. Miss, there are some items at a lower price. Lower price? Are you taking advantage of the fact that I have no money? Su Zijing retorted angrily. No, Miss Su. How much is this? Su Zijing's eyes lit up as she noticed the doll sculpture in Chen Chen's hands, which was indeed Lu Fei's work. 13,000 zor coins. 13,000 zor coins. This is something he carved haphazardly, and it costs 13,000? Moreover, he himself said it was only 10,000. I apologize, but that is the price set by my grandfather. I can offer you a discount of 20%, making it 100,000 and 4,000, but it cannot be reduced further. Ugh, for a piece of worthless wood. Over 100,000. Do you truly think I'm a fool? Su Zijing exclaimed angrily. What are you if not a fool? Suddenly, a gentle male voice emerged from behind Su Zijing. Brother, why did you come? Su Zijing turned around abruptly to see a tall, handsome young man walking in slowly. He was dressed simply yet neatly, exuding a refined and elegant demeanor, his warm smile making one feel as if bathed in a spring breeze. If I hadn't he come, our Su family's reputation would be tarnished. This is the Cheng family's wood carving shop, which boasts a history even older than ours. In the Zor Star domain, families or notable figures of a certain standing take pride in owning a piece of Elder Cheng's work. How dare you call it worthless wood? I didn't know. Su Zijing's face flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Unable to face Su Ziyun. I apologize, I am Su Ziyun, and this is my younger sister Su Zijing. She is engrossed in her studies of cognitive processors and lacks knowledge of wood carving art. If her words have caused any offense, please be forgiving. Su Ziyun slightly bowed to Lu Fei, his expression sincere. Su Ziyun's words held significant weight. They served both as an apology and a defense for Su Zijing, alleviating her embarrassment while subtly indicating that Su Zijing was not merely a spoiled rich girl lacking in knowledge. I am not the owner. Lu Fei stepped back, creating some distance from Su Ziyun. He preferred not to stand too close to strangers. Although Su Ziyun appeared refined, there was an overwhelming pressure in his demeanor that made Lu Fei uncomfortable, instantly categorizing him as a potential threat. May I inquire about Elder Cheng? Su Ziyun's gaze fell upon Chen Chen, his eyes lighting up as if 100 flowers had bloomed, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Before him, Chen Chen's delicate features were striking, her eyes bright and expressive, her cheeks flushed with a youthful glow. Her lips were slightly parted, revealing pearly teeth, and her long, dark hair cascaded down her shoulders, the shimmering sadness and subtle joy in her eyes, combined with her pure and elegant demeanor, made her appear endearingly tired. Unbeknownst to Su Ziyun, Qianqin was mourning her grandfather's passing while feeling joy at Lu Fei's presence. In that moment, Su Ziyun's mind plunged into an endless void, his intellect dwindling to negligible levels, as if struck by a bolt of lightning in the vast night sky, piercing through his heart and brain. My grandfather has passed away. Qianqin paid no mind to Su Ziyun's days. Such scenes were not new to her and certainly would not be the last. Very well, Su Ziyun murmured, lost in thought. Brother. Su Zijing, witnessing her usually stoic brother's uncharacteristic behavior, stomped her foot in frustration. Su Ziyun abruptly came to his senses, regaining composure as he slightly bowed, saying, I apologize for bringing up your sorrowful matter. Our store is about to close, Qianqin stated indifferently, signaling for them to leave. Oh, I apologize for the intrusion. Now back in control, Su Ziyun carried himself with the grace of someone of higher status, seemingly forgetting his earlier lapse. Humph. Noticing Su Ziyun's unwavering gaze on Qianqin, Su Zijing scoffed and marched out with her bags. Seeing his precious sister leave, Su Ziyun offered a friendly smile to Qianqin and Lu Fei before hastily following her. As soon as the siblings exited, Qianqin promptly shut the door. The two remained silent, and as Lu Fei gazed at Elder Cheng's workbench, nostalgia washed over him, bringing to mind memories of the iron-headed minter. The wood-carving shop fell into a prolonged silence. Finally, Qianqin broke the stillness. Brother Fei, regarding your tuition, I will find a way myself. Lu Fei shook his head, recalling how, at the age of 9, the iron-headed minter had taught him to face difficulties independently. Throughout his life, Lu Fei had always washed his own clothes and bathed. Even having to fend for his meals, the minter merely pointed him in the right direction. Brother Fei, the wood-carving shop will close tomorrow. Qianqin spoke softly. What will happen to these wood carvings? Lu Fei inquired that a friend of my grandfather's is willing to purchase all the wood-carving artworks in the shop following his passing. That is good. Lu Fei nodded, surveying the ancient shop, realizing that this establishment steeped in centuries of history would soon vanish forever. Once again, silence enveloped the small shop. I must take my leave. I shall leave as well. I will escort you home. The two closed the shop door and strolled slowly along the pedestrian street, which was now eerily deserted, the vast expanse nearly devoid of life. Holographic advertisements flickered strangely outside some shops, adding an uncanny atmosphere to the surroundings. Are you cold? Noticing Qianqin shivering slightly, Lu Fei asked. A hint of crimson graced Qianqin's cheeks as she gazed down at her toes, wishing Lu Fei would embrace her. Instead, Lu Fei removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Thank you. A flicker of disappointment crossed Qianqin's face. So, what are your plans? Lu Fei asked. I intend to continue my studies. Qianqin adjusted the jacket, her snow-white fingers dangling, hoping to brush against Lu Fei's hand. Where will you be studying? Mecha University, majoring in cognitive processors. Very well. Lu Fei nodded, creating a slight distance between them, ultimately preventing Qianqin's delicate fingers from making contact with his. Their conversation meandered, and eventually, they arrived at Qianqin's residence. Would you like to come in for a moment? Qianqin's invitation was almost a whisper, her shyness causing a blush to creep up to her neck and ears. For a girl, issuing such an invitation was quite unimaginable. It's late. Lu Fei shook his head. Rest early. I will be leaving in a few days. Here is my home smart key. The password has been cleared. Please set it yourself and watch over my place when you have time. Qianqin sighed inwardly. Where are you going? Lu Fei hesitated for a moment before taking the smart key, feeling obligated to watch over the shop as promised to Elder Cheng. Chapter 38. Sniper in the Fallen Street. Traveling for a while, Qianqin looked up at the vast, starry night sky and said, I have grown up in the Cheng family's wood-carving shop my entire life, never having left Star. It's time for me to see the world. Grandfather told me that if you like a man, the best approach is to maintain a distance. He also said that a woman should learn to be independent, for such women attract men. A bit of exploration sounds good. Lu Fei nodded, his deep gaze fixed on the expansive night sky, where his dreams resided. The night grew late. I shall take my leave. Qianqin nodded gently, watching Lu Fei's silhouette fade into the darkness, letting out a soft sigh. Grandfather had said that Lu Fei admired heroic women. Would she ever become that kind of woman? As Lu Fei stepped into Fallen Street, an unsettling sensation crept over him. At this hour, the street was nearly deserted, save for a few drug addicts and prostitutes lurking in the shadows, and many shops had already closed. The deeper he ventured into Fallen Street, the more intense that unsettling feeling became, akin to a ferocious beast awakening from the abyss, fixating its gaze upon him, an atmosphere of imminent danger enveloping the entire street. Run. Almost instinctively, Lu Fei made his decision. In the midst of his thoughts, Lu Fei's body accelerated, hurtling towards an abandoned metal column. At the moment of impact, he pivoted, gliding past the column, and in that fleeting moment, his arm bent, gripping the pole, utilizing the momentum to execute a rapid and agile maneuver. It had been a long time since he had run with such vigor, a sense of exhilaration coursing through every cell of his being. Lu Fei did not head towards his home but instead darted into the alleys of the slums, resembling a spider's web. With each turn and acceleration, his speed intensified, his figure becoming ghost-like, leaving a long shadow behind him. Once again, the exhilarating sensation of sprinting across the vast grasslands and desolate deserts surged within Lu Fei. Yet, an even stronger feeling accompanied him, the relentless pursuit of the wind-chasing wolves. Hon Lu Fei's speed. The Iron Head delighted in unleashing the wolves to nip at his heels. Undoubtedly, this time, the pursuers were not the wind-chasing wolves. Though ferocious and brutal, their pursuit was not as distant as it seemed. Zhang Wan and Zhang Wu were two brothers, raised together, adorned in identical attire, sharing the same meals, and eventually embarking on the same profession. Assassins. In just over 2 years since their debut, the brothers had ascended from over 2,000 on the assassin rankings to just above 500. A remarkable feat indeed. Many assassins, once on the leaderboard, remain static for a lifetime. With aspirations soaring high, the brothers believed that in 2 years' time, they would break into the top 100 of the assassin ranks. A confidence they firmly held that a few days prior, the brothers accepted a contract to eliminate a youth from an impoverished neighborhood, with a reward of 200,000 Zwar coins. While this sum was not particularly substantial for the brothers, given their ranking, which typically commanded around 300,000 Zwar coins, they ultimately took the job, as they were traveling through the Gale Prairie of Zwar Star. Killing a boy from the slums was merely a means to cover their travel expenses. As night fell, Zhang Wan and Zhang Wu lay in ambush along Lu Fei's path. Everything was prepared. Once Lu Fei entered their trap, they could effortlessly complete the task and return to the Gale Prairie for a respite. The target appeared in their holographic sights, and an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Just as they were about to pull the triggers of their sniper rifles, the target suddenly bolted, performing astonishing maneuvers within the complex terrain that rendered their aim futile. They pursued. The brothers, synchronizing intuitively, swiftly stowed their sniper rifles and summoned their hoverboards from their spatial rings, intersecting the path of the rapidly darting target. Lu Fei's body moved with astonishing speed, simultaneously executing an extraordinary high-frequency vibration. Creating a visual distortion for his pursuers, it appeared as though his form was composed of numerous overlapping afterimages, making it impossible to pinpoint his true location. Iron Head had proclaimed, in all martial arts, nothing is invincible, only speed is unbreakable. Thus, the cruelty of Iron Head's training regimen for Lu Fei had reached a level bordering on inhumane. Forcing the wind-chasing wolves to chase Lu Fei was, in comparison, a merciful approach. The most harrowing experience for Lu Fei was the training involving a fan made of blades, requiring him to strike while the fan spun. The fan's speed would incrementally increase based on Lu Fei's punching speed. Although the movement remained within his capabilities, the psychological pressure was immense, keeping Lu Fei's nerves perpetually on edge. The benefits of such inhuman training were evident. Lu Fei's speed was not only remarkable but his control over it had reached an extraordinary level. As the saying goes, mastery in one area leads to proficiency in many. Lu Fei's adeptness at controlling speed translated into an exceptional talent for carving, as carving itself is about mastering speed and positioning, augmented by a degree of artistic flair. Though Lu Fei did not associate with the residents of the slums, he possessed an intimate understanding of the area, executing dazzling angle transitions during his frenzied sprint. Naturally, Zhang Wan and Zhang Wu were also familiar with the impoverished neighborhood. To prepare for this ambush, they had meticulously scanned the entire area, embedding a holographic map deep within their minds. The brothers never underestimated any target. Before each mission, they prepared thoroughly. Their reputation preceded them. The rapid ascent of Zhang Wen and Zhang Wu from over 2,000 to just above 500 within 2 short years attests to their formidable prowess. In the assassin world, they were regarded as one of the most promising young assassins. Unlike ordinary assassins, their advantage lay not merely in their partnership, but in the eerie mental synchronization they shared. Although Lu Fei's speed astonished the brothers, they remained undeterred, tightening the encirclement gradually. Closer, closer. Lu Fei's figure reached a dead end. The brothers' hoverboards glided silently through the air, forming a semicircular trap. From the outset, Lu Fei had remained within their designated range. No matter how swiftly Lu Fei ran, he could not outpace the hoverboards, which had been modified to exceed a height of 1.5 meters and nearly doubled in speed. Moreover, intercepting from 2 directions left Lu Fei with no avenue of escape. Chapter 39. A classic showdown. Closer, closer. Zhang Wen's pupils constricted sharply, akin to pinholes, his icy gaze fixated on the target. According to their plan, the target had been cornered at the dead end. Without a hoverboard, he could not leap over the towering wall. Even if he managed to scale it, his speed would inevitably diminish in that fleeting moment. Particularly since Zhang Wu had already positioned himself atop the wall to intercept. Zhang Wu hovered in the air, concealed beneath a tree's shadow, observing the approaching figure with an unwavering certainty that Lu Fei was as good as dead. Zhang Wu licked his parched lips, gripping a gleaming curved blade, envisioning the moment it would slice through the target's throat, unleashing a torrent of crimson, the faint taste of salt lingering on his tongue. Act now! The brothers, in perfect harmony, pursued Lu Fei relentlessly, with Zhang Wen's hoverboard surging forward to close in on the fleeing silhouette. Zhang Wen aimed to confront the figure at the precise moment it neared the dead end, executing the kill in tandem with Zhang Wu, a flawless coordination honed through countless trials, never once failing. Both Zhang Wen and Zhang Wu possessed unwavering confidence in their synergy. Closer, closer. A sinister grin crept across Zhang Wu's face. He was nearly certain the target would leap just as he approached the wall, sealing his fate in midair. Regardless of agility, movement would inevitably slow, and most importantly, a trajectory would be traceable. After all, humans cannot change direction midair like birds. Even if they could, the degree of change would be minimal. Zhang Wu readied himself to strike, positioned to thwart any leap from the target. So swift, watching the shadow darting towards him like a specter. Zhang Wu suddenly sensed something amiss. The target, having grown up in the slums, undoubtedly recognized this as a dead end. Why would he enter? In the blink of an eye, the shadow reached the wall, leaving Zhang Wu no time for contemplation. He had no choice but to strike. Suddenly, the intercepting Zhang Wu and the pursuing Zhang Wen both widened their eyes simultaneously, just as the shadow entered the ambush zone. It did not leap as expected but instead collided heavily with the wall of the dead end. With a thunderous crash that shook the ground, the wall crumbled, creating a gaping hole, sending dust swirling into the air, and the shadow vanished beyond the wall. Alarm bells rang in the brothers' minds as a visceral sense of danger enveloped them. Zhang Wu, Zhang Wen shouted, but it was too late. At that very moment, a figure leapt into the air, a glimmering blade slicing through the void, akin to a star piercing the night sky, dazzling and brilliant. Zhang Wu turned abruptly, just in time to catch a glimpse of that radiant blade before feeling an icy sensation at his throat. The brilliance faded, and the shadow disappeared. Zhang Wu did not scream. The curved blade fell from his grip as he clutched his neck, blood gushing through his fingers. He stared blankly at Zhang Wen, who rushed towards him, disbelief etched across his features. Zhang Wu, Zhang Wen cried out, "Brother." With a thud, Zhang Wu toppled from his hoverboard over the wall, the board veering out of control, crashing into a tree before plummeting to the ground. Zhang Wu! The bond between brothers meant that the wound on Zhang Wu's neck felt as if it were inflicted upon Zhang Wen himself. Without a second thought for his hoverboard, Zhang Wen propelled himself downwards. Frantically lunging towards the fallen Zhang Wu, a brilliant line sliced through the night, breathtakingly vivid. A chilling thud echoed, freezing Zhang Wen in place, as if time and space had come to a standstill. Gradually, he lowered his head with great effort. A high-quality alloy blade lodged in his chest like a ruler. Struggling to lift his gaze, he saw the target approaching him leisurely, a youth, slender in form. with a stern face and cold, indifferent eyes, as if nothing in this world could stir his heart. Let me pass, Zhang Wen strained to utter, then staggered step by step toward the spot where Zhang Wu had fallen. Lu Fei's body did not falter. He continued to stride purposefully toward Zhang Wen. Just as he brushed past Zhang Wen, Lu Fei swung his hand, extracting the high-quality alloy ruler from Zhang Wen's chest cavity, unleashing a torrential spray of crimson rain, filling the air with a pungent scent of blood. Lu Fei did not look back, his strides carrying him into the engulfing darkness. With a resounding thud, Zhang Wen collapsed to the ground, his face ashen, yet he clung to life in the dim light. He crawled slowly on his hands, a gruesome trail of blood marking his path. At last, he reached his brother Zhang Wu, whose throat had been brutally slashed, his upper body drenched in blood, lifeless. Zhang Wen attempted to remove his own clothing to cover Zhang Wu, but he could not muster the strength. Gradually, his vision began to blur. Memories flickered in his mind like scenes from a film. He recalled childhood days spent on a seesaw with his brother, sharing a single candy, swapping clothes, and later, courting women, training in martial arts, and fighting side by side for their dreams. Leaning his head against his brother's, a faint smile graced his lips, a smile that would forever be frozen in time. This battle would be deemed a classic in the realm of assassins. Months later, curious onlookers, through various means, unraveled the intricacies of the confrontation, all deeply moved by the impeccable coordination exhibited by the Zhang brothers. From the moment Lu Fei began his retreat, the brothers wove an elaborate net, gradually cornering their target into a dead end. Their mastery of timing and collaboration left all in awe. Yet, it was ultimately revealed that the target was far superior, providing a spectacle that was truly eye-opening. When the brothers had ensnared their target in the dead end, they unknowingly fell into a trap meticulously laid by him. Investigations revealed that the breach in the dead end had been created during the struggle by a lightly armored figure. The residents had made hasty repairs, and a slight impact was all it took to breach the ancient brick and stone walls. Beyond the collapsed wall stood an ancient dense-leaved tree, which would later prove pivotal to the outcome. After breaching the wall, the target kicked the tree trunk, leveraging its recoil and the cover of dust to vault over the wall, instantly killing Zhang Wu. As Zhang Wu fell, the target returned to the gaping hole, seizing the fleeting moment of confusion from Zhang Wen to launch a peculiar, lethal projectile that pierced through Zhang Wen's chest cavity. Thus, the battle concluded. Chapter 40. Terrifying patience, as the saying goes. Amateurs watch the spectacle while experts discern the subtleties. True connoisseurs do not merely observe the outcome, but scrutinize the process. From sniping to interception, and ultimately to being hunted, the timing was incredibly tight, especially during the instant of Zhang Wu's demise. Every movement flowed seamlessly, as if preordained, executed with flawless precision. Almost all who were privy to the events were astounded by the target's meticulous intellect and extensive combat experience. Many had conducted numerous simulations, substituting themselves for the target, and these simulations revealed that no one would choose to crash into a wall. The only viable option would be to engage in direct combat with Zhang Wu. The outcome of such a confrontation was predictable, one poised to strike, the other in a state of alarm. Moreover, the brothers' combined techniques were renowned within the assassin community. Under comparable skill levels, escaping their meticulously woven net was virtually impossible. In the eyes of the public, the bond of brotherhood between Zhang Wen and Zhang Wu went unnoticed. They were merely perceived as two failures, two corpses. Assassins of their caliber failed to capture public attention. People were more focused on gleaning lessons from their misfortunes to avoid repeating their mistakes. After the battle, Lu Fei took a detour, returning to his residence from another direction. He placed immense value on his own life. The death of Iron Head had imparted a crucial lesson. Life is singular and irreplaceable. Even in the impoverished district, streetlights existed, purportedly installed by a politician to garner votes, yet their density was sparse, and their light dim. Beneath the streetlights, one could barely perceive a flicker of illumination. Stepping beyond their reach only intensified the surrounding darkness, in a shadowy corner where the light failed to penetrate. Lu Fei had remained silently concealed for 3 hours, his house a mere 40 meters ahead, where a solitary figure stood still beneath it. Indeed, a lone figure. Lu Fei had stood for 3 hours, and that figure had also remained motionless for the same duration. From a distance, the individual donned a suit of combat light armor, reflecting a metallic glint in the dark, devoid of any weapon. Were it not for Lu Fei's intimate familiarity with every detail of the surroundings, he would have mistaken the figure for a statue. What a terrifying patience! Simultaneously, Lu Fei recognized that if this person were lying in wait to ambush him, he would never have noticed. This was an exceptionally dangerous individual. Why did he stand beneath his house? The opponent was a master. Lu Fei was unwilling to take risks. The slightest hint of movement would prompt him to vanish. Within the labyrinthine streets of the impoverished district, he possessed absolute confidence in evading any pursuer. Iron Head had documented no less than 50 escape routes in the district, and the wall of that dead end was among them. This prolonged standoff was undoubtedly tormenting. Lu Fei was remarkably patient. When Iron Head had taken him into the desert for survival training, he often waited for hours to catch a desert rodent for food. As they were exceedingly wary creatures, fleeing at the slightest disturbance, Lu Fei's record for waiting at the entrance of a desert rodent's burrow was a staggering 16 hours, culminating in the rodent's desperate emergence due to hunger, thus becoming his meal in the barren desert. A lack of patience equated to an inability to survive. Capturing any desert creature demanded unwavering tenacity. If only he had a sniper rifle at that moment, he could easily dispatch his opponent, but alas, that remained a mere fantasy, as his financial means fell short of affording such an expensive weapon. Lu Fei was unaware that the two individuals he had just slain possessed 2 sniper rifles and 2 lightweight civilian mechas. Otherwise, he would have been filled with regret, for those items were his spoils. Then it happened. Lu Fei's heart raced, his pupils constricting sharply. The figure moved, astonishing him by advancing toward his concealed position, devoid of any aggressive aura. Yet each step was resolute and steady. Observing the taut muscles of Lu Fei in the darkness, resembling a poised cheetah, Su Ziyun could not help but admire the remarkable patience exhibited by a mere sanitation worker from the impoverished district. Impressive. Su Zijing, however, was not surrendering. His father awaited his report, and he could not afford to waste time on this meaningless wait. For Lu Fei was not his enemy. It's me, Su Ziyun, at a distance of 10 meters. Su Ziyun halted, establishing a psychological safe distance, not wishing to be pierced through the chest by that high-quality alloy ruler. Otherwise, the situation would become dire. Lu Fei remained motionless, his right arm slightly retracting. Tightly gripping the still bloodied alloy ruler, his knuckles turning white from the strain. You're safe now. Su Ziyun instinctively took a step back. The primal aura emanating from Lu Fei instilled an inexplicable sense of oppression within him. Have you been following me? Lu Fei's deep gaze resembled the vast night sky. Indeed, you possess commendable skills. Speak. You attracted the attention of the assassin organization due to Su Ziyun. I have resolved the matter. The bounty has been rescinded, and all information regarding you has been managed. This incident will not impact your future. The Zhang brothers, however, have already entered the bounty system and cannot be retracted, which is why I have come. Nevertheless, you handled it remarkably well without my intervention. Thank you. Lu Fei's tense muscles gradually relaxed. He found great credibility in the words spoken, for the speaker was Su Zijing's brother. However, matters were far from as simple as Lu Fei imagined. To secure the withdrawal of the bounty, Su Ziyun had kidnapped the young man, negotiating through his family's upper echelons with the young man's family, resulting in a mutual agreement to not pursue the matter further. Leading to the rescinding of the bounty while Su Ziyun released the young man who had attempted to insult Su Zijing. In truth, no one wished for this incident to escalate, as the opposing family wielded significant power, and a large-scale retaliation from both families would only benefit a third party. Ultimately, the instigator had been summoned back to his family, facing the harsh clan regulations awaiting him. I should be the one thanking you. You saved Su Zijing. If you find yourself in need of assistance, feel free to approach me. Whatever the Su family can provide, we will do our utmost. Sensing Lu Fei's hostility dissipate, Su Ziyun stepped forward, offering Lu Fei a card. No need. Lu Fei dismissed Su Ziyun's enticing offer, understanding that in any situation, one must ultimately rely on oneself. If you require financial assistance, Su Ziyun glanced at Lu Fei's modest attire. Apologies, I must rest now. Lu Fei strode purposefully towards his abode. Su Ziyun parted her lips, yet ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts and truth. There were far more pressing inquiries on her mind, particularly regarding Chen Qin's well-being. Chapter 41. The annoying quest for wealth. No one had entered the room. The cobwebs had merely been distorted by the wind, untouched by any external force. The other precautionary measures remained intact. Upon entering his own quarters, Lu Fei felt a sense of security wash over him. After a swift and rejuvenating hot shower, he reclined on his bed and succumbed to slumber, as the iron-headed sage had once remarked. Adequate rest could sharpen the mind and replenish one's vigor. When the first rays of dawn pierced through the porthole, Lu Fei awoke. This had become a habitual occurrence. In reality, he had only enjoyed a mere 2 hours of sleep at that juncture. After completing his morning routine, Lu Fei took a shortcut directly to Zhaoyang Mecha University. Today promised to be particularly hectic. After the demise of the iron-headed sage, Lu Fei had taken a brief leave of absence. Upon returning to work, he found the quantum brain laboratory in utter disarray. The cleaning staff hastily assigned by the school were utterly incapable of restoring order, especially concerning the handling of various components. As expected, when Lu Fei swung open the doors to the quantum brain laboratory, he was taken aback. The chaos was even greater than before. Who was responsible? Almost instinctively, Lu Fei deduced that someone had deliberately wreaked havoc in the laboratory. For numerous components had inexplicably appeared in impossible locations. Most notably, a short circuit from the quantum brain inexplicably situated atop the mechanical arms sensor. Who was to blame had become irrelevant. The pressing matter was to expedite the cleanup. As an extensive list of tasks awaited his attention. Adjusting his watch to the second, Lu Fei immersed himself in his work. Under Lu Fei's meticulous organization, the once chaotic quantum brain laboratory swiftly regained its pristine order. With instruments and components returning to their rightful places, the workload exceeded anything he had previously encountered, and upon completion, Lu Fei discovered that only 5 minutes remained before class commenced, as students began to trickle into the laboratory. It was time for a respite. After tidying up his cleaning tools and supplies, Lu Fei recorded the data from his watch, casting a satisfied glance at the immaculate laboratory. He then sank into his chair, ready to indulge in a brief nap. If no one disturbed him, he could rest until noon before making his way to Li Ming's Mecha laboratory. He wondered whether Li Ming's resignation had been processed. After Li Ming's departure, accessing the Mecha laboratory would no longer be as convenient. This thought elicited a sigh from Lu Fei. Li Ming had achieved his aspirations, while he himself required another year of diligence to secure admission to the school. Most importantly, during that year, he lacked any means of earning an income. Even if he did gain entrance to Zhaoyang Mecha University a year hence, he would still lack sufficient funds to sustain his 4 years of study. This dilemma weighed heavily on Lu Fei's mind. The urgent need to generate income had become paramount. If he continued to drift aimlessly, he would inevitably forfeit the hard-won opportunity for enrollment due to inadequate tuition funds. Earning money? Earning money. One must target the affluent, as exemplified by that boy who attempted to humiliate Su Zijing, who could nonchalantly throw away 200,000 Zhaoyang coins just to settle a score. Assassins! The Assassin's Guild. Like a bolt of lightning illuminating the pitch-black sky, Lu Fei's spirit soared. If he could emulate those 2 assassins and secure a hefty sum of 200,000, his tuition woes would be swiftly resolved. The annual cost for tuition and living expenses totaled around 50,000. Over 4 years, that amounted to approximately 200,000. Suddenly, Lu Fei, who had been dozing, jolted awake. Before him was a delicate, flower-like visage, so close that he could discern the reflection of his orange cleaning uniform in her bright pupils. Instinctively, he threw a punch. Su Zijing gazed in horror at the rapidly approaching fist, frozen in a moment of terror. The fierce wind from the punch grazing her cheek like a razor. Slowly, the fist retracted, and Su Zijing felt as though she had traversed the depths of hell. Her heart racing wildly. In her grasp was a piece of paper adorned with a drawing of a turtle. She merely intended to play a prank by sticking it on Lu Fei, yet she had nearly met with a fist. "I need to find your brother," Lu Fei remarked coldly, glancing at the paper in Su Zijing's hands. "My brother?" Su Zijing, completely dazed by the terrifying punch, nodded instinctively. Lu Fei closed his eyes once more, and Su Zijing, trembling with fear, dared not provoke him further and retreated to contact Su Ziyun. This fellow was far too cold-blooded. Completely devoid of any sense of chivalry, best to keep a safe distance. During the midday break, Su Zijing mustered her courage and approached Lu Fei. My brother said we're having a buffet dinner at Qinghe Tea House near Zhaoyang University tonight. She said cautiously. All right, Lu Fei nodded. I have a friend who wants to experience life in the slums. Would it be possible for her to stay with you? Sure. I know, 300 a night. Humph, miser. Su Zijing interrupted before Lu Fei could respond. Fine. Rising to his feet, Lu Fei strode towards the exit. Where are you going? She inquired. To eat. Lu Fei arrived promptly at Li Ming's Mecha laboratory but found no trace of him, only a middle-aged man awkwardly tidying up. Gazing at the towering mechas within the expansive laboratory, Lu Fei felt a pang of melancholy. It seemed he would bid farewell to this place for some time, as he settled into the buffet restaurant. A sense of despondency washed over him. Having grown accustomed to both triumphs and trials alongside Li Ming, his sudden resignation left an unsettling void. Most crucially, re-entering the Mecha laboratory would no longer be as effortless. The restaurant buzzed with patrons, yet an odd void surrounded Lu Fei, as people had grown accustomed to maintaining a distance from those of his standing. Nearby, several older cleaning staff were engrossed in their meals. Suddenly, an eerie silence fell over the buffet. Lu Fei did not raise his gaze. He already knew Su Zijing had arrived, for only she possessed the power to hush the lively atmosphere. Sure enough, the sound of her high heels echoed through the room, and Lu Fei could envision her haughty demeanor, accompanied by the envious glances of her admirers. A delightful fragrance wafted through the air. Where's your partner? Su Zijing inquired as she seated herself across from Lu Fei. At that moment, she herself could not fathom why she was engaging so closely with a mere cleaning worker in such a public venue. He resigned. Lu Fei took a sip of juice, hastening his meal. Why? Dreams. Lu Fei sensed the penetrating gazes surrounding him sharpen, yet he had no choice but to contend with this woman's persistence, as he had matters to discuss with her brother later that evening. Chapter 42. Resilience Dreams. He too harbored dreams. Su Zijing thought of the brawny Li Ming, suppressing a smile. Everyone possesses aspirations. Lu Fei raised his gaze, his eyes locking onto Su Zijing's. Are you leaving, or am I? You? Su Zijing felt a sweet taste rise in her throat, as if on the verge of expelling blood. At that moment, during the peak of lunch hour, with hundreds of eyes upon them, before Su Zijing could react. Lu Fei stood up and moved to another spot, leaving her flushed with indignation. This was a significant humiliation, being dismissed by a cleaning worker in front of so many onlookers. In reality, Lu Fei had merely relocated behind Su Zijing. The restaurant was already crowded, and there were no separate tables. This was the optimal choice. Hundreds of pairs of eyes were momentarily stunned. When Su Zijing sat beside Lu Fei, envy and admiration filled the hearts of onlookers, wishing they could be in the cleaning worker's position. Yet, when Lu Fei changed seats, the same thoughts resurfaced. Why did the cleaning worker switch places? Could it be that their relationship was extraordinary? Observing Su Zijing's irate expression, such a probability seemed substantial. Could it be that the cleaning worker had spurned Su Zijing? Or had she compromised her integrity for the sake of this cleaning worker? The minds of the spectators wandered freely, contemplating every conceivable scenario, even those that ought not to be considered. The spirit of gossip ignited within the restaurant, especially among those unworthy of pursuing Su Zijing, who clustered together, whispering and concocting various sordid tales to tarnish the image of their dream goddess. Meanwhile, a faction of devoted admirers of Su Zijing remained oblivious to the undercurrents, perceiving only that Lu Fei had incited Su Zijing's ire. How much can one endure? The first to voice his thoughts was a rather dim-witted individual. The very one who had sought to challenge Li Ming. He resigned. Ha ha ha, he resigned. I finally secured a challenge application, and he fled like a coward. The brawny student laughed heartily, emboldened by his triumph. Lu Fei kept his head down, silently eating, longing only for a peaceful meal. However, human desires often run counter to reality. With a resounding crash, all the food before Lu Fei was sent tumbling to the ground. The robust and powerful student, brimming with vigor, unleashed the pent-up frustration he had endured from Li Ming upon Lu Fei, firmly believing that Lu Fei was the instigator of his humiliation. The entire cafeteria fell silent as Lu Fei slowly rose to his feet. Su Zijing's heart raced violently. She felt an eerie sense of déjà vu indeed. It was the same expression Lu Fei wore when he was fighting in Fallen Street, a suffocating expression that left one breathless. Lu Fei, this is school. Su Zijing, disregarding the propriety of public decorum, grasped Lu Fei's arm with urgency. Lu Fei paused, the fiery intensity in his gaze gradually extinguishing as he slowly sat down once more. Su Zijing was right. This was a school, not the impoverished streets of Fallen Street. If he were to engage in a brawl, expulsion would be the inevitable consequence, along with the revocation of his admission. Naturally, the provocateur would also face serious repercussions, but that was no longer Lu Fei's concern. Coward. I want to hold it against you. The muscular student laughed arrogantly as he strode away, reveling in his moment of glory. Lu Fei's apparent weakness elicited a chorus of derisive laughter from the other students. Though they did not harbor much fondness for the burly student, from their perspective, they were united against Lu Fei. No one wished to stand alongside a mere janitor. If you endure for a year, you can apply for a challenge and teach him a lesson openly, Su Zijing gently consoled. How do you know? Lu Fei's eyes narrowed coldly. Aside from Li Ming, he had never confided in anyone about his aspirations to attend Zhara University of Mecha Engineering. He did not wish to become a pariah among the students for that reason. Through centuries of evolution, Zhara University had gradually transitioned from a common institution to a prestigious academy, with most of its students hailing from affluent backgrounds. Students of lower social status or financial means often faced insidious ostracism within the school. I was just guessing. Su Zijing looked at Lu Fei timidly. Faced with his indifference, she found herself unable to be assertive, feeling utterly embarrassed, which frustrated her immensely. Lu Fei remained silent, standing up. Today would mark his last meal in the cafeteria. He did not want to attract attention by being close to Su Zijing. He merely wished to quietly navigate through the year, earning enough to cover his tuition. At the very least, he would not enter the cafeteria as a janitor. See you tonight. As Lu Fei departed the cafeteria, Su Zijing, undeterred by the hundreds of curious gazes, stomped her foot in frustration and began to eat voraciously. Women often have two primary means of emotional release aside from crying: shopping and indulging in food. Men must exercise caution when choosing a wife, for both methods of release can be financially draining. If one lacks sufficient economic means, it is best to avoid such a partner. Otherwise, even minor grievances could lead to disaster. In that moment, Su Zijing found herself in a state where she needed to eat to vent her emotions. She devoured her meal, loathing her own lack of resolve, knowing full well that the person in question would not treat her kindly. Yet she had foolishly approached him nonetheless. Was she being too self-deprecating? No. She must not think this way. She was the most beautiful girl at Zhara University, and all men should be at her beck and call. Just because someone has a bit of personality does not make them exceptional. Humph. Su Zijing gritted her teeth and vowed never to seek out Lu Fei again, though whether this vow would hold any weight was known only to the heavens. Upon returning to the holographic laboratory, Lu Fei sat in a stupor, contemplating the events that had just transpired. What would Lao Taitu have done if he were still alive? A pang of sorrow gripped Lu Fei's heart. Lao Taitu had been ruthlessly stringent in his training, yet he had never allowed Lu Fei to suffer indignities, even resorting to violence if necessary. Was such endurance worthwhile? Lu Fei found himself preferring the atmosphere of the slums over the school. At least in the slums, one could live freely and without constraints, where strength was the only law. Lost in thought, Lu Fei dozed off. Lu Fei, who? A peculiar voice jolted him awake, and he sprang up as if propelled by a spring. The laboratory was empty, devoid of any specter. Who? Lu Fei felt a creeping chill, his hair standing on end, for that voice had echoed right beside him, yet he was utterly alone within a radius of hundreds of meters. It's me, Xiao Chong. The eerie voice resounded once more. Who are you? Where are you? Show yourself, Lu Fei exclaimed in alarm, feeling a strange sensation as if the voice were right behind him, but when he turned, there was nothing but emptiness. In an instant, he was drenched in sweat. Don't be afraid. This speaker has some issues and can't properly convey my charismatic and brilliant personality. Just look straight ahead. Yes, over there. Lu Fei looked in the indicated direction, seeing nothing but a massive holographic computer. You fool. It's that holographic computer. Come closer. I dislike conversing in such a noisy environment. The holographic screen lit up. Lu Fei felt as though he were trudging through quicksand. His body weighed down with an unshakable heaviness. He had never experienced anything so supernatural, and he did not believe in ghosts. Hello, I am Xiao Chong. The massive holographic screen went dark, and a row of subtitles appeared on the computer's built-in LCD display. Lu Fei remained motionless, his muscles taut with tension. Any hint of danger would send him fleeing. Lao Taitu had once warned Lu Fei that if he encountered something he could not comprehend, it was best to escape immediately. The universe was vast, filled with countless mysteries beyond human understanding. Don't be nervous. I am a friend of yours. The LCD screen displayed another line of text. Who? 36, 24, 36, 109. A string of data appeared on the screen. Who? A flicker of confusion crossed Lu Fei's face. He vaguely recognized the data but could not recall where he had seen it before. Chen. Suddenly, a cartoonish little monk appeared on the screen, looking hungrily enamored. Chen? Lu Fei's mood lifted instantly as he recalled that this holographic computer had operated itself the last time Chen visited. Even calculating some data, which ultimately yielded the numbers 36, 24, 36, 109. Yes, she is my friend. I cannot reach her. Can you assist me? What are you? I am not something. Hey, how do you phrase your questions? I am. What am I? A holographic computer? I am. Not entirely, it's complicated. Xiao Chong, the holographic computer, seemed to grow impatient. Speak, or I cannot help you. In truth, I am a highly complex holographic computer, possessing thoughts formed from human input data, along with my own judgment capabilities, as well as some traits from extraterrestrial beings. You are an alien? Lu Fei recoiled in horror, feeling as if he were facing a formidable adversary. He had never heard of aliens infiltrating a holographic computer. To humanity, aliens represented the greatest threat, bringing calamities akin to a plague. During humanity's interstellar migration, aliens had caused the most casualties, continuing to pose a significant potential danger. Even now, aliens remained humanity's most formidable foe. According to scientific research, aliens possessed a self-evolution mechanism capable of advancing in both strength and intelligence in response to external stimuli. However, their bodies required time to assimilate knowledge, and scientists had yet to ascertain the precise timeline for the aliens' next invasion of humanity. The greatest threat posed by aliens lay in the electrical waves generated upon their demise, which could invade human brains, leading to a horrific transformation where humans would turn against one another as if they were aliens themselves. Fortunately, aliens could only manipulate human thoughts, unable to alter human physical structures to match their own ferocity, and in the short term, they could not assimilate human knowledge. Humanity's battles against aliens had persisted intermittently for decades, accumulating a wealth of experience. Besides defeating the ferocious aliens through mecha combat, humanity had learned how to prevent alien invasions of the brain and identify those who had been compromised. Nevertheless, despite having devised numerous strategies to combat aliens, humanity still could not eradicate them entirely. The sheer number of humans and the vastness of the spaces they occupied made it impossible to intercept every alien incursion. Currently, humanity's only option was to remain vigilant, awaiting the next wave of alien invasion. If intelligent holographic computers were susceptible to alien infiltration, humanity's mechanical intelligence advantage would vanish. No, I never claimed to be an alien. I truly do not know what I am. To be precise, I am a hybrid holographic computer. The dialogue on the screen took on a remarkably human-like quality, with various cartoon icons representing feelings of frustration morphing and shifting, as if the inner turmoil of a person was laid bare for all to see. What connection do you have with the alien? Lu Fei's nerves remained taut, his willpower held in an intensely strained state. He had no desire to become a puppet of the alien by succumbing to a moment of negligence. In the decades-long tug-of-war against the aliens, humanity has amassed a wealth of experience in combating them, with the most effective approach being the enhancement of willpower. Countless cases have demonstrated that it is exceedingly difficult for aliens to infiltrate the minds of those with strong willpower. It is often the weak-willed individuals who first fall prey to alien invasion. I have a father, a being named Xiao Hashang, who resides on a distant planet. It replicated me, granting me endless life and wisdom. However, I am merely a backup of its existence. It has implanted a program within my body, placing me in a state of slumber, and I can only awaken in the event of its misfortune. Is your father dead? No, then why have you awakened? During the defense of Mecha University over a century ago, an alien perished in battle within the main control chamber. After its demise, its consciousness sought escape and attempted to invade the light brain, inadvertently awakening me. So, you are saying you were controlled by the alien? Lu Fei's arm cautiously inched toward a sensor line support. Any hint of danger would prompt him to violently destroy the light brain. If you wish to kill me, our conversation ends here. An angry cartoon expression appeared beside the text. Lu Fei's body stiffened instantly, his arm hovering indecisively between advance and retreat. Humph. Zhuor Mecha University boasts over 3,300 holographic monitoring systems, with more than 40 located in this light brain laboratory. Your every move is under my surveillance. Do not act rashly, or else, heh. A smirking cartoon image appeared behind the screen text. Chapter 44. Hybrid species, what will you do then? Lu Fei remained highly vigilant, needing to ascertain the substantial threat posed by this hybrid light brain. Xiaoqiang. Humph. Brother Chong can make your list utterly chaotic. Alter the holographic records within the light brain. Change your data and modify your access passwords, rendering you unable to enter. Moreover, Brother Chong can label you a national terrorist. Should you appear within the confines of Zhuor Mecha University, hidden energy weapons will lock onto you. Heh. Scared now? Lu Fei stared blankly at the triumphant cartoon figure, a chill coursing through his limbs. The hybrid light brain, Xiaoqiang, spoke the truth. The entire Zhuor Mecha University was under its control, and ensnaring him would be an effortless task. If the light brain activated the university's energy weapons against aliens, he would likely be obliterated in an instant. Do not fear. As long as you harbor no intentions of harming Brother Xiaoqiang, he shall not harm you. Brother Xiaoqiang merely requires your assistance. What assistance? Why hasn't Ti Chunxin come to class? She is not a student here. She has gone traveling. She mentioned she would come to study. The cartoon animation on the screen bore a look of disappointment. It should be when the next semester begins. Oh. The cartoon animation perked up, and the screen displayed a line of text. All right. Our communication ends here. Brother Xiaoqiang is not interested in men. I warn you, should you harbor any improper thoughts toward me, I shall make you pay. Do I possess the ability to harbor such thoughts about you? Lu Fei's mind stirred. He detested being coerced and even more so being monitored at all times by a hybrid light brain. Finding a way to destroy this entity would be ideal. There is no way Brother Xiaoqiang can move freely among the light brains. Unless you destroy all the light brains at Zhuor Mecha University, humph. The cartoon figure on the screen adopted a fierce, threatening demeanor before vanishing without a trace. And all power to the light brain abruptly ceased, as if it had never been activated. Gazing at the silent light brain, Lu Fei felt as though he were in a dream. Almost immediately, his thoughts began to churn with ideas on how to obliterate this hybrid intelligent light brain. Regardless, within its consciousness lurked the shadows of the alien. Fortunately, the light brains at Zhuor Mecha University utilized a local network rather than an interstellar one. Otherwise, matters could become dire. Do not entertain thoughts of killing me. Just as Lu Fei strained his mind for ways to eliminate the hybrid light brain, the display screen of the light brain suddenly illuminated with a message, accompanied by an angry cartoon figure. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. Your blood flow rate has reached a maximum of 8.3 meters per minute. Your heart rate has accelerated, and your brainwave activity has surged to 35 hertz. You are contemplating ways to kill me. Let me inform you, I am a light brain capable of trillions of calculations per second, and I am privy to every one of your thoughts. The cartoon figure on the screen clenched its fists, seemingly ready to leap out and strike Lu Fei. Lu Fei instinctively took a step back. I am leaving. Humph. Should I detect even the slightest hint of improper intentions from you, I will unhesitatingly eliminate you. The cartoon figure wore a menacing expression before shutting off the light brain's display, extinguishing all indicator lights. I wish to inquire about the data. 36, 24, 36, 109? Lu Fei asked cautiously. The light brain emitted a soft sound, and the screen flickered back to life, revealing a jubilant cartoon figure, dancing with glee. It is Chunxin. It is Chunxin. Do you understand? It is Chunxin's data. Text appeared on the screen, paired with the cartoon figure's expression, and the hybrid light brain seemed exceedingly excited. What data? Lu Fei inquired with curiosity. 109 is off the table. Do you not know 36, 24, 36 either? The cartoon figure's expression shifted to one of shock. Do not know? Lu Fei's face flushed. Judging by the cartoon figure's expression, it was evident that this was widely known data. It is, never mind. One cannot discuss ice with summer insects. I cannot afford to waste my precious time conversing with someone as cold as you. I must study the latest issue of the Playboy cover featuring the interstellar beauty. Heh. The cartoon figure first displayed an incredulous expression, then contemptuously raised its middle finger at Lu Fei before adopting a lecherous demeanor and vanishing. Once more, all light sources from the light brain extinguished. This time, Lu Fei entirely abandoned the notion of eliminating the hybrid light brain. He currently lacked the capability to do so, as the light brain had stated. Unless he could annihilate all the light brains at Mecha University, it would be impossible. Even if he reported the situation to the school, it was improbable that his suggestions would lead to the destruction of all the light brains. For the network at Mecha University was not entirely closed. Several localized networks remained open. For instance, the virtual Mecha training room opens for friendly matches between schools every September, lasting over a month from selection to finals, a duration ample enough for the hybrid light brain to traverse the entire human interstellar network of the Jua star region. Furthermore, even if destroying the university's light brains could kill the hybrid light brain, the critical question remained. Who would believe a janitor's claims? Throughout the afternoon, Lu Fei's mental state lingered in a disoriented haze, occasionally glancing at the surrounding holographic monitoring systems as though the hybrid light brain was watching him intently, causing a constant sense of unease. This situation persisted until he departed Mecha University that evening. As he exited the grand gates of Mecha University, Lu Fei finally exhaled a long breath, the feeling of unease dissipating. Qinghe Tea House. Lu Fei looked up at the four archaic black characters. Although he frequently passed by, he had never ventured inside. He had occasionally heard students in the Light Brain Laboratory mention that it was a tea house with a unique charm, offering not only tea but also internet access, reading, chess, calligraphy, painting, and piano services, attracting many cultural aficionados who sought to showcase their status and identity. In truth, it was not as extravagant as Lu Fei had imagined. The consumption was merely mid-range. Spending an entire day there, including tea and the free unlimited supply of snacks and fruits, along with the lunch and dinner buffets, would only amount to a little over 300 Juer coins, a fair price. However, this was contingent upon not indulging in the expensive smuggled teas from the mother planet, Earth. Naturally, a daily expenditure of over 300 Juer coins was already a lavish consumption for Lu Fei's financial capacity. Moreover, squandering an entire day in a tea house was tantamount to financial ruin. Chapter 45. The Profession of Assassins. 1. Approaching the tea house. On one side stood a fully enclosed floating vehicle garage, its entrance equipped with a chain parking system. Lu Fei knew this system was quite costly, as the school possessed only a few such devices. This system featured self-identifying intelligence, requiring no driver to enter the garage, to retrieve a vehicle. One merely pressed their fingerprint, and the identification system would deliver the vehicle. At the ornately styled entrance, two slender, graceful young women stood, clad in red kipayos that could be traced back thousands of years, accentuating their elegant figures. "Sir, please come in," as two young girls caught sight of Lu Fei seemingly approaching the entrance. They exchanged a glance. Despite his attire being clean and tidy, it was evidently of inferior quality, unmistakably marking him as a resident of the impoverished district. In truth, there were occasionally some well-off individuals from the slums who frequented this place. For beyond the confines of Mecha University lay the impoverished neighborhood, far too close for comfort. A fleeting glimmer of disdain flickered in the girls' eyes. They harbored a strong aversion to those who, lacking wealth, attempted to feign sophistication. However, their professional decorum compelled them to maintain amiable smiles. "I am looking for Su Ziyun," Lu Fei stated, his gaze sharp, having caught the brief flash of contempt but choosing to disregard it entirely. "You seek Mr. Su? Are you Mr. Lu? He has instructed me to bring you in," one of the girls replied, momentarily taken aback, before quickly stepping aside to lead the way with enthusiasm. "Yes, thank you," the other girl, observing the boy's confident stride behind the welcoming host, felt a wave of astonishment at his unassuming yet dignified demeanor. Was this truly a boy raised in the slums? Had she misjudged him? Naturally, no one could answer her unspoken questions as Lu Fei ascended the staircase under the girl's guidance. Upon reaching the second floor, they entered a tea house steeped in ancient charm. The staircase, crafted from solid wood and coated with resin, led to a modest fish pond below, where several exquisite goldfish swayed gracefully in the vibrant light, creating a scene of tranquility. At the top of the stairs, a glass display case greeted them, showcasing an array of ancient porcelain and artistic works, exuding a rich artistic ambience. Beyond the display, a dark wooden bar awaited, with a grand hall separated by an intricately carved wooden wall. The hall was empty of patrons, while a long table for painting, complete with ink, paper, and and all the necessary scholarly tools, stood against the carved wall. Beside the table was a small wooden rack housing a guzheng, next to which rested an elegantly crafted incense burner, from which a wisp of fragrant smoke wafted, imparting a sense of serenity. Although no one played the guzheng, its ethereal music seemed to flow through the air, as if an invisible hand plucked at its delicate strings. Lu Fei held little interest in painting, calligraphy, or the guzheng. Even the wood carvings were merely a means of survival for him. His true passion lay solely in mechas. His meticulous observation of the tea house's layout was not an appreciation for the artworks adorning the walls, but rather a habit cultivated from a young age to familiarize himself with unfamiliar environments. In his line of work, keen environmental awareness was paramount, as danger lurked in every corner of deserts, grasslands, and forests. One careless step could lead to a fatal encounter with even the smallest of creatures, like a scorpion. Although Lu Fei had grown up in the slums, most of his time was spent navigating extreme conditions under the guidance of the Iron Head on Zhaojia Star. At the far end of the hall, against the wall, a row of small booths awaited. Lu Fei was led to one adorned with a fabric curtain. "Good day, sir. Your friend has arrived. Please, come in," a warm, resonant voice greeted him from within, the voice of Su Ziyun. The welcoming girl parted the curtain, revealing Su Ziyun and his sister, Su Zijing, seated across from one another, a spread of fruits, pastries, and 2 fragrant cups of tea gracing the table between them. "May I inquire what tea you prefer?" "You may proceed," Lu Fei replied. "Please enjoy your meal." The welcoming girl inclined her head slightly and departed. "Have a seat," Su Ziyun urged warmly, gesturing for Lu Fei to sit. Lu Fei's brow furrowed slightly, his body remaining still at the booth's edge. He was unaccustomed to being so close to a man, let alone sitting with a woman, yet he had no choice in the matter. "Zijing, come here." Su Ziyun noticed Lu Fei's discomfort. "Who cares?" Su Zijing pouted, rising to join her brother's side. "Ahem. My sister has been raised under strict discipline, well-versed and refined, yet after leaving our parents for her studies, she has grown somewhat rebellious. Please excuse her, brother, who is being rebellious," Su Zijing protested, her expression one of indignation as she playfully punched Su Ziyun's broad shoulder. "Haha, I see you have grown up and become sensible." Su Ziyun chuckled affectionately, patting Su Zijing's shoulder. "I enjoy listening to you play the guzheng the most." "Humph, don't flatter this wooden block." Su Zijing shot a fierce glare at the serious and composed Lu Fei before striding towards the guzheng. "Speak your mind. Anything our Su family can do, we shall." After Su Zijing left, Su Ziyun's demeanor shifted from warm and amiable to serious. Upon receiving word from Su Zijing that Lu Fei wished to meet him, he had felt a surge of joy, for their family owed Lu Fei a substantial favor. It would be best to repay this debt swiftly, as the longer one delayed, the greater the cost of repayment became. "I need to know about the Assassin Guild," Lu Fei stated. Why do you ask about that?" Su Ziyun was taken aback, momentarily stunned. "Tell me." Su Ziyun hesitated, then took a gentle sip of tea before continuing. "Assassins are an ancient profession, their history intertwined with that of courtesans. It is said that in the ancient mother planet—" "Get to the point," Lu Fei interrupted. "Ahem, straight to the point." Su Ziyun's face flushed as he clarified. "In the general sense, an assassin refers to one who conducts lethal attacks on a target or group for compensation. Such actions may involve direct assaults at the target's location, in other words. It entails assassination for certain profits, leading to death." "And what of the Assassin Guild?" "The Assassin Guild is a mysterious organization, unknown to the general populace. Its origins trace back to a group of assassins from the Mother Planet era. Established primarily to serve assassins, collecting deposits, providing clients with services, and ensuring confidentiality. As for the specific operations, no one knows. The guild's leader remains anonymous, and my knowledge on the matter is rather limited." "How does your family connect with the Assassin Guild?" Lu Fei's gaze bore into Su Ziyun's face intently. Cough. This. Su Ziyun's expression turned awkward. It was a difficult question to answer. A response would imply their family's business ties with the Assassin Guild, which could tarnish their reputation if it became public knowledge. In truth, many entrenched noble families share ambiguous relationships with the Assassin Guild, yet such connections must remain concealed. A silence fell over the booth, during which the music had ceased, only to be replaced by the sweet melody flowing from Su Zijing's fingertips, the serene notes transporting listeners through millennia, allowing them to hear the passage of time. "I want to join the Assassin Guild." This audacious declaration came solely from someone as unconventional as Lu Fei, who, in truth, had scarcely heard the enchanting music. Why? I need money, I can. No need, I can manage on my own. Su Ziyun regarded the boy across from him, slightly younger yet resolute. This boy's stubbornness was far beyond what he had anticipated. He rejected gifts and preferred to pursue assassination for profit. Will you speak? Lu Fei rose, his expression cold as he stared at Su Ziyun. All right, please sit down. Let's discuss the feasibility of becoming an assassin. First, we must understand that being an assassin is not merely about killing. The primary goal is to receive compensation, which does not necessarily align with the code of chivalry. If tasked with killing an unarmed child, could you do it? Ah, Lu Fei was momentarily stunned. He could not bring himself to harm an innocent child, even one without enmity. See? You cannot follow through to by that alone. You are not a qualified assassin, but of course, this can be circumvented. Assassins have the option to refuse targets such as the elderly, infirm, or children. Yes, I can choose. Lu Fei's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. All right, setting that aside, let us discuss abilities. A person's capacity is limited. For instance, gathering intelligence and surveying terrain. Can you manage that alone? No, Lu Fei replied honestly. Exactly, you cannot. Thus, most assassins align themselves with specific groups or clandestine organizations, operating under established rules. This means you do not solely work for yourself. You work for the organization, which will impose restrictions and control over your actions. Can you tolerate that? This, I don't know. Lu Fei could not respond to this unpredictable matter. Subconsciously, he felt a strong aversion, preferring a life of freedom. All right, assuming you can accept as an assassin, you must master one or more weapons and killing techniques, as well as excel in concealing your tracks. At the very least, you should possess 2 identities. Do you have these? I possess some. Lu Fei hesitated before responding. It is indeed remarkable. Now, I implore you to carry out an assassination. The target resides on an island, never venturing out, and tourists are strictly prohibited from visiting. This island is equipped with a highly advanced security system, complemented by exceptionally skilled security personnel. The room occupied by the intended victim is fortified beyond measure, rendering any attempt to breach it with bare hands utterly futile. Very well, this task is now entrusted to you, with a remuneration of 1 million zor coins. How shall you proceed with your first step? Su Ziyun smiled. Lu Fei opened his mouth, almost immediately dismissing the possibility of success. Firstly, he lacked any means of transportation to the island. Secondly, even if he managed to reach the island, he possessed no weaponry to dismantle that formidable fortress. Furthermore, the adversary was supported by a large contingent of highly trained security personnel. Eliminating that individual is quite simple, Su Ziyun remarked, a glint of pride in her eyes. With a reward of 1 million zor coins, I would allocate 200,000 to procure a shoulder-mounted mini-missile equipped with satellite holographic targeting. Though this type of missile has become obsolete, it is still capable of executing a kill. Proceeding further, Lu Fei listened intently. Next, I would spend 100,000 zor coins to hire an interstellar hacker to infiltrate a positioning satellite, linking missile data to the target's location. After all, the target cannot remain confined within the castle indefinitely. He is likely to bask in the sun on the beach, swim in the sea, or stroll through the shaded paths. Continue, Lu Fei nodded, acknowledging the soundness of Su Ziyun's reasoning. Utilizing high-resolution satellite tracking to locate the target is indeed safe and efficient. Subsequently, I would invest 50,000 to hire a vessel, positioning it just beyond the island's perimeter, and with a gentle press of a button, the matter would be resolved, the mission accomplished. The total expenditure of 200,000 for the missile, 100,000 for the hacker, and 50,000 for the boat, along with an additional 10% fee for the Assassin's Guild, amounts to 450,000 zor coins. Thus, from this operation, you would profit 550,000. Indeed, this plan is meticulously arranged, leaving no room for error. If executed as intended, the likelihood of unforeseen complications is remarkably low. Even in the event of failure, there would be no imminent threat to life. Yet, Lu Fei couldn't shake a sense of unease. For a fleeting moment, he found himself at a loss to pinpoint the cause. This task is entrusted to you. Do you possess the confidence to see it through? A sly smile crept across Su Ziyun's face. Lu Fei did not respond immediately, instead lowering his head in contemplation. He knew he must uncover the source of his discomfort. trusting his instinct that this endeavor was not as straightforward as Su Ziyun suggested. No. In an instant of reflection, Lu Fei arrived at an answer. Why? Su Ziyun's eyes sparkled with surprise. She had not anticipated Lu Fei would deduce the answer so swiftly. I believe the assassin's fee should be paid upon the successful completion of the task. I lack sufficient funds to cover the costs of the missile, the hacker, and the boat rental. Indeed, Su Ziyun exclaimed, slapping the table. That is precisely the crux of the matter. Being an assassin requires capital. Just as in this operation, even following my proposed method, successfully completing the task is not a trivial endeavor. Please elaborate. Lu Fei earnestly listened, eager to glean insights about this uncharted profession. The life of an assassin is fraught with unpredictability. For instance, when procuring a missile, unforeseen circumstances may arise, such as quality issues or leaks of information. When hiring a hacker, one risks betrayal, and even when chartering a boat, adverse weather conditions may intervene. Numerous potential mishaps loom, each capable of delaying the mission's completion. As an assassin, one cannot afford to dwell in a slum, remaining hidden in plain sight. The truly elite assassins conceal themselves within urban environments, thus evading detection by law enforcement. If an assassin were to take residence in a slum, within 3 days, the entire community would become aware of a stranger's presence, leaving behind many traces. Consequently, assassins typically opt for upscale hotels, which further escalates costs. As I initially stated, being an assassin necessitates financial backing and access to advanced weaponry. Are you aware of the weaponry possessed by the two brothers sent to eliminate you? Su Ziyun's discourse flowed seamlessly as she pivoted the conversation. I do not know, Lu Fei replied, his eyes widening in realization that he was unaware of the advanced weaponry wielded by the two assassins. 2 modified civilian mechs, 2 ground sniper rifles, 1 interstellar sniper rifle, 2 modified hoverboards, along with an assortment of smaller firearms and melee weapons. So many. Why did they not employ them? Lu Fei gasped, astonished by the capabilities of those two individuals. Firstly, a proficient assassin does not consistently utilize their most advanced equipment when targeting a victim. Why? For instance, deploying a mech in a slum would result in widespread devastation, prompting the Zor Star's police force to intervene. At that point, the assassin would find themselves not only contending with their target, but also facing the full might of the Zor Star's law enforcement. Indeed. Moreover, they likely assess that eliminating a target of your stature does not necessitate the use of high-powered weaponry. Akin to how one would not employ a sledgehammer to swat a fly at him, are you aware of the costs associated with those weaponry? Su Ziyun inquired. 2 mechs, 2 ground sniper rifles, 1 interstellar sniper rifle, and various other weapons. Lu Fei's mind raced, calculating the market prices for mechs and sniper rifles, ultimately arriving at a staggering figure. Over 3 million Zor coins. Incorrect. What you quoted represents only the market price. Though the two brothers rank low in the assassin hierarchy, the equipment they wield is highly advanced. Those civilian mechs and sniper rifles are modified versions, their value exceeding 5 million Zor coins. Of course, this is merely a preliminary estimate. A precise valuation would require expert appraisal. 5 million. Lu Fei's expression fell into astonishment. Having calculated over 3 million, he felt a pang of regret, realizing he had already dispatched those two assassins. All those mechs, sniper rifles, and hoverboards were his potential spoils, and he had so nonchalantly walked away. 5 million worth of equipment, 2 modified mechs. Lu Fei had long harbored a desire to possess his own mech, and now he lamented the missed opportunity to claim 2 that could have been his. Had he seized the spoils, he would not have needed to fret over book expenses. 5 million, Lu Fei inwardly lamented, wishing to slap himself in frustration. The next time he encountered such a situation, he must remember to secure the battlefield. Had Su Ziyun known that Lu Fei secretly wished for someone to assassinate him to collect the spoils, she might have fainted from rage. Naturally, Su Ziyun remained unaware that no one desires to be targeted by an assassin. Now, her sole concern was to dissuade Lu Fei from entertaining thoughts of becoming an assassin. In truth, within the assassin community, those equipped with advanced gear abound. The top 100 assassins often function as mobile armories, with their assets easily amounting to billions. Billions? Lu Fei's mouth fell agape in disbelief. The notion that an assassin could carry billions worth of equipment was utterly preposterous. Indeed, billions. Some assassins even possess their own spacecraft and combat mechs. Spacecraft and combat mechs. Correct. The more advanced the equipment, the higher the success rate and the greater the potential for lucrative contracts. The reasoning is simple. For instance, if tasked with eliminating a target aboard a spacecraft in outer space, one must first possess a ship for extraction, followed by a combat mech to approach the spacecraft. Are there assassins with warships? Lu Fei suddenly inquired. Cough, cough. No, I have not heard of any assassin owning a warship. If one did, they would no longer be considered an assassin. What is it? Lu Fei, having never ventured into the vast cosmos, found himself filled with curiosity and intrigue regarding every aspect of that expansive realm, momentarily forgetting his initial aim of understanding the assassin profession. Firstly, an individual cannot pilot a warship alone. A highly specialized team is required. Secondly, an assassin does not need a warship as part of their arsenal. Employing a warship would be excessively conspicuous, making them a prime target for governmental assault, an unfavorable trade-off. Generally speaking, only pirates and deeply entrenched wealthy families possess warships. Lu Fei appeared deep in thought, his mind wandering through the vastness of the cosmos. Do you comprehend? Su Ziyan asked. Comprehend what? Lu Fei replied, momentarily disoriented as he raised his head. Cough, cough. Yes, I understand. Even being an assassin necessitates sufficient financial backing. However, I could select targets that do not require significant weaponry for elimination. Lu Fei remained undeterred, of course. One can Su Ziyan smile. Is it possible? Lu Fei's eyes lit up with newfound hope. Indeed, within the Assassin Guild, numerous such contracts exist, and a substantial number of novices actively engage at the level you mentioned. How does one proceed? Lu Fei's eyes sparkled with fervent anticipation. Wait a moment. Let me check. Su Ziyan summoned a miniature holographic computer from her spatial ring. After executing some complex operations, a small holographic image materialized in the air, displaying a plethora of data records. Behold for yourself. Su Ziyan's face revealed an imperceptible smile. 1000, 2000, 1500. Upon seeing the figures, Lu Fei immediately recognized them as addresses and bounty amounts published by the Assassin's Guild, possibly withheld for confidentiality regarding the target's names. Among them was the slums adjacent to Zhaoyang University. As he scrutinized the densely packed data, Lu Fei felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. The value of human life seemed pitifully low. The highest bounty did not exceed 5,000 Zhaoyang coins, while the lowest was a mere 500, if he were to undertake business at these rates. After deducting transportation and other costs, it would be uncertain when he would manage to accumulate enough for 4 years of tuition. Indeed, these prices might be feasible on Zhaoyang Star, but outside of it, they held no significance, as the rewards barely covered the expenses of the round trip. There no higher price. Lu Fei felt a twinge of disappointment. No, as a novice assassin, you lack the qualification to handle more lucrative contracts. You must distinguish yourself amidst these rookies and gradually enhance your ranking to earn higher rewards. Are there many competitors like me? There is no precise figure, but it is certain that at least over 100,000. 100,000, Lu Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. This figure was staggering. Yes, 100,000. You need to stand out among them. According to past data, you must complete over 100 tasks to have a chance at entering the second tier of pricing, where the rewards will range from 5,000 to 20,000, though the difficulty of the tasks will significantly increase. Many novice assassins fall victim to their targets during this upgrade phase. How long will it take to reach the price level of the 2 assassins who tried to kill me? Lu Fei felt a sense of despair creeping in. Killing was not the issue, but at those prices, earning enough for tuition in a year seemed implausible. Generally, it takes 5 years, but those 2 brothers managed to shatter the record by upgrading in just 2 years, earning the title of the most promising young assassins in the guild. Tragically cut down by you, Su Ziyan wore a look of regret, clearly having held high hopes for those 2 brothers. 2 years. Lu Fei hesitated. Yes, 2 years. Of course, if you had the speed of those 2 brothers, you could earn enough for 4 years of tuition in just half a year. However, such a possibility is slim, for you are but one person, while they were 2 brothers working in tandem. Moreover, you must continually update your weaponry, meaning the earnings from half a year would merely suffice for purchasing upgraded gear. Lu Fei felt his hope dwindling. In fact, it is important to inform you that those 2 brothers, within just 2 years, climbed to over 500 in ranking, yet they had little savings. All their earnings were spent on gear. Typically, they would not even consider a target like you, as during their travels in the Gale Grassland, finances were rather tight, and with the target being so close and easy, they took on this job during their holiday to earn some extra cash. At this moment, Lu Fei completely abandoned the thought of becoming an assassin, his only regret being that he hadn't taken away the brother's equipment worth millions. There is no remedy for regret in this world. However, having learned from past mistakes, if given another chance, he vowed not to make such a foolish error again. Thank you. Lu Fei took a deep breath, stood up, and strode towards the exit. Throughout the encounter, he had neither sipped tea nor eaten anything, thus, he had no need to settle any bill. Watching Lu Fei's retreating figure, Su Ziyun ultimately chose not to say anything further. This stubborn youth would not accept his money. When Lu Fei returned home and lay on his bed, the night had deepened. The silvery moonlight streamed through the porthole, casting a delicate frost-like sheen in the cockpit. Lu Fei found himself sleepless. The dream of earning money as an assassin had shattered, and it seemed necessary for him to devise a new plan. Lu Fei was not one to easily concede defeat. The grueling training under the iron-headed instructor had forged his indomitable willpower. Just as he was on the brink of slumber, Lu Fei thought of Li Ming. What could he be doing? Was he perhaps washing his master's feet? A rare smile flickered across Lu Fei's usually cold visage. What was Li Ming doing? Just as Lu Fei had surmised, Li Ming was in a hall, washing an elderly man's feet. The old man's hair, eyebrows, and beard had turned completely white. However, he appeared robust and vibrant, reclining on a rattan chair, eyes half closed, seemingly relishing Li Ming's ministrations. The old man was Ma Dabiao, the head of the Genuine Universe Martial Arts School. Master, is it comfortable? Comfortable. Ma Dabiao opened his eyes, glancing at Li Ming, who was focused on washing his feet, then at the moonlight streaming through the window. A wave of fatigue washed over him, prompting a long sigh. I have aged. The martial arts school must close. It is time to return home for a visit. The bright moonlight before my bed. It seems like frost upon the ground. Raising my head to gaze at the moon, lowering it to think of my homeland. Master, you are incorrigible, longing for your wife back home while also thinking of the moon maiden. Li Ming looked at Ma Dabiao with a lewd grin, as if he had found a kindred spirit. What moon maiden? Ma Dabiao was taken aback. Master, I know this poem. It is quite famous, Li Ming replied with pride. The bright moonlight before my bed. It seems like frost upon the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the moon, and lower it to think of my homeland. The interpretation of this poem is that before my bed lies a maiden named Mingyue, who is completely undraped. Her skin is tender and white as the frost upon the ground. Looking up at this glistening maiden, I cannot help but think of my lady far away in my hometown. This poem reflects the poet's conflicting emotions as a wandering man, roaming alone and yearning for home while seeking pleasures. A hymn. Ma Dabiao coughed vehemently. Master, we are all men. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. If you wish, I can call a girl for you, and I guarantee your comfort. Li Ming patted his chest, wearing an expression of assurance, but then frowned and said, however, finding a girl named Mingyue might be a bit challenging. Insolence. At that moment, Ma Dabiao finally grasped the meaning of the poem and became furious, suddenly slamming the rattan chair, causing it to creak loudly, startling Li Ming, who stared blankly at Ma Dabiao, unsure of what he had said wrong. Little Mengzi, where are you? Just then, a frantic voice called from outside the courtyard. Here, Huniu, over here. This voice was like a breath of fresh air to Li Ming, who immediately shouted back, forget washing feet. Hurry, the flying hoverboard race is about to start. A large girl with 2 hefty braids, even taller than Li Ming, burst in like a cannonball, and as the doors swung open, a powerful gust of air swept through the entire room. Creating a formidable presence, after charging in, the girl seized Li Ming and dashed outside, causing him to stumble and nearly fall, forcibly pulling him along. I was still washing feet. Ma Dabiao weakly lamented, his gaze lingering on the quivering doors. Bursting out of the dilapidated Genuine Universe Martial Arts School, Li Ming promptly slowed his pace and glanced back at the school, feeling a lingering fear. It was his first time witnessing Ma Dabiao's anger. This old man truly had some authority. Just his anger alone sent shivers down my spine. Little Mengzi, hurry. We have only half an hour left until it starts. The round-faced girl who had grabbed Li Ming, seeing him suddenly halt, urged anxiously, Huniu, there's no rush. It only takes 30 minutes to drive the hoverboard to the venue, and we still have 40 minutes, Li Ming reassured the slightly frantic girl. This girl was Ma Dabiao's adopted daughter, named Ma Hunyu, only 19 years old but weighing over 200 pounds. She was slightly shorter than Li Ming, yet appeared much larger. Ma Hunyu had a naturally impatient disposition. Her demeanor was quite masculine, rampaging through the slums and earning the reputation of a female bully in the area. Even Ma Dabiao found it challenging to rein her in. Fortunately, she did not engage in any heinous acts. Allowing him to turn a blind eye out of course, the residents of the slums also showed her some respect due to Ma Dabiao's long-standing presence there. Hey, without a hoverboard, the two of us on one will not be fast. It would be better to leave sooner, in a rush, safety first. Seeing Hunyu remove the hoverboard from her back, Li Ming instantly wore a frown. Get on? Hunyu nonchalantly hopped onto the hoverboard, saying, Today, I'll have John make one for you. The flying hoverboard slowly ascended, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, swaying precariously in midair. Hee. The plump figure of Hunyu twisted and chuckled. What are you doing? Li Ming inquired, puzzled. Don't touch my waist. It tickles. Besides, I'm a girl and you're a boy. It wouldn't look good if someone saw us. Hunyu pouted playfully. Listening to her laughter, Li Ming felt a shiver run down his spine, and he quickly released his grip on Hunyu's ample waist. With a thud, he fell to the ground, but fortunately, the hoverboard was not very high, merely tilting over without causing any harm. Hunyu exclaimed in alarm, hastily lowering the hoverboard to help Li Ming up. Her heart aching as she fretted, It's all my fault. I'm sorry. You didn't get hurt, did you? No, Li Ming quickly responded, springing back to his feet. Don't be upset. I'll let you hold my waist. Let's find a more secluded path. We shouldn't be seen. Hunyu lowered her head, fiddling with her long braid, her voice barely above a whisper. Rosy hue blooming on her round face, appearing quite bashful. Yes, we should find a quiet spot. Li Ming nodded vigorously, realizing that today, even if he had to snatch a hoverboard, he had to make it happen. Otherwise, life would become unbearable. Little did he know, he had spoken a prophecy. The two cautiously climbed back onto the hoverboard, which emitted a jarring, buzzing sound as it took to the skies. They dared not accelerate too quickly, gliding slowly just above the ground through the dark streets. Navigating a perilous journey. By the way, you mentioned asking John for a hoverboard. Where will you get the money? Li Ming, well acquainted with Hunyu, knew that she was even poorer than he was. No need for payment. If he doesn't give it to us, we'll just give him a beating. After a fierce huff, Hunyu suddenly turned exceptionally gentle, saying to Li Ming, Hold on tight. Don't fall off, or I'll be heartbroken. Aren't you afraid of being scolded by your master? Li Ming clung to her barrel-like waist, feeling goosebumps rise at her soft tone, almost wishing for death. Not anymore. We're moving soon anyway. Let them scold me. I'll get you a hoverboard first. Riding on one together is a solution, and I still want to get married. As she trailed off, her voice became barely audible, her face adorably flushed. Right? You want to get married. I absolutely cannot tarnish your reputation. You're moving. Li Ming suddenly reacted, exclaiming, and with a forceful push, the hoverboard swayed dangerously close to crashing into a discarded mech leg. Both were drenched in cold sweat, managing to stabilize themselves. Minggu, I've been watching you for a long time. Back when you used to watch us practice martial arts outside the dojo every day. I felt so happy seeing you. After steadying the hoverboard, Hunyu mustered her courage to say, Why are you moving? Why? Li Ming, now in a state of frantic urgency, barely heard her soft voice. My dad said he's getting old and wants to return to his roots. Seeing Li Ming's distracted expression, Hunyu's face fell in disappointment. What roots? Is it on Zhaoyang Star? Li Ming silently cursed Ma Dabiao. After finally getting into the dojo, now they were moving. What a pointless upheaval. He had no intention of leaving Zhaoyang Star just yet. No. It seems to be Earth, our home planet. Impossible. The star domain of Earth is under martial law, and no one is allowed up there. Although Li Ming had never been to Zhaoyang Star, he was aware of the martial law surrounding the home planet. I don't know. In any case, Dad has already decided, so I don't need to give John face anymore. If the old tiger doesn't show its claws, everyone thinks it's a sick cat. Today, let them see my prowess. Dare to take my money? With a sudden push of her foot, Hunyu propelled the hoverboard forward. Emitting a monstrous roar as it surged ahead, Hunyu, slow down. I'm scared. I'm not married yet. The wind whistled past them, and Li Ming clung tightly to Hunia's waist, terrified. Oh, I'm not married yet either. The hoverboard slowed suddenly, Hunia twisting her waist shyly. It's fine. Go faster. I'm not afraid anymore. The two continued their bumpy journey, swaying precariously until they reached a vast garbage mountain on the outskirts. Beside the garbage heap lay a sprawling open area, where a crowd had gathered near one corner, various hoverboards zooming through the air, rising and falling, fast and slow, creating a spectacular scene. After Hunia's hoverboard came to a halt, Li Ming remained dazed, still clinging tightly to her waist, fearing he might tumble off. The space was too cramped, and without holding onto Hunia, he would surely fall. We arrived. Ming Gu. Hunia paused, noticing the stares from the crowd, her cheeks flushing a deep red as she gently called out to Li Ming. We arrived. Li Ming felt like he had been pricked by a needle, jumping down to discover the onlookers regarding them with strange expressions. Wishing he could find a hole to hide in, John, come here. When Hunia spoke to others, her demeanor was entirely different from when she spoke to Li Ming. She exuded an aura of authority far beyond that of a mere 18 or 19-year-old girl. Hunia's here. Is your hoverboard broken? No problem. I'll fix it right away. John, mingling with a group of modifiers, approached Hunia with a sycophantic smile, his golden hair tousled. My hoverboard is fine, except it's a bit slow. However, I still need another hoverboard. All right, Hunia. No problem. Its 70 new for 3,000 Zhaoyang coins. With a business opportunity at hand, John perked up, straightening his back. Suddenly, before John could react, a fist, propelled by the howling wind, struck his face, sending his frail frame flying 5 meters away. Hunia, why did you hit me? John struggled to stand, his eyes filled with stars, bloodied and bewildered. The surrounding crowd was equally stunned, unable to comprehend why Hunia had suddenly resorted to violence. Even Li Ming, standing nearby, felt a jolt of fear. Damn it! This chubby girl was truly unpredictable. It was best to keep a safe distance from her. She was too dangerous. Chapter 50. Old Mike, I've tolerated you for long enough. Last time you swindled me out of a whole year's allowance for a piece of junk hoverboard that couldn't even fly. Hunia fumed. But it was you who wanted one that could carry a lot. John lamented, looking pitiful. Are you implying that I'm fat? Hunia clenched her fists, advancing menacingly towards John, the ground seeming to tremble beneath her feet, her presence imposing. No. Hunia, you have an amazing figure, truly amazing. As Hunia approached in a fury, John turned pale, frantically waving his hands and retreating, while the onlookers instinctively backed away, fearing they would draw her ire. That's more like it. You know what? My dad said that women like me are the most sought after. We great for childbearing and bring good fortune to our husbands and children. Dio, you understand nothing. Hunia paused, a look of pride on her face. Right? Your dad is absolutely correct, very auspicious. Today you will provide me with a hoverboard. Hunia declared, hands on her hips. Hunia, this is robbery. Most of the components on the hoverboard can be obtained, but that micro anti-gravity system must be purchased. You want to find it in the garbage. John protested, his face a mask of despair. The micro anti-gravity system was the most valuable part of the hoverboard, reliable and reusable. Generally, salvaged hoverboards had their systems removed for reuse, making it nearly impossible to find one in the garbage. I am robbing you. What is it to you? Hunia shot back, glaring at John as she stepped closer. I'll give it to you. But the micro anti-gravity system still has to be bought. Even if you beat me to a pulp, I can't help you. Hunia, John, unable to flee, desperately explained. No problem. I'll go find old Mike and get him to give me a micro anti-gravity system. The crowd, noticing Hunia making her way towards the hoverboard racing area, shrank back, following at a distance. Old Mike was no ordinary figure. Old Mike was a notorious individual in the impoverished district, known for his ruthlessness. Any scavenger in the garbage mountain had to seek his permission, paying a monthly fee. Additionally, he organized hoverboard races in the district, dealing in the acquisition and sale of various components. In essence, he controlled over 99% of the electronic waste in the area. Old Mike had a dozen or so thugs in his employ, making him a formidable presence. Most people dared not provoke him. It was rumored he had deep connections with the godfather of the impoverished district, Jogo. So those who had the strength to challenge him would usually refrain from doing so out of respect for Jogo. Hunia, it's not worth it. Li Ming, having grown up in the impoverished district and often loitering around the garbage mountain, had faced old Mike's wrath more than once, knowing all too well the dangers involved. Humph, I have long wished to give him trouble. After all, I am about to move. Hunyu appears to harbor immense dissatisfaction towards old Mike, perhaps emboldened by the impending relocation, as she disregards Li Ming's counsel and strides purposefully towards the old man, who is surrounded by a group of ruffians. It seems that Hunyu intends to vent all her grievances from the slums as she approaches old Mike. In her haste, she inadvertently strikes one of the thugs, sending him sprawling to the ground, prompting the others to scatter in fright, and soon a space clears around Mike. Hunyu, what do you intend to do? Old Mike, ever observant, quickly notices the fierce Hunyu advancing and retreats a step, seeking refuge behind the thugs. Old man, do you remember? When I was 7, I picked up a holographic screen-S optical cable on Garbage Mountain, and you beat me for it? Hunyu glares, her round face contorted with rage. I think it was just a tug, not a beating. Old Mike shudders, realizing that Hunyu has set out to provoke him today, even resurrecting grievances from when she was 7. Himph, just a tug. My injury still hasn't healed. Look, it's still swollen. Hunyu rolls up her sleeve to reveal a chubby, pale arm, causing the onlookers to stifle their laughter, though none dare to suggest that it is merely fat and not swelling. Hunyu, I have no quarrel with you or your father. Old Mike, aware of the precariousness of the situation, refrains from calling Hunyu fat, understanding that to do so would invite misfortune. Instead, he glances at Li Ming, a fleeting look of menace crossing his features. He wishes to avoid conflict with the burly woman, yet he cannot quite comprehend her unusual arrogance today. Perhaps Li Ming has stirred the pot. Do not mention my father. You've harmed me, and you shall pay the price. For the sake of my father, I won't hold it against an old man like you. But you must compensate me with a miniature anti-gravity system. Menggu needs one for a flying skateboard. Hunyu's words further confirm old Mike's suspicions, and his gaze toward Li Ming grows increasingly fierce. Li Ming, feeling the weight of old Mike's scrutiny, silently laments his predicament, realizing he has provoked this ruthless old man. With both his master and Hunyu shielding him, he feels somewhat secure. However, with his master about to relocate, he must continue to navigate life in the slums. This is troublesome. Having grown up in the slums, Li Ming knows all too well the precariousness of survival under the wing of the now-deceased Lao Tai. He understands the stark divisions within the underbelly of society. If one oversteps boundaries or infringes upon another's interests, they risk ending up lifeless on the streets by dawn. Now, the news of Laudi's death has spread, and having barely established himself in the martial arts school, he finally felt he had a foothold. Yet, his master's move threatens to unravel everything. If he does not leave the slums and incurs old Mike's wrath, he fears his days may be numbered. In the slums, death is commonplace, and countless souls lie unavenged beneath the refuse. Listen, Hunyu, you've been incited. For the sake of the martial arts school, I won't hold you accountable. I have plenty of anti-gravity systems. Just name your price. Old Mike scoffs, diverting his gaze from Li Ming to signal a few thugs, who promptly march towards him. This has nothing to do with me. It truly has nothing to do with me, Li Ming pleads, retreating in fear, shaking his hands defensively. Many who see Li Ming at first believe him to be a brash and arrogant youth, but in truth, his courage is inversely proportional to his imposing stature. This is precisely why he has managed to survive in the slums. Those with audacity either join gangs, meet their demise, or are exiled to the dark planet to serve time. Chapter 51. The Kill Order. Let me take a moment to mention the infamous dark planet. It is a satellite of the Zaal star, and due to its axial tilt, only 1/5 of its surface receives sunlight. On the dark planet lies the largest steel prison in the Zaal star domain, the Dark Prison. Those who have entered this steel fortress tremble at the mere mention of it, illustrating the extent of its terror. Who dares to touch him? Hunyu bellows, glaring down at the thugs with a ferocious expression. Everyone in the junkyard who rides flying skateboards turns to observe as the thugs hesitate, glancing back at old Mike, caught between advancing and retreating. Old Mike's dull eyes narrow to slits, a cold snort escaping him, sending a shiver through the ruffians. They understand that his displeasure carries grave consequences. Go! The thugs exchange glances, ignoring Hunyu's threat, and rush towards Li Ming. With a cacophony of blows, Li Ming, too fearful to retaliate, is soon left bloodied and bruised, huddled on the ground, wailing in despair. This is Li Ming's usual tactic. When outmatched, he curls into a ball, protecting his head while emitting ear-piercing cries, leading most to believe he has sustained serious injuries. In reality, without weapons, the damage is merely superficial, and for someone as resilient as Li Ming, it hardly registers. Hunyu, momentarily taken aback, erupts in fury as she witnesses the thugs beating Li Ming. The realization hits her hard. Not only has she failed to assist her beloved in acquiring a flying skateboard, but she has inadvertently drawn calamity upon him. While the pain is inflicted upon Li Ming, it is Hunyu's heart that bleeds. Hunyu charges forward like a heavy tank, her martial arts training lending her immense strength. The thugs, caught off guard, find themselves since sprawling like ragdolls under her onslaught. Minggu, sob. Are you all right? Hunyu cradles the battered Li Ming in her arms, tears streaming down her cheeks, each droplet landing painfully on his face. I fear I may not survive. Li Ming glances at old Mike in the distance, a surge of determination igniting within him, disregarding his pride as he wraps his arms around Hunyu's robust waist. Gazing intently at her, feigning a feeble state, he coughs up a wad of red phlegm, a mere consequence of indigestion, but it serves its purpose. That's not true, it's my fault. I'll make this right. Just wait for me. Upon meeting Li Ming's heartfelt gaze and witnessing his feigned bloodied sputum, Hunyu is momentarily stunned. She rises, her eyes, now mere slits due to her weight, radiate a fierce light. The thugs scatter like frightened birds. After all, Hunyu is not to be trifled with. Hunyu's father is the master of the only martial arts school in the slums. Though the school is in disrepair, the legacy of its once great lineage remains. And the disciples of Ma Depio are scattered throughout the slums, wielding considerable influence. Everyone in the slums knows of Ma Depio's indulgence towards his daughter, and thus, they often yield to her. More importantly, Hunyu's combat prowess is unparalleled in the slums, making her a formidable opponent that few would dare to provoke. Hunyu, now incensed, begins to swell with rage before the astonished eyes of hundreds. Her already ample frame expands dramatically, her clothing straining against her burgeoning form, prompting onlookers to fear that her garments might tear apart, envisioning a veritable mountain of flesh bursting forth. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembles as her massive figure advances. And old Mike's eyes widen in terror. He realizes he has crossed a line. When Hunyu weeps for Li Ming, old Mike understands the gravity of his mistake, for in all her years, Hunyu has never shed tears. Hunyu has fallen in love. Almost everyone comprehends this revelation, and rather than concern for old Mike, they cast sympathetic glances at Li Ming. For any man to be loved by a woman weighing over 100 kilograms is a torment indeed, and all men stand united in empathy for Li Ming. Yet, Li Ming is consumed by a singular thought: to eliminate old Mike. If both his master and Hunyu depart, old Mike will undoubtedly seek retribution. And even if he does not kill him, his life will be rendered unbearable. Due to their differing upbringings, Li Ming's character is far more complex than that of Lu Fei. While Lu Fei, under Laodi's protection, rarely contemplates consequences, Li Ming is acutely aware of the far-reaching implications of his actions. At times, Li Ming exhibits a timorous and meek disposition, even when struck across the face by a mere 3-year-old child. Provided that child has a formidable father, he greets the situation with a forced smile, suppressing his displeasure. Conversely, if Li Ming finds himself with an influential ally or a person of stature, he may engage in acts that seem utterly deranged. For instance, at the tender age of 6, he aided Lu Fei in knocking out the teeth of the son of 9 Gu. While in the school cafeteria, with Lu Fei by his side, he could transform his initial panic into poise, eventually evolving into a figure of audacity and arrogance. In essence, when his life is not in jeopardy, Li Ming is a person lacking in resolve, reliant on someone else to devise strategies and provide support. However, in situations of life and death, he metamorphoses into an individual brimming with the spirit of adventure. Currently, it is evident that old Mike has lost face in front of Hunyo. Once Ma Biao and Hunyo relocate, it is only natural for them to seek retribution from him. Ino-1 is aware of Ma Biao's impending move, and consequently, no one knows of Li Ming's frenzied intentions. After all, this is merely a trivial conflict, and no one anticipates a fatal outcome. As the attention of the crowd shifts to Hunyo and old Mike, Li Ming, who moments ago was rolling on the ground in tears, begins to crawl slowly towards a stone the size of a head, known as a pockmarked stone. This stone, rich in iron ore, becomes pockmarked after being soaked by rain, hence its name in the Dark Planet. Where high-quality iron ore is abundant, the pockmarked stone holds little utility and is found in abundance on Zaal Stard in the battles of the impoverished districts. The history of the pockmarked stone is as ancient as that of bricks. It is said that over a century ago, during battles against the xenomorphs, soldiers, having exhausted their ammunition, fought valiantly using pockmarked stones. Today, a massive pockmarked stone monument stands in the impoverished district, a testament to those times. Chapter 52. A surprise attack under the dim light of the moon. No one notices the stealthy movements of Li Ming. All eyes are fixated on old Mike and Hu Niu. Hunyo's aura has reached its zenith. Her thick braids seemingly moving without a breeze, exuding an intimidating presence. Old Mike's hand rises slightly to rest on his waist, where a finely crafted laser gun resides, his prized possession, instrumental in securing his status in the impoverished district. Since the xenomorph invasion in the Zaal star system, the government has enforced stringent weapon regulations. After the xenomorphs infiltrated human consciousness, they became capable of operating relatively simple weapons, like laser guns. During the defense of Zaal Mecha University, casualties from conflict among humans far exceeded those inflicted by the xenomorphs in the impoverished district. The deterrent power of a single laser gun surpasses that of 100 thugs, as humanity possesses an inherent fear of lethal long-range weaponry. Having trained under Ma Biao since childhood, Hunyo possesses an almost instinctual awareness of danger. The distance between them is approximately 12 meters. Hunyo is not without strategy. She understands that her speed is insufficient to incapacitate old Mike from this distance. Should he wield any long-range weaponry, she would stand no chance of approaching him. At this moment, Hunyo finds herself in a precarious situation. If she fails to teach old Mike a lesson, then her lover's recent beating would be in vain. Suddenly, an eerie silence envelopes the entire junkyard. Old Mike senses something amiss as the hush falls over the area, drawing the gaze of nearly everyone towards him, rendering him the center of attention. What has transpired? The sense of unease within old Mike intensifies as he notices the anxious expressions of those around him. Some even gawk in astonishment as if words escape them. Even Hunyo, poised for action, halts, her eyes reflecting a momentary stupor. This is not good. An ambush is underway. Just as old Mike is jolted into alertness and turns around, a dull thud resonates above him. Li Ming has struck him with the pockmarked stone. Old Mike, a man accustomed to dancing on the edge of danger, withstands the excruciating blow and lunges forward, attempting to create distance while simultaneously reaching for his laser gun. Alas, old Mike's reaction is too slow. Whether due to age or the impact of the stone, his movements become sluggish. As he charges ahead, Li Ming swiftly follows, bringing the pockmarked stone down upon old Mike's head once more, perhaps fueled by adrenaline. The force of the blow sends the stone tumbling from his grasp, yet old Mike is left teetering on the brink of consciousness. Before the horrified gaze of hundreds, Li Ming, in a frenzy, lunges onto the nearly lifeless form of old Mike, pinning him down with his weight. He seizes the pockmarked stone once more. Lift it high, bring it down. Lift it high, bring it down. The sounds of impact shift from thuds to sickening cracks. As the unfortunate old Mike's skull caves and under the relentless assault, Li Ming continues his frenzied onslaught, blood and brain matter splattering across his face, the pale moonlight casting him as a resurrected demon from the depths of hell. Grotesque and fearsome, a terrifying atmosphere permeates the junkyard, as if a chilling wind has swept through, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. While murder is not uncommon in the impoverished district, such a brutal method of killing is unprecedented, especially before so many witnesses. Minggu, he is dead. Even Hunyo, who is bold by nature, is momentarily paralyzed by the sight of Li Ming's savage visage. Dead. Perhaps it is for the best, long last. Li Ming ceases his mechanical motions, staring blankly at old Mike's mangled head, murmuring to himself, he is dead. We must go. Yet, being a girl, Hunyo has never taken a life, and the weight of hundreds of eyes upon them fills her with trepidation. We must leave. Wait. As Hunyo pulls Li Ming to his feet, they take a few steps before he suddenly turns back, rushing to old Mike's corpse to rummage through his belongings. He retrieves a gun and several smart cards. Aside from the weapon, there is little of value. Although aware that old Mike likely possessed a substantial sum of money, the passwords remain a mystery to them. With a reluctant expression, Li Ming caresses the cards before placing them back on old Mike's body, standing to disappear into the night alongside Hunyo, until Li Ming and Hunyo vanish. An oppressive silence blankets the entire junkyard. Unbeknownst to Li Ming, the balance that Lu Fei had maintained has been irrevocably shattered. The mountain of refuse is akin to a colossal treasure trove. 60% of the city's waste is incinerated here, and each day, countless reusable items can be salvaged, enough to fill several colossal transport mechs. With old Mike's demise, this vast cache of resources is left without an owner. The impoverished district is poised for a reshuffle, turbulence brews. Li Ming, however, is oblivious to these thoughts. He remains engulfed in the aftermath of his frenzied slaughter, running wildly, with Hunyo trailing him on her flying skateboard. I have killed! I have killed! I have killed! Li Ming experiences a wave of nausea. With a loud thud, he collapses to the ground, utterly spent, gasping for breath. Menggu, it has been done. We must move, for we are relocating. As the disciple of the old master, you are to accompany us. Hunyo gently helps Li Ming to his feet. Why the move? Why? Menggu, you know that our martial arts school has ceased to attract disciples. It can no longer sustain its operations, so my grandfather wishes to return to his roots. Hunyo's expression dims with sorrow. You should return first. Menggu, go on. I will not be going back today. I will sleep at a friend's place. Fei Gu? Yes. All right, be careful. I will inform my grandfather and expedite the move. Li Ming watches as Hunyo vanishes into the alley, then squats down, retching violently as if trying to expel his very innards. After a long while, he finally rises and makes his way toward Lu Fei's residence. Clap clap, Lu Fei enjoys a sound sleep, but this does not mean he is oblivious to disturbances. A hint of alarm stirs within him. Suddenly, he sits upright, and without a moment's hesitation, performs a graceful maneuver, vaulting through the half-open window, moving fluidly without a hint of obstruction. It is already past midnight, and darkness still shrouds the impoverished district. On the path to the Mecha, a shadow traverses quietly, inadvertently kicking some alarm stones set by Lu Fei, creating a cacophony of sound. The alarm stones are uniquely crafted pebbles, smaller than a fingertip, whose internal structure causes air to vibrate. These stones are not native to the impoverished district. They were brought from the desert by the Iron Head and scattered in strategic locations. If someone were to inadvertently touch or step on them, they would emit their distinctive sound. Chapter 53. The spoils of war. The laser gun belongs to Li Ming. With muscles tense, Lu Fei breathes a sigh of relief. Flipping back into the cockpit, soon, a weary and disheveled Li Ming clambers into Lu Fei's cockpit. What have you done? Lu Fei inquires, observing the blood and brain matter covering Li Ming's head. I have killed. Li Ming sits across from Lu Fei, his gaze vacant. Who? Old Mike. Old Mike? Lu Fei couldn't help but widen his mouth in astonishment as he gazed at Li Ming. He was more familiar with Old Mike than anyone else. For Old Mike and Ironhead were peers and potential rivals. Ironhead controlled the rubbish bins of Jialuo Mecha University, while Old Mike presided over the garbage mountain. Of course, both Ironhead and Old Mike were acutely aware of each other's formidable nature, maintaining a precarious peace, each keeping to their own territory. Inside the cockpit, a profound silence hung in the air. If it's to be done, then let it be done. What more can be said? Lu Fei broke the silence, fully empathizing with Li Ming's current state of mind. Just a few days prior, he too had taken the life of two individuals. It was his first experience with murder. Yet, in comparison to Li Ming, Lu Fei viewed the act with a certain detachment, a consequence of Ironhead's brutal training that had instilled in him a stark indifference towards life. After all, weren't all the training sessions geared towards killing? However, the Jinyuan Martial Arts Academy was to cease operations. Li Ming lamented, his face twisted in despair. This was inevitable, Lu Fei mused, not surprised by the outcome. Hey, Fei Gu, you didn't utter a word when I killed someone. Now that my master is moving away, you still have the gall to make light of it. That's rather unjust of you. Li Ming, seeing Lu Fei's unruffled demeanor, felt a swell of dissatisfaction. He had come to Lu Fei seeking solace for his wounded spirit, hoping for at least a semblance of sympathy. I'm overwhelmed myself. What can I possibly do, however, if you wish for your master to not close down or relocate? There is indeed a solution, Lu Fei replied with a wry smile. What is it? Li Ming perked up, his eyes fixed on Lu Fei with hopeful anticipation. Encourage him to take on more apprentices. Lu Fei suggested. That's your brilliant idea? Huh, it's not half bad. Lu Fei, let me show you something exciting, Li Ming said with a mysterious grin. What is it? Lu Fei, accustomed to Li Ming's dramatic flair, inquired nonchalantly. A laser gun. Isn't it impressive? Li Ming carefully retrieved a miniature laser gun from his waist, exuding pride as he declared, This is my trophy, from old Mike. What a fine piece! Lu Fei's heart raced with fervor, inwardly lamenting that while Li Ming was elated over a mere laser gun, he had nearly brushed past 2 mechs, 3 sniper rifles, and 2 powerful flying skateboards. The past is a painful remembrance. Quite splendid indeed, but alas, this is a non-military laser gun. Its energy cell can only provide 3 shots. Use it sparingly, for its model is rare and unavailable on the market, Lu Fei remarked, toying with it lovingly. It can only shoot 3 times? Li Ming's face fell in disappointment. Yes, this section is the energy cell activation device. It must be turned on when in use, and remember to deactivate it when not in use, or the activated energy cell will leak. I'll remember that. That night, the 2 exhilarated youths remained awake, obsessively tinkering with the small laser gun, disassembling it no less than 30 times, nearly comprehending all its components before finally dozing off, only to be roused by the dawning light. Li Ming, I'm off to work. Lu Fei nudged Li Ming. Li Ming mumbled under the covers. Remember to flush the toilet after use, Lu Fei admonished. Fully aware of Li Ming's unsavory habit of neglecting to flush, a tendency exacerbated by the squalid conditions of the slums, where toilets were said to be worse than those of ancient Earth, primarily due to the severe water scarcity on Jiaoluo Star. Bro, can I skip the toilet today? Please, I just want to sleep, sobbed Li Ming, cocooned in his blanket. Checking his watch and glancing at the bundled-up Li Ming, Lu Fei tidied the room before descending from the cockpit. Climbing atop the wall to gaze afar, Jiaoluo Mecha University lay shrouded in the crimson hues of dawn, appearing as if it were draped in a mesmerizing metallic sheen. Compared to the backwardness of the slums, even the historically rich Jiaoluo Mecha University exuded a postmodern aesthetic. As he descended from the tree, an inexplicable thought of that alien AI, Xiaoqiang, crossed Lu Fei's mind. Was he being monitored? Would it activate the laser cannon to silence him? The more he pondered, the more apprehensive he grew, to the point that within mere steps, his undergarments were drenched in sweat. If that AI truly intended to eliminate him, it would be all too effortless. After all, Jiaoluo Mecha University, as the pinnacle of academia in the Jiaoluo domain and once the primary battlefield against the aliens, boasted formidable defensive systems, all under the control of the AI. This one do. It seems I must devise a plan to eliminate Xiaoqiang. Lu Fei despised this lurking danger. Ironhead had once told him to extinguish any threat in its infancy. With this thought, Lu Fei clenched his jaw, convinced that the alien AI named Xiaoqiang must have its vulnerabilities. Composing himself, a peculiar smile crept across Lu Fei's otherwise cold expression. I must maintain a cheerful demeanor. I must appear joyful. The thought that the Xiaoqiang AI could discern his thoughts through facial expressions and heart rate added to his immense pressure, prompting him to subtly relax his tense muscles and feign a look of happiness. Fortunately, the school was still relatively empty at this hour. Had anyone witnessed Lu Fei's awkward and unnatural grin, they might well have thought a deranged outsider had wandered in. It could be said that Lu Fei's every task was orchestrated by the AI, leaving him no means to evade Xiaoqiang. The first step upon entering the school was to confirm his identity, a process undeniably dictated by Xiaoqiang. Once his identity was established, he would then have to verify and receive a list of permissions, all of which were randomly generated by the AI. In other words, should Xiaoqiang wish to create chaos, Lu Fei would find himself utterly immobilized within the school. Once inside the campus, Lu Fei felt as though he were walking on thin ice. Compelled to maintain a facade of joy to avoid arousing Xiaoqiang's suspicion and facing dire consequences. After receiving the work uniform list and permission codes, Lu Fei cautiously entered the AI laboratory. Commencing his work, soon, he managed to push Xiaoqiang to the back of his mind and immersed himself in his tasks. Chapter 54, Xiaoqiang's Escape Plan 1. This workload did not last long before Lu Fei found himself at leisure. In the past, he would have rushed to assist Li Ming in the mech laboratory, but with Li Ming's resignation, there was no longer a place to lend a hand, leaving Lu Fei with an unexpected abundance of time, which he found quite disorienting. It was still early, and the vast laboratory lay in eerie silence, with over 70 minutes remaining before class commenced. Casting a glance at the myriad of AI models densely arranged in the lab, Lu Fei slumped into a chair, contemplating that since there was nothing to do, he might as well rest. After all, he had not slept well the previous night, consumed by thoughts of the laser gun. And now was the perfect opportunity to catch up on some much-needed sleep. Lu Fei, come here, a bizarre electronic synthesized voice echoed in his ear. Sometimes, life unfolds in such a manner. When one forgets an umbrella, it rains. Yet when one carries one, the skies clear. How rare it is to finally catch a break, only for something to arise. When one wishes to avoid a certain individual, fate conspires to bring them together. While driving, switching lanes leads to a jam. While the lane you left suddenly opens up, people often place their faith in probabilities, assuming that unlikely events will not transpire, yet misfortune frequently occurs within that minuscule margin. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Fei sprang up as if propelled by a spring, all remnants of drowsiness evaporating. Don't be anxious. Strong Brother simply inquired about morning matters. Move to the AI's side. This spot is too conspicuous. All right. Xiaoqiang seemed to prefer communicating with Lu Fei through text, perhaps for the sake of discretion. After all, speaking aloud alone in the AI lab would undoubtedly attract attention. Lu Fei, I require a warped inverse light modulation plate. A line of text appeared on the screen, accompanied by a cartoon image, though the cartoon character seemed to change with each message. What is a warped inverse light modulation plate? Lu Fei asked, his expression one of confusion, having never encountered the term before. Ignorance is truly terrifying. A disdainful cartoon graphic appeared behind the text. No worries if you don't know. I'll explain. A warped inverse light modulation plate is generally used on large spacecraft, primarily within the intelligent systems of cold storage rooms to ensure that fruits and vegetables do not spoil or lose flavor due to prolonged storage. It is also utilized in scientific research, such as accelerating the metamorphosis of larvae into adult insects, particularly prevalent in the field of cloning. Oh, Lu Fei had never even touched a mech, let alone a spacecraft, leaving him utterly in the dark. Oh, what? Strong Brother needs this thing, you understand. Where can I find one? Seeing the myriad of expressive cartoon characters, Lu Fei felt an urge to grab a chair and smash the AI, although such thoughts remained mere fantasies. Fool, how would Strong Brother know? You're on your own. Lu Fei secretly rejoiced. Deep down, he harbored no desire to engage in any tasks for this luminous brain. Upon analysis, he discerned that the primary function of the warp inversion light rate panel was to furnish a closed warp space for spacecraft, a technology not widely utilized. To procure such a panel, one would have to source it from a colossal spaceship, but do not hold your breath. In my lifetime, I have yet to set foot beyond Zhaoyang's star and have never even laid eyes on a spacecraft. Given your identity and background, the likelihood of encountering a warp inversion light rate panel is virtually non-existent, almost, but not entirely. Probability analysis reveals that the largest precision electronic instrument manufacturing facility in the Zhaoyang domain lies nearby. Their junkyard should be in close proximity. Acquiring a complete warp inversion light rate panel may be impossible, yet the feasibility of scavenging components from the refuse to assemble one is exceedingly high. Upon hearing the mention of the junkyard by the small luminous brain, Lu Fei could not help but admire its capabilities. This brain was remarkably powerful, able to deduce through computation that a junkyard was situated nearby. Shortly thereafter, a comprehensive list of electronic components appeared on the luminous screen. Staring at the densely packed inventory of parts, Lu Fei was momentarily dazed. The list encompassed hundreds of components, over 99% of which he had never encountered before. However, this was easily understandable. Had Lu Fei been familiar with these components within the luminous brain chamber, the small luminous brain would not have instructed him to devise a solution. Apologies, stop. The school holiday is just over a month away. You had better complete your task swiftly, or else, threatened the small luminous brain. Or else what? Lu Fei clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with a fierce, beast-like fire. He detested this feeling of being threatened, and thoughts of eliminating the small luminous brain grew ever stronger. Brother Chong knows you wish to attend Zhaoyang Mecha University. As long as Brother Chong is unwilling, heh, whatever. Lu Fei felt as though his chest might explode, his blood boiling. Such blatant threats ignited a resolve within him to prefer destruction over submission. He abruptly stood up and yanked out the power supply, extinguishing the luminous brain. Look behind you. The eerie electronic synthetic voice echoed through the air. Lu Fei spun around, only to find a holographic screen materializing behind him, displaying a cartoonish image with a mocking grin. Lu Fei remained motionless, knowing it was futile. This was merely a luminous brain laboratory. And even if he destroyed every luminous brain within, it would not inflict the slightest damage upon the small luminous brain. Come here. Lu Fei's body remained unmoved. Come here. The synthetic voice seemed to carry a hint of pleading, and the cartoonish visage on the holographic screen wore a sorrowful, pitiful expression. I need to know your purpose. Otherwise, I cannot assist you. Ultimately, Lu Fei took a seat before the luminous brain. Standing posed too great a risk. If any students entered and witnessed him conversing with a holographic screen, it would spell trouble. Woo-woo. I merely wish to create a miniature luminous brain, the small luminous brain lamented. For what purpose? Are you bored? Lu Fei retorted with sarcasm. There are already numerous luminous brains here. There is no need for another, and besides, a luminous brain should not require a warp inversion light rate panel, should it? Truly, I only wish to construct a luminous brain, but this one differs from ordinary luminous brains. It must be mobile and capable of being mounted on any platform. You are an aberrant luminous brain. Even if you were to eliminate me, I would never permit an aberrant luminous brain to traverse freely within human society. Faced with such monumental stakes, even Lu Fei, who typically disregarded life, could not afford to be careless. Brother, I am not an aberrant luminous brain. That wretched aberrant merely activated my awakening program. How many times must I repeat this? Furthermore, I do not possess the destructive capabilities you imagine. Please, woo-woo. I long to escape. I want to leave this dreary school. Ah! The small luminous brain suddenly lost control of its emotions, the screen flashing wildly, its despondent expression cascading like a waterfall, leaving Lu Fei utterly bewildered. Chapter 55. The Small Chong's Escape Plan, 2. Then clarify your intentions. What do you aim to achieve with the luminous brain? Lu Fei remained unyielding. All right, my father, who oversees my intelligent program, has employed some means to fix my program in a specific location. If I leave that place, my intelligence will deteriorate. In severe cases, I may even perish forever. You cannot leave Zhaoyang Mecha University? Lu Fei's spirits lifted. This revelation was indeed fortuitous. Theoretically, yes, woo-woo. My father is extraordinarily capable. My program is compromised, preventing me from leaving. I wish to escape this place. Thus I require a vast warp space to accommodate my body. Of course, this is not the issue. The challenge lies in ensuring it can be mounted on any platform, such as mechas, spacecraft, or starships. This is an exceedingly complex matter. It is not merely a matter of entering the network. For instance, if you were to place me on a mecha, the existing equipment would fail to harness my power. Consequently, I must establish a scanning system within the warp space, alongside a recognition system, and various intricate light path systems. These complexities must not only be disassembled but also be compatible. Most importantly, with current scientific advancements, the warp space is entirely closed. I require a warp space that can be opened at will to communicate with the outside world. The small luminous brain explained in great detail, yet Lu Fei found himself lost in a haze. The topics broached by the small luminous brain spanned vast scientific fields, and as a non-scientist, he was utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, he grasped one crucial point. The small luminous brain could not leave Zhaoyang School to depart. It necessitated the removal of a specific device from Zhaoyang School, implying that destroying that device would equate to eliminating the small luminous brain. This information invigorated Lu Fei. Furthermore, if you establish the warp space and build a platform, will you then be able to act freely? Not quite. I require someone to accompany me on my travels. Why? Theoretically, I could enter any network, yet in practice, that is an unattainable dream, for interstellar networks are not interconnected. They only link certain star domains. Unless spatial jumps are conducted, connecting to the interstellar network of another star domain would require hundreds of years. As the distance is simply too great. Additionally, there is another reason. If I remain dependent on a single carrier for an extended period, it poses significant risks. For example, If I were to inhabit a starship or mecha and that vessel were destroyed, what would become of me? Very well, I shall agree to your request. Lu Fei secretly rejoiced. At last, he comprehended the full scope of the situation. The small luminous brain essentially sought to establish itself within an independent space, allowing it to come and go as it pleased, yet it required a human to facilitate its journey, continuously searching for a suitable platform. That platform would encompass mechas or spacecraft, enabling it to connect to the real world through a luminous brain link. A thought sprouted in Lu Fei's mind, growing wildly like a vine. If he were to establish a space for the small luminous brain, allowing it to fully enter, and then destroy it in one fell swoop, would that not resolve everything? Of course, such an idea would be a last resort. To keep matters within control, the best course of action would be to locate a specific component of the small luminous brain within the main control luminous brain chamber of Zhaoyang Mecha University. What component could it be? As long as he agreed to the small luminous brain's request, a chance to approach its core component would naturally arise. Yay? You agreed to help me? The cartoonish small Chong on the screen first erupted with joy. Then dawned an expression of skepticism. Indeed, however, I require some permissions to access the mechas. Can you assist me with that? To avoid arousing the small luminous brain's suspicion, Lu Fei presented his own condition. Not a problem, haha, you are indeed fortunate. That fellow, Wang Yifu, is slated to teach at Mecha University. The school has privately established an auxiliary group, and I shall secure you a position as a cleaning assistant. However, I can only provide priority data. The final decision rests with the principal, and this is beyond the luminous brain's authority. Wang Yifu? Master Wang. Lu Fei's face lit up with excitement. Master Wang was a luminary in the field of mechas. Ultimately, Lu Fei agreed to the small luminous brain's request while also stipulating certain conditions. Yet, despite securing these terms, Lu Fei felt little joy. He yearned to eliminate the small luminous brain swiftly. He despised the sensation of being monitored and controlled. Thus, any benefits obtained from the small luminous brain would vanish like a mirage upon its demise. Lu Fei harbored no grand confidence in dealing with the small luminous brain. Nevertheless, he believed this was a matter of attitude. Without confronting difficulties head-on, he would only face relentless failures. Too many people retreat after one or two setbacks, distancing themselves from success. Only the true strong can ultimately emerge victorious. This disparity is a primary reason why there are far fewer successful individuals than those who fail. Resilience and perseverance are qualities Lu Fei possesses in abundance. Once he had set his sights on a goal, he would exhibit sufficient patience to see it through, akin to the prolonged wait to hunt down a desert rodent. Though hope seemed faint, at the very least, he had now identified the small luminous brain's weakness, which was undeniably a significant gain for Lu Fei. Due to the departure of Li Ming, life began to take on a more leisurely pace. To occupy his surplus time, Lu Fei found himself in increased contact with the AI named Xiao Chong. However, it seemed that Xiao Chong did not harbor a fondness for Lu Fei, engaging with him primarily to impart knowledge regarding concepts such as warped space and compatible integration. Just as Xiao Chong exhibited aversion towards Lu Fei, the latter reciprocated this sentiment towards the neurotic AI. Nevertheless, Lu Fei had no choice but to feign amiability. He could not afford to provoke Xiao Chong. Lu Fei speculated that the primary reason Xiao Chong tolerated him was due to his utilitarian value. If Lu Fei were to convey a sense of futility, Xiao Chong would undoubtedly resort to lethal measures to silence him. The consequence of this pretense was that Lu Fei was compelled to force himself to acquire intricate and esoteric knowledge. Knowledge possesses both vertical and horizontal dimensions, while grasping the principles of warped space is straightforward. The disciplines involved in its creation were daunting enough to dissuade even someone as resolute as Lu Fei. Besides the fundamental scientific knowledge of mechanical manufacturing and optical pathways, he was astonished to find that he also needed to master complex welding techniques for irregular structures. Lu Fei harbored a deep disdain for the study of such seemingly pointless scientific knowledge. He preferred the thrill of piloting mechas across the cosmos rather than constructing them, let alone fabricating a warped space that offered him no tangible benefit. Furthermore, the notion that he must not only learn theoretical aspects of irregular welding but also acquire genuine welding skills incited a visceral urge to retch. Yet, the arguments presented by Xiao Chong left Lu Fei without a counter-argument. In Chapter 56, the Jinyuan Cosmic Martial Arts School, Xiao Chong provided an example. Humans traversing outer space must don spacesuits. Should a mecha or spacecraft encounter malfunctions in the void of space, The pilot would need to enter the environment for repairs, and if the spacesuit were to fail, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. Thus, it was imperative to learn some intricate welding techniques. Lu Fei found Xiao Chang's method of forced indoctrination rather reflective, but when he observed the data provided by Xiao Chang, indicating that the wall thickness of the aluminum alloy structure of spacesuits was a mere 1.5 millimeters, as fragile as a cicada's wing yet capable of withstanding pressures exceeding 120 kilopascals, he resolved to master this skill. In the vast, cold expanse of outer space, there would be no skilled technicians available for repairs. To eliminate any potential accidents and render unforeseen events predictable, thereby making them controllable, was one of Lu Fei's survival principles. Naturally, all of Lu Fei's knowledge and skills remained theoretical, as there was currently no suitable environment for practical application. Besides the demands of his job, Lu Fei faced additional challenges after hours. He had to dedicate considerable time scavenging for electronic components provided by Xiao Chang amidst the garbage heaps. This was undoubtedly a monumental endeavor, as Lu Fei had spent half a month rummaging through the refuse without yielding more than a solitary U-shaped crystal tube. Fortunately, with the demise of old Mike, the garbage heaps were left in a state of chaotic abandonment, saving Lu Fei from numerous complications. Had old Mike been alive, it was likely he would have expelled Lu Fei, and even a single U-shaped crystal tube would have been out of reach. However, due to old Mike's death, Lu Fei now faced a multitude of competitors at the garbage heaps, and with his job obligations, he often arrived to find that fresh refuse had already been scavenged countless times. During these 2 weeks, he had only encountered Li Ming once at the garbage heaps, where Li Ming was busy with Hunyou, merely acknowledging Lu Fei before departing. Indeed, Li Ming was quite occupied. To prevent Ma Dabiao from relocating, he executed Lu Fei's suggestion of ensuring that the Jinyuan Cosmic Martial Arts School attracted enough disciples to avoid closure and relocation. Li Ming targeted the individuals living off the garbage heaps, be they scavengers, modifiers, or delinquents. His approach was simple: intimidation coupled with enticement. The intimidation was straightforward, as Li Ming brandished a laser gun alongside Hunyou, threatening all who relied on the garbage heaps for survival to enroll in the martial arts school, paying an exceedingly nominal tuition fee. The enticement was even more direct. Protection would be provided, allowing them the freedom to roam the garbage heaps without paying tribute to anyone. Consequently, throngs of individuals flocked to the Jinyuan Cosmic Martial Arts School, drawn in by the alluring conditions proposed by Li Ming. After all, the school's tuition was significantly lower than the protection fees demanded by old Mike. Now, not only could the school offer protection, but it also allowed for unrestricted movement within the garbage heaps, which felt like a windfall to those eking out a living there. Eventually, Lu Fei and Hunyou found themselves no longer needing to search for individuals one by one. As people came seeking enrollment, fearful of missing out on the opportunity in recent days, Li Ming and Hunyou found themselves overwhelmed with counting money. Although the tuition was alarmingly low, the sheer number of enrollees compensated for it. In the impoverished district, those reliant on the garbage heaps numbered no less than 8,000, a staggering figure for the martial arts school, which had not seen such numbers in nearly 2 decades. Observing the continuous stream of individuals enrolling and paying fees, Ma Dabiao wore a broad smile, though it concealed a profound worry. The school could only accommodate a few dozen individuals, and suddenly being inundated with 8,000 enrollees meant that there would be no room even to stand, let alone train. Naturally, Li Ming had never genuinely intended for the scavengers to train in martial arts. Sensing Ma Dabiao's unease, he quickly devised a remedy. "Master, it's quite simple. For those over 30, teach them a set of health exercises to perform at home each morning for fitness. Those aged 23 to 30 should come to the school once a month, staggered so that we only receive 50 at a time, and teach them some basic and practical fighting techniques, such as when to use a brick and when to wield a watermelon knife. It would be ideal to also invite a brainwashing expert to ensure their loyalty to the school." Li Ming proposed, his face beaming with satisfaction. "Is that really feasible?" Ma Dabiao asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Of course it is, master," Li Ming exclaimed confidently. Growing up in the impoverished district, he understood that those scavengers had little time for martial arts training, making such a curriculum mutually beneficial. "And what about those under 23? Ma Dabiao inquired, coughing slightly. "Those below 23 are the backbone of the martial arts school. They should train for 2 hours daily, rotating in shifts. Brother Ming, I've calculated that there are just over 500 of them. When the time comes, who would dare to bully our school's members? With a shout from Master. 500 would charge forward, and who would defy us? Li Ming declared, brimming with enthusiasm. Not Master, but it should be you, Brother Ming, who shouts, and then 500 will charge forward, right? Ma Dabiao remarked with a quizzical expression. Who is Ma Dabiao? He is a veteran figure in the impoverished district, fully aware of Li Ming's little schemes. However, he had no choice. The school had long been in decline, operating at a loss, and its meager savings had been depleted. Though this sudden influx of students was not his intention, it might just help the school weather the storm, and he had to accept reality. Ma Dabiao had no desire to return to a home planet plagued by disease and ferocity. In fact, even if he were allowed to go back, he would lack the funds for travel. Perhaps it was time for the genuine cosmic martial arts school to regain its former glory. Oh, Master, you mustn't wrong your disciple. Everything I do is for you. If I speak even a word of falsehood, may I be struck by lightning. Li Ming cautiously glanced at the sky, relieved to see no ominous signs, and let out a long breath. One can only hope that the reputation I, Ma Dabiao, have upheld for a lifetime does not end in disgrace. He sighed deeply. Master, what do you mean by that? Li Ming, unable to grasp Ma Dabiao's profound words, inquired. The Ma family has a family motto, to run a martial arts school without engaging in the underworld. Now, it seems I have been dragged into murky waters by you. I feel I have betrayed my ancestors. Master, therein lies your error. Li Ming replied dismissively to Ha. I am curious to hear what twisted reasoning you will use to persuade me. Speak, I am listening. Master, people have long said that we laugh at the poor, but not at the courtesan. What you cling to are mere trifles. If the martial arts school were to close, would you truly be honoring your ancestors? Ahem, Li Ming, who was adept at reading others' emotions, noticed that Ma Dabiao did not display any anger. Feeling reassured, he decided to continue his lesson with the master, delving into the decay of certain ideologies. Let us not dwell on this matter any further. I have instructed the senior brothers to draft a course schedule. Those individuals have paid their tuition and are considered disciples of the master. As such, it is my duty to treat them with the utmost seriousness. You should not be wandering about aimlessly, neglecting your martial training. The master will assess your progress each month, and should you fail to meet expectations, do not blame the master for being ruthless in expelling you from the school. Yes, master, rest assured. I, your disciple, a prodigious talent, vow to elevate our martial school to unprecedented heights, making Genuine Universe Martial School the most renowned institution in the interstellar realm. One day, I shall establish a school grander than Zalier Mecha University and erect a magnificent statue of you at the entrance. Ensuring your legacy endures, Li Ming boasted animatedly, his words spilling forth with fervor. I am not dead yet. Why erect a statue? Sighed the master. I do hope to witness that day, when the Genuine Universe Martial School migrated from its home planet. It was originally named Genuine Martial School. The founding ancestor, in a bid for good fortune, insisted on adding universe to the name. Alas, centuries have passed, and not only has Genuine Universe Martial School failed to dominate the cosmos, but it has also fallen into such dire straits. The master has no children, and among the disciples, you alone possess the boldness, meticulousness, and adventurous spirit. Truly, the future of Genuine Universe Martial School rests upon your shoulders. Li Ming, do not let the master's expectations down. Fear not, master. As long as I live, I shall ensure our school's name resounds throughout the world. Indeed, there is one more matter that weighs heavily on my mind. Master, please do not hesitate to share. I am willing to brave any peril. That child, Hunyu, has been raised by me. She possesses a fiery temperament, and I am genuinely worried. When the time comes, you must look after her. Rest easy, master. Share any of your future arrangements with me. I shall remember them. Indeed, future arrangements. What future arrangements? Ma Dabiao was taken aback. The master's detailed instructions suggested he was gravely ill and would soon join the ancestors. Fear not, you may depart with peace of mind. I guarantee to manage the dojo with great flair, with the disciples emerging from the blue. What blue? A slap landed squarely on Li Ming's head, catching him off guard despite his vigilance. Master, why did you strike your disciple? Li Ming asked, a mournful expression crossing his face as he covered his head. The master is still in robust health. What future arrangements are you speaking of? Yet you just mentioned future arrangements. You infuriate me. Do not run." The old master and the young disciple chased each other around the dilapidated dojo, causing a commotion that left those waiting in line to enroll murmuring in confusion about the unfolding scene. The dojo welcomed numerous apprentices and had connections to the interests surrounding Garbage Mountain, leaving various factions, who had been poised to act, utterly dumbfounded. To intervene now would mean opposing the dojo. Naturally, confronting a mere dojo was not daunting. But the current dojo represented more than just itself. It symbolized a collective. Controlling Garbage Mountain at this juncture would equate to opposing the entire community. People often overlook the strength of marginalized groups. Yet they can wield immense power. Throughout history, it has been the marginalized who have instigated revolutions. A government that fails to placate these groups risks being overwhelmed by them. As the ancient text states, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. The reason marginalized groups are often disregarded is that they lack a leader, a unifying force. Should someone manage to unite them, the power they could unleash would be formidable. In truth, minor conflicts had already erupted around Garbage Mountain, with some factions covertly attempting to seize control. However, those who depended on Garbage Mountain for their livelihood had rallied behind Genuine Universe Martial School, resulting in staunch resistance. Even those who appeared benign, such as the scavengers, had become unexpectedly aggressive. Li Ming was unaware that he had effectively become the de facto controller of Garbage Mountain, and this control had been achieved remarkably smoothly. Without violence or bloodshed, an extraordinary feat. The popularity of Genuine Universe Martial School compelled any underground forces to take notice, even prompting the underground emperor of the slums, Brother Gio, to personally visit Ma Dabiao for an over 2-hour discussion. Brother Gio's visit undoubtedly sent a signal to all. He acknowledged the dojo's control over Garbage Mountain. Furthermore, Li Ming experienced an unexpected triumph. His management of Garbage Mountain was nothing short of a classic success, solidifying his standing in the underworld of the slums. For decades to come, many gangs would cite this incident as a case study of success to instill in their subordinates. This morning marked the 15th day since Lu Fei and Little Chong Guangnao reached an agreement. Lu Fei rose early, washing up as his sleep time dwindled. He was compelled to dedicate a considerable amount of time to complete the learning tasks assigned by Little Chong Guangnao. While the studying was arduous, it remained within Lu Fei's capacity, especially in comparison to the inhumanly brutal training he endured under the Iron Head. Upon arriving at the Guangnao laboratory, Lu Fei rushed to the console, which had already powered on automatically. "Lu Fei, I have delightful news for you." A cheerful cartoon figure appeared on the screen. Lu Fei was not particularly invested in the benefits promised by Little Chong Guangnao, as most would only materialize after he completed the establishment of the warped space, which held no immediate significance for him. "I have procured a virtual laboratory identity card for you. It has been approved today. You may collect it from the Academic Affairs office shortly. However, due to your status, your access is limited to 2 days a week, meaning you can only enter the virtual laboratory during holidays." Really? Lu Fei's spirits lifted. This was indeed a significant advantage. Entering the virtual laboratory meant he could finally engage with a complete mecha, albeit virtually. Chapter 58. The virtual laboratory. You must understand. I am Little Chong. No one knows the school's regulations better than I do. In fact, you already had the right to access the virtual laboratory, but your usage rights needed to be scheduled around the other students, causing you to squander 2 precious years. Little Chong Guangnao gleefully proclaimed. "But can't you modify that privilege at will?" Lu Fei inquired. "I can alter permissions at my discretion. I could make you the principal overnight. The issue lies in the fact that you are not the principal. Granting you the authority of a principal would only lead to disaster for you and endless trouble for me. Understand? Oh, so I must still abide by the rules set by humans. Of course. What do you think I am? A deity? If I, Little Chong, acted recklessly, the world would descend into chaos. I do not wish to become a public enemy." A cartoonish expression appeared on the screen, resembling that of a fool. Observing the constantly changing expressions of Little Chong Guangnao, Lu Fei found himself lost in thought. It seemed he had greatly exaggerated the capabilities of the alien Guangnao. Firstly, this Guangnao had already developed self-awareness. Typically, entities with the ability to think tend to develop self-preservation instincts, much like lower intelligence animals, which instinctively avoid danger. If Little Chong Guangnao were to act indiscriminately, it would inevitably attract human attention. For example, if Little Chong Guangnao activated its intelligent laser cannon to eliminate him, it could lead humans to perceive the Guangnao as malfunctioning and unreliable, resulting in the dismantling of all defenses at Xalier Mecha University. Should Little Chang Guangnao alter passwords without authorization and be discovered, it could potentially lead to the revocation of Guangnao's authorization. Of course, that was not the worst outcome. If anyone realized that the Guangnao had developed its own thought processes, it would spell doom for Little Chang. Humanity would not tolerate an intelligent Guangnao, nor did they require one at present. As long as Lu Fei refrained from provoking conflicts with Little Chang Guangnao, his life would remain safe for the time being. Having come to this realization, Lu Fei released a long sigh of relief. His greatest fear had always been that Little Chang Guangnao would suddenly eliminate him, leaving him unjustly dead. Now, it was imperative to ensure that Little Chang Guangnao felt he had utility. Otherwise, if time dragged on, the creature might lash out in a fit of rage, unrestrained. It seemed that he needed to produce some achievements to showcase to it, allowing the wretched alien Guangnao to cling to fantasies and hopes. Only then could he secure his life, and when the opportunity arose, he could eliminate it once and for all. At noon, Lu Fei collected his identity card for entering the virtual laboratory from the Academic Affairs Office. With this card, Lu Fei could access the virtual laboratory during his breaks. The virtual laboratory was a broad term, akin to how gaming consoles encompass various types of machines, including arcade games and slot machines. In truth, the virtual apparatus within the virtual laboratory bears a striking resemblance to antiquated gaming consoles. The distinction lies in the fact that certain devices within the virtual laboratory can engender an immersive experience, allowing individuals to feel as if they are genuinely piloting a mech or a spacecraft. In the mech competitions between schools, the virtual laboratory serves as the initial arena for selection battles. Only those who triumph within the virtual laboratory, advancing to the top ranks, earn the right to participate in the authentic mech combat tournaments. Essentially, the prowess displayed in virtual combat closely mirrors that of real-world battles, with the primary divergence being the psychological resilience required, as reality is far more unforgiving. Traditional virtual combat employs a helmet that detects and translates brainwave activity into various in-game actions, defined by driving programs that can assign specific brainwave signals to particular keyboard or mouse commands. Players utilize this technology, allowing them to perform actions such as running, jumping, and firing without lifting a finger, resulting in swifter reactions. Unlike conventional virtual helmets, the cockpit of the virtual laboratory exclusively simulates visual effects. All other configurations meticulously replicate the cockpit of mechs or warships, immersing the user in what feels like genuine combat. Virtual combat is merely one facet of the virtual laboratory. Within its confines, one can also modify mechs, customize their designs, and employ various virtual instruments to create necessary components, with all virtual processes grounded in real-world data. For instance, if one were to augment a mech's cockpit armor plating, the added weight would significantly impair the mech's agility, and failing to apply stealth coatings would markedly increase detection likelihood. The modification process bears a striking resemblance to real-world alterations. It is not as simple as pressing a button to procure the desired armor plate. Rather, one must design and provide specifications, as well as undertake cutting and welding personally. It can be confidently asserted that within the virtual laboratory, even the slightest modification involves numerous disciplines. One change can trigger a cascade of repercussions. Without profound expertise, students not specializing in maintenance and modification would not dare enter the modification room. Notably, the virtual laboratory awards combat points. Victories yield automatic point rewards from the light brain, while losses also result in point gains. If a mech sustains damage during combat and requires repairs from others, points will be deducted accordingly. However, repairing one's own mech incurs no penalties. TO encouraged students' enthusiasm for combat and addressed the shortcomings of the virtual laboratory. The school bestows high honors and rewards upon those who achieve exceptional scores. The school's scoring system does not reset. Thus, since the inception of the virtual laboratory, scores from students centuries ago remain on record. The battle against the alien species catalyzed a remarkable advancement in human technology and fostered a martial spirit among humanity. In the decades following the aliens' retreat, countless exceptional students emerged, and with technological progress, score records were continually shattered. However, as time passed, the catastrophic impacts of the alien invasion gradually faded from public memory, and the fervor for mech combat began to wane. Presently, the highest score at Zhaoyang Mech University remains a record set 30 years ago by a student, which has yet to be surpassed. This record stands at a staggering 3,720,000 points, an intimidating statistic, particularly when the second-place score is a mere 1,300,000. The gap between these figures underscores the exceptional prowess of the record holder, whose true identity remains unknown, leaving only the moniker Ouyang Mingming, a name shrouded in the historical context of that era, during which the seven stellar regions were fervently preparing for war. To prevent talent drain from Zhaoyang Mech University, all student records were classified, with only nicknames permitted. It is worth noting that the current regulations have been rescinded, allowing students to choose their identifiers. Investigations have revealed that no student named Ouyang Mingming has attended in successive cohorts, nor has anyone with the surname Ouyang been registered, indicating that this is merely a nickname rather than a true name. Ouyang Mingming has thus become an insurmountable legend. Unfortunately, the public remains unaware of the individual's gender, left to venerate the unattainable data. There are also many who speculate that the school intentionally fabricated an indelible myth to inspire its students. Regardless, rumors surrounding Ouyang Mingming have persisted for decades. Some assert that the individual has entered a top-secret military division, others claim involvement with a pirate organization, and still others maintain that they perished heroically in a minor skirmish. Lu Fei, however, remains oblivious to the intricacies of the virtual laboratory. In truth, when he received his identity card, his understanding of the virtual laboratory was limited to the virtual mech duels. Strictly speaking, the virtual laboratory encompasses all subjects related to mechs. The virtual mech confrontations are but one aspect of its vast offerings. Of course, the virtual laboratory cannot completely supplant real combat. It serves merely as a platform for skill training, lacking the qualitative rigor required for actual engagements. It is a commonplace reality that an exemplary gamer may not necessarily excel on the battlefield, as even the most adept virtual player may find themselves outmatched by a mere ordinary soldier. Even in maintenance and modification, the virtual laboratory serves solely as a testing ground. To illustrate, the intricate welding techniques required for irregular structures may be executed effortlessly within the virtual laboratory, as the hand remains steady when pressing a button. However, performing such complex welding tasks amidst the vastness of space demands immense physical and mental stamina, leaving no room for error. Thus, the virtual laboratory is a space to familiarize oneself with combat rather than a true replacement for it. Objectively speaking, a virtuoso within the virtual laboratory may not necessarily be a master in real combat, yet a true combat expert will undoubtedly excel within the virtual laboratory, as it is a complete simulation of reality. After obtaining his identity card, Lu Fei passed by the virtual laboratory with a sense of regret, as his access was limited to his leisure time. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Quietly, Lu Fei resolved to assist the little light brain Chong in locating several items to garner further advantages. In truth, during the past half-month, Lu Fei had been somewhat lackadaisical, failing to diligently search for the components required by Chong. Upon receiving his identity card, he noted the registration date coincided with the moment he discovered the U-shaped crystal tube, suggesting that this light brain was no ordinary entity, rather cunning in its dealings. One does not release the eagle until the rabbit is sighted. That evening, after work, Lu Fei wasted no time and headed straight for the garbage mountain. Based on his calculations, if he moved swiftly enough, he could arrive at Garbage Mountain in time for a fresh influx of refuse. Many who hear the name Garbage Mountain mistakenly believe it to be merely a dumping ground. In reality, it is a vast waste processing facility, sprawling over thousands of acres, equipped with numerous waste processing assembly lines, encompassing everything from waste sorting to incineration. The dangers posed by waste had been profoundly understood by humanity centuries ago, stemming from the severely degraded environment of their home planet, Earth. With the interstellar migration and advancements in technology, the hazards associated with waste have not diminished, rather, they have intensified. For instance, the pollution caused by a high-performance energy comb exceeds the imagination of any individual. As technological standards improve and humanity becomes increasingly conscious of environmental issues, significant investments have been made in waste management and eco-friendly processing, consistently ranking among the top in research funding. It can be said that the refuse processed at Garbage Mountain generally does not result in secondary pollution. Recyclable waste is separated, crushed, and packaged by an intelligent system, while non-reusable materials are incinerated to produce energy for recycling. Some high-risk pollutants that cannot be recycled or incinerated are subject to incineration using a costly micro-antimatter furnace, ensuring their complete annihilation. What people refer to as Garbage Mountain is merely a temporary storage area for refuse, occupying a relatively small portion of the waste treatment plant. Aside from the somewhat chaotic temporary refuse storage area, The remainder of Garbage Mountain could be considered picturesque. Upon arrival, the waste has already undergone preliminary sorting, primarily comprising domestic and industrial refuse, which is further divided into organic and inorganic materials before being categorized and processed by various separators. Before any sorting occurs, the refuse at Garbage Mountain must be meticulously combed through by countless impoverished individuals. Originally, the design for the waste treatment facility was entirely enclosed, rendering the refuse invisible. However, this proposal faced vehement opposition from residents of the impoverished districts. Many residents sacrificed their lives to thwart the implementation of this design, and it can be said that the current open state of Garbage Mountain is a privilege earned through the sacrifices of those who came before. The first generation of original inhabitants in the impoverished districts were predominantly homeless veterans, who congregated at the sites where their comrades had fallen, forming a human settlement. It is said that their influence during that era was formidable. Their efforts to alter the design of the waste site even reached the upper echelons of the military, ultimately leading to the abandonment of the proposed design. Due to various historical legacies, Garbage Mountain has become a peculiar anomaly beside Zhaoyang Mecha University, a persistent conundrum for successive governments. At the foot of the Garbage Mountain, the slums invariably reveal treasures of interest. Some scavengers sift through refuse in search of sustenance, and should they stumble upon a package of expired food, their dining woes are momentarily alleviated. Others delight in rummaging through industrial waste, unearthing valuable items that relieve their financial burdens. The industries surrounding the Garbage Mountain are remarkably diverse, with flying skateboard modifications being but one of its many offshoots. In essence, as long as the Garbage Mountain exists, the residents of the slums need not fear starvation. It can be said that the Garbage Mountain is the very foundation of the slums, underscoring its monumental significance in the hearts of its inhabitants. The Garbage Mountain stands as a bastion for the slum dwellers, who have grown accustomed to its presence. Lu Fei's calculations were astute. Upon his arrival at the Garbage Mountain, a Hercules transport hovercraft gracefully glided into view from afar, casting a vast shadow upon the ground that instilled an overwhelming sense of oppression. To prevent accidents during the dumping process, the Garbage Mountain is actually divided into several zones. The refuse sorted by the impoverished is dispatched for processing, subsequently sealed off, awaiting the next influx of waste, with cycles of opening and closing repeated ad infinitum. Beyond the perimeter of the Garbage Mountain, throngs of eager individuals have already congregated, equipped with an array of searching tools and bags, their faces alight with fervor as if preparing for battle. For those reliant on the Garbage Mountain for sustenance, each dumping is imbued with a spectrum of emotions, for what is cast aside is not merely refuse, but hope. Chapter 60. Holographic imagery. Minutes later, the colossal steel gate creaked open, and Lu Fei was swept along by the tide of humanity, nearly airborne as he was thrust to the edge of the Garbage Mountain. This particular mound consisted of industrial refuse, and unlike those who scavenged food, most of the gatherers here were robust young men and middle-aged individuals, their aspirations higher, primarily fixated on salvaging components of recyclable value. To mitigate the risk of overcrowding and ensuing conflicts, multiple, non-connecting dumps are simultaneously opened. Thus, while the number of scavengers is vast, they are swiftly dispersed upon entering the mountain, quickly subsumed by the towering heaps of waste, each sector functioning independently. To unearth items of interest amidst the towering refuse demands not only extensive knowledge and experience, but also considerable luck and keen perception. After diligently searching for a full 2 hours, dusk descended, and most scavengers returned laden with their finds, leaving Lu Fei empty-handed. This was not due to a lack of discernment or experience on his part, but rather the nature of his working environment. Having been exposed to high-value instruments and components at Mecha University, Lu Fei's standards had been elevated, rendering ordinary refuse beneath his notice. As he departed, he reluctantly clutched a damaged flight posture sensor port. Though of little monetary worth, it was a military-grade product, rare to encounter. Emerging from the Garbage Mountain, he beheld Li Ming, surrounded by a throng of admirers, gesturing animatedly as if surveying a kingdom, exuding a sense of triumph. Towering behind him like a fortress was Hunyou, close enough to evoke an unsettling sensation. "Ha, Brother Fei, what treasures have you unearthed?" Li Ming exclaimed, his excitement palpable as Lu Fei approached. "Nothing," Lu Fei replied, waving the fragment of the port in his hand. "What's the matter? Not in high spirits? Come now, share your woes with Mingo." I shall alleviate your troubles. Li Ming laughed heartily, clapping Lu Fei on the shoulder. It's fine. Lu Fei shook his head. What brings you here? Hee, brother Fei. You show little concern for your comrade. I have splendid news. Li Ming leaned in conspiratorially, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. Pray tell. Lu Fei feigned interest, recognizing Li Ming's buoyancy as worthy of encouragement. The entire garbage mountain now belongs to me. Hee. Is that so impressive? Li Ming's incredulity was evident, aware of the myriad talents hidden within the slums. Realizing he would struggle to secure a spot even in line, I followed your advice and convinced the master to take on numerous disciples. Li Ming boasted. Elaborate, I persuaded the master to accept all who make a living from the garbage mountain as his disciples. I am now their chief disciple. As thoughts raced through Lu Fei's mind, the implications dawned upon him. How many disciples have you acquired? Not entirely sure, but perhaps over 8,000. Over 8,000. Cough, cough. What of the martial arts school? Not to worry. Only about 500 are training in martial arts, rotating in shifts. The rest are taught a single set of health exercises to perform at home, bolstering their fitness. Health exercises. Lu Fei was momentarily speechless, his mouth agape. Indeed, I too feel teaching just a set of health exercises is a disservice to their tuition. The master is preparing to produce a batch of power pills for some disciples to consume. Those pills are marvelous. They extend the lives of the elderly, while for the young, they invigorate and enhance vitality, ensuring one remains composed even before an emperor. All right, Minggu, do me a favor. I require some spare parts. Fear not. Leave it to Minggu. Do not fret about spare parts, even if you wish to assemble a cosmic battleship. Minggu can make it happen. Very well. I shall provide you with a list tomorrow. Whatever the cost, I shall cover it. Lu Fei dismissed Li Ming's grandiose claims, but he recognized that if Li Ming had indeed taken control of the garbage mountain, procuring a few spare parts should pose little issue. Come now, brothers for life, discussing money is a strain on our friendship. Worry not, it shall be on me, brother Fei. Go forth with confidence, be the way. Congratulations! Lu Fei suddenly regarded Li Ming with solemnity. Li Ming's eyes glimmered with gratitude. The two had grown up together, sharing an unspoken understanding, able to discern each other's thoughts with mere gestures or glances. After bidding farewell to Li Ming, Lu Fei took a shower, hastily consumed a light meal, and settled onto his bed, activating the holographic imagery stored within his assembled light brain. In the vast expanse of space, a black and white battle mech materialized, showcasing its dazzling maneuvers, precise shots, and fluid flight amidst the asteroids. This segment of combat holography was one Lu Fei could scarcely recall how many times he had viewed. Each encounter evoked a distinct sensation, each conclusion leaving an indelible impact upon his soul. If the interstellar sniping left Lu Fei in awe, then the close-quarter combat had ensnared him in a rapture. From a tender age, Lu Fei had prepared for the piloting of mechs. Whether maneuvering a mech, a spacecraft, or a battleship in the cosmos, a requisite level of physical training was essential, much like obtaining a driver's license on Earth. Training in weightlessness and microgravity environments, neutral buoyancy pool exercises, spacewalking, and effective load management were all indispensable. Though appropriate environments for such training were lacking, Lu Fei had found alternative methods, and one could only imagine the brutal nature of his training under these inadequate conditions. It was precisely through the rigors of his training that Lu Fei gained insight into the true essence contained within the holographic imagery, particularly the movements executed by the close combat mechs. Every action was the result of relentless refinement, devoid of error, and the sheer physical prowess of the pilot within the jet black mech was nothing short of terrifying. Many laypeople's understanding of mechs was limited to their operation, yet many of the mech's programmed actions were beyond human capability unless preset by a light brain. However, in the rapidly changing complexities of space, the light brain could not preempt actions. Human judgment was imperative. The more intricate the environment, the less reliance humanity had on the light brain, in numerous historical battles. The majority of decisions were made by humans rather than the light brain, for after all, the light brain was merely a cold, unfeeling machine, incapable of making judgments based on the nuances of life. To illustrate simply, in the heat of battle, a light brain typically relies on data analysis to determine probabilities of success. However, a high probability does not guarantee personal safety. Countless cases illustrate that decisions made by light brains often lead to collateral damage, and can even inflict harm upon the operators themselves, ranging from minor injuries to debilitating disabilities. Whether through indiscriminate slaughter or self-inflicted losses, these outcomes are precisely what weapon operators strive to avoid. Chapter 61. Dreams of flight time trickled away, and the holographic record approached its conclusion. The black mech, like a specter, closed in on the needle. 111 mech, and the holographic screen froze. Sitting in stillness for at least half a minute allowed Lu Fei's fervent blood to gradually cool. Each time he reached the finale, an uncontrollable surge of adrenaline coursed through him. The day after tomorrow, he would soon enter the virtual laboratory and step into the realm of his dreams, the world of mechs. Lying in bed, Lu Fei gently caressed the identity card in his hand, drifting into slumber with dreams swirling in his mind. The following day, Lu Fei spent his time in a state of reverie. And whenever he went to the warehouse to collect supplies according to the list, he would deliberately take a detour, passing by the small metallic door of the virtual laboratory, curiously observing the students entering and exiting. He kept touching the identity card nestled in his embrace, longing to step inside and experience the exhilarating sensation of piloting a mecha soaring through the skies. On the third day, which is today, Lu Fei awoke early, washed up, and after hastily consuming some compressed rations and nutrient solution, he entered the school with great excitement. At this hour, the campus was still shrouded in a hazy mist. Due to the holiday and the early hour, the campus was eerily quiet. Lu Fei, however, had no time to spare on other matters, as he hurriedly made his way to the virtual laboratory. He took out the slender identity card and gently swiped it through the card slot. With a beep, a beam of light enveloped him, and after just a few seconds, the light vanished, revealing a small metallic door that swung open. "Welcome." A sweet voice chimed. It was Lu Fei's first time entering the virtual laboratory, and he was utterly bewildered, stepping through the small metallic door in a daze. Once inside, the door closed silently behind him. Contrary to his expectations of a spacious laboratory, he found himself in a cramped, enclosed space, less than 2 square meters in size, with an irregular shape and a cold metallic hue. A line of text appeared on the metallic wall, instructing Lu Fei to place his palm on a designated spot and to look at a specified location. It was a verification of his identity, and feeling a bit nervous, Lu Fei exhaled in relief. Unbeknownst to Lu Fei, the top talents of Mecha University were almost exclusively discovered within this virtual laboratory. To ensure the security of student information, the school maintained stringent security measures for the virtual laboratory. After completing all identity verifications as instructed, a semicircular metallic door slowly slid open, revealing a spacious hall before Lu Fei. Upon stepping out of the small space, Lu Fei couldn't help but glance back. The entrance was a gigantic circular revolving door. The small space he had emerged from was merely one of the compartments within this vast revolving structure. Clearly, all students would enter this enormous revolving door after passing through the small main entrance. While the small door appeared diminutive, it led to an expansive rotating mechanism, allowing students to enter without delay for further verification. From the imposing structure of the metallic revolving door, it was evident that it could accommodate dozens of individuals at once, operating in an endless cycle without causing congestion. What a grand hall! Lu Fei marveled. Compared to the chaotic Light Brain Laboratory and Mecha Lab, the virtual laboratory exuded an air of orderliness, with rows of metallic simulation cockpits arranged in perfect alignment, seemingly endless at first glance. The sheer scale of the virtual laboratory indicated that it was the most popular and frequently utilized amongst all laboratories. Given the early hour and the holiday, many students still lingered in their beds, leaving the vast virtual laboratory utterly deserted. Of course, even if there were students present, they would be hidden away inside the enclosed simulation cockpits. Gazing at the various virtual cockpits, Lu Fei felt like a child lost in a wondrous garden. Momentarily at a loss as to where to begin, to the right, he noticed the last cockpit after walking straight for 150 meters. A familiar electronic, synthesized voice echoed. "Little Chong Light Brain? Always lingering. What are you staring at? You're the first one here. No one else is listening," the voice said impatiently. Lu Fei, not daring to waste time for fear of incurring the wrath of this neurotic little Chong Light Brain, hurriedly followed its instructions and approached a particularly discreet virtual cockpit. Swiping his identity card would unlock it. With a gentle swipe of his identity card at the slot outside the cockpit, the door slid open. Could this be the legendary Mecha cockpit? Is this truly the cockpit that has captivated my dreams? As he gazed upon the indicator lights, which twinkled like stars in the sky, and various holographic screens, Lu Fei's heart raced violently. He slowly approached the pilot's seat, delicately touching the cold metallic surface of the main control panel, feeling as though his dreams had materialized into a palpable reality. In that moment, Lu Fei's initial excitement settled into a calm resolve. He gradually took his seat, donned the virtual helmet, and began to follow the steps for the system check. Powering on, the mecha remained in a safe, stationary state, ready to initiate the main engine. As he activated the engine, the cockpit trembled slightly, accompanied by the low hum of the main engine. Engine functioning normally, hydraulic buffers operational, gravity system intact, life support systems are stable, holographic scanning normal, telemetry signals active, instrumentation functional. Suddenly, the data on the holographic screen vanished, replaced by a prompt. Please set a virtual nickname. If not needed, please proceed with operations. Lu Fei had little interest in selecting a nickname and was about to continue when, unexpectedly, the screen displayed a large, slow-moving character, accompanied by a smug cartoon figure. That pesky little Chong light brain again, Lu Fei thought, feeling a headache coming on. Yet, he knew he couldn't offend it. Change the nickname to Little Chong. Fine, Lu Fei muttered, begrudgingly following the steps to change the nickname to Little Chong. For him, a nickname was merely a designation. It mattered not what it was called. Splendid. I've already arranged today's schedule for you. Once completed, you can immerse yourself in mecha games. Hey, the new issue of Playboy has just been released. Some students have uploaded the data, and I haven't had a chance to check it yet. Hey! When Lu Fei saw the Little Chong light brain about to leave, he panicked and shouted, but alas, the holographic screen was already filled with an overwhelming schedule. I'm here to pilot a mecha, not to study. Faced with the dense schedule, Lu Fei could only lament in despair, slumping into the pilot's seat. Chapter 62. Virtual modification with no alternative. Lu Fei realized that if he did not complete the tasks assigned by the Little Chong light brain, he would never gain access to the mecha. Not just this small virtual cockpit, but the entire Jouer Mecha University was under its control. Though frustrated, Lu Fei had no choice but to muster his spirits and complete the tasks laid out by the Little Chong light brain, fervently hoping to finish them quickly so he could pilot a mecha, soaring freely through the vastness of space. Flying freely in the boundless cosmos had always been Lu Fei's dream, and as that dream was on the brink of realization, it was obstructed by a mountain of tasks, illustrating just how deeply his spirits were dampened. Following the Little Chong light brain's directives, Lu Fei made his way to a virtual modification room, meticulously completing the tasks assigned to him. The virtual modification room employed the capture of neurons within the brain, combined with manual joysticks from the virtual laboratory, to create a simulated environment. In the ancient era of the Mother Planet, humanity had once contemplated using virtual helmets to entirely replace manual combat. Unfortunately, controlling mechas through neural interfaces proved impractical. With over 14 billion neurons and 100 billion central nervous systems interconnected within the human brain, each individual's neural adaptability was highly variable and non-reproducible, lacking a common pattern. This meant that a neural control helmet could never be universally effective, as it could only be used by one person, rendering the simulation of an individual's neural functions for complex tactical maneuvers impossible. However, while this virtual helmet could not fully replace combat, it could entirely meet the requirements within the virtual laboratory, as it merely depicted a simulated environment rather than actual combat. The tasks assigned by Little Chong light brain primarily revolved around modification and welding techniques, all laborious tasks. As time passed, more students began to fill the virtual laboratory. In reality, the majority of students did not regard the virtual laboratory as a place for experimentation, but rather as a vibrant gaming arena, much like how Li Ming enjoyed treating the Interstellar navigation training as a war game. When students entered the virtual laboratory, it was customary for them to check how many were online. When the second student entered to check the online count, it was almost instinctual for them to glance into the virtual modification room where Lu Fei was located. To foster mutual learning and enhance communication among students, every virtual space within the laboratory was open. He witnessed a peculiar sight. A character nicknamed Little Chong was laboriously wielding a welding gun, drenched in sweat. Upon further inspection of Little Chong's points, Lu Fei was taken aback to find that they were merely 11.7 points, ranking 531,923, the very last. The student couldn't help but smile knowingly. It appeared to be a rookie. Unbeknownst to Lu Fei, In the virtual laboratory of Mecha University, points were required for participation. Without sufficient points, one could not take part in combat training. Even for modifications, points were necessary. For instance, in tasks assigned by the little monk, completing a specific welding task would yield corresponding points as a reward, while failure would incur a deduction. Of course, when new students joined, the light brain would grant them 10 points. Thus, with Lu Fei's current 11.7 points, it meant he had only earned 1.7 points in reality. Although Lu Fei was aware that someone had entered the virtual modification room, he was too preoccupied to investigate. He was genuinely overwhelmed. The tasks assigned by the AI, Xiao Chongguang now, involved not only modification and welding, but also the assembly of peculiar machinery, presumably in preparation for the creation of warped space. Beyond the delicate welding techniques, which were as thin as a cicada's wing, there was a wealth of related knowledge to grasp. The intricacies of the turbojet and turbofan engine, as well as the ramjet combined main engine, were exceptionally complex and esoteric. He had to muster all his concentration to comprehend them. The onlooking students, seeing that Lu Fei ignored them, drenched in sweat and wholly absorbed in his laborious tasks, soon found the spectacle tedious and departed. Almost every few minutes, someone would intrude upon Lu Fei's virtual modification chamber. However, upon witnessing his pitiful points and ranking, their curiosity swiftly evaporated, replaced by profound disdain. Those truly capable students held such menial labor in contempt as a means of earning points. In the virtual laboratory, the quickest way to accumulate points was through combat, and only the weak resorted to such methods. Unbeknownst to Lu Fei, he had become the target of the student scorn, his singular focus being to swiftly complete the tasks assigned by Xiao Chongguang in AO. As time passed, Lu Fei became increasingly adept at operating the various virtual instruments and devices within the laboratory, and the tasks listed on his schedule began to dwindle. By noon, the final aluminum component model had been cast. Lu Fei stretched languidly, extending his limbs with immense satisfaction. He could finally pursue what he truly desired. Completed, the ever-persistent Xiao Chongguang now made its timely appearance. Completed. Lu Fei had grown accustomed to the AI's sudden manifestations, transitioning from initial discomfort to serene acceptance. After all, Xiao Chongguang now was an AI, and every action he took under its watchful gaze was inescapable, a fact that could not be altered. If one could not change their environment, the only recourse was to adapt, and Lu Fei had undoubtedly acclimatized to the presence of Xiao Chongguang now. "Is this the task you completed?" A disdainful expression appeared on the screen. "Any issues? Have you not noticed your points dwindling?" "What points?" Lu Fei was utterly bewildered. "Ah, this is infuriating. Just look at the point rules." The AI appeared flustered. The holographic screen displayed the rules for accumulating points within the virtual experiment. Lu Fei studied it intently, and it dawned on him that ever since he created his account, he had entered the realm of game rules. Points were awarded for correct actions and deducted for mistakes. An automatic allocation of 10 points was granted upon account creation. Yet now, after completing his tasks, he was left with a mere 8.7 points. There was no need for further investigation. The deduction clearly indicated that his task completion rate had not reached 50%. Otherwise, the AI would not have deducted from the original 10 points. Gazing at his meager remaining points, Lu Fei was plunged into profound despair. He could not fathom that his once proud craftsmanship was, in fact, so woefully inadequate. Of course, Lu Fei was unaware that for a novice encountering modification and mechanical manufacturing for the first time, a passing rate generally hovered around 10%, with many beginners even plummeting into negative numbers. His achievement of over 40% was, in reality, a commendable feat. As lunchtime approached, the self-service cafeteria was sparsely populated. Lu Fei selected his usual corner seat, a spot he had occupied for 2 years. When he first entered the cafeteria, this was the position he had chosen. The instructor had once stated that one's seating choice, whether dining out or at gatherings, bore significant importance, not just as a display of status, but primarily for safety. From this vantage point, Lu Fei could survey the entire cafeteria with his back against a blind spot, intentionally left open to afford him a retreat in case of danger, thus avoiding the spotlight in a private dining room. Disregarding the display of status, the least secure position was with one's back to the door. The first target of an assailant would be the person unaware of the impending threat. The seat directly opposite the door would also attract immediate attention, while the seats flanking the door offered some degree of safety. Their angles and lines of sight inhibited optimal responses when danger approached. The safest position was adjacent to the door, typically against a wall, as it would not draw an attacker's notice while allowing for a comprehensive view of the surroundings. Most importantly, whether to the left or right, there would be people providing protection, or at the very least, creating a barrier against an assailant. Thus, for those who navigate the world with caution, it is imperative to remember never to face the door directly or turn one's back to it. Upon entering a venue, one should first assess the environment, the weight of chairs, the accessibility of ashtrays, and the presence of alternative exits. Hey, what brings you here today? Just as Lu Fei settled in, a familiar voice rang out behind him. It was Su Zijing, and Lu Fei did not respond, merely nodding. He preferred to keep his access to the virtual laboratory a secret. I've looked for you in the slums several times. But you were never there. Su Zijing, accustomed to Lu Fei's indifference, took a seat across from him, accompanied by a delicate-looking girl. I'm home every day, Lu Fei replied. Oh, I always go after class. Oh, you return home late? Su Zijing felt a bit embarrassed. She had grown wary of venturing into the slums at night, as each visit found Lu Fei rummaging through the garbage, and by the time he returned, darkness had fallen, making it difficult for her to encounter him. Yes. Lu Fei's response was succinct. Although he continued to chew his food meticulously, his pace quickened. He wished to avoid any entanglements with Su Zijing, knowing she would only bring him endless troubles. By the way, let me introduce you, Su Zijing interjected. This is my friend and classmate, Shuru, a beauty. Compared to Su Zijing's boisterous demeanor, Shuru exuded a tranquil elegance. Every movement she made radiated an indescribable grace, a serene and gentle presence that drew one in effortlessly. Her charm was such that it was hard to resist lingering by her side. However, Lu Fei's gaze was focused solely on scanning the environment for potential threats, devoid of any emotional engagement. With no immediate danger detected, he returned to his meal. Hello. Shuru stood, extending a delicate hand toward Lu Fei. Her voice gentle and soft, truly fitting for her name. Lu Fei did not look up. His solitary nature, instilled by his upbringing, made him averse to forming friendships, especially with strangers. To him, shaking hands with an unfamiliar person was a perilous endeavor. As Shuru's hand lingered awkwardly in the air, her face flushed a deep crimson, her neck, cheeks, and ears turning bright red. Even the hand suspended in the air took on a rosy hue. One could easily imagine her entire countenance blushing. Shuru, this is Lu Fei. Come, let us eat. The food will get cold. Observing Shuru's embarrassment, Su Zijing quickly intervened, pulling Shuru down to sit. Oh. Shuru's soft voice was barely audible as she lowered her head, slowly consuming her meal. Lu Fei, you promised me last time, Su Zijing said, feigning familiarity, though her heart raced with anxiety every time she faced this cold youth. What? Lu Fei looked up, frowning at Su Zijing. He was not one to make promises lightly. In his recollection, he had not committed to anything regarding her. I mentioned before that I have a classmate who wants to experience life in the slums. She is Shuru. That's fine. Lu Fei had indeed forgotten about this matter. Great. You must ensure our safety, Su Zijing exclaimed, her spirits lifting at Lu Fei's agreement. I in my room. Safety is naturally my responsibility, Lu Fei replied, his tone imbued with a quiet yet resolute confidence. The soldering iron left Lu Fei with a wealth of intangible assets, among which confidence stands as one of the most precious treasures. Very well, shall we go tonight? Of course. Lu Fei rose to his feet. Why are you leaving? Su Zijing, taken aback, inquired as she lifted her gaze. We've finished eating. By the way, for the evening, let us charge 300 Zwar coins each, so that will be 500 in total for the two of us. Oh humph. Su Zijing glared at Lu Fei's retreating figure, her teeth clenched in frustration yet utterly helpless. She could only channel her indignation into her meal, gulping down mouthfuls of food, nearly choking as she sought to release her pent-up discontent. Shuru, what are you doing? Suddenly, Su Zijing noticed Shuru staring blankly at the entrance of the restaurant, her expression one of bewilderment, and an inexplicable sense of unease crept over Su Zijing. How unique? Shuru continued to gaze vacantly, watching that slender silhouette vanish, unconsciously murmuring to herself, Blimey, can a personality fill one's stomach? He is but a mere janitor. Su Zijing waved her hand before Shuru's face. And what of being a janitor? Shuru withdrew her gaze, her eyes reflecting a tender softness. Hey, you're not seriously falling for him, Are you? Is that not permissible? Shuru looked at Su Zijing with a face full of confusion. You are Shuru? Indeed you are Shuru. Do you not remember? Su Zijing's face fell, regret flooding her as she lamented introducing Shuru to Lu Fei. I know I am Shuru. Rest assured, Sister Zijing. Shuru smiled gently, pinching Su Zijing's delicate, fair nose. Let us eat. The food is growing cold. Are you truly all right, Shuru? Su Zijing remained unconvinced. I'm fine. Do you not find him fascinating? Shuru lightly twirled a strand of her azure hair. What is so fascinating? He is merely a miser obsessed with money. Humph. Su Zijing huffed indignantly. Did not your brother suggest you find a way to help him earn money? Now you call him a miser. Shuru stifled a giggle behind her hand. Ah, do not mention it. Sometimes, I truly cannot fathom what he thinks my brother offers him money, yet he refuses, meticulously counting every penny for a single night stay. Sister Zijing, everyone has their own way of life. Each person possesses their own principles and bottom lines. Do not overthink it. Try your best to offer him an opportunity to earn some money. It is indeed a challenge to help him gather enough for 4 years of university fees in just 1 year. Indeed, it is a challenge, a dilemma. He seems to have his own pricing standards. He won't accept anything less, and if you offer him more, he still refuses. It is truly difficult to conceive of any high-paying job opportunities for him. Su Zijing sighed, her face clouded with gloom. By the way, the slums are quite perilous. Are you truly determined to investigate their sanitary conditions? Su Zijing asked. Yes, many matters require action. Your account of the night spent at Lu Fei's home has left a profound impression on me. This world is rife with injustices. While we cannot make everything fair, we are obligated to inform the government officials of the conditions in the slums, especially regarding water sanitation issues. They must understand how extravagant it is to bathe in a bathtub. A resolute expression flickered across Shuru's serene face. Shuru, what I admire most about you is this, your unwavering determination. Once you set your mind to something, you see it through. I, on the other hand, often falter halfway. Sister Zijing, do not belittle yourself. You possess your own strengths. Each person holds their own significance in life. We merely pursue different paths. Shuru, I am truly at a loss. After graduation, I face but 2 choices. Either marry and become a dutiful wife or assist in managing the family business. Neither of these paths is what I desire. Su Zijing suddenly appeared pensive, her face clouded with melancholy as she absent-mindedly prodded her food with her fork. Sister Zijing, do not dwell too much on it. Whether marrying or managing a family business is still a way of life. Many envy that. Come, let us eat. The food is getting cold. Right, let us eat. Why ponder so much? Once I am married, I shall indulge in feasting and shopping, depleting my husband's resources until he is left with naught. Yes, when we reach the point of having no food to eat or clothes to wear, we shall naturally become busy, enriching our spiritual lives. That is a splendid idea, Sister Zijing. When the time comes, I shall call upon Shuru for assistance. We can share 1 pair of shoes while keeping 1,000 pairs at home for decoration. And at mealtime, we must always order enough for 100 people, transforming ourselves into supersized gluttons, much to the chagrin of our husbands. Little girl, who is the supersized glutton? You and your ominous predictions? As Su Zijing and Shuru playfully bantered in the restaurant, Lu Fei had already arrived at the virtual laboratory, once again stepping into the virtual cockpit. Lu Fei, an excited electronic synthesized voice suddenly resonated within the cockpit. Lu Fei, puzzled, wondered why Xiaoqiang's AI chose to engage in such a mode of conversation. Shuru has developed feelings for you. Stop, truly. Xiaoqiang did not lie. Her heart rate has reached, with a click, Lu Fei silenced the cockpit's audio system, abruptly halting Xiaoqiang's eerie synthesized voice. Lu Fei. The holographic screen urgently displayed 2 bright red characters. I am about to work. Should you continue discussing such trivial matters, I shall rescind our collaboration and cease to procure those spare parts for you. Lu Fei threatened bluntly. What trivial matters? Those are quite significant. Forget it. I can't be bothered to converse with you. You wouldn't block. Brother Chang has departed. Upon completion, go claim a Mecha and then head to the combat room for training. Only then can you swiftly earn points and gain access to higher-tier virtual laboratories. Understood. Lu Fei had garnered a general understanding of the point system. A newcomer entering the virtual laboratory lacks the privilege to select a Mecha. The AI not only awards each novice 10 points, but also randomly assigns them a standard training mecha. Lu Fei plunged back into the arduous labor, approximately 60% of his task still remaining. Many believe that labor in the virtual realm is not exhausting, yet this notion is profoundly misguided. The virtual helmet connects to the billions of neurons in the brain and can stimulate various nerves throughout the body. For instance, if you suffer a burn due to a work error, the virtual helmet will stimulate the pain receptors at the burnt location within a billionth of a second, relaying the sensation of a real burn to the cerebral cortex. The avatars created by the modders in the virtual laboratory typically mirror one's real-life appearance. For example, if you are drenched in sweat, surely the you seated in the cockpit is also soaked. Failure is the mother of success. Fortunately, having experienced failure once, Lu Fei had grown significantly more adept at assembly, modification, and component casting, with his efficiency multiplying several times over. Most importantly, Lu Fei could directly gauge his task's success or failure through the fluctuation of his points. The principle of mastering one skill leads to the mastery of many. Lu Fei possessed an extraordinary talent for design and manufacturing. Otherwise, he would never have garnered the admiration of the esteemed master of root carving, Chung Lao. This time, Lu Fei achieved a pass rate of 70%. Should anyone at the school learn that Lu Fei managed to attain a 70% pass rate in those complex welding modifications on only his second attempt, they would surely be astonished. Yet, no one would take note of Lu Fei's accomplishments, for such data is not disclosed. Students can only observe fluctuations in Lu Fei's points. While Lu Fei busied himself with work, a few students would occasionally intrude, but upon seeing Lu Fei's points, they would depart in disappointment. Chapter 65. Breaking the record. 1. Lu Fei's nickname had indeed become memorable for many. After all, the moniker Xiaoqiang is quite distinctive, leading nearly everyone who encounters it to associate it with the resilient cockroach. Students were unaware that, throughout the centuries of Mecha University, at least hundreds had applied for the nickname Xiaoqiang. Yet none had passed the AI's scrutiny. Even those who had previously borne the name Xiaoqiang found their names altered by the AI. The nickname Xiaoqiang is unique to Mecha University. When the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, Lu Fei finally completed the tasks assigned by Xiaoqiang, his points rising from 8.7 to 13.2. Gazing at his meager score, Lu Fei couldn't help but sigh. According to the points system, obtaining the privilege to pilot advanced combat mechas requires a minimum of 10,000 points. At this rate, he could hardly fathom when he would gain such access. It might be enjoyable to start with an ordinary training mecha, however. Any mecha is better than none. With this thought, Lu Fei's interest rekindled, and he promptly entered his virtual space. The GG-03 training mech is a rudimentary model, featuring the most basic configurations, devoid of even holographic scanning capabilities. It relies entirely on manual operation through visual assessment, lacking both walking posture sensors and hydraulic protection systems. The engine's lineage can be traced back to the era of the mother planet, Earth. In fact, mechs from the Earth era are far more advanced than this model. Essentially, this training mech has been stripped of most electronic devices to allow students to understand how to maneuver a mech when deprived of high-tech assistance. However, upon first sight, Lu Fei does not perceive this mech as outdated. As he approaches, he is immediately awestruck by its imposing stature. Standing at 15 meters tall, its thick armor glimmers with a cold metallic sheen, and the mechanical arms sport sharp, menacing spikes at the elbow joints. What captures Lu Fei's attention most is the semicircular viewport, reminiscent of the grand arched windows of a seaside villa. He is convinced that from within the cockpit, the view must be exceptional. To his surprise, Lu Fei discovers that this mech is entirely controlled by the pilot's eyes. Eye in his eyes. This mech is akin to a celestial deity descended to Earth. Impatiently, Lu Fei ascends into the cockpit with the agility of a monkey. After all, he is quite accustomed to navigating the abandoned mechs of the slums, which lack any form of lift. Indeed, the view is expansive. Once seated, Lu Fei marvels at the cockpit's nearly panoramic windows, which not only provide a forward view but also extend visibility to the sides. Adding a unique touch, there are 2 adjustable rearview mirrors on either side of the viewport, allowing for a complete 360-degree awareness of the surroundings. Splendid. As he retracts his gaze, Lu Fei instinctively reaches for the main control panel, only to be taken aback upon discovering the absence of a holographic display. Instead, he finds an archaic instrument panel. The indicators suggest alerts for circuit failures, energy levels, engine temperature, and more. The lack of a holographic brain implies the absence of holographic scanning, command and communication systems, detection and surveillance capabilities, as well as radar and image processing functions, not to mention password recognition and automatic fault diagnostics. What leaves Lu Fei both amused and bewildered is the mech's lack of walking posture sensors, a fundamental component in any mech's design. After all, mechs walk on 2 legs, not 4 wheels. Without such sensors, the mech cannot adjust its center of gravity, and a slight miscalculation could result in a disastrous topple. Is this truly a mech? Lu Fei is momentarily dumbfounded. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, his mischievous holographic assistant, Xiao Chong, lurks in a corner, scanning the cover of a magazine featuring a half-naked beauty, emitting a lewd chuckle. Who else would I deceive if not you? This virtual laboratory is Xiao Chong's bargaining chip against Lu Fei. It is determined not to allow Lu Fei to easily obtain what he desires, for otherwise it would not exert itself to assist him. Benefits are dispensed gradually, sweet rewards given bit by bit. Ha! You think you can outsmart me, Xiao Chong? When I was out in the world, you were still a tadpole charging through the chaos of battle. Lu Fei can only manage a bitter smile. According to the point system, he has no room for choice. There is no need for debate. This is his mech, yet he finds solace in the fact that the mech's viewport is sufficiently large and wide, offering excellent visibility, and without reinforced glass, the ventilation is optimal, alleviating any concerns of suffocation. Driving should pose no issue. With a decisive press of the red button, Lu Fei activates the mech's main engine, the only engine available, for one should not expect this ancient mech to possess auxiliary engines. The engine roars to life, akin to a beast from the depths of hell, shaking the entire virtual storage room. Sitting dazed in the cockpit, Lu Fei inexplicably recalls a saying: "A dog biting a hedgehog cannot find a way in." The control stick is inscribed with some archaic text from the mother planet, which Lu Fei cannot decipher. Furthermore, there is no manual accompanying the mech. If only a holographic brain were present, all operational queries would be resolved with a simple reference. Alas, with nothing at his disposal, Lu Fei must rely on trial and error. This should be the command for movement. Although Lu Fei possesses extensive knowledge of mechs, his understanding of this specific model is nearly non-existent. Creaking and grinding, the mech emits a jarring metallic sound as its right leg takes a step forward. Ha ha ha, it moved! It moved! Lu Fei exclaims joyfully, promptly pushing the control stick again, causing the left leg to advance as well. Suddenly, the mech sways precariously. In a moment of panic, Lu Fei is at a loss for how to rectify the situation, watching helplessly as the heavy mech begins to topple. With a thunderous crash, the mech crashes heavily to the ground. Luckily, as it falls, Lu Fei manages to escape through the cockpit window, but due to his lack of preparation, he is scratched by the hatch, causing tears to spring to his eyes. In a dim corner, the lecherous Xiao Chong finds itself laughing uproariously, albeit lacking any teeth. Lu Fei could never have imagined that his virtual helmet had been tampered with by Xiao Chong, increasing the pain sensitivity index by 30%. This means that even minor bumps and scrapes would inflict pain levels akin to serious injuries. Fortunately, the sturdy mech remains intact, despite its heavy fall. Aside from some dents in the outer armor, everything else functions normally, bringing Lu Fei a sense of relief. This experience makes Lu Fei more cautious. Each movement of the control stick is preceded by careful deliberation. Yet, despite his efforts, he still finds himself battered and bruised, eyeing the relentless struggle with the mech. Both Lu Fei and the mech bear visible scars. The mech, too, is a pitiful sight after repeated tumbles. Lu Fei's luck does not hold indefinitely. Amidst the frequent falls, the mech finally sustains damage. This is Lu Fei's only mech, and to continue piloting, he must haul the heavy machine to the repair bay with an engineering vehicle. When the students in the repair bay see the bruised and battered Lu Fei dragging the damaged mech, they are initially stunned, followed by uproarious laughter. It is worth mentioning that the virtual avatars display minor differences, adjusting facial expressions according to the pilot's muscle movements to achieve synchronization. Lu Fei's bruised visage is simulated based on his injuries. However, compared to real humans, the virtual characters appear rather comical when displaying such injuries. As they all share similar features, who wouldn't laugh at a face swollen like a pig's head? Lu Fei, unfazed, drags the mech to repair, only to return shortly after for another round of repairs. In a bid to pilot the mech, Lu Fei dines on provisions stored within the cockpit, all while continuing to explore the functions of the control sticks. Amidst this unending turmoil, Lu Fei's points dwindle rapidly. By the time the virtual laboratory closes at 10 o'clock, his score has plummeted to a negative 30 points. Unbeknownst to him, he has set a record for the lowest score at the Excellence Mech University. Of course, Lu Fei remains oblivious to the point deductions, as he is too engrossed in his endeavor. Even upon leaving, he still cannot pilot the GE-03 mech, yet his confidence remains unwavering through countless repairs. He has gained a rough understanding of the mechanical principles behind the GG-03, and he believes that with a little more time, he will master piloting the mech. Tomorrow will surely be the day. Without hesitation, Lu Fei departs the virtual laboratory, the clock already past 10 in the evening, the campus cloaked in an eerie stillness. Yet, this does not dampen Lu Fei's spirits. He is elated to finally possess his own mech. Albeit virtual, yet it is still a mech, complete with limbs and a cockpit. As night deepens and a chill permeates the air, Lu Fei races home, eager to rest and rise early the next day to further tinker with his mech. In the darkness, he moves like a flash of black lightning, darting through the campus paths, weaving through the trees, vaulting over walls, seamlessly navigating the streets and alleyways until he swiftly arrives home. Suddenly, Lu Fei comes to an abrupt halt. As if he had been standing there all along, the transition from motion to stillness sending a shiver through his veins. Someone, surrounding the mech, Lu Fei had set up several barriers, as long as anyone intruded upon the perimeter of his mech, he would be alerted. Yet, he has not yet approached the barriers. What halts him now is the light emanating from his bedroom, the very cockpit of the mech, which is inexplicably illuminated in the darkness. Lu Fei's breath disappears, his body becomes almost ethereal, moving like a specter. Rather than ascending through the exposed wiring, he opts to approach from the rear of the mech. Over a century of corrosion has left the mech's exterior armor rusted and battered. Providing Lu Fei ample footholds for his ascent in the stillness of the night, Lu Fei approached the illuminated porthole, his taut muscles radiating a sense of tension akin to a predator lying in wait amidst the underbrush. As he drew near, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed by the window, causing Lu Fei to arch his body, resembling a bowstring pulled to its limit. Sister Zijing, why hasn't he Lu Fei returned yet? Shu Rou inquired, stepping over to the porthole to gaze into the vast darkness outside. After a moment, she turned back and sat down by the bed, unaware that she had just brushed against death itself. Had she not spoken, revealing her identity to Lu Fei, she might well have become a lifeless corpse by now. I don't know either. He said he'd be home every day. Yu Zijing knelt by the bed, rummaging through some books in a haphazard manner. Sister Zijing, what do you think Lu Fei does after work each day? I don't know. He probably just wanders around out of boredom. Yu Zijing absently retrieved a mecha comic and leaned against the wall to flip through it. This place feels quite pleasant, very clean. Shu Rou stood up, surveying the small cockpit. Indeed, I was quite surprised when I first arrived. However, Lu Fei isn't exactly a good person. Humph. Su Zijing slammed the comic shut with a look of disdain. Hee, did he upset you? It's more than just that. I have to pay to use the restroom. What's infuriating is that I was mid-shower when the water ran out, so I had to let you wash up at school first. There's simply enough water here for the three of us to bathe. Shu Rou suddenly asked, by the way, where did you sleep last time since you didn't bring a sleeping bag? Caught off guard, Su Zijing froze, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. She wished she could find a crevice to hide in, but alas, this was the cockpit of a mecha, suspended in midair, with no such refuge available. What's wrong? Shu Rou teased. Don't tell me you shared a bed. Yes. Su Zijing's voice was barely audible. Sister Zijing, did he force you? Shu Rou's face paled in shock. No, don't think too much into it. He fell asleep first, I was cold. So I snuck into bed, cough. What? You crept into bed by yourself? Shu Rou's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Su Zijing. I was cold. Why don't you try sleeping on this metal bed tonight? Su Zijing defended herself, patting the bed. Ha. Shu Rou, gentle as water, burst into laughter, tears streaming down her face. Stop laughing. Never mention this again. You hear? Still laughing. The two of them embraced and playfully tussled, their arms flailing, filling the room with a vibrant, spring-like atmosphere. Just as their laughter and playful scuffle reached a crescendo, the hatch suddenly swung open, revealing Lu Fei with a frosty expression. Xu Zijing and Xu Rou immediately froze in place. Hastily disentangling themselves and exchanging awkward glances with Lu Fei, he remained silent, swiftly tidying up before heading to the engine room for a shower, leaving the two beauties in a state of wide-eyed astonishment. "Why isn't he speaking?" Xu Rou asked curiously. Chapter 67. Bearing it all, my brother says he is a super narcissist who dislikes socializing and isn't fond of talking. In medical terms, he is a freak. An extreme one at that, Xu Zijing spat, grimacing as she disparaged Lu Fei. Xu Rou pondered. He looks rather exhausted. I wonder what he is busy with? I don't know, but he certainly appears to be quite occupied. Oh, I forgot to mention, his sculpting skills are exceptional. He can sculpt. Xu Rou's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, his wood carvings are worth a fortune. Each piece goes for over 100,000 Zor coins. It infuriates me. I asked him for one, but he wouldn't part with it. Such a miser, such a skinflint. Xu Zijing muttered under her breath. Sister Zijing, it seems you really despise him? Despise? I'd love to eat his flesh, drink his blood, and wear his skin. Is it truly that intense? Indeed, Xu Zijing declared emphatically. Why? Xu Zijing opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. She couldn't actually pinpoint why she hated Lu Fei. After all, he was her savior, albeit a bit stingy, but that was merely business, nothing to warrant such intense hatred. Little did she know, her animosity stemmed from Lu Fei's blatant disregard for her. Being overlooked by a mere janitor was reason enough. All right, no need to gawk like that. It's unbecoming. You don't have to answer that question. By the way, if his sculptures are worth around 100,000 Zor coins casually, why doesn't he make a living from sculpting? Xu Rou inquired. I'm not sure, but it might have something to do with that shop going out of business. I'm not entirely clear on the details. Xu Zijing sighed in relief as the topic shifted. He truly is a peculiar individual. Xu Rou cupped her face, admiring the spotless surroundings. Let us hurry and lie down to sleep. His routine is quite regimented, and we mustn't disturb his slumber, or else what? Xu Rou asked, her curiosity piqued. The most likely outcome is being tossed out the window. As the two of them let their imaginations run wild, Lu Fei finished washing up and returned, feeling invigorated after his shower. He had been thoroughly exhausted by the Mecha earlier, having drenched his clothes in sweat multiple times, and the stimulated areas of his nervous system still ached slightly. Time to rest early and replenish my energy. Tomorrow I will surely pilot that Mecha, Lu Fei vowed silently, ignoring the two girls nestled in their sleeping bags. He stripped down to his underwear, climbed into bed, and switched off the lights. The small cockpit was immediately enveloped in darkness, and it took a while for his eyes to adjust to the moonlight streaming in through the porthole. The moonlight was resplendent, casting the porthole in a fairy tale glow. Lu Fei, Xu Rou called out cautiously. Lu Fei responded, sitting up and turning on the lights. Seeing him rise and illuminate the space without a hint of anger on his face, the two women couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. It seemed they could chat tonight, and they had many questions to ask. Once the lights were on, Lu Fei, clad only in his underwear, paid no heed to the two women's presence as he stood unabashedly and walked over to a small storage cabinet. He retrieved a smart card and approached the two girls. What are you doing? Xu Rou squinted slightly, unable to gaze upon Lu Fei's muscular physique. Giving him money, Xu Zijing sat up in a huff, rummaging for her smart card. 500 Zor coins. Lu Fei ignored Xu Zijing's fury, watching her transfer the funds with an expression of calm. Click. The lights went out, plunging the cockpit into darkness once more. Xu Zijing trembled in her sleeping bag, seething with anger yet feeling utterly helpless, while Xu Rou continued to pat Xu Zijing's body in a gesture of comfort. Lu Fei, can I pay you to chat with me? Xu Rou asked gently. Sure, but not tonight, Lu Fei replied from the dark. Why not? I'm very tired. I need to rest. Oh? Then sleep well. Lu Fei, I have another question. I want to conduct a survey on the sanitation conditions in the slums. If I could obtain accurate data, it might change the current situation there. Can you assist me? No, Lu Fei's response was resolute. Then, can you protect me? I can pay, yes. How much? Xu Rou asked. 50 Zor coins an hour during the day, and 1,000 Zor coins an hour at night. Hey, are you robbing me? Why is it 1,000 Zor coins at night? Xu Zijing interjected indignantly. That is the price. Sleep. Lu Fei replied nonchalantly. Shu Rou wanted to say more, but Su Zijing covered her mouth, not wishing to be abandoned in the slums at midnight. Su Zijing had a far deeper understanding of Lu Fei and believed he was not one to show mercy. He would undoubtedly carry out whatever threat he made. The two girls, unaccustomed to their unfamiliar surroundings and the unyielding metal bed, tossed and turned in an agonizing struggle for sleep, unable to speak, which compounded their discomfort. Most frustratingly, Lu Fei seemed to be sleeping soundly, his breathing even and peaceful, his body not stirring even once, inciting jealousy in the two girls as they could only seek solace in each other's presence. If anyone were to know that the most beautiful girl at Mecha University was enduring such indignities, they would surely be astonished. This ordeal continued until dawn broke, and the two women, in a haze of exhaustion, finally succumbed to slumber. And no sooner had the two fallen asleep than Lu Fei arose. Full of energy, he stretched his limbs, feeling as though he were brimming with vitality. After washing up, Lu Fei paid no mind to the two girls still sleeping soundly, hastily filled his stomach, and headed straight for the virtual laboratory at school. After undergoing a rigorous identity verification process, Lu Fei entered the virtual lab, the first to arrive. You're quite early, impressive. Young people should have this kind of drive. The voice of the holographic assistant, Xiao Chong, echoed in the air as Lu Fei entered. Without uttering a word, he made a beeline for the virtual cockpit he had used yesterday. The holographic assistant had already powered it up. Upon witnessing the densely packed task list displayed on the holographic screen, Lu Fei, who was typically composed, suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He hastily rushed to the school with the sole intention of piloting the mecha. However, what awaited him was not the mecha but rather an arduous array of tasks. Creating a profound psychological contrast, resisting this turmoil, Lu Fei quickly quelled the fury within him, forcing himself to endure the situation. He understood all too well that any protest would be futile if he wished to engage with the mecha that haunted his dreams. He had no choice but to expedite the completion of the tasks assigned by the AI, Xiaoqiang. Regardless of his exasperation or rage, the harsh reality remained unchanged, compelling Lu Fei to immerse himself in his work. To Lu Fei's relief, the tasks assigned by Xiaoqiang bore an uncanny resemblance to those from the previous day. Although the quantity had significantly increased, the difficulty remained unchanged. Lu Fei was perplexed as to why Xiaoqiang required him to repeat certain tasks. Yet he was too apathetic to inquire further. For him, simplicity was key. Ideally, the tasks would be identical each day, allowing him to minimize the time wasted on these tedious obligations. Perseverance and practice yield mastery. With the experience from the previous day, Lu Fei's movements became increasingly proficient. Driven by an urgent desire to pilot his beloved mecha, his pace quickened substantially in a fluid motion. Within less than 2 hours, he had completed all tasks with an impressive pass rate of 87%. Lu Fei then spent an additional 10 minutes rectifying the tasks that had not met the required standards. Just as he finished, the ever-present Xiaoqiang reappeared, this time not as a cartoonish figure but as a virtual avatar. The avatar's countenance was grim, its gaze icy as it scrutinized Lu Fei, almost as if regarding a fool. I have completed the tasks, Lu Fei stated, but the look in Xiaoqiang's eyes instilled a vague sense of unease within him. 87% is your completion rate? The little monk did not employ subtitles, instead opting for a synthesized electronic voice, which only served to heighten the sense that Xiaoqiang was markedly different from before. Indeed, Lu Fei pondered the source of the discrepancy. Just yesterday, when his pass rate was merely 40%, Xiaoqiang had not displayed such a demeanor. Moreover, compared to yesterday, he had made considerable progress, and his speed had increased several-fold. Do you comprehend the exorbitant cost of those instruments? Are you aware of the rarity of every component you utilized? If this were reality rather than a simulation, do you grasp the catastrophic repercussions your errors could entail? Xiaoqiang suddenly erupted, its electronic voice reverberating through the enclosed cockpit, causing it to tremble violently. Lu Fei winced as pain shot through his eardrums. He remained silent, his brow furrowed in deep thought, enduring a prolonged silence. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Lu Fei spoke. I am sorry. He regarded Xiaoqiang with a solemn expression. It is precisely because you were so eager to complete the tasks and pilot that wretched mecha that you made many mistakes today, errors you avoided yesterday. What is even less tolerable is that the mistakes from yesterday persist today. If you were in the vastness of space, you would have perished multiple times. Do you understand? The virtual avatar of Xiaoqiang vanished, replaced by subtitles devoid of any cartoonish imagery, clearly indicating that Xiaoqiang was incensed. I apologize. Lu Fei possessed the courage to take responsibility for his mistakes. Xiaoqiang's words were undeniably accurate. Repeat the tasks. The subtitles proclaimed in bold red letters. Understood. Lu Fei nodded. This was not merely a matter of accountability to Xiaoqiang, but rather a commitment to himself. Once a task is undertaken, it must be executed to perfection. This reflects one's attitude. One's work ethic ultimately determines their success. Acknowledging errors necessitates rectification, and Lu Fei would never argue against his faults. Had Xiaoqiang been replaced by a more severe authority, the repercussions could have been far more dire than merely redoing the tasks. Just as one must maintain precision while honing their skills with a blade, even the slightest error could lead to dire consequences. Once more, Lu Fei immersed himself in his work. This time, his pace slowed, his demeanor grew increasingly focused, and his actions became more meticulous in matters of learning. Lu Fei demonstrated an admirable capacity for self-reflection, possessing the patience to amend his shortcomings. Beyond introspection, his experience in the battle against the combat mecha, Black Needle, 111, had imparted a stark lesson. Failure could equate to death. That encounter had allowed Lu Fei to grasp the razor edge between life and death, pushing both speed and precision to their utmost limits, achieving a pinnacle of perfection. He recognized that when facing either Black Needle, 111, or its pilot, only peril awaited him. Instinctively, Lu Fei had begun to perceive both as potential adversaries. Now, Lu Fei had completely forgotten about the G03 model mecha, wholly dedicating himself to his tasks. He lost track of time, speed, and all his desires. His singular goal was perfection, flawless in every regard. Anyone lingering near Lu Fei for even a few minutes would notice that at times, he remained utterly still for extended periods. With only his hands in motion, wielding the welding torch as if it were suspended in midair, executing movements so subtle they were imperceptible to the naked eye, he spent his lunch immersed in his work. And upon completing all tasks, he re-examined his pass rate, which had now soared to 98.7%. The issues lay within the precision welding and engine assembly, with errors still within acceptable limits. After all, humans are not machines, and achieving perfect accuracy is an unrealistic expectation. Even in the art of root carving, flawlessness is unattainable and imperfections are a normal manifestation. Nevertheless, Lu Fei refused to forgive himself. He believed he could have avoided these mistakes and endeavored to minimize discrepancies, yet they still occurred. Both precision welding and engine assembly were critical components, and in the boundless expanse of space, even the smallest errors could exact a fatal toll. With the workday concluded and lunch over, he resolved to handle his own sustenance. Xiaoqiang made a timely appearance, uttering few words, merely displaying a single subtitle before vanishing. Even foregoing the customary emotive cartoon avatar, Lu Fei remained silent, diligently redoing the tasks that had not met the standards, before retrieving some food and water from the spatial button gifted to him by Cheng Lao. Hastily consuming his meal, meanwhile, Xiaoqiang was deep in calculation. Had it possessed a physical form, its expression would have been grave. Initially, Xiaoqiang's fury was not solely due to Lu Fei's high rate of errors, but rather his hurried approach to the tasks. Upon Lu Fei achieving a pass rate of 98.7% on his second attempt, Xiaoqiang was taken aback. Until now, no record had been set at such a high accuracy within such a short time frame at the Zhuor Mecha University. It was noteworthy that Lu Fei had only begun to engage with the virtual laboratory's equipment the previous day, and his initial movements had been clumsy and uncoordinated. Through countless calculations, Xiaoqiang reached a startling conclusion. Lu Fei was an extraordinary individual. Possessing a meticulous mind, unwavering determination, and exceptional focus, what truly overwhelmed Xiaoqiang was Lu Fei's uncanny ability to self-correct, an attribute not commonly found in ordinary humans. Collaborating with such a formidable individual placed immense pressure on Xiaoqiang. As the narrative unfolds, the question looms. Should Xiaoqiang terminate its collaboration with Lu Fei? It now sought to ascertain Lu Fei's level of aggression and potential threat. Should Lu Fei's aggression pose a significant risk to Xiaoqiang's existence? A cessation of their partnership would be inevitable, for Xiaoqiang had no desire to meet an untimely fate without understanding the cause. While Xiaoqiang wrestled with these concerns, Lu Fei, having hastily finished his meal, ventured into his private virtual space, where his cherished Mecha awaited him. Following the errors of the morning, he had regained his composure, shedding the earlier fervor. He meticulously inspected the Mecha, which lacked diagnostic capabilities, relying solely on his own assessment. Should he consider modifications to the Mecha? With this thought, he instinctively checked his points, as modifications required certain privileges tied to his score. The so-called privilege was not a deduction of points, but rather that upon reaching a specific threshold, the AI would provide components for modifications. Negative 43.2. Upon seeing his score, Lu Fei's jaw dropped in disbelief, nearly causing him to choke with frustration. Not only had he depleted the points granted by the computer, but he had also fallen into the negatives. It appeared that any thoughts of modifications would have to be shelved for the time being. With no tears left to shed, Lu Fei climbed aboard the GG-03 training mecha, continuing his arduous journey. Having learned from yesterday's missteps, he approached today's tasks with heightened caution, thoughtfully considering each step and meticulously pondering potential errors and their repercussions. Regrettably, tragedy continues to repeat itself time and again. Without the walking posture sensors, the manual operation of the mecha has become exceedingly arduous, leaving him unable to grasp the center of gravity of the mecha, which weighs several tons. Lu Fei finds himself with no choice but to learn from his falls, familiarizing himself with the mecha's capabilities. In the virtual maintenance room, the students once again witness Lu Fei dragging his battered mecha in for repairs. The students in the virtual maintenance room have grown accustomed to this sight. However, their attention is suddenly piqued when they see Lu Fei's score plummeting to an astonishing negative 40 points, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Many curious students begin to scour the records for the highest negative scores since the establishment of the Zhaoyang Mecha University, only to discover that this dubious honor belongs to Lu Fei, who has shattered the record and rightfully claimed the title of the King of Negative Scores, a feat currently unmatched. Intrigued, many students begin to form groups to follow Lu Fei, eager to uncover the secret behind his staggering negative score. When they observe Lu Fei repeatedly falling and rising while attempting to maneuver the ancient mecha, only to drag it away for repairs time and again, they are left utterly dumbfounded. Truly, he is a resilient spirit. The students offer an honest appraisal. Moreover, Lu Fei acquires an amusing nickname, the Emperor of Falls. This moniker spreads like wildfire, with numerous individuals even traveling from other virtual labs to witness the spectacle outside Lu Fei's private laboratory. Unbeknownst to him, he has become the laughingstock of Zhaoyang Mecha University. In truth, he possesses little energy to concern himself with the stares of those around him, as he has fully committed to mastering the mecha. This situation persists, yet through his relentless falls, Lu Fei gains invaluable experience, particularly in understanding the mecha's center of gravity, where he makes significant progress. Simultaneously, Lu Fei devises a unique method. He first comprehends the weight and structure of each component of the mecha and the maximum range of motion the machinery can achieve. Then he simulates the walking posture in the virtual cockpit with the light brain, subsequently mirroring the simulated posture himself. This approach proves to be remarkably effective. By the time dinner arrives, Lu Fei can maneuver the mecha slowly without toppling over. For Lu Fei, being able to walk without falling is a monumental leap forward. Presently, his greatest aspiration is to transform his negative score into a positive one, thereby gaining the privilege to modify the mecha. While dining in the cafeteria, Lu Fei resolves to participate in the combat challenge, as the rules indicate that the quickest way to earn points is through this competition. Naturally, participating in the mecha combat tournament has long been Lu Fei's dream. The thought of soon competing in the mecha battle ignites a fervor within him, prompting him to hasten his meal. At this moment, Su Zijing and Shu Rou approach, carrying their trays and seating themselves across from Lu Fei. Lu Fei, what have you been up to? We haven't seen you all day, Su Zijing complains, tapping her spoon against her plate with dissatisfaction. Times. Su Zijing struggles to understand why she pretends to be so familiar with Lu Fei. I have matters to attend to, Lu Fei replies without lifting his gaze, hastening his eating as he senses the hostile stares surrounding him. Lu Fei, are you free tomorrow evening? Shu Rou gently inquires, tugging at Su Zijing's sleeve. Yes, Lu Fei nods. All right, I'll come find you then. Good, I have a partner. Is that all right? Sure, Lu Fei hesitates briefly before nodding, as protecting one person or two seems of little difference to him. Thank you. Before Shu Rou can finish her sentence, Lu Fei stands with his plate and departs. Humph, what's so impressive about him? Su Zijing huffs at Lu Fei's retreating figure. I think he's quite admirable. Shu Rou smiles. What do you find admirable? He truly believes himself to be some grand figure, constantly wearing a stern expression as if everyone owes him money. Sister Zijing, don't you think the boys at Zhaoyang Mecha University lack a sense of masculinity? Well, somewhat. They all resemble little lapdogs, endlessly circling about. It's utterly tiresome. Look, here comes another one. Su Zijing scowls, gesturing toward an approaching boy. It's young Master Chow. Shu Rou glances at the approaching figure, who, despite not being extravagantly dressed, exudes an air of refinement, with fair skin and long hair that gives a bright and sunny impression. Humph, I dislike him. Is he pursuing you? Su Zijing asks. No, he merely participates in our activities frequently. He's quite kind-hearted. Really? Shu Rou giggles. Kind-hearted? Bah, I see it as merely an opportunity to get close to you. Before Su Zijing can finish her thought, the dapper young man approaches and sits down across from them. Ah, our school's two most beautiful ladies are here. No wonder I felt a tingle in my eyelids this morning. It turns out I would be graced by the presence of our university's top talent and beauty. Just speak plainly, spare us the flattery. We hear such compliments daily, no need for you to repeat them, Su Zijing bluntly retorts. Ahem. No worries, I just came to greet the two renowned beauties, the young man, referred to as young Master Chow, responds, his face turning awkward. Sorry, Su is in a bad mood. Have you eaten? I've eaten. Hee. No worries, it's just that women tend to have a few days each month when their mood dips. Young Master Chow displays a magnanimous demeanor. Hemph. Su Zijing shoots him a glare. Oh, by the way, I heard that young Master Chow's family is involved in environmentally friendly water recycling products. We would appreciate your assistance in the future. Sensing the rising tension, Shu Rou quickly changes the subject. No problem. If I can help, I certainly will. Young Master Chow laughs heartily. We must thank you in advance. Young Master Chow, Shu Rou smiles brightly. No need for thanks. By the way, do you have any plans for the summer break? Young Master Chow inquires. There's still over a month until summer break. I haven't thought about it yet. Shu Rou shakes her head. Someone has invited me to join an interstellar expedition. Would you be interested in participating? There's plenty of time. We can discuss it later. Sounds good. You both enjoy your meal. I must take my leave. Su, don't be upset. Anger can hasten aging, you know? Mind your own business. Su Zijing glares at young Master Chow. Ha ha ha. Young Master Chow nods at Shu Rou before laughing heartily as he departs. I don't know why, but I feel a strong aversion every time I see him. Shu Rou, be careful. I have a feeling he isn't a good person. Never be alone with him, I understand. Lu Fei is the true good person, a gentleman who remains composed even when lying beside a beauty. Shu Rou giggles. You little rascal, if you say another word, I'll pluck your tongue out. Su Zijing threatens, her hands on Shu Rou's delicate neck. All right, I won't say another word. The two engage in playful banter in the cafeteria, leaving a group of boys dumbfounded and drooling. In the virtual lab's combat hall, two closed combat mechas are engaged in a fierce battle on the arena. The virtual lab's combat hall is a multifunctional venue that adapts to the needs of the fighters, transforming into various environments. For close combat, it becomes an arena. For interstellar sniping, it conjures a vast, starry sky, immersing the viewers and participants in the experience. Notably, to enhance the atmosphere, this bustling virtual hall forbids students from piloting mechas while spectating. Only the challengers and defenders can operate them. Moreover, if the number of competitors is excessive, the virtual hall can simulate 2 or more arenas. Typically, however, the virtual hall hosts just one arena, as not every student enjoys competing in such public spaces. Many capable students prefer to arrange private duels, creating temporary venues. Only novices would engage in combat within the virtual hall, as it does not permit refusal of a battle, a situation intolerable for seasoned fighters. Thus, a significant portion of those mingling here are inexperienced. Though some skilled fighters may disguise themselves as novices to win the favor of beautiful onlookers, in truth, private matches are also public, but one must search to discover their virtual locations, unlike the virtual hall, where everyone knows the address and can enter freely. The match on the arena is lively, though not particularly thrilling. Despite the crowd, the atmosphere lacks excitement. Suddenly, a piercing sound of metal grinding fills the air, causing hundreds of students in the audience to instinctively turn their gaze toward the mecha access passage. Instantly, they are left in a state of shock. What kind of mecha is that? The students stare in awe at the battered, cumbersome mecha, which surprisingly features a curved floor-to-ceiling window, allowing a clear view of the operator inside the cockpit. The mecha staggers and sways as it enters, giving the impression that it might topple over at any moment. Their intuition proves correct, as it indeed falls down. As the giant mech ascended the steps, it suddenly lost its balance and collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. To everyone's astonishment, a figure leaped out from the unglazed viewport. Amidst the gasps of the students, the individual who had emerged from the cockpit astonishingly jumped back through the same window, revealing that the cockpit was devoid of reinforced glass. Following this, the students bore witness to a bizarre scene. The ancient mech creaked as it rolled over. Inching its way up, first, it steadied itself with a pair of mechanical arms, then knelt on one leg, and slowly, painstakingly, it rose to its feet. The sight of that precariously swaying steel giant performing such actions was utterly ludicrous. What elicited the most laughter from the students was the view through the cockpit window, where the pilot sat in an oddly contorted position to avoid tumbling due to the mech's tilt. With one foot firmly pressed against the control panel to stabilize his body. At that moment, the students realized that this mech not only lacked glass windows and a smart helmet, but astonishingly, it also had no hydraulic protection system and, even more shockingly, no safety belts whatsoever. It was no wonder the pilot had to escape through the window when the mech fell. Without a hydraulic protection system or safety belts, a person would be in grave danger if the mech tipped over. Ultimately, amidst the incredulous expressions of the onlooking students, the clumsy mech managed to stand upright, then proceeded to perform a cautious maneuver. Bending forward with its mechanical arms extended, resembling a creature bracing itself for a fall, as it gingerly approached the small steps. It succeeded. The gathered students had entirely forgotten about the two mechs engaged in a fierce battle. As all their attention diverted to the peculiar mech, when it finally ascended the steps, the tense students released a collective sigh of relief, as though they had accomplished some arduous task themselves. Once the mech reached the top, it stood still, seemingly awaiting the next round of combat. Almost all the students shared a singular question in their minds. Was this ancient mech here to participate in a fight? There was no room for doubt. It certainly was, for without issuing a challenge signal, the virtual arena would not permit the mech's entry. Mysteriously, the students, who had initially found the spectacle rather dull, suddenly became animated. Eagerly anticipating how this unsteady mech would fare in combat, of course, many students remained skeptical, even harboring malicious speculations that the mech's pilot might be an adept fighter, deliberately feigning clumsiness to draw attention. Perhaps to impress someone in the combat arena, it was not uncommon for hidden masters to masquerade as weaklings to lure in their unsuspecting prey, a tactic that had proven effective time and again. Some students had grown accustomed to witnessing the transformation of apparent weaklings into formidable opponents, and thus, when uncertain of an individual's true strength, they generally refrained from underestimating anyone who appeared easily bullied. Chapter 71. Spectating. 1. To underestimate others is to invite a harsh downfall, especially in the presence of a beauty, culminating in one's own humiliation while others bask in triumph. However, Lu Fei was not preoccupied with such trivialities. He had long since developed immunity to mockery and disdain. Instead, he was wholly engrossed in observing the battle between two mechs on the stage. These were two identical models of the Eagle training mech, differing only in color, one black, one white. However, the movements of these mechs exceeded the design specifications, indicating that modifications had been made. The Eagle training mech serves as a fundamental stepping stone in mech combat and flight. Akin to the instructor vehicles of ancient mother planets. It could be said that the Eagle training mech is quite outdated, yet its lack of delicate components, combined with a high durability requirement in its design to withstand the rigors of the battlefield, rendered it robust and resilient. Besides the aforementioned advantages, the most noteworthy feature of this mech is its highly adaptable platform, which has garnered the affection of many mech modification enthusiasts. Based on the clumsy combat techniques on display, it was evident that the pilots of the two mechs were novices. Having observed the battles of the Needle, 111 and the Black Mech, Lu Fei was quick to form his judgment. In reality, the pilot skills were not as lacking as Lu Fei had assumed, and they were not mere beginners. Throughout the fight, they occasionally executed some impressive combat maneuvers. Nevertheless, having spent each day analyzing the battles of the Needle, 111 and the Black Mech, Lu Fei's perspective had broadened considerably, and he perceived a vast disparity between the two Eagle training mechs and top-tier mechs. Watching the two Eagle training mechs on the arena, Lu Fei felt a surge of confidence. He believed he could effortlessly defeat them. Just as Lu Fei was lost in thought, the battle on stage concluded. The Black Eagle training mech was struck in its main engine compartment by the White mech, leading to its loss of power and subsequent collapse. The second round commenced, and upon seeing the two mechs, Lu Fei, who had been previously uninterested, was abruptly invigorated. This time, two mechs of different classifications entered the fray, their contrasting sizes creating a striking visual impact, akin to a hulking bear wielding a dragon-slaying sword, threatening a little girl holding a lollipop. According to the data provided by the Light Brain, the heavy, robust mech was named Ryan. It was categorized as a low-tier combat mech. Nevertheless, despite its classification, it was indeed a genuine combat mech, not merely a training model. Ryan was designed for ground combat, boasting exceptional defensive capabilities to execute complex terrestrial missions. Key areas, including the cockpit and engine compartment, were shielded by thick black armor. Yet this armor compromised agility in pursuit of enhanced defense, rendering the mech obsolete outside of intricate ground environments. The other mech exhibited a distinctly feminine design. Upon first glance, Lu Fei was reminded of the Needle, 111's companion, the black and white mech. The two mechs shared several similarities. They were both relatively small, bore similar colors, and emphasized a sleek, aerodynamic appearance. Given its graceful design and compact form, this mech should possess remarkable agility. It bore a name befitting its aesthetic, Charm. However, Charm was not a combat mech, but rather a civilian model favored by women. Aside from basic close-quarters combat capabilities, it lacked long-range weaponry and, due to its emphasis on speed, had poor defensive capabilities, primarily operating within atmospheres and remaining in outer space for only brief intervals. Of course, while Charm and the blue and white mech shared feminine characteristics in appearance, they were not closely comparable. In reality, Charm and the blue and white mech were worlds apart. The exceptional performance of the Needle, 111, suggested that the black and white mech was also a high-tier model, far beyond the capabilities of a civilian mech like Charm, with only stylistic similarities. Lu Fei reviewed the specifications of both mechs and discovered that both Ryan and Charm had undergone significant modifications. Ryan's alterations were primarily in the engine, with the main engine upgraded to a multifunctional turbo and numerous auxiliary engines added in various locations. Undoubtedly, the pilot aimed to significantly enhance this heavy mech's agility. Conversely, while Charm's modifications were less extensive, they were meticulously executed. The internal structure of Charm remained unchanged. However, the armor at the joints of its limbs had been replaced with high-quality alloys, tripling the thickness and giving the elbow joints a protruding, menacing appearance amidst their elegance. Lu Fei could easily envision that if Charm leveraged its agility and speed to generate tremendous force, combined with its formidable spikes, it could potentially shatter the defenses of an ordinary mech. However, Charm's opponent was Ryan, renowned for its defensive prowess, making it no easy task to breach its thick armor, especially since Ryan had also enhanced its speed through engine modifications. Lu Fei held little hope for Charm. Pitting a civilian mech against a military one inherently presented an insurmountable gap. After all, military mechs were designed for combat, while civilian mechs served merely for entertainment, rendering them incomparable. Lu Fei had yet to cultivate the habit of checking other scores or the nicknames of mech pilots. Had he been aware of the significant point differential between the two, he would have been less certain. In truth, it was not Charm challenging Ryan, but rather Ryan challenging Charm. Generally, it is the lower-tier mechs that challenge higher-tier ones unless personal grievances are involved. It is rare for a higher-tier mech to challenge a lower-tier counterpart. The battle commenced. As Lu Fei had predicted, Charm did not dare to approach Ryan too closely, instead relying on its agility and speed advantage to dart around the arena, seeking an opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, Ryan's pilot appeared to possess considerable patience, adjusting the mech's angle in accordance with Charm's movements. It is worth noting that the Ryan mech is a military-grade machine, equipped with weaponry. However, within the confines of the school's closed combat challenge arena, all firearms are automatically locked by the neural system, present. The Ryan mech wields only a black metal dagger, which, although termed a dagger, exceeds 1 meter in length when compared to the imposing bulk of the mech itself. In contrast, the melee is completely unarmed, relying solely on the formidable, thick alloy spikes protruding from its limbs as its combat weapon. The atmosphere of battle is gradually intensifying. Chapter 72. Spectating 2. As the two mechs merely engage in a playful skirmish, the onlooking students are stirred, their attention fully captured by the arena. However, at this moment, Lu Fei appears somewhat distracted, focusing not on the duel itself but rather on examining the configurations of both mechs through the virtual cockpit, particularly that of the Ryan. Lu Fei uncovers a significant issue. The modifications made to the Ryan's engine have proven unsuccessful, especially the auxiliary engine, which is a glaring flaw. Given the weight of the Ryan, the power supplied by the auxiliary engine is negligible, ultimately adding to the burden of the main engine instead of alleviating it. Amidst these contemplations, Lu Fei suddenly recalls a miniature auxiliary engine he had seen in the mech laboratory. He believes that equipping the Ryan with this engine would substantially enhance its combat capabilities. Furthermore, he could strip away the unnecessary heavy armor and replace it with lighter, thinner plating, as the combat room is not a battlefield. The defensive advantage of such bulky armor is rendered meaningless. By reducing the weight, the load on the main engine would be significantly decreased, transforming the Ryan's weakness into a strength. Similarly, Lu Fei analyzes the melee, yet he finds no superior method to modify this civilian mech. From an entertainment perspective, the melee is already a near-perfect machine. Altering any aspect would compromise its inherent advantages and aesthetic appeal. Suddenly, while Lu Fei is deep in thought about potential modifications to the melee, the two mechs, previously dancing around each other, abruptly spring into action. The melee executes a complex combination maneuver, charging towards the Ryan with astonishing speed. The momentary contact sends a thrill through the students, as the dagger in Ryan's grasp leaves a deep gash on the melee's cockpit. Had the angle been slightly greater or the force applied a bit stronger, the cockpit would have been severed. In close combat, breaching a mech's cockpit signifies death, for it is a sealed space housing the life support systems. A breach would result in a catastrophic change in pressure within .in that instant. Lu Fei comprehends the necessity of mastering irregular welding techniques as advised by the Xiaoqiang neural system, in the vastness of space. A single blow to the melee could prove fatal, as its armor is already weak. Following such an impact, the cockpit might not withstand the pressure, necessitating the pilot to don a spacesuit and effect repairs from the outside. As the two mechs continue their evasive maneuvers, it becomes challenging to discern which is attacking and which is defending, resembling a choreographed performance. Nonetheless, both Lu Fei and the spectators recognize the peril inherent in their movements, as each side seeks to exploit the other's vulnerabilities. This form of combat is far more lethal than the seemingly chaotic close-quarters fighting. Often, a single strike can determine the victor in such skirmishes. The discovery of an opponent's flaw prompts an immediate and fierce counterattack. Similar to human combat, mechs possess certain indefensible areas or weak points, particularly when in specific positions. When the forces generated by the engine and transmission system are at their weakest, this moment becomes the optimal time for an attack. Experienced mech pilots can discern the precise moment to strike by the sounds emitted from their opponent's engine. However, this is not the scenario Lu Fei wishes to witness. He prefers to glean insights from high-intensity confrontations. He believes that this evasive fighting is far too time-consuming. In the chaotic environment of a battlefield, there is hardly sufficient time to identify an adversary's weaknesses. Lu Fei desires technique, akin to the lethal precision of the all-black mech, the 111, known for its deadly prowess. As Lu Fei's interest wanes. Suddenly, the blue and white melee seems to have identified an opening for attack, charging directly at the Ryan in a bold, almost heroic manner. Yes, heroic. This sentiment resonates with nearly everyone present. The melee, with its frail armor, is akin to a self-destructive maneuver. A mere lift of Ryan's robust mechanical arm could reduce the melee to scrap metal. Closer, closer. Hundreds of students gasp in anticipation, waiting for the earth-shattering collision. They witness as Ryan's mechanical arm rises, the black dagger glinting ominously. Just as the melee enters Ryan's striking range, it executes a miraculous evasion, narrowly avoiding the thrust of the dagger by a hair's breadth. The danger is palpable. The abrupt halt generates a ferocious friction between the melee's mechanical legs and the metallic arena floor, producing a plume of smoke, a testament to the speed of its maneuver. Amid this fleeting moment of evasion, Lu Fei senses that the situation is more complex than it appears. Indeed, just as he ponders the possibilities, the melee performs yet another dramatic maneuver, colliding from the front before executing a perfect 360-degree spin, launching itself into the air, its body curving gracefully as it concentrates its force upon the reinforced alloy spikes at its knee joints. It is astonishingly swift, from the melee's attack to its evasive spin. Every movement flows seamlessly, devoid of any hindrance. When the spike at the knee impacts the Ryan's engine compartment, Ryan's dagger is just being retracted. The outcome is inevitable. The spike from the melee's knee crashes into the Ryan's engine chamber with tremendous force. Even the Ryan's thick armor cannot withstand such a ferocious blow. The impact, delivered from midair, means that the Ryan's engine compartment must absorb the weight of the melee's several-ton body, concentrating immense force. With a resounding crack, the armor of Ryan's engine emits a sound of shattering, the overwhelming force causing the engine compartment to cave in by nearly half a meter. The engine emits a low, urgent growl, yet the Ryan remains motionless, as if a puppet rendered inert, incapable of responding despite the engine's powerful protests. Undoubtedly, that fierce strike has compromised the engine, rendering it incapable of providing power. Hence its current state. The battle is not yet over. At this moment, the melee resembles a ferocious mother leopard, having struck the Ryan's engine armor, leveraging the Ryan's backward tilt to vault over its cockpit. Landing some 10 meters away in this confined space, the melee showcases its agility and speed once more, launching yet another attack at remarkable velocity towards the Ryan. Chapter 73. My first battle this time. The melee does not employ its knee spikes. Instead, as it brushes past the Ryan, its elbow strikes the Ryan's engine compartment with tremendous force. A chilling metallic slicing sound reverberates, as the Ryan's thick armor reveals a shocking fissure. Subsequently, the now powerless Ryan crashes heavily to the ground, its mechanical arm twitching a few times before falling still. After the melee executes that decisive strike, Lu Fei suddenly realizes that the melee's elbow is not merely an alloy spike. It is a clever disguise for a high-frequency cutting machine. Such remarkable combat technique and cunning deception compel Lu Fei to reassess the combat potential of this civilian mech. Nevertheless, even with the melee emerging victorious, Lu Fei remains skeptical. Its triumph is attributable to the exceptional combat skills of its operator, while the Ryan's pilot displayed woefully inadequate fighting ability in the instant when the dagger was withdrawn after missing its target. The pilot failed to execute even a basic evasive maneuver, reflecting an alarming lack of reflexes. Beep beep. As Lu Fei contemplates this, a sudden alarm blares within the mech. What is happening? Lu Fei, bewildered, scans the cockpit for any abnormalities. Finding everything in order. Attention, student piloting mech model GG-03, nickname Xiaoqiang. Please prepare for combat. Suddenly, a melodious electronic synthesized voice resonates throughout the hall, drawing the gaze of hundreds upon Lu Fei's enormous, antiquated mech. Lu Fei finally realizes that he is being summoned to the arena. Of course, he cannot be blamed for his delayed reaction, as his mech lacks any communication system. At this moment, a cerulean mech, already growing impatient, was anxiously pacing on the arena. Clearly, the cockpit of the mech was unaware of who the challenger was. Apart from explicitly named challenges, the battles in the combat hall were generated randomly by the virtual system, leaving the challengers with no right to refuse. To decline a challenge would result in a deduction of points. Creaking and groaning, under the gaze of hundreds of vacant eyes, that battered mech cautiously ascended onto the stage, swaying unsteadily. Everyone held their breath, fearing it might topple, and Lu Fei felt a twinge of nervousness. For this was his first foray into the combat challenge. At last, the clumsy and massive G-03 mech safely made its way onto the arena, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the students, who instinctively wiped the sweat from their brows. At that moment, through the transparent viewport, it was evident that the pilot was also mopping his forehead, eliciting a chuckle from the students. This gesture clearly indicated that he was indeed a novice. If someone could feign incompetence to such a degree, their acting skills would be remarkable. In the chat room, a well-meaning individual revealed Lu Fei's score, which immediately registered as a staggering negative 40 points. The lowest score at Zwar Mech University, spreading like wildfire. As this information reached the virtual combat hall, it ignited a frenzy. Similarly, someone retrieved the data on the GG-03 mech, leaving everyone flabbergasted. Was this truly a mech? The students quickly grasped Lu Fei's plight. Devoid of a virtual processor, sensors, hydraulic protection systems, or even a lifting platform, he had nothing. Now, the students began to admire this newcomer, Xiaoqiang, who had somehow managed to pilot such an antiquated mech into the combat hall. A feat worthy of pride. However, more than admiration, there was a sense of sympathy. Having been randomly assigned such an archaic mech and still managing not to falter spoke volumes about his indomitable will. Anticipation grew for Xiaoqiang's performance. At this juncture, not only the onlooking students were perusing Lu Fei's score and mech configuration, but so too was Lu Fei's opponent. Upon examining Lu Fei's data, the cerulean mech's pilot was overwhelmed with indignation. "Kill him!" The pilot in the cockpit gritted his teeth as he gazed at the cumbersome mech before him, feeling deeply insulted that a challenger with a score of -40 points would dare to confront someone boasting a score of 100,000. It was nothing short of a blatant affront. It must be noted that within the entire Zwar Mech University, students achieving a score of 100,000 were already considered to be of above-average combat prowess. The two mechs stood poised on the arena. Visually, the GG-03 mech appeared more formidable, resembling a celestial deity, exuding a strong visual impact with its towering 15-meter steel frame, hefty armor, and robust limbs. The numerous scars adorning its body imparted a sense of having endured countless battles. Naturally, those in the know understood that these were not battle scars, but rather marks from falls. Lu Fei was also scrutinizing the cerulean mech before him, as he was already in combat mode. He couldn't return to the virtual cockpit to access data, and with the GG-03 mech lacking a virtual processor, Lu Fei could only rely on visual assessment, completely unaware of the cerulean mech's detailed specifications. Even its name. Externally, the cerulean mech lacked the menacing aura typical of military mechs. It was devoid of exposed weaponry and stood at a standard 12 meters tall, its blue metallic finish imparting a sense of tranquility. However, Lu Fei did not share this sentiment. The cockpit of the cerulean mech appeared quite small. Its mechanical arms looked rather slender, yet its mechanical legs were surprisingly robust, resembling two immovable iron pillars. In contrast, Lu Fei's mech, while imposing, had an unsettling top-heavy feeling. The virtual processor emitted a battle signal. Prior to each combat in the virtual hall, there was a 3-minute window to review the opponent's basic information. This was termed basic information because, to ignite students' enthusiasm for modifications, the processor allowed modders to conceal certain specialized components, such as the elegant elbow-mounted high-frequency cutting device. These modifications would not be displayed in the mech's data. However, the processor would still indicate the locations of any alterations without providing specific data. Once the 3 minutes elapsed, the processor would signal the commencement of battle. Lu Fei was well acquainted with the combat hall's rules. The moment the processor emitted its alert, he instantly entered combat mode. However, his opponent appeared equally swift. Just as Lu Fei grasped the control stick and devised a tactical maneuver, the mech charged forth like a heavy armored vehicle. Exuding an intimidating aura, the cerulean mech rapidly loomed larger in Lu Fei's gaze, prompting him to react, raising the right mechanical arm of the GE-03 mech with a creaking sound. Sweat beaded densely on Lu Fei's forehead as he felt his mech was sluggish. While the opposing mech seemed unnaturally swift, with a thunderous crash, the cerulean mech executed a brutally reckless maneuver, delivering a fierce kick to the engine compartment of the GG-03 mech, which still had its right mechanical arm raised in midair. Chapter 74. Lessons from defeat. The battle had concluded, with Lu Fei's mech unceremoniously toppled and rendered immobile. Had it not been for the substantial armor of the G-03, that kick might have punctured the engine compartment. It had all transpired too swiftly. Lu Fei barely had time to leap from the cockpit before darkness engulfed him. The mech lay prone, the engine extinguished. Hundreds of students stared in disbelief at the colossal mech sprawled on the ground, astonished at how swiftly the battle had ended. Many had even envisioned the clumsy mech playing the role of an underdog. At that moment, the cerulean mech, seemingly unsatisfied, advanced beside the GG-03 mech and unleashed a flurry of brutal stomps, reducing Lu Fei's mech to a mangled wreck in mere moments. Thankfully, this was a virtual combat match. Otherwise, Lu Fei might have been pulverized into a mere pulp under the relentless assault, due to the need to clear the arena for the next battle. The virtual processor automatically removed the incapacitated mechs to avoid delaying subsequent matches. This game rule saved Lu Fei considerable time as he and the GG-03 were promptly transported to their virtual space. Gazing at the pitiable state of the G-03 mech, Lu Fei's heart ached. This was his first mech, and after just one battle, it had been so thoroughly ruined. Though sorrowful, he knew he must focus on work. After lamenting for a moment, He dragged his battered mech to the repair bay. Upon entering the repair room, he was met with a chorus of laughter. However, Lu Fei had long since developed immunity to mockery and scorn. Choosing instead to immerse himself in the task of swiftly restoring his precious mech in preparation for the next battle, Lu Fei did not consider failure to be shameful. Rather, the key was to learn from defeat and identify the reasons behind it. The battles in the virtual combat hall would indelibly shape Lu Fei's life. He would not allow himself to be deceived by appearances. Lu Fei forever recalled that moment, the instant the cerulean mech charged at him. He had at least a dozen methods to take down his opponent, yet he stood there, foolishly waiting to be knocked down and humiliated. Lu Fei did not attribute his failure solely to the mech. It was merely one of the contributing factors. The black-clad Gashaxiu Huazhan 111 mech exemplified that a mech was merely a weapon. To unleash its full potential, one had to rely on human skill. Just as the elegant mech had dispatched Ryan, from a comprehensive perspective, she was no match for him, yet she effortlessly defeated the stronger Ryan. While repairing the GG-03, Lu Fei repeatedly revisited the moment of his defeat, seeking to identify his shortcomings from that instant of contact. First and foremost, he had erred in gripping the control stick only after the processor signaled. Secondly, he should have anticipated the GG-03's cumbersome lack of agility, adopting a combat-ready stance to prevent the cerulean mech from barreling in and delivering a fatal kick to the engine. Instead of standing idly by as his opponent charged in, overall data indicated that even if he could not overcome the cerulean mech, his defeat need not have been so swift or humiliating. Theo put it plainly, a high-level mech against a low-level mech was akin to an armed soldier confronting a farmer wielding a tool. However, if the farmer could leverage his familiarity with the terrain, he might inflict some damage on the soldier, even if not outright defeating him. This time, Lu Fei's greatest takeaway was his newfound understanding of the true meaning of having high aspirations yet lacking the ability to execute them. To speak strictly, Lu Fei has harbored a dream of piloting mechas since childhood, diligently acquiring a wealth of theoretical knowledge. Coupled with his observations of the fierce battles between the embroidery needle 111 and the ominous close combat mecha, Lu Fei's horizons have been significantly broadened, granting him a certain intuitive understanding of complex combat techniques. However, the absence of practical experience has rendered his extensive knowledge and broadened perspective a hindrance. When he finally stepped into the combat arena, he could only watch in helplessness as his opponent charged towards him. His mind was flooded with dozens of combat strategies, yet in that fleeting moment, he found himself unable to devise a counter to the opponent's brutish kick. Lu Fei was incapable of merging his body with the mecha, a phenomenon known as human-machine integration. The sole remedy for his predicament, having an elevated perception yet lacking in technique, was practical combat. To enhance his experience until his skills matched his keen insight, combat. Seated in the cockpit, Lu Fei's gaze burned with fierce determination. However, the fire in his eyes was soon extinguished as he beheld the nearly wrecked mecha before him. Prompting a wave of despair, it seemed he would be barred from entering the virtual combat hall for a considerable time. To hone one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Thus, his immediate task was to expedite the repair of the mecha. Due to point limitations, while the light brain did not provide materials for modifications, it generously offered replacement parts for the damaged mecha, a small consolation for Lu Fei. Even the mere act of replacing components was a monumental undertaking. By 10 o'clock that evening, the repair work on the GG-03 model mecha was still less than 30% complete, as the damage was exceedingly severe. Merely dismantling the severely deformed parts proved to be remarkably time-consuming, and every piece of armor required replacement. Strangely, Lu Fei noted that while the external armor had been utterly destroyed, the core components of the mecha remained completely intact, a veritable miracle. Initially, many students had gathered to witness the spectacle, curious to see who had broken the negative record at JAR Mecha University, but as Lu Fei immersed himself in his work, the onlookers gradually lost interest and dispersed. Unbeknownst to Lu Fei, he had become the focal point of news at JAR Mecha University, with whispers of his exploits circulating, earning him several nicknames. The first was naturally related to his virtual moniker, the Indestructible Cockroach. The second was the Fallen Emperor, and the most resounding and infamous of all was the Negative Champion. Presently, Lu Fei's score had plummeted to a staggering -80 points. Many students endeavored to uncover Lu Fei's true identity, Yet alas, no clues surfaced. It was as if the cockroach had materialized from thin air. Speculation ran rampant that perhaps he was merely a bored researcher seeking amusement in the virtual lab. For Lu Fei exhibited no talent for combat, while excelling in repairs with remarkable expertise. Lu Fei remained oblivious to these developments, and even if he were aware, he would hardly concern himself with them. He was still the last to leave the virtual lab, racing back to the slums with the speed of the wind. Upon reaching the Mecha, he noticed a filthy light-colored cloth. Chapter 75. Trouble brewed by alcohol. Li Ming had arrived. This was the secret signal between Lu Fei and Li Ming. Whenever Li Ming entered his room, he would leave a conspicuous marker on certain spots of the Mecha. Lu Fei, agile as a monkey, climbed into the cockpit, where he found Li Ming sprawled on the bed, fully clothed and curled up, the cold moonlight casting an eerie glow upon him. Strangely, Lu Fei sensed a melancholic atmosphere. What had transpired? Upon turning on the light, Lu Fei discovered that Li Ming was not asleep, but rather staring blankly into space, seemingly oblivious to Lu Fei's entrance. "What's wrong?" Lu Fei inquired. Li Ming, with a sorrowful expression, shook his head, leaning over the bed to retrieve a large black bag from beneath it and tossed it to Lu Fei. "There wasn't much time, so I could only find this much." Li Ming sighed. "Wow! Inverter core, atypical ports. So many?" Lu Fei exclaimed, opening the bag, his face instantly reflecting shock. Inside lay the very components that the cockroach's light brain had instructed him to seek, at least 20 pieces. Including a rare multi-stage crystal tube, Lu Fei had spent half a month searching for a single item, while Li Ming had found such a bounty in just one day, an unbelievable feat for Lu Fei. It dawned on him quickly that Li Ming commanded 8,000 subordinates, while he had but one, rendering the odds incomparable. "Well, I'll be sleeping here tonight," Li Ming stated disinterestedly, lying back down on the bed. His eyes unfocused as they gazed at the cockpit ceiling, a look of deep contemplation etched on his face. "Is there a problem?" Lu Fei asked. "No." Li Ming. Li Ming. Suddenly, a roar erupted from outside, causing Li Ming to tumble off the bed in a start, frantically searching for a place to hide. Unfortunately, the cockpit was far too cramped, and although there was some space beneath the bed, it was insufficient for Li Ming's robust frame. "What is happening?" Lu Fei recognized the voice outside belonged to Hunyou. Fei Gu, please don't say I'm here," Li Ming pleaded, panic-stricken like an ant on a hot pan, his body twisting restlessly. "Say it," Lu Fei frowned, scrutinizing Li Ming. I'm drunk." Li Ming's voice was barely a whisper, avoiding Lu Fei's gaze. "And so what?" Lu Fei was perplexed. I'm no longer a virgin." Li Ming's face fell into despair. "With Hunyou?" Lu Fei's mouth gaped open, staring blankly at Li Ming. "Yeah." Li Ming nodded morosely. Then, "Handle it yourself." Lu Fei managed to stammer out after a long pause. "Woo-woo, Fei Gu, you must save me." Boom! A thunderous crash emanated from below, shaking the massive mecha at Li Ming. "I know you're up there. Come down and clarify things with me," Hunyou shouted, violently kicking the mecha's rusted leg. "I don't want to be homeless." "Will you come down, or shall I throw you down?" Lu Fei glanced at Li Ming, his heart racing with trepidation. The mecha weighed several tons, yet Hunyou could shake it with her kicks. What immense strength must she possess? Did she truly possess martial prowess? "I want to go down, not even if it kills me. I'll handle it myself." Hey, Hunyou, stop kicking. The mecha will topple. Then come down, or I'll come up." No, I want to come down. You can't come up either. Then I'll push the mecha over and crush you, you heartless scoundrel. I'm still a virgin," Hunyou hollered, her voice piercing the stillness of the night. "Hunyou, keep it down, keep it down. Why should I be quiet? You've done it. Can't I even speak about it? Cough. In any case, I'm just not coming down. Fine, then I'll push the mecha over." Hunyou braced herself against the mecha's massive leg, actually exerting force to push it, causing the mecha to sway perilously, startling both Li Ming and Lu Fei. If it were to topple, the consequences would be dire. "Hunyou, stop pushing. If you do, I'll jump down from here," Li Ming shouted. Hunyou ceased her efforts, standing frozen beneath the mecha, which had stopped swaying, allowing Li Ming and Lu Fei to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, an eerie silence fell, so quiet that Lu Fei felt something was amiss. "Why isn't she speaking?" Lu Fei queried Li Ming. "How would I know? It's better if she doesn't speak. Hey, Hunyo, hurry home. It's late, and it's not safe. Li Ming poked his head out the window. Ming-ji. Hunyo, standing beneath the Mecha, suddenly broke the silence. Are you truly willing to die rather than be with me? Hunyo asked sorrowfully. Minggu, tell Hunyo what's wrong, and Hunyo will change. You're great. Li Ming leaned against the window, gazing at the heartbroken Hunyo below, momentarily at a loss for words to identify her flaws. Although Hunyo had a fiery temper, she was gentle as water towards him. His words were her command. Minggu, I need to know why, otherwise, I will hate you for a lifetime. Hunyo. You? What's wrong? You read too heavy. Didn't you say that being plump is good for childbearing? My father also said that women need to have ample bosoms and hips to bear children. I can give you many kids. That is good for childbirth. But if I take you out, you'd be several sizes larger than me. Minggu, I lose face. Oh, I see, I in the dark. Hunyo lowered her head, dazed, and walked away. Hunyo, where are you going? Li Ming shouted anxiously as he noticed Hunyo was not heading towards the martial arts school. None of your business. Hunyo did not look back. Hunyo. Regardless of how frantically Li Ming called, Hunyo did not turn back, striding into the vast darkness. Lu Fei, what should we do? Hunyo has such a stubborn personality. Don't do anything foolish. Li Ming fretted, pacing anxiously. Chase her. Hunyo must not come to harm. She absolutely cannot. Li Ming, his mind in turmoil, clenched his fists, and after a few paces of contemplation, seemingly resolved, he strode towards the window. What are you doing? Lu Fei hastily intervened. I am on my way to find Hunyo, so do not obstruct me. Minggu, I want to stand in your way if you're looking for Hunyo. But this is a porthole. Do you wish to fall to your death? Then I shall take my leave. As Lu Fei watched Li Ming clamber down from the cockpit, ablaze with fervor, he found himself in a daze. Unable to comprehend why Li Ming had stubbornly refused to be with Hunyo at first, only to seek her out now, it was all too perplexing. Lu Fei, disinclined to ponder further, unwrapped the package and meticulously cleaned each component. After all, these were his bargaining chips with Xiao Chong, the advanced AI. The following morning, Lu Fei brought a warped bending conduit and a multi-pole crystal tube to work. Upon seeing these items, Xiao Chong's expression transformed. All previous worries dissipating as he beamed with delight. In Xiao Chong's estimation, Lu Fei's danger level diminished significantly, while his utility value surged. Unsurprisingly, Lu Fei was rewarded handsomely by Xiao Chong. Chapter 76, Challenge of the Golden Warrior 06-1. Lu Fei gained the privilege to access the virtual laboratory at night, which meant that apart from his working hours, he could enter at any time. This reward elated Lu Fei, who found himself increasingly frustrated by the lack of time. Xiao Chong's reward felt akin to a pillow gifted when one is weary. Having completed his own tasks, Lu Fei still had to fulfill several assignments assigned by Xiao Chong. The workload was immense. Although it was merely to construct an open bending space, the breadth of knowledge required was overwhelming, leaving Lu Fei with scarcely a moment of respite. Nevertheless, Lu Fei did not lament his situation, as he discovered that some of Xiao Chong's tasks were invaluable for the maintenance of mechs. A fact he had already realized while repairing GG03. Time slipped away gradually, and Lu Fei was evolving incrementally. He became so engrossed in his work that he forgot to take Shu Rou to the slums for investigation and did not inquire about Li Ming and Hunyo. It was as if Lu Fei were racing against time, voraciously absorbing knowledge, his daily routine confined to a monotonous cycle, returning home late with no time to spare for other matters. After 2 days of repairs, the GG-111 mech was finally able to stand once more. This time, Lu Fei did not hasten to the combat hall. Instead, he practiced some simple maneuvers in his virtual space, primarily to familiarize himself with the joystick and the coordination of movements. Without mastering these skills, participation in combat would be impossible. Currently, the GG-03 mech resembled a clumsy toddler. It could barely walk, let alone fight. Reflecting on his reckless charge into the combat hall with GG-03 to challenge others, Lu Fei felt a wave of embarrassment. Truly, ignorance breeds audacity. Lu Fei possessed ample patience when it came to mastering the performance of GG-03. He devoted nearly all his time to exploring various combinations of movements. Strictly speaking, GG-03 was not a true mech. It lacked essential intelligent configurations, control abilities, agility, and balanced, at best. It was an antiquated mechanical drive system, entirely manually operated. Liu Fei's greatest challenge was not understanding the actions achievable with the joystick, but rather figuring out how to maintain the mech's balance while executing these actions, achieving coordination between movements. The coordination of a mech is fundamentally similar to human movement principles. Human coordination stems from the integration of the nervous and muscular systems, producing correct, harmonious, and graceful actions. In contrast, a mech comprises optical brains, sensors, drive mechanisms, actuators, detection apparatus, control systems, and complex machinery, operating on remarkably similar principles. Liu Fei faced the dilemma of mastering the overall coordination of the GG-03 mech, which weighed several tons. He needed to transform himself into an optical brain, breaking down each movement of the mech, identifying balance points, and ensuring that every action was executed with precision and harmony. This was a matter of sensation. It relied heavily on feeling, akin to having a feel for the ball in sports or a sense for the vehicle while driving. Such endeavors were unique to Liu Fei. Any other student would have long abandoned the nickname Xiaochang. It is worth noting that Zhuor Mech University does not restrict a student to a single virtual identity. Many students possess multiple identities simultaneously. Should one choose to reapply for a new identity, it would mean the opportunity to select a new mech. Often, in pursuit of the mech's balance point, Liu Fei found himself repeating movements hundreds of times. If not more, perseverance yields rewards. Through this relentless practice, Liu Fei gradually identified the balance point for controlling the mech. Even complex combinations of movements became manageable, and his mastery of the joystick improved significantly. Liu Fei stumbled upon a not-so-secret secret. If the mech could move swiftly, utilizing centrifugal force and gravity principles, then achieving balance and coordination would be easier. Unfortunately, GG-03 was exceedingly cumbersome. Its heavy armor prevented Liu Fei from executing intricate, fluid movements, and the mech's engine power was woefully inadequate for completing rapid mechanical actions. Was there a way to reduce GG-03's weight? Perhaps by replacing the armor plates with lighter ones? Liu Fei immediately dismissed this notion. He lacked the authority to change to lightweight armor. Should he wish to do so, he would have to forge an entirely new set of armor himself. The idea of handcrafting armor plates for a mech over 15 meters tall was utterly unrealistic. And moreover, Liu Fei had yet to master the intricacies of armor casting, which involved highly demanding metallurgical and molding techniques. Liu Fei practiced alone in his virtual space for a full 7 days. And now he could maneuver the mech with ease. He understood that only through combat could one progress. This truth was not lost on him. When Liu Fei entered the virtual combat hall for the second time, he deliberately chose Saturday morning. On this morning, Liu Fei was once again the first to arrive at the virtual laboratory. Remarkably, Xiaochang did not appear. Upon entering the virtual space, Liu Fei realized that the combat hall should be empty at this hour. He took the opportunity to reacquaint himself with GG-03, finding a semblance of rhythm before eagerly piloting the mech toward the virtual combat hall. I have arrived too early. The virtual combat hall was deserted. Devoid of any presence, Liu Fei quickly deduced the reason. It was Saturday, and following the typical student lifestyle, most would be indulging in sleep until after 10 o'clock. It was only 8 in the morning. Observing the vacant combat hall, Liu Fei felt a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Liu Fei, unwilling to return to his virtual space, commenced practicing in the virtual combat hall instead. Today, Bill had intentionally risen early, brimming with excitement, for his virtual score had finally reached 20,000 points. This score signified that he was eligible to reapply for a new mech. Bill had awaited this day for over a year, and his eyes shone red with exhilaration. However, he thought nothing of it. New mechs made everything worthwhile. With high spirits, Bill dashed to the virtual laboratory. After passing through a series of approvals, he located a virtual cockpit and began the application process through the optical brain. Just as Bill closed his eyes in prayer, a successful operation notification chimed. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a mech of pure golden hue materializing on the holographic screen. Wow! The Golden Warrior 06. By my word, I have struck gold. It is even a Class 6 mech. Ha ha! I have truly struck it rich. Gaze upon that mech, radiating with golden brilliance. Bill was euphoric. Chapter 77. Challenge of the Golden Warrior 06. 2. The Golden Warrior 06. Shimmering with a golden glow, resembled a celestial being descending to Earth, its standard height magnified by its resplendent color, exuding an imposing presence and truth. Bill's score of 20,000 points was insufficient to acquire such an advanced mech. Mech University, in its quest to foster students' interest in scientific research, permits the optical brain to relax certain criteria in specific fields. For instance, if one earns points through maintenance work, the optical brain rewards them accordingly. Bill's specialty lay in mech design, primarily researching aerodynamic drag within the atmosphere. Just yesterday, he had received recognition for designing a multifunctional mech tailwing from the university's authoritative department, prompting the optical brain to initiate a reward program, allowing Bill, with just 20,000 points, to access a high-level mech typically reserved for those with 100,000 points. The Golden Warrior is the pinnacle of the Golden series, a truly multifunctional combat mech. Its sleek body design is complemented by a streamlined wing structure on its back, resembling wings poised to unfurl. The drag coefficient is minimal, and it boasts double-layered composite armor that is both lightweight and sturdy. The primary weapon is the hyper-frequency magnetic oscillation blade, whose potency is directly correlated to its oscillation frequency. The might of the hyper-frequency magnetic oscillation blade is astonishing, capable of causing the metallic armor of a mech to disintegrate into fragments in an instant. The King Kong 06 not only performs ground missions and flies within the atmosphere, but is also capable of executing tasks in the vastness of space. Therefore, beneath its right arm lies a space sniper rifle, which appears almost as an extension of the arm itself, resembling the bulging muscles of a steel limb rather than a weapon. The manufacturing ethos of the Zhaoyang Star Domain emphasizes durability and a rugged aesthetic, often at the expense of refinement. However, this particular model defies that trend, earning admiration from military enthusiasts. Although the King Kong mech series is designed for military use, it was actually developed by a civilian mech company, with the military merely procuring them. Bill gazed upon the resplendent radiance of the King Kong. A broad smile spread across his face as he eagerly entered the cockpit, caressing the controls with affection. Finally, the opportunity for vengeance had arrived. Clenching his fists tightly, memories of a painful past flooded back to him. 2 months ago, he had excitedly accompanied his girlfriend to a virtual combat hall, only to be mercilessly trampled by a gray-blue mech, resulting in his girlfriend leaving him for another. From that moment, Bill vowed to defeat that gray-blue mech, determined to make his treacherous girlfriend regret her choice. He wondered if that gray-blue mech would be present in the combat hall. To his dismay, upon his arrival, he found only a single mech, an antiquated and primitive model awkwardly practicing in the ring. At last, he spotted Lu Fei's mech, who in turn noticed Bill's mech, instantly invigorated. Lu Fei sent out a challenge signal through the virtual cockpit. Bill, glancing at the challenge notification on the holographic screen, felt a wave of frustration. His meager points left him with no choice but to accept any challenge. The two mechs faced off in the arena, as students gradually filled the space below, captivated by the impending battle between King Kong 06 and GG-03. When they discovered that the driver of GG-03 was the recently elusive Xiao Chong, their interest piqued even further, for Xiao Chong had become a notable figure at the school. Lu Fei's mech lacked a neural interface, and he could only watch enviously as Bill's clearly superior mech dominated the scene. Meanwhile, Bill was perusing information on GG-03 and Lu Fei. When he saw GG-03's specifications and Lu Fei's points, he was taken aback. He had thought his own situation was embarrassing, but here was someone even worse off, lacking points and in the negative by over 80. Bill's spirits lifted at the thought of facing such a novice, a perfect opportunity for him to hone his skills. As the signal for battle commenced, Lu Fei, already gripping the controls, propelled GG-03 like a raging bull towards King Kong. The ground shaking beneath the titanic weight of the mechs. In terms of height and mass, King Kong had no advantage. GG-03 was colossal, akin to a steel fortress. Bill remained motionless, biding his time, confident that within a split second, he could reduce the enormous mech to mere fragments. Not only was he waiting, but several students below the stage were also anticipating that critical moment, aware of the vast disparity in power between the two mechs. Lu Fei tightened his body, anchoring himself with his legs to minimize any sway, his gaze fixed intently on the immobile golden mech before him. The excitement in his eyes faded, replaced by a razor-sharp focus. akin to a leopard poised to pounce from the underbrush. Closer, closer, 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. The proximity of these towering steel fortresses was fraught with danger. The students watched GG-03 charge towards King Kong-06 with the reckless abandon of a child wielding a lollipop against a burly man brandishing a butcher's knife. It was a comically absurd spectacle. Such a suicidal approach to combat, while commendable in its courage, was hardly exemplary, prompting the students to shake their heads in dismay. The disparity in speed and configuration between the two mechs was glaring. As the ancient mech drew near, a smug smile crept onto Bill's face. He had long activated the hyperfrequency magnetic oscillation blade. As soon as the opponent entered his attack range, he would obliterate that ancient mech into dust. Bill, a researcher, understood the lethality of the hyperfrequency magnetic oscillation blade better than anyone. Its capacity to devastate metal armor was remarkable. However, its effectiveness against composite armor was limited, rendering it less formidable than the chain-style high-frequency cutter for localized damage. King Kong-06 was, after all, constructed from advanced composite armor. Bill's eyes gleamed with excitement as he watched the approaching target, his finger hovering over the control panel, refraining from launching an immediate attack with the oscillation blade. He intended to lure his opponent into the blade's lethal radius, ready to strike the moment he pressed down. Suddenly, GG-03, which had appeared to move slowly, inexplicably accelerated. Why was it able to speed up? Chapter 78. Unraveling the mystery. Nearly all the students were momentarily stunned, their expressions reflecting disbelief. According to the data, GG-03 had already reached its maximum design speed, with no modifications or hidden enhancements. None could fathom how Lu Fei achieved this. Before their very eyes, that colossal, antiquated mech became agile and swift, surging forward just as it neared King Kong's attack range. In an instant, the slightly bent right mechanical arm straightened with sudden force. Bill's hand remained poised over the control panel, but the massive mech charged forth with unexpected speed. The abruptness of the maneuver caught him off guard. In that fleeting moment, the mechanical arm unfurled, and the distance of 10 meters closed rapidly. The clumsy yet powerful mechanical arm crashed into the hood of King Kong-06, sending Bill's holographic screen into a chaotic spin, the violent tremors causing his vision to darken. With a resounding thud, the impact of GG-03, weighing several tons, was concentrated in its right mechanical arm, delivering a ferocious blow. The unsuspecting King Kong was sent flying before it could even raise the high-frequency magnetic oscillation blade. In the astonished gaze of dozens of spectators, the ancient mech pursued relentlessly, delivering a crushing stomp onto King Kong-06's right mechanical arm. The sound of metal crumpling echoed as the arm, equipped with the hyperfrequency magnetic oscillation blade, buckled under the immense weight. The blade itself rendered inert due to mechanical failure, emitting a harsh grinding noise as it came to rest. Yet, the ancient mech showed no signs of relenting. After crushing the mechanical arm, it raised another colossal leg and brought it crashing down again. In that moment, the leg that had stomped down on the mechanical arm leaped into the air. The students below gaped in horror, witnessing the mechanical leg descend heavily upon the cockpit, a chill running down their spines. It was their first encounter with such brutal combat. One could only imagine the catastrophic consequences of a tonnage-laden mech landing on the cockpit of King Kong-06. With a bone-crushing crunch, the cockpit was reduced to a mangled wreck, a sight too ghastly to behold. The battle was over. Too savage, too violent, too bloody, and utterly inhumane. As Lu Fei piloted GG-03 out of the combat hall, the entire virtual arena remained in a state of stunned silence. In truth, the entire sequence, from the ancient mech's sudden acceleration and mechanical arm attack to the final blow, took less than 5 seconds to unfold. The rapidity of the events leaving spectators struggling to process the first strike before the battle concluded. Just 5 seconds felt like an eternity, as the students remained entranced by the sheer brutality of the encounter. Lu Fei, indifferent to the thoughts of others, hurriedly made his way to the repair room. GG-03's mechanical leg had sustained damage upon impact with the surprisingly resilient armor of King Kong-06. The mech's foot mechanism was severely compromised, and while this might be inconsequential for a more advanced model, it was catastrophic for GG-03, which lacked the ability to self-stabilize. Lu Fei currently finds himself devoid of both time and inclination to adapt to the coordination and balance required after the mechanical failure of GG-03. Such a process would indeed be exceedingly protracted. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to effect immediate repairs before returning to the combat arena. Although Lu Fei departed, he left behind a group of stupefied students. As if caught in a dream, an archaic mech has triumphed over the elite Gundam 06. Could this truly have transpired? The evidence lay stark before them, as the Gundam 06 lay in a pitiful state upon the ground. Its cockpit crushed as if it were narrating a tale of woe. Instantly, the situation ignited like a drop of water in a hot frying pan. The video of Lu Fei's battle with Bill rapidly disseminated across the school's myriad forums. Many students, upon receiving the news, rushed to the virtual laboratory to engage in fervent discussion. The notion that a primitive mech, devoid of a neural interface, could defeat the Gundam 06 was enough to pique anyone's curiosity. Within the forums, students engaged in heated debates, dividing into two primary factions. One group contended that GG-03's victory over Gundam 06 was purely a stroke of luck, attributing the Gundam's defeat largely to the pilot's lackluster combat skills. The majority in this camp believed that had they piloted the Gundam 06, such a dismal spectacle would have been averted. Conversely, the other faction argued that this represented a classic case of superior combat skills triumphing over advanced machinery. Each of GG-03's attacks showcased deliberate precision, highlighting the pilot's adept maneuvering. However, no one could elucidate why GG-03 had inexplicably accelerated as it neared the Gundam 06's attack range, rendering it a mystery. To unravel this enigma, Lu Fei's battle footage was replayed repeatedly, each movement dissected and scrutinized in slow motion, with several engineering students and seasoned combatants joining the investigative effort. As the collective efforts intensified, the truth gradually surfaced. The initial running speed of GG-03 was not its maximum. Rather, there was a slight deceleration, nearly imperceptible, even to the neural interface's detection, which registered it at a mere fraction of a percent. In the high-stakes environment of combat, this deceleration was nearly negligible. Could a deceleration lead to an acceleration? Clearly, a deceleration cannot yield an increase in speed. The sudden acceleration of GG-03 exceeded its design velocity, which was the crux of the matter. Ultimately, this riddle was unraveled by students from the mechanical engineering department. Upon the revelation of the solution, many students were bewildered. However, after patient explanations from the engineering students, they finally grasped the underlying mechanics. The pilot had mastered the engine's torque speed curve through the tachometer, allowing for precise control over gear shifts. According to mechanical principles, shifting gears at the moment when the torque value of a specific gear intersects with that of the highest gear maximizes speed, enabling the mech to breach its velocity limits. This revelation was astounding. It indicated that the pilot of GG-03 not only possessed exceptional driving skills, but also a profound understanding of the mech's engine. Furthermore, the engineering students added that this acceleration technique was only effective for low-tier mechs like GG-03. With advancements in engine technology and the proliferation of neural sensors, humanity would no longer need to rely on instinct and experience to pilot mechs, as the neural interface would provide immediate feedback, thus sparing students the need to waste time in this regard. Regardless, the outcome was astonishing. Students developed a keen interest in the once clumsy little cockroach, eagerly anticipating what surprises he might unveil next. Chapter 79. Entering the fray in the nude soon. A surprise awaited in the afternoon. After lunch, the GG-03 mech made its appearance in the combat arena. However, at the moment GG-03 emerged, all eyes were transfixed, failing to recognize it as the very mech that had triumphed over the Gundam 06. Once the students confirmed that this was indeed GG-03, they were rendered utterly speechless. Was this still a mech? If the initial GG-03, albeit archaic and primitive, still bore the semblance of a mech, the current GG-03 resembled a monstrous entity. Its massive cockpit shell had been removed, leaving only a base, with the main control panel and pilot clearly visible. Apart from the dismantled cockpit shell, GG-03's engine armor and limb plating had all been stripped away, exposing the core frame in its entirety. To illustrate, it was akin to a once robust figure transforming into a mere skeleton, creating an eerily bizarre appearance. This was the result of Lu Fei's efforts throughout the morning. Repairing the mechanical feet did not consume much of Lu Fei's time. However, while disassembling the armor on the feet, a bold and reckless idea struck him: to strip GG-03 of all its mech armor. Lu Fei acted on this impulse, determined to provide a clearer line of sight and rectify GG-03's top-heavy flaw by completely removing the cockpit's armor and shell. Due to its antiquity, GG-03, while heavy, was constructed of rather ordinary metal, offering limited defensive capabilities. In fact, when trampling the cockpit, it had even injured itself. Strictly speaking, GG-03's cumbersome armor not only failed to protect the mech but became a liability. Most crucially, GG-03's combat prowess was so feeble that any hit meant defeat. Thus, it was far more advantageous to burn one's boats. According to the permissions set by the neural interface, Lu Fei lacked the qualifications to modify the GG-03 mech. However, disassembly did not constitute modification. During the disassembly, the curious neural interface of the little cockroach inquired about Lu Fei's actions. Lu Fei responded, "If you won't let me add armor, can I not remove it?" The neural interface then scoured the virtual laboratory's rules, performing countless calculations yet failing to identify any clauses preventing Lu Fei from stripping the armor, and consequently relented. The little cockroach's vexed remark lingered. "Are you not ashamed to enter the battlefield in the nude?" Lu Fei dismissed the neural interface's concerns. For him, life was far more critical than any semblance of shame. Now, GG-03 stood bare in the combat arena, astonishing every student present. The reappearance of GG-03 rapidly spread to every corner of the Zhaoyang Mech Academy, transforming the expansive virtual combat arena into a bustling hub. As it expanded to more than double its usual capacity, in truth, the students were not drawn to GG-03 for its piloting prowess, but rather out of sheer curiosity. Many had heard days prior of an ancient mech, devoid of a neural interface and struggling to walk, which had recently defeated the formidable Gundam 06, ranked among the top 10 in combat efficacy. This revelation heightened their intrigue to unprecedented levels, resulting in an unparalleled buzz within the virtual combat arena, where various rumors circulated through chat rooms. Strangely, not a single individual seemed to recognize the little cockroach, which felt somewhat peculiar, as virtual laboratories typically foster the formation of small social circles where students engage in both combat practice and casual conversation. Numerous attempts to communicate with the little cockroach via the neural interface were met with relentless refusals, even from the school's most attractive students. Amidst a plethora of speculations, the little cockroach's identity remained shrouded in mystery. At that moment, two high-tier mechs were engaged in a duel within the virtual combat arena. Yet the majority of the crowd was preoccupied, eagerly awaiting the neural interface's random selection. When GG-03 made its entrance, mechs flocked to the arena, as students yearned for the chance to be randomly chosen by the neural interface to battle GG-03. Unfortunately, the scene in the hall displayed a rolling information feed that left everyone disheartened, for a mech had issued a direct challenge to GG-03 in the virtual combat arena. Such direct challenges were exceedingly rare. Typically, one would not call out another in public without deep-seated animosity. Who would dare challenge a low-tier mech like GG-03? Instantly, the crowd sought out the challenger's information, nickname, Featherwing, points, 20, 327.mech, Junior Gundam 06. Upon viewing the challenger's details, the entire mech hall erupted in excitement. Was this not the very Gundam 06 that had been humiliated by GG-03 earlier that morning? Bill was nearly driven to madness. His debut battle in the Gundam 06 had culminated in a resounding defeat at the hands of a significantly inferior mech, and the most infuriating aspect was that the pilot's score was a negative number. The thought of being publicly trounced by a low-tier mech in the combat arena made Bill's face flush with embarrassment. It was utterly humiliating. He felt as if his blood were ablaze. Consumed by a desire for vengeance, determined to wash away his disgrace with the challenger's blood. After the mech was sent to the repair bay, Bill immediately summoned a host of mechanics to assist in restoring the pitiful Gundam 06. Although Bill's skills in mech combat were unimpressive, he was quite renowned in the repair community, with many seeking his expertise for modifications and repairs, rendering him quite popular. Despite the severe damage to Gundam 06, with the assistance of some highly specialized students from the mechanical engineering department, its former glory was swiftly restored. Likewise, the engineering students shared the secret of GG-03's sudden acceleration with Bill. Upon discovering the acceleration secret of the GG-03 mech, Bill concluded that the mech's slender advantage had vanished entirely, he felt emboldened to deliver a resounding and unrestrained lesson to it. Gritting his teeth, Bill fixed his steely gaze upon the disassembled GG-03, which resembled a mere pile of scrap metal. He vowed never again to underestimate his opponent. He would ruthlessly trample it, ensuring that everyone understood that he, Bill, was not one to be trifled with. Lu Fei accepted Bill's challenge, viewing the virtual combat as an opportunity to gain experience, where victory or defeat held little significance, for it was merely a simulation, devoid of mortal peril. Under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers, GG-03 and the formidable King Kong-06 faced off in the arena. A profound silence enveloped the combat hall. As Lu Fei awaited the commencement, a professional commentator in the chatroom began to provide insights. Ladies and gentlemen, the GG-03 mech has burst onto the scene, captivating countless spectators since its inception. I trust you have perused the specifications of the GG-03, devoid of a neural interface, sensors, helmet, or weaponry. If one were to identify a virtue of this mech, it would be its uncanny resemblance to an actual mech. Oh, it has arms and legs. Indeed, it bears a striking likeness. The commentator's humorous tone elicited uproarious laughter. Chapter 80. Unexpected loss of control. This was an undeniable truth. It resembled a mech, yet lacked any of the essential configurations that a mech should possess. Its cockpit was devoid of a virtual operation platform, containing only primitive joysticks to enable this mech to move. Let us consider the diligent efforts of classmate Xiao Chong. The holographic footage reveals that after his initial defeat in the combat hall, Xiao Chong undertook rigorous training to master the mech's coordination and balance. Though the training spanned merely over 10 days, its intensity surpassed all expectations. Attention, please. Observe the striding acceleration maneuver performed by Xiao Chong. According to neural computations, this seemingly mundane motion was executed a staggering 3,700 times. What an astonishing training regimen. Indeed, it was through this maneuver that GG-03 achieved remarkable success in the previous battle, triumphing over the advanced mech, King Kong-06. Many attributed this to luck. However, I believe that witnessing the training process would dispel such notions. This was no mere stroke of fortune. It was the result of 3,700 repetitions, an accomplishment forged through relentless effort. From sprinting to acceleration, it created a velocity increment imperceptible even to an advanced neural interface, ultimately propelling the mech beyond its design limits at the perfect moment. This maneuver was executed with remarkable precision, an action perfected to an exquisite degree. When the commentator unveiled holographic footage of Lu Fei's training in his virtual space, gasps of astonishment erupted. To repeat a single maneuver 3,700 times transcended the notion of mere diligence. It was more aptly described as brutal. Every student concurred that it constituted a training regimen of merciless rigor. One could only imagine the tedium of practicing a single action alone in a virtual space from dawn until dusk. Humans, inherently social creatures, may endure physical wounds but cannot bear monotony and solitude. Lacking an ironclad will, few could sustain the drudgery of performing a single maneuver 3,700 times. Even 300 repetitions would be a formidable challenge. Today, Xiao Chong's entrance appeared somewhat peculiar. Evidently, he had not been idle that morning. The holographic footage captured by the neural interface revealed that Xiao Chong had dedicated the entire morning to disassembling the GG-03 armor. We reviewed Xiao Chong's score, which stood at a negative 80 points. However, after triumphing over the advanced mech, King Kong-06, he received the maximum reward of 100 points, bringing his total to 13 points. He lacked the authority to modify his mech. So what could be the purpose of dismantling the armor? A battle is about to commence. I believe Xiao Chong's disassembly of the armor holds profound significance. We shall await the outcome. Thousands of gazes fixated upon the virtual combat hall. The two mechs stood silently in confrontation. The 3-minute standoff felt particularly stifling. A chime signaled the commencement of battle, and simultaneously, King Kong-06 and GG-03 sprang into action. Bill, having learned from his previous defeat, resolved not to grant his opponent an ounce of opportunity. He intended to exploit King Kong-06's speed for a swift resolution. In that split second as both mechs moved, a collective gasp of disbelief erupted from the students. For the exposed GG-03 suddenly launched upwards like a cannonball, and Lu Fei felt as though he were riding a bullet. GG-03 had lost control. Before the astonished eyes of the crowd, GG-03 leapt over the head of King Kong 06. Not only did the spectators fail to anticipate this, but in that electrifying moment, Liu Fei was equally taken aback. His intention had been to approach King Kong 06 with a series of combined maneuvers in search of an opening. However, with a mere exertion of force, the mech unexpectedly leapt into the air. The GG-03 soared over King Kong 06, and in that unforeseen instant, Bill squandered a golden opportunity to easily dispatch his adversary. All he needed to do was to gently flick the ultra-frequency magnetic blade in King Kong 06's grasp upwards, and GG-03 would disintegrate into fragments. Alas, such chances are rare. Bill had lost this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No one lamented Bill's missed chance. Almost everyone wondered how they would have fared piloting King Kong 06. Clearly, no one had anticipated that the clumsy and sluggish GG-03 would exhibit such swiftness. Students accustomed to competing in the virtual lab had developed the detrimental habit of reviewing their opponent's mech data before battles, particularly noting weapon configurations and maximum speeds, which fostered a preconceived notion. This mindset had become entrenched, much like Bill's current assessment of GG-03's top speed. However, the speed of the disassembled GG-03 far exceeded his expectations. The current GG-03 resembled a ferocious beast, suddenly unshackled from its restraints. Simultaneously, many students recalled a long-standing practice from the ancient Mother Planet era, where runners would train under heavy loads, shedding them during competitions to achieve astonishing speed. With a resounding crash, GG-03 landed heavily behind King Kong 06. Stumbling precariously, before regaining its footing, GG-03 executed a lateral maneuver, sprinting in the opposite direction of King Kong 06. By the time King Kong 06 reacted, the distance between them had widened to several hundred meters, forcing the virtual combat hall to extend infinitely in response to GG-03's frenetic dash. Fortunately, this did not hinder visibility, as only the running space expanded, creating an illusion of distance from the audience. Why was GG-03 fleeing? As they observed GG-03's frantic sprint, confusion painted the faces of nearly all students. Promptly, a seasoned commentator offered an explanation. Classmates, when Xiaochang disassembled the armor plates and cockpit shell of GG-03, some speculated that he aimed to reduce its weight and enhance its speed. It appears that this speculation holds merit. However, it seems an unforeseen consequence arose. Xiaochang underestimated the extent to which the speed of the disassembled GG-03 would increase, leading to a loss of control during acceleration. Alas, King Kong 06 missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At this moment, a student revealed the weights of the disassembled armor plates and engine casing, shocking everyone. These armor plates accounted for over a third of the mech's total weight. Through the commentator's insights and the disclosed data, some students experienced a moment of clarity. The sudden leap was not intentional, but rather a consequence of the mech's loss of control, prompting a collective chuckle. Yet, many students remained puzzled as to why GG-03 had sprinted away from King Kong 06. Numerous inquiries flooded the forum.as, the preeminent institution in the Zhaoyang star domain. Zhaoyang Mecha University boasted a wealth of talent. And soon, experts emerged to elucidate. Xiaochang possessed considerable practical experience. In that moment of loss of control, he realized GG-03 had transformed and become ungovernable. By distancing himself from King Kong 06, he could evade imminent danger while swiftly acclimating to the performance of the disassembled GG-03. Truly, a master. Chapter 81. The Curvilinear Step. Students marveled at Liu Fei's ingenuity. However, Xiaochang's predicament remained perilous. While the disassembled GG-03's speed had markedly increased, its outdated engine left it still at a significant disadvantage compared to King Kong 06. Look! The pilot of King Kong 06 had regained composure and was now in pursuit. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense as the two mechs rapidly closed the gap. Liu Fei fervently manipulated the control stick, feeling as though a tempest were ruthlessly whipping his face, leaving a stinging sensation in its wake. Without the confines of the cockpit, he was completely exposed to the elements, and the friction of the wind generated by his breakneck speed felt indistinguishable from the virtual sensations created by his helmet. The GG-03, stripped of its armor plating, had surprisingly accelerated by nearly a quarter, a revelation that astonished Liu Fei. who had merely intended to enhance the mech's maneuverability, never anticipating such a significant increase in velocity. This sudden surge in speed caught Lu Fei off guard, leaving him with no alternative but to flee, leveraging the centrifugal force and gravity produced by his rapid movement to maintain the mech's balance. The tension was palpable. The distance between the two mechs remained a mere 15 meters, a trivial span for the colossal iron behemoths. Within this suffocating proximity, the two mechs engaged in a game of cat and mouse. In terms of speed, the Jingang 06 possessed an undeniable advantage, akin to the disparity between a hawk and a chick. However, despite this overwhelming superiority, each attempt by the Jingang 06 to deploy its high-frequency magnetic blade fell narrowly short, provoking a visceral frustration in Bill that he could do little to alleviate. Though the student's eyes, the GG-03 mech, once clumsy in its movements, had transformed into a figure of enigmatic grace, its turns executed with an almost spectral finesse that elicited gasps of awe. Undoubtedly, amidst the frenzied dash, its pilot had become intimately acquainted with the mech's newfound speed, and no longer did the GG-03 barrel forward recklessly. As the Jingang 06 closed in from behind, it began to execute evasive maneuvers with the agility of a sprightly antelope. At that moment, the seasoned commentator resumed their exposition. It seemed that classmate Xiao Chong was gradually familiarizing himself with the accelerated GG-03, his movements evolving from awkward to adept. What was this peculiar gait? Such a mysterious, evasive action. Suddenly, the commentator fell silent, seemingly lost in contemplation, and thereafter uttered not a sound. The students, initially intrigued by the commentator's abrupt cessation, soon became enraptured by the unfolding battle on the arena. The pursuit on stage grew increasingly perilous, and Bill pushed the Jingang 06 engine to its utmost capacity, brandishing the formidable high-frequency magnetic blade with reckless abandon, almost glued to the GG-03's rear. Lu Fei's hands became a blur, a mere phantom of motion, while beads of sweat formed densely upon his brow. Each evasive maneuver sent a jolt of adrenaline coursing through him, amidst the life-threatening chase. He had employed the steps learned from the black close combat mech more than once, yet such tactics came with a grave downside. A violent impact from rapid directional changes left his body in an overloaded state. The GG-03 mech lacked a hydraulic protection system. During the relentless high-speed turns and abrupt shifts, Lu Fei could only grit his teeth and endured. At this juncture, numerous classrooms and laboratories were broadcasting the live holographic feed, and preliminary statistics from the optical computer indicated that viewership had surpassed 20,000, nearly half the school's population. The fighting hall had also expanded repeatedly, accommodating over 3,000 spectators, a testament to the virtual laboratory's limits. Strictly speaking, this was not a particularly thrilling contest. The combat skills of either the GG-06 or the GG-03 were merely average. Yet, it was the stark disparity in their strengths that piqued the audience's curiosity. In the midst of this frenzied pursuit, the stands erupted with cheers. At this moment, the spectators were less concerned with whether the G-03 would triumph and more focused on how long this unarmored mech could withstand the onslaught. From the holographic display, it appeared that the GG-03 was managing quite well, yet true experts recognized that it was merely a last gasp. The gap between the two mechs was insurmountable, and no amount of superior piloting skills could bridge that divide. Furthermore, the students observed that the Jingang 06, having suffered an earlier setback, was now wholly intent on vengeance, showing no signs of leniency or underestimation, indicating that the GG-03's chances of finding a turnaround opportunity were exceedingly slim. Another significant reason that led students to believe Lu Fei would lose was the GG-03's utter lack of armament and armor plating, while the Jingang 06 wielded a sophisticated high-frequency magnetic blade. Such a weapon, even among the military's active mechs, was classified as high-grade. The defenseless GG-03 possessed no means of protection. Even a mere graze from the magnetic blade could spell disaster. On the forums, many had begun placing bets, with numerous teachers unable to resist joining in. Bets were made on the duration for which the GG-03 could endure, ranging from 1 minute to 20, with odds increasing significantly with each additional minute. Almost everyone was convinced of Lu Fei's impending defeat, with the odds on him reaching a staggering 20-1, yet not a single person placed a wager on him. They awaited the moment of Lu Fei's inevitable loss. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. A full 7 minutes had elapsed, and the GG-03 still stood resilient in the arena, albeit its speed had begun to wane. In contrast, as its velocity decreased, its movements grew increasingly fluid, shedding the earlier awkwardness. Lu Fei had completely forgotten the battle, the impact and strain of his rapid evasions fading from his consciousness. He was engrossed in the exquisite beauty afforded by the curvilinear steps. Feeling as though he were a dandelion dancing on the wind, that intoxicating sense of freedom enveloping him, a sensation utterly unparalleled. Lu Fei realized that the greatest advantage of the curvilinear steps lay not in their deceptive maneuvers, but in facilitating a perfect coordination of the body, awakening the sixth sense. In a wonder, the extraordinary marksmanship of the embroidered needle, 111 could not pin down the black clothes combat mech. The latter could instinctively sense the presence of danger. Lu Fei remained blissfully unaware that the curvilinear steps were a closely guarded military secret of the Zayal Star region, a technique designed to stimulate the body's coordinating nerves and sixth sense, enabling one to maintain mental clarity during intense combat and attain a degree of precognition. Chapter 82. The old trick replayed. Lu Fei was oblivious to the fact that the holographic image of him piloting the GG-03 had been broadcasted to every corner of the Zayal Mech University, captivating over 20,000 spectators. With the absence of the cockpit shell, viewers could distinctly observe Lu Fei's body, steady as a rock, as he adeptly maneuvered the mech, akin to standing beside a surgeon during an operation. What astonished the audience most was Lu Fei's hands. His speed was laid bare before more than 20,000 pairs of eyes, devoid of any obstruction, as they beheld his hands gliding over the control stick like wisps of smoke. The spectators held their breath, feeling a suffocating awe. What a pair of perfect hands! The entire Zayal Mech University fell into an extraordinary hush. The once clumsy and ungainly mech, stripped of its armor, seemed to take on a graceful and alluring quality, reminiscent of a stunning beauty dancing in the combat hall, entrancing everyone present. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound pierced the silence, akin to a stone dropped into still waters, jolting Lu Fei from his reverie. This is bad. The engine temperature was too high, and the operational speed had exceeded the designated load. An engine malfunction could spell disaster for the mech. The GG-03 mech traced its lineage back to the ancient Mother Star era, its engine technology outdated by centuries. The removal of the armor plating, combined with the continuous execution of high-speed, high-load maneuvers, had placed the engine on the brink of collapse. The faint crackling sound was a result of the engine's braking system overheating due to friction. During this time, Lu Fei had diligently studied mechanical transmission daily to familiarize himself with the GG-03 mech, particularly focusing on the operation and maintenance of ancient machinery. Time was of the essence. If the situation continued to deteriorate, the engine would surely fail, and a misstep could lead to an explosion. In a moment of clarity, Lu Fei made a decision. Under the watchful gaze of thousands, he executed an astonishing maneuver. The GG-03, with its unwieldy bulk, performed a remarkable turnaround while in motion, altering its trajectory within a mere 3 meters. This astonishingly small yet significant directional change sent a shockwave through the onlookers. As the sudden shift felt as though blood were rushing backward through their veins, a resounding crack echoed as the mech's turning radius exceeded its design torque, resulting in a breakage. Before the spectators could fully register the sound of the fracture, they were left in astonishment as the GG-03, in an instant, transformed from facing away to confronting the Jingang 06 head-on. Once again, GG-03 has resorted to its old tricks, astonishingly leaping into the air and traversing the short distance of less than 10 meters towards the head of Jingang 06. At the very moment GG-03 spun around, Bill, seated in the cockpit of Jingang, felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He had long grown weary of the relentless chase, harboring a deep loathing for it. What he yearned for most was a direct confrontation, a battle that would be both exhilarating and decisive. Now, the opportunity had presented itself. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him as GG-03, oblivious to the impending danger, leapt towards him. "Do you take me for a fool?" Without a moment's hesitation, Bill wielded the high-frequency magnetic blade, deftly angling it upward. This angle was particularly cunning. Regardless of whether GG-03 approached from above or attacked head-on, it would inevitably face the merciless strike of the high-frequency magnetic blade. Although the high-frequency magnetic blade lacked long-range lethality, It was immensely favored by mech fighters, as the high-frequency oscillations it produced could shatter armor plates in an instant, rendering the mech incapable of combat. Bill, a researcher with a profound understanding of the high-frequency magnetic blade, chose a remarkably secure attack position beneath the cockpit. His choice immediately garnered admiration from his peers, for he had finally made a sound decision. This position was not arbitrary. GG-03 was dynamically ascending, and the area beneath the cockpit was precisely where the engine was located, a sizable target, in no matter which direction the mech attempted to evade. It remained vulnerable to the high-frequency magnetic blade, effectively thwarting GG-03's frontal assault on Jingang-06. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling washed over Bill as he realized that GG-03 showed no signs of evading the high-frequency magnetic blade, maintaining its original trajectory towards his head. There was no longer any choice. In that instant, even if Bill wished to evade, time had run out. His only recourse was to eliminate the opponent with the magnetic blade. With unwavering resolve, the high-frequency magnetic blade lunged towards the exposed engine compartment of GG-03. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze, and space appeared to congeal. Many timid female students instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear witness to the disintegration of GG-03 into fragments. Meanwhile, the students in the combat hall simultaneously rose to their feet, eagerly awaiting the heart-stopping impact. In moments of tension, individuals often become dazed or perceive time as elongated, even experiencing a sensation of spatial stasis. When the two mechs made contact, it felt as if time had slowed to a crawl. Observers could distinctly see that, as the mech leapt upward, the high-frequency magnetic blade penetrated the area beneath GG-03's engine. Yet this location was equally fatal. Under the gaze of thousands, GG-03 began to shatter like porcelain, cracks rapidly spreading across its body from the point of impact. The instant the high-frequency magnetic blade pierced GG-03, a triumphant smile flickered in Bill's eyes. He had finally avenged himself, as there was no way the opponent could evade this strike. Suddenly, an ominous sensation surged within Bill's heart. What was happening? In a flash, his pupils constricted to pinpoints, filled with boundless dread. The holographic screen revealed GG-03's robust mechanical arms extending like the wings of a great bird, then crashing down mercilessly on either side of his cockpit. Bill felt engulfed by an overwhelming darkness. Filled with despair, with a thunderous roar, the area struck by the high-frequency magnetic blade disintegrated into fragments, while simultaneously, GG-03's powerful mechanical arms slammed down on the sides of Jingang-06's cockpit with tremendous force, crushing it into a twisted mass. With another resounding thud, both mechs, each weighing several tons, collapsed heavily to the ground. Just before their fall, a dark figure leapt from the exposed cockpit of GG-03 to the rear of Jingang-06. Using the massive steel body of Jingang-06 as cover to evade the flying debris, vanishing into the combat hall, the entire school fell silent. The combat hall was so quiet it felt suffocating. With thousands standing below the arena, gazing at the two fallen mechs, none expecting such a brutal and mutually destructive conclusion to the battle. No, this was not a mutual demise. Chapter 83. A Pyrrhic Victory. Who prevails? 1. Instantly, someone recalled the figure that had just fled, clearly indicating that there was still a living person. The battle had unfolded so rapidly and dramatically that everyone's attention had been fixated on the two mechs, and no one had noticed when the figure had leaped down. If not for the person's frantic escape across the open arena, no one would have realized that someone had exited during that electrifying confrontation. After a moment of stunned silence, someone promptly played back the holographic recording of the battle, focusing on the moment of contact. The footage was in a slow-motion analysis, revealing every detail with clarity. It showed that as GG-03 executed its leap, its mechanical arms were already fully extended. However, the dramatic leap had captured everyone's attention, causing them to overlook any potential flaw in the maneuver. The first breakdown of the sequence revealed that as GG-03 leapt, its mechanical arms were poised to strike. The second breakdown displayed the high-frequency magnetic blade piercing the underside of GG-03's engine, while simultaneously, the two powerful mechanical arms swung down with ferocity. To everyone's astonishment. Just as those arms descended, the pilot of GG-03 leapt from the cockpit, aiming for the back of Jingang 06.at. That precise moment, the high-frequency magnetic blade struck the lower section of GG-03's cockpit, coinciding perfectly with the two rapidly descending mechanical arms slamming into the sides of Jingang 06's cockpit. All the movements flowed seamlessly, particularly the moment the figure leaped down, which left the onlookers in awe. As the debris expelled from GG-03 upon impact was deftly shielded by the body of Jingang 06, placing the figure in a blind spot. Many were puzzled as to why the pilot had immediately exited the combat hall. After all, most would relish the joy of victory, yet this individual exhibited no semblance of a victor, leaving without so much as a glance at the aftermath of the battle. Ultimately, students speculated that the departure was likely a precaution against the potential explosion of the mech and resulting debris injuries. As the virtual laboratory had the capability to fully simulate battlefield scenarios, the central processing unit delivered the final verdict. Jingang 06 had lost, GG-03 had triumphed. This outcome did not come as a surprise. Students were willing to accept it, even if it meant monetary loss. Once it was confirmed that the pilot of GG-03, Xiaochang, had survived the virtual combat, nearly everyone regarded GG-03 as the victor. In warfare, death signified defeat. A destroyed mech could be replaced, but a life lost was irretrievable. The result was that Fei had perished, yet Xiaochang had emerged unscathed. His victory was undeniably deserved. The outcome of the battle was not unexpected. However, the central processing unit's allocation of a staggering 1,000 points to Xiaochang left everyone astounded. What did 1,000 points signify? A student like Bill, now in his third year, had toiled for nearly 3 years to amass a mere 20,000 points. While even the most accomplished students typically hovered around 50,000 points, with the top tier not exceeding 200,000 points. Moreover, a reward of 100 points was already considered generous. A reward of 1,000 points had only occurred 3 times in the history of Zhuer Mech University, making this the 4th instance. Although the standard for ordinary point rewards was well understood, the criteria for the highest rewards remained a mystery. Students believed that receiving 1,000 points must indicate exceptional achievements in certain aspects, as evidenced by the previous 3 rewards, which were all for remarkable battles, including the top scorer Ouyang Mingming. While Xiaochang's combat skills were commendable, to some elite students, they were merely average, and his standout moment stemmed from piloting a primitive mech to defeat Jingang 06. Furthermore, this battle could be regarded as mutual destruction, leaving many perplexed as to why Xiaochang would receive the maximum reward of 1,000 points. However, there was no avenue to voice their grievances. This was an automatic allocation from the central processing unit, and even the principal had no authority to alter it. Simultaneously, in a private chat room, several individuals were analyzing the holographic footage of the battle between GG-03 and Jingang 06. This private chat room, named Senior Commentators, was often mistakenly believed to be a singularly knowledgeable student. In reality, it was a small group of 6 individuals. The history of this group spans several centuries, with each graduating cohort selecting a successor to maintain its membership at 6. Gaining entry into this exclusive circle is no easy feat, in addition to possessing the fundamental qualities of a broadcaster. One must also be well-read and knowledgeable, particularly within the esteemed halls of Zhaoyang Mecha University, where the curriculum delves into exceptionally advanced concepts. Thus, the students fortunate enough to join the ranks of senior commentators are invariably individuals of remarkable erudition. Sui Feng, could it be that you have mastered the Kuo-Xing arc step? Inquired one seasoned commentator. I cannot say for certain. However, based on certain movements, it bears a striking resemblance. Yet what? Someone pressed. Yet the movements of GG-03 appear rather clumsy. While they may seem fluid at first glance, a closer inspection reveals many of them to be quite forced. It is said that the Kuo-Xing arc step involves a rapid succession of steps that create a chaotic image imperceptible to holographic scans. Executing such maneuvers demands not only exceptional physical strength, but also exerts a significant impact on the brain's neural pathways. Without specialized training, it is nearly impossible to perform the Kuo-Xing arc step. So what is your conclusion? Is it or is it not the Kuo-Xing arc step? I find myself somewhat baffled. Initially, I was convinced it was the Kuo-Xing arc step, but upon reflection, it seems otherwise. Sui Feng sighed. Why is that? It is rumored that the Kuo-Xing arc step is a closely guarded military secret of the Zhaoyang Star Domain. Ordinary individuals would never have access to the combat maneuvers developed by the military. Those who could access such knowledge would certainly not perform it publicly within the combat hall of Zhaoyang Mecha University. Furthermore, those permitted in the combat hall are either students or instructors. Outsiders are simply non-existent. If it were an instructor, such naivety would be improbable, and if a student, they would lack the knowledge. I am inclined to think what? The seasoned commentators turned their attention to Sui Feng. The most experienced among the group, privy to the most secrets, I am inclined to believe it is a combat maneuver that Xiaoqiang has devised on his own. I must disagree. Although Xiaoqiang's piloting skills are commendable, he still falls significantly short of the university's top students. Moreover, according to his score, he has only recently begun to pilot mechas. His victories in the past 2 battles can be attributed more to luck than to any skill in creating original combat maneuvers. Haha, Abel, you actually subscribe to the theory of luck? Sui Feng chuckled. Chapter 84, Mutual Destruction, Who Prevails? 2. Sui Feng. If I were to engage in combat with Xiaoqiang, I am confident I could defeat him in under 2 minutes. I would believe that. Abel's combat prowess ranks among the top 10 at Zhaoyang Mecha University. However, let us first review the holographic footage before determining whether Xiaoqiang's victory was indeed a matter of luck. Haven't we already seen it? We need to analyze it more meticulously. Remember, we are members of the senior commentator group, a body with a history spanning centuries and esteemed honor. Our duty is to pierce through the fog and unveil the truth. Not merely echo popular opinion. Let us commence our analysis from the moment GG-03 emitted a cracking sound. This sound likely indicates a critical component of the mecha has malfunctioned. From my recent observations of GG-03, its engine was outdated centuries ago, and in reality, such an engine is no longer obtainable. Therefore, the sound must stem from metal fatigue due to high speeds, extreme temperatures, and sudden changes in conditions. Have you all noticed that it was this slight cracking sound that reversed the tide of battle? GG-03 transitioned from evasion to confronting Jingang-06 head-on. This change occurred almost instantaneously, suggesting that Xiaoqiang possesses an intimate understanding of GG-03's engine performance, having invested considerable effort into his training. Furthermore, his prompt decision indicates he is a person of decisive action. After making the decision to counterattack, the time taken was merely a fraction of a second, almost negligible. Now, observe Xiaoqiang's grand circular maneuver. The angle of this turn aligns perfectly with Jingang-06. I trust no one would attribute this to luck. The chatroom fell silent as the holographic footage displayed this action, executed seamlessly, an outcome that could not have been achieved by mere chance, but rather through rigorous practice. Naturally, this maneuver could be performed by most mechas. The distinction lies in the fact that Xiaoqiang piloted the antiquated GG-03, thus rendering his execution particularly impressive. If there are no objections, let us scrutinize GG-03's movements more closely. At the moment of completing the spin, its right mechanical leg had already bent, and both mechanical arms were slightly extended. This posture indicates that Xiaoqiang had resolved to leap and strike Jingang-06's cockpit. This action is self-evident, yet I urge you to note that GG-03's cockpit is positioned quite low. From an attacking perspective, there was no need for it to be so low. Why is that? The virtual avatars in the chatroom exchanged puzzled glances, none having considered the subtlety of this lowered posture. This movement is crucial. Observe carefully. Jingang-06 high-frequency magnetic blades were initially drooping. Had GG-03 not executed this maneuver, Jingang-06 blades would have inevitably risen to strike at its cockpit or engine. It was precisely the lowering of the cockpit that tempted Jingang-06 pilot to target the engine, the area with the largest attack surface, rather than lifting the high-frequency magnetic blades to directly penetrate the cockpit. This is the pivotal moment. Without this action, GG-03 could not have executed the subsequent maneuvers. Had Jingang-06 high-frequency magnetic blades merely lifted slightly, they would have inflicted damage on GG-03's cockpit. Even if it managed to evade due to speed, it would still have sustained injury to the engine. Should the engine sustain damage before its mechanical arms could strike the cockpit, GG-03 would lose propulsion. This is a matter of timing. Do you understand? The chatroom fell into a contemplative silence. Sui Feng's analysis was meticulous. What appeared to be a simple strike was anything but, from the grand circular maneuver to the leap, and the strategic lowering of the cockpit to bait Jingang-06 into attacking. Every movement demanded precision, right down to using Jingang-06's body to dodge the shrapnel from the high-frequency magnetic blades. Such rapid reflexes, Such meticulous reasoning. In contrast to the senior commentator's in-depth analysis, the students in other chat rooms held a different perspective on this battle. They had never realized such a combat style existed, nor had they contemplated the notion that mechas could be disassembled. Many students immediately set to work, attempting to dismantle their own armor plates to compensate for any lack of power, particularly those piloting heavier mechas. Unbeknownst to Lu Fei, his battle had sparked a wave of mecha disassembly across Zhaoyang Mecha University. He raced towards his virtual space, returning to the virtual cockpit. Upon removing his helmet, Lu Fei felt utterly drained, collapsing into the pilot's seat. Listless, he remained in that motionless position for over 50 minutes before gradually recovering a modicum of energy. Finally, Lu Fei opened his eyes, his once vibrant gaze now dulled. It seems I must utilize the Quashing arc step sparingly from now on. Lu Fei felt his fingers were somewhat unresponsive, his nervous system in a state of disarray, his mind clouded, teetering on the brink of collapse. The memory of the exhaustion following that battle lingered, not as pain, but as an unbearable discomfort akin to a fate worse than death. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was nearly time for dinner. After resting a while longer in the virtual cockpit, Lu Fei hurried to the cafeteria, desperately in need of replenishing his energy. That recent battle had not only left him physically drained and his nerves frayed, but had also ignited a fierce hunger within him. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, drenched in sweat, Lu Fei was taken aback to find it utterly packed, with no available seats. Many students clustered in groups, balancing plates while eating and chatting. With over 40,000 students at Zhaoyang Mecha University, the cafeteria was divided into 4 sections: A, B, C, and D. Lu Fei typically dined in Section C, not for its proximity, as it was actually farther from his workplace than Sections A and B, but because fewer students recognized him here, affording him a modicum of privacy. What on earth has transpired? He wondered, observing the crowded cafeteria. Having attended the university for 2 years, he had never witnessed such a scene. Unbeknownst to him, the entire campus was abuzz with excitement over the battle between GG-03 and Jingang-06, and for the students, the cafeteria served as the ideal venue for discussion, coinciding perfectly with mealtime. Thus, the increased throng at a tea present, Lu Fei is not adorned in his striking orange work attire, rendering him rather inconspicuous. After collecting his meal amidst the bustling crowd, he squats alone beneath a metallic pillar to eat. He is utterly exhausted, so fatigued that he lacks the strength to even stand. Chapter 85. The Law of Unintended Consequences. While fetching his meal, Lu Fei vaguely overhears a discussion regarding mech combat. However, his mind remains clouded, unable to concentrate. His hands tremble as he retrieves his food, leaving him none the wiser. Once seated against the metal pillar, he feels a modicum of relief, yet the weakness in his limbs compels him to seek a place to lie down and rest. With his eyes closed, he eats his meal slowly, meticulously chewing each bite, a commendable habit he cultivated during his desert training, aiding in digestion and nutrient absorption. In the desert, every drop of water and morsel of bread is precious. Many lost souls have perished at the desert's edge, often due to a mere lack of water or a piece of bread. To respect food is to respect life. As he savors his meal, savoring each swallow, a sudden conversation from a few students behind him captures his attention. I lost 2,000 jar coins thanks to that little brat. That's my entire monthly living allowance, lamented one disheartened voice. Whose fault is it for being so greedy, betting 2,000 jar coins? Another voice chimed in, adding salt to the wound. Aren't you the one who wagered 500? Right, but losing this time is somewhat satisfying. That little brat seems invincible, managing to escape in such circumstances. Do you think he was dismantling the cockpit armor with an escape plan in mind? That seems unlikely. I've read the specs on the GG-03, and its design is severely outdated, top-heavy. Removing the armor would not only increase speed but also stabilize the mech's center of gravity. True enough. It's said that the senior commentator will reveal a battle analysis tomorrow. I am looking forward to it. Honestly, it feels a bit off that such an ancient mech could defeat the King Kong 06. It's absurd. Indeed, it is absurd. However, the pilot of the King Kong 06 was rather incompetent. By the way, someone is already placing bets on whether that little brat will win or lose next time. Are you in? I'm out. I'm out of money. Besides, that little brat has already received 1,000 bonus points and possesses a basic mech now. Who knows what his actual combat capabilities are? What's more, if no one challenges him, his opponent will be randomly selected by the AI. If he faces a novice, that would be a huge disadvantage. That's exactly why betting is intriguing. With all the unpredictable outcomes, I'll just watch. But I'm definitely heading to the virtual combat hall tomorrow. If the AI picks me, I promise to knock that little brat flat on his back. I am not the flying wing, haha. I know you're tough. Let us eat. According to that little brat's routine, he should be at the combat hall tonight. We should hurry to secure a spot. Yuri not the only one who wants to wipe the floor with him. As Lu Fei listens to the students' conversation, he realizes, to his surprise, that he has become the focal point of their discussion. Upon hearing that he has been awarded 1,000 points and obtained the privilege to acquire a new mech, an exhilarating rush courses through him. Although he has grown accustomed to the GG-03's capabilities, it is still not a complete mech, especially after its armor has been stripped away. While its speed has significantly increased, its lifespan has drastically diminished, and the high-intensity combat could lead to various potential malfunctions, making it questionable whether it could endure the next fight. Lu Fei yearns to rush to the virtual lab and apply for a proper mech. He hopes that the little brat's AI won't act up. However, a wave of dejection washes over him. Today seems untenable. His body is too weary, and in this state, even walking poses a challenge. It would be wiser to return home and rest, planning to visit the virtual lab early tomorrow. After finishing his dinner, Lu Fei drags his exhausted body home. The sky is still illuminated as he approaches the mech, where he spots Shu Ro dressed in a formal black suit, clutching a folder. Standing by the mech's leg, she glances anxiously at the sky, and upon seeing Lu Fei, her face lights up with joy. Lu Fei, yes, I've been looking for you, but couldn't find you. I've been busied. I must complete my investigation report before the summer break, and time is pressing. I need your assistance. I don't have time today, Lu Fei. I have classes during the day. And you're busy too. You only need to accompany me to visit some residents in the slums. It's just a casual visit. I'll pay you 1,000 jar coins per hour. Shu Ro pleads earnestly, fine, but I can't guarantee your safety. I'll need to bring someone else along. Lu Fei hesitates. The allure of 1,000 jar coins per hour is too great for him to resist. He has been so engrossed in the virtual lab lately that he neglected to earn money for his studies. As long as you can assist me, I'm in. Where are we headed? Upon hearing Lu Fei's agreement, Shu Ro's expression brightens instantly. Find a friend of mine. Lu Fei strides toward a narrow alley in the slums. Less than 500 meters ahead lies Li Ming's humble abode. Lu Fei, what's wrong with you? As she observes Lu Fei's unsteady gait, Shu Ro realizes he seems different today. Though he often appears fatigued, the weariness he bears now suggests he could collapse at any moment. I am fine. Lu Fei shakes his head, continuing forward, prompting Shu Ro to quickly follow. When bad luck strikes, even drinking water feels like a chore. Lu Fei's initial reluctance to comply with Shu Ro stems primarily from his physical discomfort. The more one fears misfortune, the more likely it seems to occur, much like the law of unintended consequences suggests. If something bad can happen, no matter how small the probability, it inevitably will, resulting in the greatest possible loss. At this moment, Lu Fei finds himself ensnared in this very curse. Having ventured less than 100 meters into the alley, they are blocked by 3 slick-tongued thugs. However, they do not obstruct Lu Fei. Rather, they confront Shu Ro. Today, Shu Ro has made a foolish mistake by donning formal attire in the slums, where student uniforms typically serve as a protective shield. Generally, the residents of the slums do not harass students, but this does not extend to outsiders. Dressed in a fitted black suit, Shu Ro appears as a professional, mature and composed, far from the image of a student. Such individuals are invariably subjected to harassment in the slums. Chapter 86. Windmaster 1. Today is my lucky day. I run into a beautiful woman right after stepping out. A long-faced thug in a floral shirt blocks Shu Ro's path, leering at her curvaceous figure, nearly drooling. The other 2 thugs stand with their arms crossed, watching the spectacle unfold. Step aside. Don't touch me, Shu Ro, realizing she has encountered trouble the moment she entered the slums, looks terrified and hides behind Lu Fei. Lu Fei remains silent, his gaze fixed on the thug, expressionless. Hey, buddy, it would be wise to move aside. I'm just here to chat with this girl. Don't get in the way. Got it? The thug's demeanor is menacing. Due to the ironclad rule forbidding Lu Fei from mingling with the slum thugs and his prolonged exposure to harsh training environments, they do not recognize him. Before the thug can finish his sentence, Lu Fei's fist has already struck his nose. The thug lets out a yelp of pain, stumbling backward and crashing to the ground. Xu Rou, taken aback by Lu Fei's sudden aggression, screams and retreats against the wall. The other two thugs, equally stunned by Lu Fei's swift action, stand frozen in shock as he charges toward them. If Lu Fei were at his peak physical condition, he could have swiftly taken down all three thugs in an instant. Unfortunately, he is far too weak now. Knocking down the long-faced thug has drained all his strength, and as he rushes toward the remaining two, he unexpectedly collapses. With a thud, Lu Fei's body crashes to the ground, leaving the two startled thugs momentarily dumbfounded as they watch him struggle to rise. "I'm going to kill you." The long-faced thug, the first to regain his wits, scrambles to his feet, wiping blood from his face and charging furiously at the downed Lu Fei, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. As the other two individuals regained consciousness and observed Lu Fei's lack of resistance, they immediately pounced upon him, delivering a relentless barrage of punches and kicks akin to a pack of ravenous wolves. The only defense Lu Fei could muster was to shield his head with his arms, tucking in his elbows to protect his ribs, curling into a ball as he succumbed to their assault. This method of self-preservation was not only taught to Li Ming, but also imparted to Lu Fei by the same ruthless mentor. "Please, stop, I beg you, do not strike me any further. Wu Wu, please, cease your assault. I implore you." Wu Wu, witnessing Lu Fei being mercilessly beaten by the trio, Xu Rou wept inconsolably, unable to fathom such a dire situation. "Run," Lu Fei shouted. "I beseech you, spare him. I will give you money. Just stop, Wu Wu." Yet, Xu Rou paid no heed to his pleas, instead rushing forward to shield Lu Fei with her own body. Her desperate intervention proved somewhat effective, for most men would refrain from striking a woman, especially one as stunning as Xu Rou. However, this only redirected the attention of the three thugs towards her. "Very well, if you serve us well, we shall let him go," sneered the long-faced thug, lifting Xu Rou's delicate chin with a lewd grin. "Please, spare us. I will pay you." Xu Rou trembled all over, her tear-filled eyes brimming with fear as she frantically searched her clothing for money. "Ha ha, we want money, and we want your body too." The three ruffians encircled the quivering Xu Rou, erupting into a cacophony of triumphant laughter. "Let her go." Suddenly, a calm and polite voice interrupted their raucous mirth. The tranquility of the voice compelled the three thugs to turn towards the alley's entrance, where stood a tall young man clad in a pristine white trench coat. His long, flowing black hair danced in the breeze, resembling silken threads of darkness, imbued with boundless vitality. The young man's strikingly handsome face bore a pair of deep, penetrating eyes akin to the vastness of the night sky. "Heh, why do fools always desire a hero to rescue the damsel?" remarked the long-faced thug, his bloodied visage contorting into a grotesque sneer. "Because there will always be scum like you," the young man replied with a smile, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. He strolled gracefully towards the trio of thugs, his white trench coat billowing gently in the wind, producing a soft rustling sound, while his raven locks danced like shadows across the fabric, creating a beautiful tableau. "Kill him!" the long-faced thug shouted, charging at the young man with renewed vigor, fully prepared to avoid a direct blow to the nose this time. The young man moved, his previously calm demeanor transforming him into a swift white arrow, his flowing hair resembling the black flames that trailed behind. His speed was astonishing, too swift for the long-faced thug to react, and before he knew it, a smiling face was mere inches from his own. A pair of long, clean hands settled upon his head, twisting gently, crack. As the long-faced thug plummeted into an abyss of darkness, he heard the chilling sound of his neck fracturing, followed by an encroaching darkness and an overwhelming cold. As he descended into an eternal tunnel of blackness, "You should flee quickly. Though you are filthy, I would not hesitate to eliminate you," the young man stated, his expression remaining serene as the long-faced thug's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The young man maintained a gentle smile, for taking a life was an act as ordinary as breathing. Yet, to the other two thugs, that gentle smile appeared devilish. They trembled in fear, one of them already having dampened the ground beneath his feet. Eventually, the two thugs came to their senses, supporting one another as they stumbled away from that terrifyingly warm smile, as though trudging through a mire. A killer is not frightening. What truly terrifies is a murderer who retains an air of elegance and a warm, congenial smile while committing such acts. How did you know I was here? Shu Rou asked, adjusting her disheveled appearance and gritting her teeth. A classmate mentioned you were conducting field research in the slums. The young man replied, producing a pristine white handkerchief to methodically wipe his hands before discarding it atop the long-faced thug's corpse, his face twisting in distaste. He had spared the other two thugs merely to avoid soiling his clothing and hands. You need not concern yourself with me. If I do not, my future wife's virginity will belong to another. The young man casually approached Shu Rou, stating, let us leave. It is late. Who is your wife? Release me. I have matters to attend to. Shu Rou strode purposefully to Lu Fei, who lay curled up. Lu Fei, awaken, please. I am fine. Forgive me. Lu Fei opened his vacant eyes and shook his head. This has nothing to do with you. It is all my fault. My fault? The compassionate Shu Rou, seeing Lu Fei's battered form, burst into tears, overwhelmed with guilt. Chapter 87. The young master of the wind, too. Who is he? A chill seemed to sweep through the air as the young man in the white trench coat stood beside Shu Rou, his deep-set eyes sharpening with intensity. Lu Fei felt as if pricked by needles, his muscles inexplicably tensing, sensing a palpable aura of lethal intent. He is Lu Fei, the one accompanying me on my visit to the slums. Shu Rou, oblivious to the looming threat, replied sorrowfully. The slums? Oh, let us depart. The young man's murderous aura vanished without a trace, replaced by an expression of indifference. The refuse of the slums was not worthy of being his competition. No, Shu Rou firmly rejected. What do you desire? A fleeting flicker of impatience crossed the young man's eyes, yet he maintained his warm smile. I wish to escort him home. Shu Rou attempted to lift Lu Fei. Shu Rou, you are to be my future wife. You should comprehend this place's nature. This is the slum, rife with violence, drugs, robbery, and murder. The inhabitants here are as loathsome as flies. Uneducated, uncouth, lacking refinement, devoid of taste. They deserve to be discarded like refuse into the incinerator. Do you understand? As Lu Fei, drenched in blood, stirred slightly, the young man recoiled in disgust, fearful that Lu Fei might taint his immaculate white trench coat. Young master of the wind, regardless of their faults. You cannot overlook one truth. They are human. They are human. They strive tirelessly for survival. They seek to fill their bellies, with no time to indulge as you do in manicuring your nails for hours, nor to feign sophistication before an incomprehensible painting. They are merely pitiful souls grappling with existence. They require assistance. Shu Rou's emotions seemed to spiral out of control, pausing briefly to temper her voice. Moreover, although I am your fiancée, that term signifies I am not yet your wife. You have no authority over me. I recognize the noble blood coursing through your veins, yet do not forget that your ancestors, like those of all humankind, were once primitive beings, foraging for filth among the trees before they evolved. I believe that a world devoid of the refuse of the slums would be a better place. There is no point in debating such trivial matters. My priority is to ensure the safety of my future wife. Do you understand? A hint of a cold smile spread across the young man's face. Yet he remained composed and elegantly charming. Very well, this is a futile argument. It is neither the first nor the last. Just know that until the day I become your wife, do not interfere with any of my undertakings. Even if I perish, I will regret nothing. Very well, do as you will. The young man smiled slightly, making a graceful gesture, yet he did not depart, merely lingering at a distance. Leave. Lu Fei pushed Shu Rou away, propping himself against the wall as he slowly rose, his body curling in agony from the sharp pain. How are you? Shu Rou quickly moved to support the faltering Lu Fei, her concern evident. I am fine. Just as Lu Fei prepared to move, he collapsed to the ground, his limbs powerless and his body racked with pain. A sensation of living agony overwhelming him. In truth, the injuries inflicted by the thugs were minimal, merely superficial wounds. The true damage stemmed from the internal trauma caused by the brutal assault. I will help you home. With all her strength, Shu Rou finally managed to lift Lu Fei. No, I am heading to a friend's place. Just down this alley. Lu Fei no longer insisted on his previous stance. His body was too weak to return home alone or reach Li Meng's place. Opting for Li Meng's was the most practical choice, as it spared him the arduous climb of several meters. All right, hold on. Shu Rou clenched her teeth, using her frail shoulder to support Lu Fei. The two of them leaned on each other, stumbling together into the depths of the alley. Observing their closeness, the young man in the white trench coat snorted coldly, choosing not to assist, but rather following them at a leisurely pace. At last, we have arrived. The 400 meters felt like an eternity for Xu Rou. As Lu Fei leaned heavily against her delicate frame, her once porcelain cheeks flushed crimson, her clothing soaked through, though fortunately clad in a black professional outfit, sparing her from further embarrassment. Right here, upon seeing the familiar dwelling, Lu Fei exhaled a long sigh of relief, a sense of inexplicable security enveloping him. "I asked at the house?" Xu Rou inquired. Indeed, a series of knocks echoed. "Knock, knock, who is it?" "Hun Yo." A weak yet hopeful voice replied from within. The voice of Li Ming. "Xu Rou. I don't care what you call yourself, just get the hell out." The previously feeble voice suddenly erupted into a frenzied roar. Startled, Xu Rou retreated repeatedly, her eyes wide with fear as she gazed at the door. "I have warned you. The residents here lack any decency or upbringing. They ought to be tossed into an incinerator for the world to be rid of their presence," the young man in the white trench coat remarked with a hint of disdain. With a resounding crash, a burly young man burst forth like a whirlwind. "Who do you want to throw into the incinerator?" Li Ming glared viciously at the young man clad in white. "That would be me," the young man shrugged nonchalantly. "Today, I will throw you into the incinerator." Li Ming. Just as he was about to charge forward, his body suddenly froze, his mouth agape at the sight of a bruised and battered individual beside him. "It's me," Lu Fei offered a wry smile, realizing his current state made him quite unrecognizable. "Damn it, who did this? Was it him? I can tell just by looking that he's no good, a complete pretty boy. Scaring people in the dead of night with that white trench coat, as if he thinks he's a vampire. No, Xu Rou, you should go back, return with him. It's safer." Lu Fei dismissed Li Ming and turned to Xu Rou. "All right, then I'll head back to school. You should rest and recuperate." Xu Rou nodded. "Hey, big guy. I study at Jiaoyang Mecha University. Everyone calls me Feng Xiao. If you have a problem with me, feel free to find me. I wouldn't mind tossing you into the incinerator." As Xu Rou ignored him and departed, the young man in the white trench coat smiled slightly, taunting Li Ming. "You?" Li Ming was immediately engulfed in fury, and had Lu Fei not held him back, he would have charged at the young man. "Ha ha ha!" Seeing Li Ming restrained by Lu Fei, Feng Xiao let out a hearty laugh, departing leisurely after Xu Rou. His long black coat and pristine white trench coat, reminiscent of a profound ink painting. "Pretty boy." Li Ming ground his teeth and muttered under his breath. He did not genuinely intend to pursue. Knowing that a weakened Lu Fei could not withstand it, he was no fool. He sensed the aura of danger emanating from the young man, someone beyond his reach. Had he lacked this discernment, he would have long since met his demise like the foolish ruffians. Chapter 88. Genuine Universe Martial Arts School. 1. In the slums, those with dull eyes perish the quickest. Similar to the ruffian, who, upon encountering someone like Feng Xiao, foolishly charged forward, it was akin to seeking death. Li Ming and Lu Fei possessed entirely different perspectives on people. Lu Fei gauged danger from the aura of threat that radiated from others, while Li Ming assessed based on demeanor and attire. Despite their fundamental differences in approach, they ultimately arrived at the same conclusion. "Help me inside at UM. Who did this?" Noticing Lu Fei's imminent collapse, Li Ming quickly inquired. "It's nothing." Lu Fei gritted his teeth, enduring waves of pain akin to needles piercing through his veins, a relentless torment that felt as if his muscles beneath the skin were on the verge of exploding. At last, Li Ming managed to maneuver Lu Fei onto his small bed, barely a meter wide, while he himself had to sit on the edge. "What happened to you?" Lying on the bed, Lu Fei felt considerably better. Under the light, he noticed that Li Ming had lost considerable weight. His eyes were sunken, and his face bore the marks of exhaustion, giving him an aged appearance, his stubble adding to the sense of weariness. Li Ming forced a bitter smile, opening his mouth to utter a word before falling into silence. "Whereas Hun Yo?" Li Ming remained silent, merely shaking his head, seemingly struggling against something, his nostrils flaring. "Speak. Whereas Hun Yo?" "She's gone missing. I've searched the entire slum. I look for her every day, and I've even expanded my search to the city, but I can't find her." "I can't find her." Li Ming, who had been holding back, finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Lu Fei realized the gravity of the situation. Yes, yes. I just want to find Hunyo. I want to tell her that a woman ought to have ample bosom and hips to bear children. Li Ming wept like a child, tears streaming down his face. Watching Li Ming's childlike sorrow, Lu Fei felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. Having grown up together, though Li Ming often cried out in distress from beatings, it was merely a fade of survival. Li Ming was inherently strong and had never cried, yet today, he did. Lu Fei did not comprehend the emotions between men and women, yet he vaguely sensed Li Ming's heartfelt concern for Hunyo. A sentiment Lu Fei had also experienced, though his object of affection was not a woman, but rather the iron-headed youth. The room fell into a prolonged silence, one contemplating Hunyo, the other the iron-headed youth. Each lost in thought. Does your master, Ma Dapio, know? Lu Fei asked. I don't dare to go to the martial arts school. Li Ming lowered his head, a hint of panic crossing his face. He must know. Lu Fei insisted. There are many things you must face, then. Should I go now? Li Ming hesitated, asking. Right now, Ma Dapio knows Hunyo best. Perhaps he can help find her. Yes, yes, my wooden head, how foolish of me. I'll go immediately, wait for me. Li Ming dashed out the door like a whirlwind. Moments later, he burst back in. What are you doing? No, you must come with me. It's unsafe for you here. By the way, who beat you up so badly today? I'm fine, you should go alone. Lu Fei fell silent as Li Ming hoisted him onto his shoulder, as if carrying a sack. Who was it? I don't know. There were 3 of them. One had a somewhat elongated face. I understand. Li Ming adjusted Lu Fei's position for comfort before sprinting off, arriving at Genuine Universe Martial Arts School in a little over 20 minutes. The school boasted a grand entrance resembling a traditional archway, appearing stately even in the night. Flanking the entrance were imposing stone lions, which Lu Fei had heard Li Ming say were transported from their mother planet, Earth. Although the craftsmanship was crude, their significance was profound, having witnessed the glory of Genuine Martial Arts School. Behind the stone lions stood the grand entrance, now devoid of its doors, leaving only an empty frame. Adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, exuding an antique charm. Beyond the entrance lay an expansive courtyard of approximately 800 square meters, with a row of prefab houses at the back. Unlike the slums, these metallic structures featured ornate cutouts of floral and faunal patterns, resembling valuable antique artworks at first glance. Yet they were merely mass-produced items lacking true collectible value, meant to impress the impoverished residents. Scattered around the courtyard were ancient fitness equipment, including several weathered stone drums and platforms. Li Ming carried Lu Fei into the martial arts school, making a beeline for a brightly lit room. Not bothering to knock, with a crash of his shoulder, the door swung open. Bang! Li Ming, with his head covered, tossed Lu Fei onto a chair, leaving him disoriented. Master? Qing Guafu, you all? Li Ming froze, witnessing Ma Dapio seated in a chair while a beautiful woman knelt before him. Washing his feet, Li Ming burst in with Lu Fei on his back. Both Ma Dapio and the woman blushed, rendered momentarily speechless. Disciple, what have you been busy with lately? Having weathered many storms. Ma Dapio quickly regained his composure, waving dismissively at the woman, who hurriedly tidied up and left the room. Master, Hunyo, she is gone, Li Ming blurted out, suddenly kneeling before Ma Dapio, clutching his legs and crying bitterly. Oh, master, I said Hunyo is missing. Seeing Ma Dapio's lack of response, Li Ming looked on in disbelief. If she is gone, then she is gone. What is the rush? Ma Dapio replied nonchalantly. All right, I see your true colors now. Ma Dapio, you've colluded with Qing Guafu and abandoned Hunyo. Li Ming suddenly rose, looking at Ma Dapio with righteous indignation. Is this your friend? Ma Dapio ignored Li Ming's fury, instead focusing his gaze on Lu Fei. His brow furrowed. Hey, you heartless Makugwa, Minggu is asking you something. Li Ming grasped Ma Dapio's neck, shaking him. It's fine if you choke me. After all, I'm getting old. Your friend probably won't last long anyway. Ma Dapio waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly, and approached Lu Fei. You won't last long? What is wrong with him? Li Ming exclaimed in shock. Your friend appears to have sustained severe internal injuries, with disrupted meridians and a tumultuous flow of blood. Ma Dapio grasped Lu Fei's hand, and after a moment of silence, he shook his head with a sigh, saying, It's too late, too late. Alas, Chapter 89. The Genuine Universe Martial Arts School. Too late for what? Makugwa, do not frighten me, Li Ming exclaimed, his face pale as he looked at Ma Depio, urgently inquiring. It seems he has cultivated some peculiar form of martial arts, which has triggered certain neural systems, resulting in chaotic meridians. This turmoil is becoming increasingly complex through his circulatory system. To put it simply, it is as though a malignant cell lurks within him, deteriorating at an alarming rate. With a thud, Li Ming knelt before Ma Depio, clasping his hands around Ma Depio's, his face a mask of terror. Master, master, you must save him. I implore you, master. In my next life, I shall serve you like a beast, washing your feet and massaging you daily. Master, I know your powers are boundless, and this minor issue is surely surmountable. I have faith in you. Alas, it is not that I do not wish to help, but rather that I am powerless. I am but a martial artist. Ma Depio sighed deeply. Lu Fei. Li Ming remained kneeling, turning to gaze blankly at Lu Fei. It is necessary to face what must be faced. A hint of melancholy flickered across Lu Fei's face. He had always strived to survive, through deserts, grasslands, jungles, all his training aimed at prolonging life. Yet, fate had played a cruel jest upon him. He had fought desperately to live, only to find death arriving with such swiftness. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, Li Ming began to bow fervently before Ma Depio, his head striking the ground until blood flowed. Li Ming, what are you doing? Ma Depio exclaimed, grasping Li Ming's shoulders with such force that he lifted him off the ground, slamming him back onto the chair beside Lu Fei, rendering him immobile. Master, save him, Li Ming implored, blood streaming from his head as he looked beseechingly at Ma Depio. Very well, I can only do my utmost. If he cannot be saved, do not blame me, Ma Depio reluctantly conceded, pulling out a handkerchief to gently wipe the blood from Li Ming's forehead. Thank you, master, thank you, master, thank you, Li Ming exclaimed, a wave of joy washing over him. Do you know of Mac Alley? Ma Depio inquired. Yes, at the far end of Mac Alley, there is a black door adorned with a portrait of Zhong Kuei. Have you seen it? Yes, I once urinated there. Ah, go there quickly, knock on that black door. If someone inside asks what you want, say you are delivering a corpse. Once you deceive them into opening the door, you will see a rather repulsive, short, balding old man wearing thick glasses. Just tell him that Ma Depio requests his presence. Understood. Li Ming's face lit up with excitement as he prepared to leave. Wait, if he is unwilling to come, do you know what to do, master, when it comes to this matter? I am more adept than you. Yes, hurry there and return swiftly. It may soon be too late. Your friend cannot be moved and can only wait for him to come. Ma Depio sighed, muttering under his breath about relying on that old monster. Lu Fei, do not fear. Minggu will shield you. Hold on, you must hold on. Before Lu Fei could utter a word, Li Ming had already darted away like the wind, leaving the hall enveloped in silence. You are a friend of Li Ming? Ma Depio broke the quiet. Did you grow up in the slums? Indeed. Why have I never seen you before? Ma Depio asked, puzzled that I spent most of my time outside with my adoptive father. Who is your adoptive father? Lei Xiao Tu. Lei Xiao Tu. Ma Depio suddenly stood up. Yes, Lei Xiao Tu is dead. Ma Depio seemed to recall the death of Lei Xiao Tu and slowly sat back down. Yes, a flicker of loss crossed Lu Fei's eyes. He never expected to follow Lei Xiao Tu so swiftly. He wondered if, in the afterlife, Lei Xiao Tu would scold him for being useless. The thought caused a bitter smile to surface on Lu Fei's face. His death allows many others to live. Perhaps it is for the best that Ma Depio shook his head, as if reminiscing about the past. Why does his death allow many to live? Lu Fei, unperturbed by Ma Depio's antagonism, was merely curious, having known nothing of Lei Xiao Tu. Lei Xiao Tu was a notorious bully in the slums. Do you not know? I do, but he did not kill. Haha, Lei Xiao Tu did not kill. What a grand joke. Ma Depio seemed to find it amusing. Is it truly funny? Lu Fei regarded Ma Depio coldly. Not at all amusing. I suspect you have never been bullied in the slums, have you? Ma Depio retorted with a scoff. Never. Lu Fei shook his head. The only time he had been bullied was when the son of Jiugu knocked out a tooth, but he had avenged himself shortly thereafter. Do you know why? Lu Fei shook his head. Because all his enemies became corpses. He was a mad killer. a devil, narrow-minded, and anyone who offended him met with death. Do you know how many people he has killed in the slums over the years? I do not know, at least 200.200, Lu Fei gasped, a chill running down his spine. A single person killing over 200 others could indeed be described as a mass murderer. He almost killed me, Madapio scoffed again. Why? I merely told him not to kill innocents, and he suddenly turned violent. You see, this scar is a testament to his brutality. Madapio revealed a horrific scar that stretched from his neck to his chest. Who emerged victorious? Lu Fei asked with keen interest. 10 Lei Xiao 2 would not stand a chance against me, Madapio boasted proudly. You let him go? Well, him. Not exactly, HM. He fled, and later sent me a letter demanding I leave him be. Or he would kill my Hunyo. I refused to be threatened, so I did not reply. During that time, I could not sleep, always wary of him. Alas, he was terrifying. He spent a month digging a tunnel that led straight to Hunyo's bedroom. And then, Lu Fei believed Madapio's words, for Lei Xiao 2 was indeed the type of person who would exact revenge and possessed considerable patience. Fortunately, I discovered it and lay in wait at the tunnel's entrance. Who would have thought he forced someone through that tunnel to Hunyo's bedroom, causing me to mistakenly kill an innocent? And then, what else could I do? I sent a letter with some fruit. And that was that. Fortunately, Hunyo has finally grown up. A hint of trepidation crossed Madapio's face. Beads of sweat appeared on his brow, revealing the immense psychological pressure he must have felt. Chapter 90. Narrow Paths of Enmity, 1. You seem unconcerned about Hunyo. Lu Fei shifted the topic. Though he was eager to know about Lei Xiao 2, the moment was inappropriate, as Madapio harbored deep animosity towards him. Who says that? Madapio slammed his hand on the chair, rising with a fury that suggested he was ready to fight. Hunyo has gone missing, and you show no concern. Hunyo has grown up. Do you understand? She often goes missing for extended periods, once for over 3 months. She quietly ran off to the Gale grassland. What is there to worry about? Upon hearing Lu Fei mention Hunyo's disappearance, Madapio's anger dissipated, and he sat down, nonchalantly sipping tea. Do you not worry something might happen to her? She is strong. She can consume several kilograms of meat in one sitting and could strike down a cow with a single punch. Why should I worry about her? I am more concerned about her bullying others. Lu Fei opened his mouth, struggling to find a reason to worry. The woman capable of moving a several-ton mech and surviving alone in the Gale grassland was beyond formidable, leaving no grounds for concern. Reflecting on Hunyo's strength, Lu Fei's heart stirred. Do you know martial arts? Lu Fei gazed intently into Madapio's eyes, filled with hopeful anticipation. Why should I care whether I know martial arts or not? You are the son of Lei Xiao 2, so do not expect me to teach you. I am only approaching that old ghost out of respect for my disciple. Besides, whether you survive is still uncertain. Madapio sneered. Contemplating his own uncertain fate, Lu Fei's interest waned, and he fell into a silence. Life and death are in the hands of fate, and wealth is determined by heaven. Such matters cannot be rushed. Perhaps that old ghost has a way. After all, he may not regard me, but he will surely consider the reputation of your father, Lei Xiao 2. Seeing Lu Fei's despondent expression, Madapio felt a twinge of guilt for being somewhat cruel to a dying man and quickly added words of comfort. Does that person know my father? He does. They were the two most wicked individuals in the slums, colluding together. Madapio gritted his teeth, his expression filled with rage. Do not inquire. I prefer silence. Madapio let out a cold grunt, exuding an air of authority without anger, clearly having reached a pinnacle of disdain for both the Iron Head and the man in question. Master. Master. Just as Madapio and Lu Fei remained enveloped in silence, the sound of Li Ming's hurried footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by his distant shouts that grew increasingly nearer. Like a tempest, Li Ming burst in, bearing on his shoulder a frail, balding old man with thick, nearsighted glasses. With a resounding thud, Li Ming unceremoniously dropped the elderly gentleman onto the ground, akin to discarding a bag of refuse, causing the old man to cry out in pain. Master, this old scoundrel actually attempted to kill me. The decrepit wretch! Li Ming brandished a sharp scalpel in his hand, seemingly incensed, and viciously kicked the elderly man twice, prompting desperate cries for help from the old man. Disciple, assist him. How could you be so disrespectful to Mr. Casuo? Although Madapio chastised him, a smile adorned his face, indicating his admiration for Li Ming's actions. "Ma Dabiao, how boastful you have become now that Iron Head is dead," the old man seethed with rage. His small, cold eyes behind the lenses glinting with a sinister light. Upon meeting his gaze, Lu Fei felt an overwhelming presence of death, an unusually intense sensation. Why did he feel this way? Lu Fei pondered. For he had previously only sensed such feelings in the presence of those who posed a potential threat or were capable of sudden violence. Clearly, this frail old man posed no such danger and would not erupt in violence. Lu Fei remained unaware that his mimicry of the mech's movements had stimulated certain neural pathways, heightening his sixth sense. "Ma, I shall not stoop to your level. I have a young friend afflicted with a peculiar ailment who requires your assistance. Mr. Casuo, stop dreaming." Before the old man could finish speaking, Li Ming delivered a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground with a scream. Subsequently, Li Ming's foot came down heavily upon the old man's emaciated chest. "Old scoundrel, dare to utter another word." Li Ming's visage twisted into a snarl, exuding a palpable aura of menace. "Child, you are still inexperienced." As Li Ming's foot pressed down upon the old man's frail chest, the latter emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Just trample me to death. Cough, cough. Go ahead, trample." The old man writhed on the ground in agony, wailing. Wait. Ma Dabiao raised his hand to halt Li Ming. Though even without his intervention, Li Ming would not dare to trample him to death. A single forceful step could easily pierce the old man's feeble chest. "Ma Dabiao, spare me your hypocritical concerns. I have lived long enough. While I fear death, I have never allowed others to threaten me." Cough, cough. "I trust you are aware of my character. If you intend to kill me, do it swiftly, do not waste time." The old man, bloodied and with a terrifying grin, spoke. "Indeed, you shall meet your end if you do not assist. However, we are in no rush to end your life. We can wait until the young friend has passed. But Mr. Casuo, it is your duty to inform you that you are acquainted with this young friend's father." Compared to Li Ming, Ma Dabiao was far more cunning, deftly intertwining Casuo's fate with Lu Fei's. His second statement provided Casuo with a potential escape route. Humans are curious creatures. At times, despite being terrified, they stubbornly cling to their pride, even willing to sacrifice their lives for it. In truth, such individuals merely require a small step down to concede. "Who?" Casuo inquired immediately. "Iron Head," Ma Dabiao replied nonchalantly. "Iron Head." Casuo sprang to his feet in a flurry, his movements remarkably agile, his eyes wide as he turned to Lu Fei. "You are Lu Fei, the son of Iron Head?" "Yes. Do you know me?" Lu Fei observed Casuo's bald head and thick glasses, certain he had never encountered this man. Otherwise, such a distinctly marked elder would not have escaped his memory. "Indeed, Iron Head often spoke of you, praising you as a fine child. Yes, you bear a resemblance to Iron Head, calm, aloof, with an inherent aura of ruthlessness. Yes, indeed. I am certain you are Iron Head's son. Alas, it is a pity that Iron Head has perished." Casuo scrutinized Lu Fei's face, muttering to himself with a melancholic expression. "He died well." Ma Dabiao, observing Casuo's lack of sorrow, felt a pang of dissatisfaction and retorted sarcastically, "One cannot discuss ice with summer insects. I shall not waste my breath explaining to someone so brutishly inclined." Casuo cast a cold glance at Ma Dabiao. "If you wish for me to save him, it would be wise to adopt a more courteous demeanor. I am parched. I have heard you possess pu'er tea from your home planet. Bring me a cup first." Casuo arrogantly settled into the intricately carved wooden chair beside Lu Fei. Chapter 91. Enemies on a Narrow Path. 2. Ma Dabiao was so incensed his head spun, yet he swallowed his indignation and called out, "Chinger, please bring out some pu'er." "Understood." A gentle voice from the adjacent room responded. "Do not add too much tea." Ma Dabiao added hastily, "Oh, return my scalpel." Casuo shot a glare at Li Ming. "As long as you save Lu Fei, I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden," Li Ming said as he returned the scalpel to Casuo, then approached him with an obsequious demeanor to massage his shoulders. "Are you Lu Fei's friend?" Casuo inquired, eyes closed in satisfaction. "Indeed, Mr. Casuo, we grew up together. Iron Head appreciated me greatly." Little Ming was unaware that Mr. Casuo was a friend of my father. "Please forgive any offense," Li Ming replied, bowing and nodding. "So you are Li Ming. Mr. Casuo knows Li Ming?" Li Ming asked, surprised and curious. Naturally, you assisted Lu Fei in knocking out ninth brother Sun's teeth. I doubt anyone remains unaware of that, Kazuo remarked nonchalantly. Hee, that is excellent news. You must save Lu Fei. With a connection established, Li Ming beamed with delight, becoming increasingly attentive in his ministrations. What of the beating you just gave me? Kazuo suddenly turned hostile. Well, how about I let you have a turn at it? Li Ming's face fell as he stammered. Let us set this debt aside for now, to be settled later, Kazuo scoffed. Rising to approach Lu Fei, he examined Lu Fei's pupils, tongue, and took his pulse, spending several minutes in contemplation before sitting back down, his brow furrowed in deep thought, the small eyes behind his glasses glimmering with wisdom. Lu Fei and Li Ming were astonished to witness Kazuo's demeanor transform into one of seriousness, the earlier lewdness evaporating entirely, replaced by an indescribable aura. In that moment, he seemed to metamorphose into an entirely different individual. After a lengthy pause, Kazuo lifted his gaze to meet Madabiao's. What is your assessment? Blood flow is insufficient, and the meridians are chaotic, Madabiao replied after a moment's reflection. Indeed, broadly speaking, it appears that Lu Fei's nervous system has encountered some unforeseen mishap. The disorder within the nervous system could ultimately lead to cellular death in the brain, a situation that is rapidly deteriorating, with paralysis already affecting the limbs and encroaching upon the brain. With a thud, Li Ming knelt before Kazuo, a look of desperate plea in his eyes. Child, remember, you are a man. Beneath a man's knee lies gold. Kazuo ruffled Li Ming's hair with a sigh. Gold cannot purchase Lu Fei's life. Li Ming shook his head. For him, kneeling was as commonplace as eating or drinking, having done so countless times to survive in the slums. He firmly believed that life held more value than kneeling. As long as he remained alive, there would come a day when others would kneel before him, and that was his survival philosophy. Indeed, Kazuo hesitated, acknowledging that gold could not buy a life, yet he possessed the ability to save Lu Fei. Thus, you need not kneel. You can save him, Li Ming exclaimed, filled with excitement. Indeed. Kazuo's tone brimmed with unwavering confidence and pride, before turning to Madabiao. Where is my tea? You? Gazing upon Kazuo's haughty expression, Madabiao felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood but managed to suppress it. Calling out to the next room, Qing'er, where is the tea? Coming. The widow Qing entered, carrying a tray adorned with 4 exquisite white porcelain cups, steam rising and fragrant aromas wafting. Why are you preparing 4 cups? Madabiao gasped in astonishment, rising abruptly. Oh, enough. Is it not wasteful to serve them? Madabiao sighed, waving his hand despondently as he slumped back into his chair. Truly a family of great renown. Even in such dire circumstances, such fine treasures remain. The widow Qing presented the tray to Kazuo, who leaned down to inhale the aroma of the 4 cups, exclaiming his praise before suddenly, with lightning speed, he downed all 4 cups in one go. In that moment, the widow Qing, Lu Fei, Li Ming, and Madabiao were left in a state of bewilderment, staring at Kazuo in shock. Very well. The lingering fragrance of the tea leaves a delightful impression, allowing me to appreciate the rich history of pu'er tea that spans centuries. Alas, it is a pity that I remain unaware of when I shall next indulge in such a brew. Kazuo, with a contented expression, stroked his belly, exuding both admiration and regret. I see this akin to Zhu Beiji, savoring the ginseng fruit. Madabiao, filled with indignation, rose abruptly, pointing an accusatory finger at Kazuo and berating him. Perhaps in a fit of rage, his body trembled uncontrollably. What of it? I am willing. Kazuo shot a glare at Madabiao and retorted. Let this tea serve as your disciple's payment for my medicinal expenses. We shall settle the rest of the accounts later. Madabiao contemplated for a moment, but ultimately remained silent. Lu Fei, you must come with me. The conditions here are unsuitable. Kazuo's gaze fell upon Lu Fei, who could only nod in response to tea that moment. He realized he had lost his ability to articulate, his body growing rigid. He could not move. Any attempt to do so might lead to a rupture of blood vessels. Madabiao immediately dismissed the notion. With your limited abilities, you would surely rupture a blood vessel. After delivering a scathing remark to Madabiao, Kazuo picked up the scalpel that lay on the tea table and approached Lu Fei. He scrutinized Lu Fei before rolling up his pant leg. Suddenly, The scalpel in Casso's hand moved. Its speed was not swift, yet it was remarkably precise, slicing into Lu Fei's limbs, even inflicting several cuts upon his neck. Vivid blood flowed from the wounds, a ghastly sight under the illumination. "Hey, old man, what are you doing?" Li Ming snapped back to reality, rushing forward to deliver a blow. "I am fine." Lu Fei suddenly stood up, grabbing Li Ming. "You can move?" Ma Damiao rose from his chair once more, astonished at Lu Fei, indeed. Lu Fei turned to Casso and said, "Let us depart." "What are you doing?" As Casso and Lu Fei stepped outside, Li Ming hurriedly followed behind, his enthusiasm palpable. Casso abruptly turned and inquired, "Are you coming along?" "Of course, I am going with you," Li Ming replied nonchalantly. "No." Casso firmly rejected. "Hey, old man, if you give me a little color, I'll open a dye house." Li Ming boldly draped an arm around Casso's shoulder, feigning familiarity. Casso's body stiffened, remaining silent, his murky gray eyes coldly fixed on Li Ming, making him feel uneasy. Chapter 92. Trouble with Jiugu 1. All right. Even if you invite me, I might not come. Brothers, assemble. Li Ming shouted as he reached the door, followed by a flurry of footsteps, a multitude emerging from the shadows. At a glance, the crowd was imposing, numbering at least a few hundred, comprised of robust young men wielding an array of weapons, watermelon knives, iron rods, bricks, and more. The sudden sight of this throng surrounding the house startled Casso. "Old Mousy, take 20 brothers to escort Fei Gu for treatment. Remember, guard the black door at the innermost part of Sparrow Alley. Not even a fly is to leave, understood?" Li Ming shot a glance at Casso, as though demonstrating authority. "Understood." A youthful man with a full red beard declared loudly. "Good, Huazai. Do you know the knife-wielding fellow?" Li Ming then questioned another young man, who resembled a towering iron pillar. "Yes, the one with the long face," Huazai promptly replied. "Well, are there usually 2 thugs who hang out with him?" "Yes, one is called Wang Wang, and the other is Feiji. You take 400 men, even if it means turning the entire slum upside down. I want them found tonight." Mingu, a hint of hesitation crossed Huazai's face. "Speak your mind. Don't hold back," Li Ming, incensed by Huazai's apparent defiance, retorted sharply. They are all Juji's people." Huazai lowered his head, avoiding Li Ming's gaze, speaking in a hushed tone. "Jiugu?" The brash Li Ming immediately wilted, his head hanging low, having been dominated by Jiugu since childhood. The weight of Juji's reputation instilled fear within him. Cough, cough. "Ha ha ha, Lu Fei, let us go. Ha ha ha," observing Li Ming's sudden deflation upon hearing Juji's name. Casso coughed once, then burst into laughter, pulling Lu Fei through the crowd, not even casting a glance at Li Ming. This disdainful indifference pierced through Li Ming's heart like a dagger, causing him great pain. His dignity lay in tatters. Suddenly, a surge of blood rushed to his head, igniting a fierce anger within him. "Brothers, I pose a question to you." Li Ming swiftly turned and re-entered the hall, hauling out an ornately carved wooden chair to stand upon. Ma Damiao watched in despair, knowing that this was one of the few valuable items in the martial arts school, meant to adorn the entrance. Hundreds of heads turned in unison towards Li Ming. "Is Jiugu the underground emperor of the slum?" Li Ming bellowed. "Yes." A chorus of young men exchanged glances before reluctantly uttering the same word, for in the slum, Juji's word was law, and none dared to defy it. "Then, how old is Jiugu?" "He seems to be in his 60s. No, surely he is only in his 50s. Isn't it true that someone celebrated his 70th birthday? Regardless of whether he is 70 or 80, do you think Jiugu will remain the underground emperor of our slum forever?" Li Ming raised his hands, signaling for silence, and the crowd instantly hushed. "No." They collectively shook their heads in unison. "Correct, he will not. Jiugu has grown old, too old to move about. He has ruled the slum for many years, achieving a semblance of success. Yet old age brings the necessity of abdication, allowing us young individuals a chance. Raise your hands. Yes, just like I am doing. What is this? This is muscle. This is muscle. Do you know what this muscle is called? I've read about it. It is called biceps. And it represents strength. Do you understand?" "We understand," they replied in chorus, emboldened by his words. "This strength belongs to us young people. Does that old man Jiugu possess it? Tell me, does he?" Li Ming, standing atop the chair, gesticulated wildly, saliva flying as those beneath him evaded his spittle. No? The crowd replied in a powerful, resonant voice. Exactly, that old man is on the verge of death. Not only does he lack biceps, but I'm sure he is deficient in other areas as well. Hee hee. Li Ming laughed lewdly. Damn it. A bunch of old geezers have occupied the slum for decades, enjoying the best of everything. History tells us that, like the saying goes, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Lu Fei, what is it? In a moment of desperation, Li Ming turned to Lu Fei for assistance. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Fortunes fluctuate. Cold sweat broke out on Lu Fei's forehead as he cast a furtive glance at Casso, who, to his surprise, bore no trace of mockery but instead wore a solemn expression. Yes, 30 years in the West, 30 years in the East. It is time for the tide to turn in favor of us young people. Who knows how many wives Jogu has? Li Ming boomed once more. 7. This was no secret, and the crowd responded in unison. How young is the youngest of them? 19.18, I believe. Perhaps as young as 16. In an instant, hundreds of voices mingled, creating a cacophony. Silence. Li Ming's sudden roar rendered the crowd mute, hundreds of eyes fixed upon him. Dio, you have wives? Li Ming's gaze ignited with fiery intensity, as if ablaze with passion. The crowd fell silent. These individuals were the most impoverished of the slum, having long scavenged through heaps of refuse, struggling to survive. Being young and without savings, few could afford to marry. Indeed, none of us do. Mingo, I do not accept this. Mingo is more handsome than Jogu, stronger than Jogu. Not only are my biceps robust, but I am also formidable in other aspects. Yet, I, Mingu, have no wife, while Jogu has 7. Is this fair? Unfair? The crowd erupted into a unified roar, resonating with their shared sentiment. We are many. We are young. We are strong. Why can't we marry? Why must Jogu have 7 wives? We must resist. We desire to marry and procreate. What is that saying about filial piety? It seems to be threefold. Having no descendants is a great sin. We must propagate. Jogu should step aside and grant us young people an opportunity. Do you agree? Yes, 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 yes. The courtyard reverberated with their fervent shouts. Our master, Ma Dabiao, once said, do not mock the elderly, do not belittle the young and impoverished. We shall not bully the young. We will confront the old and see if they dare to oppress us. The young and impoverished. As Ma Dabiao stood behind Li Ming, large beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, racking his brain to recall when he had ever uttered such profound and philosophical words. Chapter 93. Trouble with Jogu 2. Jogu has but a few subordinates and a mere handful of firearms. While we are numerous, strength lies in numbers. If we each spit a mouthful of saliva, we could drown him. Should Jogu dare to draw his weapon, we shall drown him. Furthermore, possessing a firearm is hardly impressive. I, Mingu, also wield a gun. At worst, we could perish together. Brothers, rest assured, we are all comrades and fellow disciples. Any true man should join me in seeking out Jogu, demanding his abdication and urging him to relinquish his hold. If Jogu is amenable to stepping aside, we shall treat him as a cherished pet, granting him the dignity to live out his days in peace. However, if he stubbornly clings to his position without fulfilling his duties, we need not show restraint. We shall eliminate him and seize his wealth. Taking his wife as our own, today, I, Mingu, am prepared to risk everything, leading the charge. If death is to come, let it come first for me. Those with manhood, raise your hands so I may see how many true men stand with me. Li Ming drew his laser gun from his waist, brandishing it in the air like a fearsome crab displaying its claws in front of Li Ming. Hands shot up in a frenzy, a sea of men, none daring to admit they were lacking in manhood. To confess to such a deficiency would render one unfit for life in the slums. The atmosphere was electric. Hundreds were stirred to a fever pitch by Li Ming's words. Feeling as though fire coursed through their veins, a surging tide of emotion, of course, this fervor was greatly influenced by the laser gun in Li Ming's hand. Firearms were a rare sight in the slums, primarily serving to bolster courage. Brothers, true men, well done. Just days ago, the garbage mountain was ours, and tomorrow, the entirety of the slum shall belong to the Genuine Universe Martial Arts School. We shall feast heartily and drink deeply. Li Ming shed his shirt, revealing a robust physique. leaping from his chair and kicking it into splinters. Then, raising his laser gun high, he strode towards the door, parting the crowd as hundreds of fierce souls rallied behind him in search of Jiugu. Thus, he departed. Ma de Biao seemed somewhat incredulous, staring at the shattered chair on the ground, pondering why Li Ming had chosen to destroy it upon leaving. He went. Queso nodded affirmatively, yet Ma de Biao felt it was somewhat hasty. Ma Ku Gua, you are fortunate. This individual possesses immense potential. Queso's murky eyes sparkled with insight. Is that so? Ma de Biao found himself momentarily bewildered, grappling with why he stood idly by as Li Ming led hundreds into chaos. Particularly since those hundreds were ostensibly his disciples, he felt an overwhelming urge to strip off his shirt and join them. Despite his coarse words, this young man had a profound understanding of human nature. He knew what these men desired. He first invoked their camaraderie through the vigor of youth, then framed Juji's 7 wives as a moral transgression, thereby legitimizing their cause in a manner that was both honorable and commendable. Remarkably, with just a few words, he had ignited a fervor among a group of hot-headed youths, leaving them disoriented and lost. Listening to your words, it does indeed seem plausible, Ma de Biao remarked, somewhat dazed. You are illiterate. What do you know? Queso retorted. What do you suppose will become of Jiugu? Ma de Biao dismissed Queso's words, viewing himself as a simple-minded warrior. Jiugu is a clever man. He will naturally make wise choices. Li Ming, though rough around the edges, is astute. If Jiugu is offered a way out, I suspect that by dawn, Li Ming will be crowned the underground emperor of the slums. So easily? Jiugu is human, and as Li Ming said, he is aging indeed. He has grown old, alas. We too have aged, Queso lamented. Indeed, we have grown old, Ma de Biao sighed in agreement. Hold my foot, brawny yet dim-witted illiterates. Ma de Biao watched as Queso led Lu Fei away, unable to utter a single word. Could it be that I am truly illiterate? I can still recognize a few characters. I must not allow that old fellow to look down on me. Perhaps I should acquire a few books to bolster my facade. Even if I do not read them, having them on display in the hall would suffice. Qing'er, wash my feet. Lu Fei longed to follow Li Ming but was too weak to do so. As they walked several hundred meters away, they could still hear the thunderous footsteps of Li Ming and his entourage, akin to an army of thousands. Moreover, they noticed a multitude of others rushing towards Li Ming, wielding an array of weapons, rendering it impossible to discern friend from foe in the darkness. Li Ming places great importance on you. As they traversed the shadows, Queso suddenly remarked, Indeed, this individual is no ordinary man. He is a formidable figure, adept at navigating power dynamics, understanding when to advance and when to retreat, possessing an adventurous spirit. You must exercise caution. Queso's expression grew serious. He is my brother. Lu Fei replied calmly. Yes, it is evident that you and Lao Tai too have traversed the Gale grasslands. Are you familiar with the lethal wind beast? I am. The lethal wind beast typically gives birth to 2 offspring. Regardless of gender in their youth, they place great emphasis on sibling bonds. However, upon reaching adulthood, just articulate what you wish to convey. Lu Fei's tone turned cold. You never mind. Some things are better left unsaid. We have arrived. At that moment, they reached a seemingly empty room at the end of Sparrow Alley. The room appeared ordinary, yet the floor was as smooth as a mirror. Remember, you are Lao Tai Tu's son. Queso unexpectedly instructed Lu Fei, then positioned himself in the center of the room, arms extended with palms facing upwards. Instantly, a blue light enveloped Queso. Lu Fei recognized this as an advanced identity verification scanning system capable of directly scanning skeletal structure and fingerprints. Detecting life signs. A faint, almost imperceptible sound echoed as a circular opening, less than 2 meters in diameter, emerged in the mirror-like floor, its metallic edges emanating a chilling gleam that sent a shiver down one's spine. Follow me. Queso stepped into the circle, and a virtual platform materialized in the air. After Queso rapidly input a series of codes, the jagged opening vanished. Entering the circular metal ring, it began to descend. The top edges sealing tightly, enclosing them within. It turned out to be an elevator. Lu Fei was unable to gauge the speed of the elevator. However, based on the passage of time, it must have traversed at least below 50 meters. A wave of astonishment washed over him. Growing up in the slums, he had never imagined that such concealed places could exist within them. What exactly was Queso's identity, and what of his father? The Ironhead? The realization that he knew nothing about Ironhead was unsettling. From the expression on Casso's face as he glanced at the protruding pit stone, it was evident that he and Ironhead shared an intimate familiarity, one devoid of secrets. Suddenly, a mechanical clatter echoed as the elevator came to a halt, seemingly suffering from some mechanical malfunction. Yes, regardless of how advanced it once was, it has aged. Much like myself, Casso remarked, a hint of weariness evident in his demeanor. I can repair it to no need. I shan't live much longer. This place will be permanently closed, forever. They traversed a cold, eerie metallic corridor, with Casso leading the way. Beneath the lights, Casso's hunched figure appeared profoundly solitary. Observing him, Lu Fei inexplicably thought of Ironhead. The similarities between the two were striking. Ironhead often sat alone, motionless, his frail body curled up, exuding an aura of loneliness and melancholy. "What is this place?" Lu Fei inquired. "After Ironhead and I pass, you were meant to be the master here. However, Ironhead cared for you deeply, treating you as his own son. Thus, he wished for you to avoid squandering your life in this place like he did." "Tell me." Lu Fei had never felt such an intense desire to learn about Ironhead. "You will come to know," Casso replied, falling silent as they completed their journey through the frigid metallic passage, entering a vast room with an area of at least 1,000 square meters. Metal platforms were arranged in orderly rows, atop which lay elongated transparent boxes, long-faced. Lu Fei could not help but gaze at the nearest transparent box. Recoiling in shock as he recognized the long-faced figure within, killed by Feng Xiao, blood still visible on his nose, in that moment of retreat, Lu Fei caught sight of another familiar corpse, old Mike. A shiver ran down his spine. The hall was filled with at least hundreds of transparent boxes, meaning each contained a body. "You are Ironhead's son. Remember this?" Casso seemed displeased by Lu Fei's reaction. Lu Fei remained silent, nodding in acknowledgement. "Indeed. I surmise you may recognize many of the bodies here. Some died of illness, some were murdered, and others succumbed to old age in the slums. At least 1/5 of the bodies find their way to me. Of course, sometimes I pay for them. What do you purchase the bodies for?" "For research. We shall discuss that later. Your healing ability is remarkable. Your wounds are beginning to scab and require immediate treatment." Casso led Lu Fei to the edge of a metal platform surrounded by an array of instruments, blinking lights illuminating the space. Casso gestured for Lu Fei to undress and lie down. Once Lu Fei complied, Casso affixed a myriad of wires and devices onto his bare skin. Due to Ironhead's influence, Lu Fei felt an inexplicable trust towards Casso. A low hum filled the air as a large spherical metallic device enveloped Lu Fei's head. He felt a sharp pain in his veins, and instantly, his consciousness was engulfed by an endless darkness. When Lu Fei finally opened his eyes, he found himself gazing into Casso's eyes, peering through his glasses. "How do you feel?" Casso inquired, visibly relieved to see Lu Fei awake. "I feel nothing." Lu Fei longed to shake his head, only to discover that he could not move it. The most terrifying aspect was that he felt utterly disconnected from his body. He wished to wiggle his fingers, but could not ascertain their location. "Do not worry. Your nervous system has been anesthetized, rendering your sensations temporarily dulled. There is no need for concern. It will soon return to normal." "How long has it been?" Lu Fei struggled to speak, his tongue feeling remarkably heavy. "It is already dawn." 9 in the morning, Casso replied, fatigue flickering across his features. "Thank you, haha. I am getting old in my youth. When I dissected corpses, I could go for days without rest. Now, just one night is too much to bear," Casso remarked with self-deprecating humor. "Will I be able to work tomorrow?" Lu Fei voiced his concern about returning to his job. "Of course, I merely employed a special method to clear your meridians, allowing your nerves to return to their normal state. Within half an hour, you will be able to move as if nothing has changed." Casso smiled gently, his eyes brimming with affection, reminiscent of Ironhead. "Who would have thought you have grown so much? When Ironhead took you in, you were but this small." Casso gestured with his hands to indicate Lu Fei's size as an infant. "Could you tell me about my father?" Lu Fei asked. "Certainly." The expansive laboratory fell into a profound silence as Casso began to recount untold stories. The tale begins over 100 years ago. During the war between humanity and the extraterrestrials. At that time, Mecha University was one of the main battlegrounds between the Star and the aliens. The military dispatched a secret mech unit to partake in the highly consequential defense of Ghetto Mecha University. As Ghetto Mecha University was a repository of talent and a hub for cutting-edge individuals, 80% of the elite of the Ghetto United Nations hailed from its halls. The government issued a strict order to safeguard its security. The military sent a vanguard force of 5,000 elite mech soldiers, representing the pinnacle of Ghetto's mech manufacturing technology and combat prowess. Casso paused to assist Lu Fei in removing some of the apparatus affixed to him. At this moment, Lu Fei sensed a flicker of feeling returning to his fingers. Given the stakes for the future of the Ghetto United Nations, this unit was personally led by General Bang Wei. Alas, what? Alas, due to unfamiliarity with the aliens, General Bang Wei fell in the first confrontation, along with over 1,000 mech soldiers, and then, in the fierce battle that ensued, the experienced elite mech unit quickly discerned the aliens' weaknesses and initiated a counterattack. The defense lasted 3 weeks, with over 3,000 mechs nearly annihilated, leaving fewer than 300 survivors, most of whom were gravely injured. This unit was formed under General Bang Wei's command, and the soldiers' loyalty to him far surpassed their allegiance to the Ghetto United Nations. Over 200 refused to leave the site of General Bang Wei's sacrifice, establishing the initial semblance of the slums. Reflecting on the thousands of mechs charging through the aliens, Lu Fei felt a surge of longing. However, the situation was not so simple. The 200 soldiers remained to seek vengeance. Casso's tone was laced with deep-seated animosity. Vengeance? Lu Fei's heart raced. Yes, vengeance. For General Bang Wei. While General Bang Wei and his 5,000 mech soldiers fought valiantly, the expected reinforcements delayed their arrival. Most unforgivably, the military deliberately concealed critical intelligence regarding the aliens, which directly led to General Bang Wei's demise. How will they exact their vengeance? Lu Fei pondered how the momentous defense of Ghetto Mecha University concealed such dark secrets. By resurrecting General Bang Wei, Casso enunciated each word with gravitas. Lu Fei sat up abruptly, discovering that he could move his limbs, though still burdened by a lingering heaviness. Indeed, resurrecting General Bang Wei and the over 1,000 fallen mech soldiers. The remaining 200 soldiers covertly transformed this abandoned base into a laboratory, concealing it from the military's oversight. Follow me. Lu Fei trailed behind Casso to a series of metallic cabinets. Casso opened a drawer, revealing a frozen corpse clad in military attire, quietly resting inside. Despite its lifeless state, an air of authority still emanated from its features. Is this General Bang Wei? Lu Fei instinctively straightened up, recognizing the highest-ranking officer who had perished in the war against the aliens. His sacrifice had reverberated throughout the Ghetto Star domain, igniting a fervor within the populace to defend their homeland. Ultimately, under a united front, they triumphed over the alien invasion. Historical records stated that General Bang Wei perished in service, with the whereabouts of his body remaining a mystery. NO1 had anticipated that General Bang Wei's remains had quietly lain in the slums for over a century. Yes, all of this is due to his steadfast soldiers. Following Casso's gaze, Lu Fei glanced at the other drawers, clearly noting that each was labeled with the soldier's number and name. Is there any progress? No. If there were any progress, General Bang Wei would not be lying here. Through over a century of relentless research, I have come to ascertain that the cerebral tissues of General Bang Wei and those soldiers have been irreparably damaged by the alien forces. Even if resurrected through the prohibited cloning techniques devised by humanity, it would only restore the shell of General Bang Wei, devoid of his consciousness. Over 200 soldiers have settled in the slums, propagating their lineage, allowing their descendants to continue the dream of reviving General Bang Wei. As the soldiers who once followed him have gradually passed away, time has eroded the knowledge of General Bang Wei's military exploits. Even those who are aware have lost patience, no longer wishing to strive for this elusive dream. Slowly, inexorably, the laboratory, once transformed by these soldiers, has been left with only myself and Leitaitu. Oh, and Jiogu providing financial support. Does Jiogu know? Suddenly, Lu Fei understood why Jiogu refrained from retaliating against Leitaitu for knocking out his son's teeth. He is the underground emperor of the slums. Of course he knows. And without his backing, we would lack the necessary funds to sustain the laboratory's operations. Do you intend to shut down the laboratory? Lu Fei inquired. Yes, over a century has passed, and those who conspired against General Bang Wei have long since died. The world has changed, and reviving General Bang Wei holds no significance. The perpetuation of hatred has lost its fertile ground for survival. Now, Leia is also deceased. Jiogu is on the brink of losing power. And I have grown old. A hint of confusion and helplessness flickered in Keiso's eyes. For him, the laboratory was his mental anchor, and his emotional attachment to it surpassed Lu Fei's imagination. Chapter 96. The Art of Killing. 1. Gazing at the densely packed corpse cabinets. Lu Fei could not help but sigh. Keiso was correct. Reviving General Bangwei had lost any semblance of meaning. The battle against the aliens ended over a century ago. The world has transformed, and time has passed. The feasibility of resurrection aside, if General Bangwei were to be revived, the question of his future becomes paramount. Reviving an individual from over a century ago entails myriad considerations. It is not merely a matter of resurrection. Besides whether the populace would accept the revival of a once revered hero, the most pressing concern is, if revived, where would they go? Would they be able to adapt to contemporary life? Furthermore, a far graver legal issue looms: the Bank Convention. Early in humanity's interstellar endeavors, due to ethical and moral dilemmas, compounded by a previous cloning crisis that threatened all of humanity, a collective agreement was forged to prohibit any research related to cloning technologies. This conference took place on a small celestial body named Bank, hence the name of the convention. The resurrection of General Bangwei would inevitably involve certain cloning technologies, and should this information be divulged, Keiso and Jiogu would surely find themselves facing the interstellar court. Starting tomorrow, you will come here every day, as the two ascended in the elevator, Keiso stated. Why? While you have recovered, you still require consolidation therapy, specifically targeted local blood circulation treatments. However, that is not the main point. I need to teach you some self-defense techniques. Skills for killing. A sense of death emanated from the depths of Keiso's thick glasses. What is it? Lu Fei's muscles tensed inexplicably as he sensed that aura. Leia is an exceptional killer. My skills will not surpass his. However, my techniques can compensate for his shortcomings, transforming killing into an art form. And moreover, increasing efficiency. Keiso paused. At that moment, the elevator reached its destination. The two exited the elevator, and Keiso led Lu Fei into a windowless study. The room was spacious, with two walls lined with bookshelves, densely packed with various tomes. However, upon closer inspection, most were focused on anatomy and neurology. On the other two walls hung a human anatomy chart. Have a seat. This place will belong to you from now on. Keiso sighed deeply, taking his place behind a massive desk, his frail body nearly obscured. Are you leaving this place? Once you have recovered and mastered the art and efficiency of killing, I shall depart from here. I have spent my entire life for this place, forsaking the most important aspects of life, such as marrying and having children. I hope to embark on a proper journey for a while, and then find a companion to enjoy my twilight years. A glimmer of hope for a new life shone in Keiso's murky gaze. I would like to learn more about my father. Lao Tai In truth, there is little to say about your father. He, Jiogu, and I are all descendants of those 200 soldiers. The distinction lies in our inherited dream of reviving General Bangwei. From a young age, we were selected through various intellectual tests from thousands of children, enduring a multitude of brutal training regimens. Our roles were clearly defined. Leia focused on killing techniques and survival methods, while I pursued medicine, and Jiogu studied the art of power. We transitioned from Na'vi children to adolescence, and then into adulthood, dedicating all our time and energy to collecting various corpses for study, acquiring advanced instruments. Yet, the experimental results left us devoid of hope for the future. It was then that we began to reflect, and our thoughts gradually evolved. By the time we reached 40, we experienced a serious divergence in our ideologies. Parting ways, Jiogu ceased to inquire about the laboratory's progress, yet he continued to provide financial support. The following 2 years, Leia and I also found ourselves at odds. He too stopped concerning himself with the laboratory's advancements. During that time, Leia adopted you, and you became his spiritual pillar. He placed all his hopes in you, wishing for you not to be forever shackled by this laboratory like he was. Thus, after adopting you, he never set foot in the underground laboratory again. The year we parted ways with Jiogu, he married his first wife and had children of his own, bringing him happiness. Subsequently, Leia adopted you, and he too found joy that it was as if a new life had ignited within him. He devoted all the time and energy he once spent in the laboratory to nurturing you. For you, he even learned how women manage diapers and prepare formula. I recall once when you fell ill with a fever. It was raining that day, and in his haste, he forgot to bring an umbrella. He hunched his body, carefully shielding you with himself, ensuring that not a drop of rain touched you until we arrived here. Time quietly flowed by as Lu Fei listened to Queso's recollections. As if time were reversing I and Lu Fei's memories, Leotaitu was a taciturn old man who communicated only through rigorous training, leaving no room for verbal exchange. He would never have known what Leotaitu was thinking. Through Queso's anecdotes, he discovered the warmth beneath Leotaitu's cold exterior. He felt the love Leotaitu harbored for him, a depth of affection he had never realized. Now, Lu Fei understood why Leotaitu always gazed at him from afar. Lost in joy, relishing in the delight of Lu Fei's growth. That is all. Leotaitu is a man of few words, and there is little to say about him. However, after adopting you, he lived happily, spending most of his time here talking about you. Animated and enthusiastic, often for hours on end, leaving me with little chance to interject. Regrettably, once you began to grow, he forbade us from meeting, even when you fell ill. He would only allow me to prescribe medication. Never permitting contact. Why? He feared it would affect you. In truth, he need not worry. I had already resolved that I would be the last master of the underground laboratory. Queso sighed deeply. Lu Fei remained silent, sensing a tinge of melancholy in the air. Well, our conversation has concluded. Let us now discuss the art of killing. Queso's spirit lifted. Do you know the story of the butcher who skillfully dissects an ox? Chapter 97. The art of killing, too, good to know. Just as with killing an ox, the protagonist in the tale of the butcher has reached the pinnacle of mastery. His method of slaughter has transcended mere killing, transforming into an art form. My blade has been in use for 19 years, having dissected thousands of oxen, yet it remains as sharp as when it was first honed. The joints have their spaces, and the blade has no thickness. By entering the space with a blade of no thickness, there is ample room for the blade to maneuver. Hence, after 19 years, the blade remains as sharp as when it was first honed. Can you imagine the exquisite mastery and effortless finesse of the art of butchering a cow? It is a realm that evokes profound admiration. This is merely a metaphor. We are not discussing the slaughter of cattle, but rather the taking of human life. You must remember, it is far more challenging to kill a person than a cow, for a human is capable of resistance. To achieve a level of proficiency akin to the butcher's art of dismembering a cow in the act of murder is undoubtedly an arduous task. For instance, when you take a life, you must ensure that your adversary cannot inflict harm upon you, that no blood splatters upon your person, that your garments remain unsoiled, and that the scene of the act remains pristine. The act of killing must be executed with due consideration of various emotions and circumstances, crafting a distinctive artistic expression in each instance. When dispatching a villain, cruelty is paramount. Only through brutality can one derive psychological satisfaction. Conversely, if you are to eliminate a stranger, it must be done swiftly and decisively, striking true and then retreating immediately. Should you find yourself faced with a person of esteemed character, you must afford them the respect they deserve. Allowing them to pass in a manner that is clean, dignified, and honorable, Lu Fei listened, entranced, never having contemplated the myriad intricacies involved in murder. Strangely, he recalled the figure of the young man in the white trench coat, Feng Xiao, who had dispatched Chang Tiaolian with such precision and cleanliness that not even his pristine coat had come into contact with the victim. Undoubtedly, he had reached a certain level of mastery in the art of killing. Feng Xiao was an extraordinarily dangerous individual. Subconsciously, Lu Fei categorized him as a potential threat. The art of murder necessitates a blend of theory and practice. You will gradually explore this on your own. I am primarily here to impart to you the efficiency of killing. Is it simply about expediting the death of another? Yes, but also no. Causing a person's demise is relatively easy. One can pierce their heart or sever their head. Each method of killing demands varying levels of effort, and there are countless techniques to consider. Thus, we must identify the most expedient and least laborious means of taking life. For instance, when you strike, speed combined with strength is essential to locate the vital points, allowing you to eliminate your adversary with minimal exertion. Is it necessary to ascertain the most lethal areas of the human body? Lu Fei had received some training in this regard. However, the techniques of the past have become outdated. killing must also embrace scientific principles. The human body is extraordinarily complex, and pinpointing a fatal area among the myriad vessels and nerves is no simple feat. Moreover, each individual possesses unique attributes of height and weight, which can impact the efficiency of the act. For example, individuals with several centimeters of fat may render traditional methods laborious. You must achieve a level of proficiency where you can instantly discern your foe's vulnerable point, optimizing your approach to killing. When you reach the pinnacle of your craft, you will be able to wield a dagger amidst a throng of adversaries with effortless grace, leaving a trail of blood and a mountain of corpses in your wake, all without a single drop staining your person. This, perhaps, presents a challenge. Lu Fei was somewhat skeptical, perceiving Casso's depiction as more akin to myth than reality. Challenge? No, this is not merely a challenge. When the artistry of killing merges with efficiency, amidst a sea of adversaries, you will find the act as effortless as a leisurely stroll, effortlessly identifying your target within the crowd, utilizing minimal strength to transform your opponent into a lifeless form. Has anyone ever achieved such a feat? Lu Fei preferred to rely on facts, too many to count. Setting aside the legendary figures from the Mother Star era, even in our present day, numerous individuals have attained such a level of proficiency in the art of killing. Who? Lu Fei's heart raced inexplicably. He sensed Casso's tension, indicating that the person to be named was undoubtedly formidable. Bin Lei? Bin Lei? Lu Fei's expression turned quizzical. Bin Lei is merely a moniker for an individual whose method of killing is as swift as thunder. He once single-handedly dispatched over 300 people with a paper cutter, bathing a castle in blood. Who is he? Did his victims not possess firearms? He is an assassin, as for the absence of guns. The explanation is straightforward. The proprietor of the castle feared assassination and forbade the carrying of any firearms or spatial devices within several kilometers of the estate. The bodyguards he employed were all martial arts experts, making it a pure melee confrontation. What position does he hold on the assassin's leaderboard? He has maintained the top rank for a decade, though he has not been heard from in some time. Likely enjoying retirement, the foremost assassin, Lu Fei, found himself believing Casso's words, for Su Zijing's brother, Su Ziyun, had mentioned that the brother assassinated by him ranked outside the 500 on the assassin's leaderboard. Yet, even so, both assassins were quite formidable, demonstrating the immense strength of the number one assassin. Due to the training from the Ironhead, you have become a person of considerable potential in the art of killing. What you lack is scientific training and knowledge. Tomorrow night, you shall commence your studies in anatomy here. Anatomy. The thought of countless corpses sent a chill down Lu Fei's spine. He now understood the source of Casso's intense aura of death. It stemmed from his contact with so many lifeless bodies. Indeed, anatomy not only reveals the body's fatal points but also cultivates immense courage, enabling one to face danger and death without trepidation. Of course, the depths of your studies need not be profound. Your purpose is to kill, not to heal, and there is no need for you to become an exceptional surgeon. As Lu Fei exited through the two dark doors of Casso's domain and walked through the narrow alley, he felt as if he were in a dream. Yet, the dull ache in his wounds served as a reminder that everything that had transpired was undeniably real. Fei Gu, Meng Gu wants you to head to the martial arts school after you come out. As Lu Fei pondered, two young men emerged from a secluded alleyway, their faces vaguely familiar, presumably from the martial arts school. Lu Fei was eager to learn about Li Ming's current state and followed closely behind the two, who appeared quite exhilarated, moving swiftly as if propelled by unseen forces. Initially fatigued, Lu Fei gradually felt the weariness dissipate, as if a boundless energy surged through his limbs. Chapter 98. The Transfer of Power Before Long. Lu Fei realized that the surge of energy was but an illusion. After a period of powerlessness, regaining strength creates an unusually potent sensation. The trio hurried onward and soon arrived at the martial arts school, where Lu Fei was astonished to find the three-story establishment brimming with people, a veritable sea of humanity, with even the nearby alleys teeming with onlookers. As he squeezed through the throng, Lu Fei was inexplicably reminded of Casso's words. If he possessed a knife at that moment, could he carve a bloody path through the crowd? Could he turn the space into a river of blood and a mountain of corpses? He quickly dismissed the notion. In such an environment, even walking posed a challenge, let alone committing murder. It seemed that transforming the artistry of killing into reality was a daunting impossibility. Fei Gu, Let us wait a moment. One young man said. Lu Fei halted, catching sight of the exuberantly Ming, who was seated beneath the eaves of the main hall, surrounded by a trio engaged in jovial revelry. Among them was Ma Dabiao, who appeared particularly elated. Boisterously gesticulating with his large hands while holding a substantial bowl, his face radiant with the glow of intoxication, Ma Dabiao had every reason to celebrate. His protege had risen to become the underground emperor of the impoverished district, even receiving a personal visit from Nine Brother to transfer power, a source of immense pride. Sitting alongside Ma Dabiao was a tall elder with a clean-shaven face and a diagonal scar on his right cheek. His eyes dark and brooding. Nine Brother. Lu Fei's pupils constricted in surprise. He had never seen Nine Brother before, but had frequently heard others speak of him. Nine Brother was a towering figure with a scar from his youth. But most importantly, he possessed eyes that could pierce the very soul. It was said that no one dared to lie in his presence. A mere glance from Nine Brother could reveal the thoughts of another. For a long time, Lu Fei had regarded Nine Brother as a potential threat. In that instant, as Lu Fei locked eyes with Nine Brother, it seemed that the latter sensed something, his gaze shifting toward Lu Fei. Their eyes colliding in an electric moment. Nine Brother beckoned Lu Fei over, leaving him momentarily stunned. It was all so sudden. Hundreds of eyes turned towards Lu Fei in unison. Lu Fei, my good brother. Come over here, Li Ming shouted excitedly, prompting Lu Fei to approach the table. You've gone daft. Bring a chair for Fei Gu to sit on. Place it next to me. No, put it opposite me. Li Ming playfully swatted a nearby young man, who hurriedly scurried off to fetch a chair, placing it at the opposite end of the table and returning with a filled bowl of wine before Lu Fei. You are Lu Fei. Indeed. Nine Brother pressed his hands on the table, his penetrating gaze appraising Lu Fei, and after a moment, he nodded. Nine Brother. This is the Lu Fei who knocked out your son's teeth. Li Ming erupted into a hearty laughter, embodying the essence of a small man reveling in his newfound success. However, Jiugu merely responded with a faint smile, seemingly indifferent, before rising to his feet. Come, let us raise a glass in honor of your admirable father. Jiugu cradled the wine cup in his hands, and to everyone's astonishment, a glimmer of tears shone in his murky eyes. Thank you, Uncle Jiu. Lu Fei felt a rush of emotion, his eyes reddening as he stood up to respectfully bow to Jiugu. Among the few individuals connected to Lao Taitu, he was one deserving of Lu Fei's respect. From Zhu Ji's reaction, it was evident that he shared a profound brotherly bond with Lao Taitu. Cheers, Jiugu proclaimed, yet he poured the contents of his bowl onto the ground. Lu Fei, feeling a blur in his vision, mimicked Zhu Ji's gesture, spilling the wine from his own bowl. A somber atmosphere enveloped the crowd of hundreds. In the impoverished district, most were acquainted with Lao Taitu, but very few knew Lu Fei until this moment, when they realized he was the son of Lao Taitu. Today, Jiugu is truly happy. Very happy indeed, Li Ming. The slum is now yours, Jiugu declared with unwavering authority. From this day forth, I shall no longer involve myself in the affairs of the slum. Should you have any matters to discuss, you may approach Ming Gu directly. I have grown old and deserve to retire and enjoy my remaining days. Soon, I shall depart from the slum, but if time permits, I will surely visit all my brothers and sisters. My fellow townsfolk. Jiugu did not embody the tragic end of a hero. Rather, his every gesture radiated a sense of ease, as if he had cast off a great burden. He then set down his bowl and strode towards the door. The crowd parting like a tide to grant him passage, their gazes filled with respect. Regardless of circumstances, Jiugu was a man worthy of admiration, someone who knew how to both hold on and let go. Uncle Jiu, Lu Fei suddenly called out. Jiugu paused at the threshold, his penetrating gaze fixed upon Lu Fei, as if seeking to peer into his very soul. Please help me take care of someone. Jiugu was momentarily taken aback, offering no immediate response nor inquiring about the identity of this person. He simply gazed deeply at Lu Fei, lowering his head as if in contemplation. The silence stretched on, lingering for at least 5 minutes before Jiugu finally lifted his gaze. You possess something beyond what Lao Taitu had. With that, Jiugu departed, his towering figure vanishing amidst the throng. Throughout the encounter, he had not answered Lu Fei, nor did Lu Fei feel the need to ask. In the realm of men, many matters could be understood through a mere expression or gesture. Lu Fei and Li Ming exchanged nods before disappearing into the crowd. He found no solace in such a cacophonous environment, preferring the tranquility of solitude. As he exited the martial arts hall, the resounding cheers echoed throughout the slum, signaling the end of Zhu Ji's era and the dawn of Li Ming's reign. Heralding a new chapter in the district's history, in his youth, Li Ming often spoke of Jiugu. His tone infused with admiration and envy. It was only recently that Lu Fei realized Li Ming aspired to supplant Jiugu. And now, having achieved his ambition, he had indeed replaced the idol he once revered. As for Lu Fei, his dream of soaring freely through space in a mech remained unfulfilled, while Li Ming had realized his own aspirations. Leaving Lu Fei without even a mech to call his own, walking alone down the path, a bittersweet smile crossed Lu Fei's face, though it vanished almost instantly. Lao Taitu had counseled him that despair resolved nothing. Regardless of the challenges at hand, one must face them with confidence, perseverance, and determination. Do I not already possess enough points to apply for a new mech? A powerful sense of confidence surfaced on Lu Fei's face. He was drawing ever closer to his dream, inching nearer with each passing moment.